In a parallel world country, a city A. Am I? Gui Nan'an, whispered the 17-year-old youth as he stood before a mirror in an office bathed in flickering dim light. In the mirror, his delicate features evoked the aura of a refined scholar. At that moment, with nothing better to occupy his time, he was engaged in that damned act of self-introduction. I am Gui Nan'an, he repeated, no matter how many times he practiced when the name finally left his lips. There always lingered a dissonance. The youth bore the name Nan'an, with merely the character Gui, and it did not originate from his own parents. Instead, it was the name bestowed by the boss who had rescued him 17 years ago. In the boss's own words, this name exudes such magnificence that even ghosts feel uneasy. Do you know how many brain cells were wasted conjuring up this name? A full 6 minutes, enough time for a champion's game. In short, it was that spuro-themid decision that sealed Gui Nan'an's moniker. Of course, during his school days, Gui Nan'an was known simply as Nan'an. Apart from those within the company, no one was aware of his true name. Gui Nan'an was an abandoned infant of unknown origin rescued 17 years ago by the boss of the Baimao Affairs office. On the surface, it appeared to be an utterly ordinary agency. Yet in reality, the agency was staffed by a motley crew of demons and monsters. As for Gui Nan'an, he was in truth its sole human inhabitant. Having been raised by the agency's creatures, even as a human, his thoughts and values leaned decidedly towards the viewpoint of monsters. Moreover, unlike ordinary humans, Gui Nan'an suffered from a profound defect. His range of emotions was markedly diminished. Doctors deemed it an innate condition. It appeared as though something was amiss with his nerves, yet this did not hinder his daily life. It only served to hone his acting skills. It was Sunday, a school holiday. The boss, under the pretext of a business trip that was actually a fishing outing, had duped Gui Nan'an into assisting at the office. From morning until noon, he had expected a flurry of assignments. Yet by 12 o'clock, not a soul was to be seen outside the office door. How dull. Gui Nan'an sighed deeply as he gazed at his expressionless reflection. Moments later, he walked to the desk and poured himself a cup of bitter tea. Soon after, as if transformed into an elderly man, he settled into a swivel chair and slowly savored the bitter aroma of his tea. Dong, dong, dong. At that moment, a knock resounded. Ahem, ahem. The sudden sound caused Gui Nan'an mid-sip to choke briefly. Quickly, he composed himself and declared, "Please come in." With a creak, the office door swung open and an elegantly attired noblewoman stepped in. Strikingly beautiful, and in her 30s, she exuded an air of distinction. After glancing at the lavish decor of the office, she instinctively nodded in approval of its tasteful design. But in the very next moment, upon beholding Gui Nan'an seated in the office chair, her countenance froze, silently questioning why a child occupied the space. Noticing her astonishment, Gui Nan'an merely chuckled softly and said, "Please don't overthink it. You're in the right place." "Are you the boss?" He continued, "The boss is on a business trip today. If you have any matter, feel free to speak with me directly." As he spoke, he rose and slid a nearby stool over. "Please have a seat." Though the noblewoman hesitated, she chose to sit down, while Gui Nan'an resumed his seat behind the desk, separated by a solid black wooden table. "Is this your first visit?" he inquired. "Yes," she stammered, her behavior betraying earnest seriousness rather than a jest. Gradually, tension crept into her demeanor. "Do you have a letter of recommendation, or did you find us on your own?" "I did. Someone gave me a business card." Promptly, the noblewoman rummaged through her bag and produced a white business card inscribed with 2 prominent black characters. Care. Beneath it lay the obscure address of the agency, Shiching, the old street south of the forest ancient tomb, by Mao Affairs office. It turned out that the guest had been referred by the veterinarian. Gui Nan'an murmured inwardly, for Care was one of the company's core members, whose true form was that of a werewolf, earning him the nickname veterinarian. Logically, one would expect the veterinarian to disdain humans. So why would he hand over his business card to a human woman? Could it be that he shared a liaison with her? "May I ask your name?" Bela. "Very well, Miss Bela. Have you had any direct contact with Care? Have you ever seen what he looks like?" Gui Nan'an probed further, needing to ensure that the business card was indeed given by the veterinarian, and not something she had found. Lately, inexplicable forces had been causing trouble for the agency. Gui Nan'an could not be sure whether the woman before him was an envoy sent by these adversaries. I have seen him," Miss Bela admitted, her face momentarily darkening, as if recalling an unpleasant memory. Clutching her chest in unease, she whispered, "All covered in white fur and gleaming green eyes. He told me that if I ever encountered trouble, I could seek help here. Besides that, did he mention anything else?" "He also said." The woman hesitated before candidly confessing, "He remarked that your boss is utterly hopeless at fishing, a failure 9 times out of 10, though she herself seemed rather perplexed by the comment." Hearing these words, Gui Nan'an could not help but laugh. Such comments indeed bore the unmistakable signature of the veterinarian. With everything essentially in order, it was time to get down to business. Gui Nan'an stated simply, "Since this is your first visit, do you understand our rules here? Or did Care explain the situation to you?" She replied, "No. with a confused shake of her head. Very well, allow me to briefly explain. Miss Bela, have you heard of the urban legend of the Bai Mao Affairs office? Yes, I've heard of it. When I received your business card, I even looked it up online. They claimed that anything could be achieved here provided one paid the requisite fee. He chuckled softly and remarked, in truth, it is not quite so exaggerated. If you expected us to help you conquer the world, that would be far-fetched. Of course, I mean something far more intricate. And what might that be? It is as follows, Miss Bela. Gui Nan'an retrieved a slender contract from a drawer and announced, our company operates with integrity, devoted to resolving all of our clients' difficulties. But this is predicated upon the client's absolute trust and respect for our firm. In other words, compensation is secondary. The crucial point is that the client must disclose all relevant information regarding the commission without concealment or deception. Should this not be achieved, I would not advise you to seek our firm's cooperation. And if one were to withhold information, one would meet therein, madam. A kindly, humble smile graced the youth's face as he concluded, unless you are confident enough to deceive all of us. The contract was pushed in front of Bela. Acting on instinct, she opened it and caught sight of only a short passage inside. It was a confidentiality agreement. Its general meaning was the client may introduce the agency to others, but must not disclose to anyone the specific transactions between herself and the agency. The client must not provide any information regarding members of the agency to others and must not spread rumors about the agency that would bring it needless trouble. The client must not deceive the agency. Integrity toward the agency was declared to be the foundation of cooperation. If any of the above terms were violated, the agency would have the right to dispose of everything belonging to the client. After taking in the contents of the contract, Bela's first impression was how harsh and severe the terms were. It felt as if one had stolen something and was sentenced straight to death. From a legal standpoint, this contract would undoubtedly be invalid. The problem, however, was that the other party did not seem to be producing this contract for the sake of the law at all. Gui Nan'an noticed Bela's hesitation. He merely chuckled softly. This really isn't difficult. We only hope that our guests can be honest with us and accord us a measure of respect. If your purpose is simply to seek our help, then fulfilling what is written in this contract shouldn't be so hard, should it? I understand. Must I sign it? Yes, Miss Bela, it is the basis of our cooperation. Gui Nan'an handed the pen to her. Bela accepted it. Though still somewhat uncertain, she ultimately signed her name on the contract. You are truly straightforward. Gui Nan'an laughed amiably as he took the contract back. At that very moment, there was a loud whoosh. The contract suddenly began to emit black smoke. In the span of an instant, it turned into a billowing mass of black vapor in Gui Nan'an's hand. A breeze swept in through the window, scattering it completely until it vanished into nothing. Witnessing this, Bela eyed Gui Nan'an warily. Are you a monster as well? Gui Nan'an simply gave a soft laugh. You misunderstand. As you can see, I am merely human. Then just now, that was an issue with the contract, not with me. Much as I dislike admitting it within this agency, I really am nothing but a useless person with no cultivation whatsoever. Of course, if you are interested in such matters, you are welcome to visit our agency often as a guest. No, that won't be necessary. Then let us move straight to the main topic, madam. What would you like us to do for you? Bela hesitated as she began to speak, as though weighing what words would be most appropriate. I want to mend my relationship with my daughter. Your relationship with your daughter is poor. Could you tell me the specific reason? All right. She nodded and lifted the fresh cup of tea Gui Nan'an had passed her, taking a sip. But clearly she could not truly appreciate the taste of that cheap bitter tea. So she merely took a single sip before setting the bowl back down, not touching it again. My daughter is not my biological child. My husband was Carlson. Carlson, as in Carlson Stir, the recently deceased famous jewelry store owner. Yes, my condolences. It's all right. I once had the fortune of seeing reports about your husband on the news. I heard that not long ago he remarried a beautiful lady. I imagine that lovely lady must have been you. Seeing you today, you are exactly as described in the papers. You flatter me. A faint blush rose to Bela's cheeks. She enjoyed being told she was beautiful, especially by a handsome young man. So because you are your late husband's daughter's stepmother, your relationship with her is poor. Is that the situation? Yes. A stepmother like you, newly married, yet particularly concerned for a child who is not your own by blood, is indeed rare nowadays. You know how it is. Many women who marry into wealth do so for money. I am fortunate to meet someone like you, one of the few exceptions. No, in truth, I am not that good. Bela's smile turned bitter. Gui Nan'an paused for a moment. Could it be that your husband's death is connected to you? Did you come to us so we could handle the aftermath for you? No, it's not like that. I don't even have the nerve to kill. I see, so I thought. You do not seem like someone who could kill. He smiled faintly, his tone filled with admiration. Bela enjoyed conversing with someone like him. There was no sense of pressure at all. What she did not realize was that even as he spoke these words, there was not the slightest ripple of emotion in his heart. Bela let out a soft sigh and finally spoke the truth. Most of Carlson's business shares are in the old master's hands. That is my husband's father. One could say the old master controls 90% of the family's resources. He has two sons, one was my husband, and the other is Hart. However, the old master does not care for Hart at all. So while my husband was still alive, I actually had nothing to worry about. But lately the old master's health has been failing day by day, growing worse. People around him say that he has already prepared his will, and the distribution of that will is very likely to grant the largest share to Carlson and my daughter. In other words, you might not receive anything at all, is that it? Yes. After all, the old master is very fond of that granddaughter of his. Gui Nan'an understood. Bella's desire to mend her relationship with the girl was not born of genuine concern. On the contrary, it was merely so she could claim a share of the inheritance. Her relationship with the girl would directly shape the old master's opinion of her. Then again, it was only to be expected. A woman as beautiful as Bella willing to marry someone like Carlson, a fat, ugly, aging man, could hardly have done so for any reason other than money, or so it seemed. I generally understand the situation now. So Miss Bella, your commission is this: you wish to improve your relationship with your daughter and then secure as large a share as possible of old Master Stir's inheritance, is that correct? Yes. She felt a little ashamed as she admitted it, yet when she saw not a trace of disdain in his eyes, only a look that suggested it was perfectly natural, her shame gradually diminished. At that moment Bella thought that if she could meet a man with the same temperament as the young man before her, life would surely be much easier. Very well, we have accepted your commission. But with matters like this, we need to investigate in advance and look for a point of breakthrough. If you would please provide your daughter's name and the organization she works for. Also, please give me your phone number. That will help us arrange things properly. All right. Bella hurriedly took from her bag the latest model Pair 9 phone. I'll call you. All right, 138. My daughter's name is Alice. She attends No. 3 middle school. May I ask, do you mean Alice, the girl in class 3, grade 12? Do you know her? Bella asked, slightly startled. Gui Nan'an smiled faintly and replied, we're in the same class. Wouldn't it be strange not to know her? You're still a student, and yes. After all, the agency doesn't employ teachers to instruct me in textbook knowledge. Gui Nan'an rose to his feet and said, we now have a general understanding of the matter. Unless there's anything else you require, you may take your leave for now. We'll contact you by phone when necessary. Just that's all. No contract to sign, or perhaps an advance deposit. No need, Miss Bella. The agreement we've already signed suffices. As for deposits, such standard civil commissions rarely require them. The exact remuneration will be communicated to you upon successful completion of the assignment. Rest assured, since this is an ordinary civil commission, NWE shall handle it with utmost discretion, ensuring no extraneous complications intrude upon your life. And our fee, when due, will be modest, never extending to the seizure of any personal belongings. Thank you. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. Gratitude is premature. Reserve it until the matter is resolved. Yes, of course. I'll escort you out. Gui Nan'an walked Bella to the office door. Then, as if recalling something, he added, oh, Miss Bella, from within his robe, Gui Nan'an withdrew a black talisman and handed it to her with both hands. Please keep this on your person for unforeseen contingencies. This is, merely a protective charm. Should you visit us again and happen to arrive after nightfall, this talisman will shield you effectively. Bella's thoughts drifted to the ancient forest tomb beside the White Cat Agency, and a chill crept up her spine. She hastily accepted the talisman and offered a warm, sweet smile and thank you. And then she departed from the agency. At the very threshold, Bella paused and glanced back at the building in its entirety. On a desolate, forgotten street, abandoned for no so many years, stood an aged, traditional-style tavern. Its faded signboard hung above the entrance, weathered by time. In bold ink-black characters, it bore the words "In White Cat Agency." Bella walked alone down the barren street where the agency stood. Derelict buildings lined both sides, empty, silent, uninhabited. The only living creatures in sight were stray cats and dogs, scattered solitary, untethered. Weeds choked the sidewalks, except notably the tidy stretch before the agency's entrance. In everything, the silence, the decay, the uncanny stillness, stirred a deep, instinctive unease. Bella quickened her pace down the old street, then headed straight for the forest tomb. Then she turned a corner and emerged from its grand front gate. Sister, Na luxury sedan idled before the forest tomb's entrance. Beside it stood a man in his mid-20s, refined, bespectacled, in thin gold frames. He was Bella's younger brother. Let's go home. Bella nodded and climbed into the car while her brother took the driver's seat. As they pulled away, her thoughts lingered on her first moments inside the agency. When she'd pushed open the door, the ground floor held nothing but a black cat slumbering atop the reception desk. The feline lay curled in sleep, its paw resting atop a scrap of paper scrawled in uneven ballpoint ink. Do not disturb Her Majesty's nap, or you'll be hammered into oblivion. For business, proceed directly to the second-floor office. Now recalling it, Bella realized the cat had never once opened its eyes even as she gently lifted its paw. In was such utter unbroken relaxation truly natural for a cat. Brother, in, tell me, why has that old street beside the forest tomb remained untouched even to this day? I'm not entirely certain. But I've heard the previous mayor, who attempted to demolish the street, had his entire scandalous past unearthed by television investigators. He's now incarcerated. Most likely some powerful faction shields the street. I see. Bella closed her eyes, lost in thought. Her brother glanced at her through the rearview mirror and smiled. Sister. You said you went to the forest tomb to pay respects to an old friend. So who is this friend exactly? My ex-boyfriend. Isn't he still very much alive? Must I explain why I'd choose an abandoned grave to burn Joss paper for him? Well, fair enough. Bella departed. Silence reclaimed the agency. Gui Nan'an printed out the essential details of her commission onto a single sheet. He pondered whom best to assign the task to. For a commission of this caliber, a civil matter, it seemed ideal for one of the agency's promising junior operatives. Of course, only if someone volunteered. Given Gui Nan'an's authority within the agency, finding a subordinate willing to comply proved unexpectedly difficult. He could technically wield his rank to compel obedience, yet consistent with his long-standing non-confrontational neutrality, he rarely resorted to such coercion. Knock, knock, knock. Lost in deliberation, he was startled anew by the sharp rapping at the door. Please. Before he could finish, the door swung inward. A creature entered, 3 meters tall, white-furred from head to toe. It ducked low to clear the doorway. Glowing emerald eyes, a massive lupin head, and a powerfully built frame, the very image of a cinematic werewolf. It strode in, completely naked. Water glistened across its body, dripping steadily with each step. This was the agency's sole werewolf, the vet, and one of its core senior members. His bare anatomy was fully exposed, yet he displayed neither shame nor hesitation, utterly accustomed to his state. He leaned against the wall with one hand pressed to his temple, collapsing limply onto the corner sofa, reeking of alcohol. How much did you drink this time? Gui Nan'an rose and retrieved an ice-cold can of cola from the nearby refrigerator. Gui, could you fetch me a cola? Even as he spoke, the can was already in his hand, its tab already peeled back. His voice carried the mellow, world-weary timbre of a middle-aged man at peace. Thanks. He drained the can in one long gulp, then tossed the empty can aside. Gui Nan'an intercepted it midair, then deposited it neatly into the nearby trash bin. You really ought to wear clothes next time. How would it look if a female colleague saw you like this? My apologies. I'll remember next time. Shall I bring you a blanket? No. I'll just rest a while. Fine then. Gui Nan'an settled back into his office chair and said, a woman named Bella came in today. Would you like to review her commission? Bella, the vet blinked slowly. Then recognition dawned. Oh right. She's the reincarnation of a friend of mine. Must be 4 or 5 centuries ago. No, I won't take the case. What does a debt from a past life have to do with this one? Then why did you hand her your card? Ugh, I can't, my head's splitting. The veterinarian has a habit of enjoying alcohol. However, he often lacks moderation, resulting in a terrible hangover the next day. Would you like me to prepare some hangover remedy for you? No way. If I take that, the joy of drinking would be halved. So you fell into the river while having fun, did you? No way. Do you not trust me? I am a grand ancient demon with a millennium of cultivation. Ugh, how could I possibly fall into a river? So, this time I fell into an artificial lake. When I woke up, I found a crowd taking nude photos of me. Thus I say humans are the most boring creatures. They act as if they don't possess such things. Of course that doesn't include you. You're just making things worse for everyone. I rubbed my eyes in exasperation. Glancing at the time on the wall, I realized it was precisely the time for the local noon news. Gui Nan'an instinctively turned on the television and switched to the noon news channel. Soon an image of a werewolf with its lower body pixelated appeared on the screen. The beautiful news anchor was exceptionally dedicated, reporting with a serious expression. This morning at 8, a citizen captured a drunken werewolf collapsed in Central Park. From the video footage, we can see that the werewolf's demeanor is vividly lifelike, resembling the real werewolves from film and television. Currently, the werewolf has hurriedly fled. It can be seen running very fast. Many bystanders expressed that this is indeed a real werewolf. However, many netizens suggested that this could just be a prank from some perverse individual with too much time on their hands. Some even asked for a purchase link for the costume. In response, ding. I couldn't continue watching after seeing only half, as some images were too much to bear even with the pixelation. Gui Nan'an decisively turned off the television. He'll contact Xiao Wu to get this matter swept under the rug. Thanks. Xiao Wu is one of the new interns at the office. Currently, she is just an intern and hasn't been formally hired yet. Her true form is a little flower spirit. She serves as the editor-in-chief at a reputable local newspaper. Gui Nan'an dialed Xiao Wu's number. Hello, boss. The other end of the line was clearly startled. As a newcomer, she was normally not supposed to have direct contact with the core team. Even if she had the number, she wouldn't dare to call. Is this Xiao Wu? I have something I need your help with, but I don't know if you're free. Yes. Absolutely free, boss. Please go ahead. So this morning, I recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing the gist of it, Xiao Wu patted her chest reassuringly and said, Don't worry, leave this to me. Thanks for the trouble. After that, Gui Nan'an hung up the phone. Xiao Wu on the other end was filled with excitement upon receiving the task. Xiao Wu thought to herself that if things continued this way, she might just get formally hired within a year. Ugh, my head hurts. The veterinarian began to howl while clutching his head on the sofa. The sound wasn't loud, but it woke the black cat sleeping at the front desk. Gui, could you get me another can of cola? I actually recommend you take some hangover remedy. Gui Nan'an walked towards the refrigerator. Just as he opened the door, there was a loud crash. The office door was forcefully flung open. Shut up. Following the line of sight, a disgruntled black cat stood at the door. Her voice was young and crisp, filled with fury. The black cat leaped onto the table in a flash and glared at the veterinarian on the sofa. Damn dog, are you trying to keep everyone awake? But the veterinarian merely shot a glance at the black cat and said, Scram, I don't have the mood to argue with you right now. The black cat's real name is Bai, and the young staff at the office call her Sister Bai. She is one of the core members of the office, specifically the head of the finance department, primarily managing the office's financial expenditures. The veterinarian's position is the director of the Underground Research Institute belonging to the category of scientific researchers. Notably, all the ghost talismans used by Gui Nan'an were personally crafted by the veterinarian. In a sense, Gui Nan'an is a ghost cultivator who never cultivates. In short, the relationship between the veterinarian and Sister Bai has always been poor. Is that so? The veterinarian's attitude and tone infuriated Sister Bai. By the time she came to her senses, she had already raised her right paw high. Then with a light downward swipe, boom, an invisible force crashed down upon the veterinarian. At the same time, the ground where the sofa was located directly broke into a large hole. The veterinarian, along with the sofa, was sent down to the first floor. When Gui Nan'an arrived at the hole and looked down, he saw the sofa on the first floor had already collapsed. The ground had sunk into a large pit, and the veterinarian lay unconscious in the pit. He seems unguarded. Oh, was that force a bit too much? Oomph. Sister Bai merely snorted and said, It's his own fault. The next moment, she walked out of the office, yawned, and went back to sleep in a sunny spot at the front desk. Muyu, come here for a moment. Gui Nan'an called a monster named Muyu. In less than half a minute, a young man in his 20s pushed open the office door. This young man was handsome and refined, albeit covered in scales. Boss, you called for me. Yes, please fix that hole, and also take the veterinarian back to his room, then come to see me. Oh. He hurried over and immediately started murmuring something. Accompanied by a flash of white light, the hole was instantly repaired. Then he went to the first floor and brought the veterinarian back to his own room. During this process, his movements were quite nimble. Muyu was indeed a diligent newcomer. Of course, this was before he was officially hired. Currently, he is a lower-level core member who has been formally hired. Unlike interns who cannot take on tasks, Muyu can accept assignments from the office. But he had already passed the novelty phase of taking on assignments. Recently, he had become somewhat picky. Boss, what do you need me for? He walked into the office, cheerfully, seemingly expecting good news. It's like this, I have a very important task for you. After thinking it over, I believe you're the most suitable person for it. Really? Then that's great. I'm quite free these days, just leave it to me. Muyu's face lit up with an eager smile until Gui Nan'an handed him the details of Bella's task. In an instant, the other's expression immediately drooped. I just remembered I have something to do tomorrow. I need to go back home for a bit. What? You don't like it? No, how could it be? Muyu quickly denied it. It's just that my wife is giving birth tomorrow. As a father, I can't let my child be born without seeing me right. Your wife is a coelacanth that lays millions of eggs at once. You're telling me you're going back to see the kids. Despite the obstacles and delays, in the end, the task was simply left unaccepted. Such a level of commission is hard to attract the interest of those below. Moreover, Gui Nan'an is not the type of person who forces others. He merely posted the commission on the wall of commissions on the first floor. This task can tentatively be classified as the lowest difficulty level F. However, looking at the wall filled with level and above task commissions, he ultimately chose to tear it down. Muttering to himself, alright, I guess I'll take it on. There was no other option. After all, in a certain sense, Gui Nan'an, who doesn't need to cultivate, belongs to the relatively idle group. After staying in the office until dark, the day's work was about to conclude. Throughout the entire day, there was only Bella as a client, making today destined to be a boring day. Creak. 10 minutes before the end of work, a man in a white coat walked in. He was in his 40s, quite handsome, fitting the type that many women find appealing. With short silver hair and a bit of stubble on his face, he simply pushed the door open while holding his head and then took a can of cola from the fridge. In the next moment, sitting on the sofa, he spoke in a familiar voice. Gui, I had a dream. Yes, this man is the veterinarian, the werewolf, who woke up with a headache from drinking too much the previous morning. Now he was considerably more sober. What dream? I dreamt that someone hit me, and it felt so real that I'm still a bit sore now. Is that so? Gui Nan'an could only smile bitterly and said no more. The veterinarian, however, continued to reminisce. I remember being at a bar drinking and later couldn't hold it and went to a lake to throw up for a bit. At that time, the moon in the sky was very round. Can't remember. Did you send me back? No, you came back by yourself, and after returning Moo, you sent you back to sleep. Oh, is that so? Realizing something, he suddenly felt like something was missing beside him, slightly puzzled. Why is there one less person on this sofa? It was chewed by a mouse, so I threw it away and planned to replace it. That makes sense. It was quite hard, so it indeed should be replaced. With that said, he took a big gulp of cola. Gui Nan'an glanced at the wall clock and saw it was nearly 7 o'clock, then said, I have to head back, otherwise Xiao He will starve. Please say hello to the boss for me when he returns. Okay, be careful on the way. Yeah, see you. After exchanging greetings, he directly left the office only to realize it was already dark when he went downstairs. The lobby on the first floor was lit with a dim yellow light. I'm off, Sister Bai. He greeted Sister Bai, who was sleeping at the front desk, as he passed by. She simply waved her hand like a cat's paw. Nothing more was said. Gui Nan'an hopped on his 28-inch bike parked in front of the office and hurried in the direction of his home. Due to the office being too far from the school for convenience, the office had purchased a property for Gui Nan'an in a secluded neighborhood near the school. As for why they chose a remote neighborhood, it was naturally to avoid causing too much disturbance when certain unsavory characters came knocking. After all, too many people can lead to complications. On the way home, while riding his bike, Gui Nan'an passed by a hotel. There he spotted a familiar face. It was his classmate Njia. Njia was the Prince Charming for many girls in the class, a figure of campus heartthrob status. Moreover, he was quite wealthy, richer than Bella's husband. Such a rich second-generation heir is hard not to attract attention. It is said that Alice, Bella's daughter, and the client also had a bit of interest in him. At this moment, 18-year-old Njia was embracing a beautiful woman in her 20s. The two were walking into the hotel together. The woman had a great figure and was smiling the whole time. Her alluring eyes could practically enchant someone, reminiscent of a certain vixen in Gui Nan'an's memory. Unfortunately, she was just an ordinary human and not a fox demon. A breakthrough point, murmured Gui Nan'an as he pulled out his phone to record the scene of the two entering the hotel. Though it was merely coincidental, one can never tell when it might come in handy in the future. Gui Nan'an's home was a rather large villa complete with a garden and a swimming pool. It belonged to a rather expensive real estate category. Unfortunately, such a large house was only occupied by him and a cat. Hence, Gui Nan'an often felt it was a bit wasteful. Upon returning home, he first had to open the iron gate of the yard, then close it. After passing through the front garden, he climbed a few steps to open the front door. Xiao He. As he pushed the door open, a light and brisk sound of footsteps immediately came from the darkness. Meow. After turning on the room's lights, a plump little black cat dashed over from the inner hallway. Gui Nan'an caught her in his arms. You must be starving. Did anyone visit today? He looked at her belly and softly said, it seems no one troublesome came to bother you. On Monday, classes were held as usual. Gui Nan'an arrived at school early. Coincidentally, he sat at the last row by the window. Since there were an odd number of students in the class, he had no desk mate. In front of him sat Alice, the daughter of the client. The student life turned out to be far more boring than imagined. Moreover, for someone like Gui Nan'an who went unnoticed, it was even more so. Ultimately, attending school was merely a task assigned by his boss. As the boss put it, as a human, if you have the ability and choose not to attend school, you will regret it for a lifetime when you grow old. This was an experience worth recalling. 7-year-old Gui Nan'an retorted, then I can just go to school in my next life. If that's not feasible, can't you implant the memories of someone who has been to school? Then he was slapped by the boss. Even now, Gui Nan'an does not understand the significance of his boss wanting him to attend school. He is not mingling with humans, so why learn to be normal? Unless the boss intends to train him as a Taoist to infiltrate certain demon catcher circles as an undercover agent. Sai, have you heard? Little Hua from class 2 confessed to our class in Xiao. Is that true? Of course it's true, but in Xiao didn't fancy her, and in the end he rejected her. That makes sense. After all, little Hua is just average looking. Today's class seemed to be buzzing with the topic of romance. Gui Nan'an thought for a moment and remembered. After all, today was Valentine's Day in country A. Ding ding ding. As the class bell rang, the students in the class hurried back to their seats. She is a beautiful girl standing at a height of 1.60 meters with a lovely oval face. Apart from being somewhat flat, one could hardly find any flaws in her appearance. At this moment, she was deliberately and inadvertently gazing at the back of Njia, who was sitting in the front row. Meanwhile, her right hand rested beneath the drawer, fiddling with a box of exquisitely packaged expensive chocolates. Alice is fond of Njia, and this matter is basically set in stone. However, based on what Gui Nan'an witnessed last night in Jia, is not someone who takes emotion seriously. Perhaps Bella's commission can be approached directly through this girl's secret crush. After all, girls tend to be quite irrational during the period of falling in love. Moreover, they find it difficult to heed the words of others. If that is the case, it seems Bella should be prepared for a fierce argument with Alice. And Jia exited the classroom. Upon witnessing this scene, Alice bit her lip. She hesitated for a moment, but then appeared to have made up her mind. She stealthily followed him outside, concealing the chocolate in her hands. Gui Nan'an quietly trailed behind, noticing that the two of them went to the rooftop one after the other. He stopped following when he reached a staircase. Instead, he took out his phone and called Bella. "Hello, is this Miss Bella? I am Nan'an. Are you available right now?" "Nan'an. Oh. Yes, I'm available. What's up?" The other party's tone was somewhat excited, as if she had not expected to receive a call so soon. "I wanted to ask if your lady has had any romantic experiences in the past. Has she ever been in a relationship?" "Well, as far as I remember, not really. Why are you asking this?" "Well, it seems that your lady might have developed feelings for an unreliable man named Njia. You can check his background. Of course, I am not calling to remind you of how wealthy that guy's family is. Rather, I hope that after Miss Alice returns home, you can advise her to stay away from Njia. Is that so?" "But," Bella sounded hesitant and said, "Given my relationship with Alice, if I really intervene in her romantic history, she would definitely be angry. Wouldn't that be counterproductive?" "Yes. It's all right, madam. To be frank, that's the desired effect. Just don't appear too stern or like a disapproving parent when you discuss this with her. It would be best if you could adopt a sympathetic, caring demeanor, perhaps even sighing for effect. Also, to avoid suspicion of putting on a show for outsiders, it's best to start this discussion when the two of you are alone." "All right, I understand. What happens next?" "He'll inform you of the next steps later. By the way, Miss Bella, is Miss Alice's birthday next Monday?" "Yes, how did you know?" Hearing this, Bella was somewhat surprised and instinctively asked, "Do you like her?" "You really know how to joke." Gui Nan'an chuckled lightly and explained, "I just happened to overhear the girls in class chatting about it this time last year. I don't have many strengths, but my memory is quite decent." "I see. All right, let's leave it at that for now. Thank you, sorry for the trouble. Goodbye, Miss Bella. Goodbye, Mr. Nan'an." He hung up the phone, but looked towards the rooftop door, seeing no one come down. After waiting for about 2 more minutes, the rooftop door finally opened. Gui Nan'an quickly squatted down, pretending to tie his shoelaces. Then he saw Alice run past him. She seemed to be fleeing the scene, her eyes glistening with tears as she left. Gui Nan'an felt reassured, and at the same moment, Njia came out. He wanted to use the restroom, so he didn't pay much attention to Gui Nan'an tying his shoelaces and hurriedly walked away. As he brushed past Gui Nan'an, he caught a whiff of the fresh smell of smoke on him. It was likely that Njia had gone up alone just to smoke. Gui Nan'an went to the deserted rooftop. Eventually, he spotted a box of chocolate by the railing. There were fresh footprints from men's sports shoes on it, beside which lay a recently extinguished cigarette. "But how heartless," he murmured, then picked up the box of chocolate and the cigarette. But you shouldn't litter either. Did the rooftop offend you?" With that, he walked over to a nearby trash can and threw the chocolate and cigarette, but inside. Moi. But he soon noticed something unusual. The chocolate box had a crack. Gui Nan'an picked it up again and opened it, discovering that the chocolate's packaging seemed to have been tampered with. He opened the box, revealing a small, cute fabric bag inside. The bag had a heart pattern on it. It was clear that this bag did not belong to the original packaging. Gui Nan'an opened the bag and found many chocolate pieces shaped like cute little animal heads, though some were squished. Wow, this was a pack of handmade chocolates. Why do girls who confess for the first time value their feelings so heavily? One must understand that if a boy doesn't like you, even if you offered him your heart on a platter, he wouldn't be moved. On the contrary, if he likes you, even a simple voodoo doll would seem interesting to him. Yes, the world of love is just that, ruthlessly straightforward. Of course, this had nothing to do with Gui Nan'an. He merely looked at the small bag of chocolates in front of him and took out a piece shaped like a pig. Curiously, he popped it into his mouth and began to chew. It turned out to be a bit too sweet. And just at that moment, smack! A sudden sound came from behind him. Gui Nan'an turned around in surprise, only to find that Alice had returned without him noticing. At that moment, her phone was dropped on the ground, and she covered her mouth, looking at Gui Nan'an with an incredulous expression. In that instant, Gui Nan'an's whole body stiffened. Alice had come back to find her phone. She had lost it when she left the scene earlier. Unbeknownst to her, as she picked up her phone, she saw Gui Nan'an eating her chocolate. Alice didn't have much of an impression of her classmate Gui Nan'an. The only thing she remembered was that he looked decent and didn't talk much. Plus, he was her classmate. Yet even so, seeing him eating her chocolate made her momentarily dumbfounded. The situation was quite awkward. But one can't help but admire how quickly Gui Nan'an's mind worked. He immediately guarded the chocolate behind him with a vigilant expression and said, "Whoever finds it, it belongs to them. Even if you stare at me, I won't share it with you." His expression resembled that of a child worried about losing a 5-cent coin to a friend. Gui Nan'an's reaction left Alice utterly speechless. yet it also dispelled her concerns. She simply rolled her eyes at Gui Nan'an in exasperation, picked up her phone, and silently turned to leave. Bang! As soon as Alice walked away, Gui Nan'an tossed the chocolate into the trash can. Then, feeling a bit exasperated, he rubbed his forehead and muttered, "I should change schools." During class, Alice, seated in the front row, could not resist glancing back. Seeing this, Gui Nan'an quipped, "I've finished eating. Don't even think about sharing." His remark earned him an exasperated glare. Alice muttered softly under her breath, "What a lunatic," then turned her gaze toward the blackboard, only to let it drift again almost immediately to Njia sitting ahead of her. At once her eyes dimmed with unmistakable disappointment, still wounded perhaps by the rejection of her earlier confession. That afternoon after school, Alice did not head straight home. Her route overlapped with Gui Nan'an's for part of the way. Perhaps weighed down by gloom, she decided to vent at a karaoke lounge. Yet her wallet was nearly empty, so she resolved to withdraw some cash from the bank. She had intended to use the outdoor ATM, but the sign on the kiosk read, "ATM under maintenance," dissuading her from that plan. Watching Alice enter the bank, Gui Nan'an realized his own cash reserves were running low, and decided to withdraw some as well. A country where mobile payments did not exist. He followed her inside. Less than half a minute later, suddenly behind them, bang, 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 gunshots shattered the air. In rushed 7 or 8 masked figures, each brandishing a firearm. "This is a robbery. Get down on the floor, hands on your heads. Move, and he'll shoot you dead," bellowed a burly man. After a brief, piercing chorus of screams, everyone dropped to the floor, frozen in terror. Crime in City A had grown alarmingly rampant lately. Rumors held that the newly elected mayor had antagonized numerous rival factions, and that underground criminal syndicates were flourishing unchecked. The sudden violence forced Gui Nan'an to melt into the crouching crowd. Glancing around, he spotted Alice huddled in a corner, her face pale with panic. Amid the collective dread, a lanky, wiry man, whose gait resembled that of a leaping monkey, ripped off his mask. "Ladies and gentlemen, long time no see. Have you missed me?" He was gaunt, barely in his 20s, with deep shadowed circles beneath his eyes. His face bore thick theatrical makeup, vivid stripes and swirls evoking a stage monkey. At his words, several hostages recognized him instantly. He was Qian Houzi, the money monkey, a first-tier fugitive recently notorious across City A for orchestrating a string of brutal high-profile heists. No one had expected him to resurface after over a month of silence. Had anticipated applause for his flamboyant introduction, but instead met only furtive glances and averted eyes. Not a single hand clapped. Undeterred, Qian Houzi applauded himself. Clap, clap, clap. His cheerful rhythmic clapping echoed like a seal slapping its belly. While his accomplices scrambled frantically, he strolled leisurely through the crowd, surveying each face with detached curiosity. "Monkey, stop wasting time. Get over here and help," barked a chubby accomplice. But Qian Houzi ignored him entirely, his gaze locking instead upon an elderly woman seated in a wheelchair. The old woman seemed desperate to slide from her chair onto the floor, to vanish into the background. Yet Qian Houzi strode directly toward her. "Madam, do you require assistance?" I don't." She stammered, her voice trembling, her fear palpable. "Tisk tisk tsk. Relax, dear lady. I won't harm you." Behold, he pointed the gun at his own temple and pulled the trigger. A sharp pop. Ow! A soft yelp escaped him. When he lowered the weapon, a tiny yellow plastic bullet rolled onto the floor. It was unmistakably a toy pistol, yet the prank brought the woman no relief. She pressed a trembling hand to her chest, mouth agape, speechless, on the verge of cardiac collapse. Qian Houzi noticed the identification badge pinned to her blouse, bearing her name, birthdate, and home address. "Is today your birthday, madam?" He smiled faintly, tossing the toy gun aside. I don't want to die." Tears spilled down her cheeks as she finally uttered a complete sentence. "Never fear, ma'am. Today is your special day. Don't be misled by appearances. I'm merely a perfectly ordinary criminal, with one singular obsession: money. Tell me, why are you out alone on your birthday? Are your family members here?" As he spoke, he swept his gaze across the room. His expression darkened in an instant. "Where is this lady's family? Step forward, now." His roar sent no one stepping forward. The old woman trembled, whispering, I have no family. I am alone. Oh, that is truly regrettable." Qian Houzi's tone softened instantly. "Must you feel so profoundly lonely? Can you spare me? I'm 80 today. I only wish to spend this day in peace." "Of course, madam. How could I ever harm you? I shall make this birthday unforgettable." With a gentle smile, he turned cold eyes upon the crowd. "You lot, sing her the birthday song. Now, quickly." His contorted face snarled the command. Then with startling tenderness he began, "Happy birthday to you." Under his lead, terror-stricken voices reluctantly joined in. Yet one of his accomplices stationed nearby to guard the hostages remained silent. "What the hell is wrong with you? Didn't you hear me?" The man blinked, irritated. "Stop fooling around, monkey. We need to move." "Who the hell said I was joking?" In one fluid motion, Qianhouzi drew a real firearm from his left waistband and leveled it at the man's temple. The accomplice knew this weapon was no prop. Qianhouzi glared venomous. "You pigs. No one would bother partnering with trash like you if my own crew weren't unavailable. Will you sing, or shall I end you right now?" His voice tore raw and distorted. Knowing full well he meant every word, the man yielded, defeated, humiliated. They needed Qianhouzi's intellect and meticulous planning. Without him, their crude operation stood no chance of success. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you." Reluctantly, the man joined the chorus. Qianhouzi's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Yes, that's precisely how it should be. Clapping rhythmically, he sang along as he wheeled the elderly woman out of the bank. At the entrance beneath her wide, bewildered, and deeply unsettled gaze, he murmured, "Go on, madam. Police sirens are closing in. I'd hate to drag such a graceful lady into this mess." Then he turned and re-entered the bank. Moments later, the wail of approaching sirens pierced the air, growing louder, sharper, inevitable. Woo-woo-woo. The sound of police sirens gradually approached, but the money monkey in the bank lobby showed no sign of panic. While his accomplices rushed anxiously toward the bank's interior, he whistled with great interest. Ultimately, his gaze settled on Alice. "I know you. Your family seems quite wealthy." He chuckled sinisterly. This made Alice, who was locking eyes with him, tremble involuntarily. Then he took a grenade out of his pants pocket, pulled the pin, and threw it at Alice. Bang! The grenade, emitting white smoke, landed with a bang right in front of Alice. The others saw this and scattered like birds and beasts. At the same time, Alice was paralyzed with fright from the scene. Whoosh! A figure suddenly rushed in front of her, quickly picked up the grenade, and threw it outside the bank. Boom! A violent explosion sounded from outside. But what surprised everyone was that the explosion did not come from the grenade. Instead, it was from a car outside. Immediately, screams and chaos erupted from the outside world. Meanwhile, the grenade that had been thrown out after the white smoke dissipated split open like a toy, revealing a plastic monkey's head. He gotcha he. The plastic monkey head emitted a triumphant mocking sound, clearly a synthesized male voice. Realizing he had been tricked, Gui Nan'an instinctively glanced back at the money monkey standing by the door. He saw the other party looking at him with great interest. Like a woman, he threw a flying kiss at Gui Nan'an and said with a chuckle, "I like you, little ghost, ha ha ha." Then he laughed heartily and followed his accomplices into the bank's vault. The money monkey was gone. There was not a single robber left at the scene. The hostages, regaining their senses, crawled up from the ground and rushed out like they were fleeing. Gui Nan'an, who had narrowly escaped, sighed and finally shifted his gaze to Alice, who was slumped on the ground. As she looked at him with a dazed expression, he simply said indifferently, "It's dark, you should go home early." Then he walked away without looking back. "Hey," Alice called out to him, but he did not turn around. Instead, he seamlessly blended into the crowd and quickly disappeared. As Gui Nan'an exited the bank, he immediately spotted the accident scene on the left side of the road. The accident involved a police car which was now engulfed in flames. Given the intensity of the fire, it would be strange if anyone inside were still alive. Moreover, the place where the car exploded was quite special, blocking the path of several police cars behind it. It was clearly a well-thought-out plot. Gui Nan'an couldn't help but recall the monkey face of the money monkey. So that's how it is. No wonder that guy is a top-wanted criminal in City A. Gui Nan'an went to another bank to withdraw some money, then bought some groceries and returned home. He hastily cooked a couple of dishes for dinner. Then for a long period, he sat on the sofa sipping tea while watching television. A black cat named Xiaohei lay in his lap. This cat was given to Gui Nan'an by his boss 6 months ago. The reason was that the boss had a 3-minute enthusiasm and had no patience for raising anything. Thus, the duty of taking care of Xiaohei fell onto Gui Nan'an. He recalled that 6 months ago, Xiaohei was slender and enchanting, weighing only 5 pounds. But now he had grown into a ball, a hefty black pig weighing over 20 pounds. Gui Nan'an held a black thermos in his hand. Inside was bitter tea brewed from black leaves. That was Gui Nan'an's standard. As long as it wasn't too inconvenient, he would take this cup with him wherever he went. There was no way around it. Gui Nan'an was raised by a group of old men. Naturally, he had adopted some habits of the old men. Dear viewers, today's episode of Tea Ceremony ends here. Please stay tuned for other programs. The list of program staff began to scroll upwards. This meant that the only program of interest had already concluded. Gui Nan'an glanced at the wall clock, which showed it was 9 o'clock in the evening. Time to sleep. He tried to sit up from the sofa, but seemed to remember something and switched the channel. Sure enough, the local evening news was reporting on the bank robbery that had occurred during the day. We discovered that there was a secret passage inside the bank leading to the sewer with fresh digging marks still visible. The host explained the details of the robbery with a serious expression. The final conclusion was as follows: no one was injured in this robbery. Moreover, the robbery was clearly a premeditated act. There was not a single person in the bank who noticed anything unusual about the secret passage. The bank executives determined that there was an insider, yet they could not provide any evidence. The police reviewed the surveillance footage, focusing on the elderly woman whom the money monkey had threatened to make everyone sing a birthday song. They ultimately found no connection between the elderly woman and the money monkey. The elderly woman was a lonely person who had a pair of children and a grandson 6 months ago. However, after her children became wealthy, they moved with their grandson to Country B and lost all contact. They left the elderly woman alone in a poor district's old house without sending any money back. The elderly woman relied on government subsidies to get by each month. Today happened to be the day for the subsidy distribution. Well, that's all for the money monkey robbery incident. This case will be closely monitored by our station, and we will report any new developments immediately. Now please watch. The news segment concluded. Gui Nan'an turned off the television. Time to sleep. He simply held Xiao He and walked step by step toward the upstairs bedroom. Around 11 o'clock that night, the elderly woman who had encountered the money monkey during the day was struggling to push her wheelchair home. The day's inspections and investigations consumed a lot of her time. She didn't even have a working time. Yes, the elderly woman had a part-time job, which was collecting garbage. At this moment, there was a nylon bag hanging behind her wheelchair. Inside were quite a few empty mineral water bottles given by kind-hearted people. After all, who could refuse a lonely elderly woman in a wheelchair asking for bottles? Hello, ma'am. The elderly woman arrived in front of her dilapidated mud house, just about to take out her keys to open the door, when suddenly a man's voice came from behind. She turned around in surprise and pointed at herself. Are you talking to me? Yes. The man approached holding a very large box. The man was dressed in a suit, though his walking posture was somewhat peculiar. He wore a monkey mask on his face. He walked straight up to the elderly woman and handed her the box. This is your package. My package. The elderly woman was taken aback, thinking perhaps it was sent by her children. She immediately became excited. She hurriedly took the box, repeatedly thanking him. Then she returned to the house, placed the package on the table, and carefully opened it. After the final lid was removed, she found a large, luxurious cake inside. On the cake, there was only one sentence written, "Happy birthday, beautiful lady." Next to the words was a drawing of a monkey. Beside the cake was a stack of old banknotes that posed no problem. The elderly woman suddenly seemed to recall something. She hurriedly turned around, but the young man in the suit had already vanished from sight. Don't you dare meddle in my affairs. As if everyone had foreseen it, Effortlessly flared with anger. She hurled the cup on the desk to the floor. It shattered into fragments. But, Effortlessly, I do this for your own good. That Angia, really? That is none of your concern, is it? Effortlessly glared viciously at Bela, then said coldly, you are nothing but an outsider. My father must have been blind when he married you. Even if my father is gone, don't put on a mother's airs and try to control me. I only worry you'll get hurt. I do not need your concern. Get out. Pointing at her bedroom door, no one could have imagined such a fierce side of Effortlessly. Bela, however, was left utterly helpless. She murmured meekly, rest early, Effortlessly, then left in dejection, softly closing the door behind her. Sigh. Bela sighed as she returned to her room. The scene had been witnessed by a pretty short-haired maid nearby. The maid knocked on Effortlessly's door and called Miss. Effortlessly wanted to snap, but realizing the voice was not Bela's, she stifled her temper. Come in. The maid entered carrying a broom and dustpan. I heard something break. May I come in and clean it up? Effortlessly pointed to the shattered cup in the corner and then flopped onto the bed, her expression heavy with unease. The maid, seeing this, asked, have you been quarreling with Miss Bela again? In Effortlessly's presence, no one dared address Bela as her mother. They could only call her Miss or Miss. Don't mention that wretch, I'm tired of her, Effortlessly said with obvious displeasure, glancing at the maid. The maid smiled gently in consolation. No matter how you feel about Miss Bela, anger never does any good. It is not worth harming your health. After tidying the broken cup, she quietly left and closed the door. Meanwhile, Bela felt a wave of despondency wash over her as she returned to her room. She despised being scolded or shouted at, it tied to her own insecurity and timidity. Bela was the sort who, the moment someone raised their voice, wished she could disappear. She wanted to crawl into a crack in the earth. Bela thought of calling Gui Nan'an to soothe her troubled heart. She enjoyed talking with Gui Nan'an because his gentle manners made her feel he bore no prejudice toward her. Unlike the present cursed environment where even the steward and servants whispered cruel things about her behind her back. Admittedly, their gossip was not entirely without cause. Just as she reached for her phone, it began to ring. The caller ID showed her younger brother. Hey, what's wrong? Sis' father is close to dying. Wu Yi says he must receive the medicine. Her brother's voice grew frantic. At that news, Bela sprang to her feet. Her pupils widened in an instant. How can that be? Didn't they say there was improvement just last week? Wu Yi said. The condition suddenly worsened. The medicine is urgently needed now. Her brother's voice trembled with tears. Then give it to him. But, he hesitated. We've exhausted the money set aside for the hospital. You know how Wu Yi is. He only cares about money. Without it, he absolutely. How much is missing? 200,000. 200,000. Where am I supposed to get that kind of money? So please just think of something or father will truly be gone sob. Her brother was already weeping uncontrollably. Bela felt overwhelmed with anxiety and irritation. At last she said, all right, stop crying. I will find a way right now. Have Wu administer the medicine first, at any cost make him start the treatment. She hung up and began to pace the room like an ant on a hot pan. The so-called father was not their biological parent. Bela and her brother had been orphan street children who relied on each other since childhood. They were fraternal twins born on the same day. Around the age of 6 they were taken in by a kindly middle-aged couple. The couple, due to health reasons, had no children of their own. From then on they became the twins' parents. It had been a fairly comfortable household, but misfortune struck. A grave illness altered everything. The mother spent the family's entire savings treating a serious disease. They even sold their home, yet despite all efforts, she still passed away. Thus a family of 4 became 3, and they moved back to their old impoverished neighborhood. Despite the hardship, the father, though not related by blood, raised the siblings through hardship. But more than half a year ago, another calamity arrived. He was diagnosed with an incurable illness called T disease. No hospital could save him. Every facility offered only condolences. In that desperation, the brother stumbled upon an online post from someone claiming to have been cured of T disease, though the comments dismissed it as a lie. Still, the brother contacted the poster, who then referred them to a hidden illegal private clinic outside the city. The clinic's proprietor used the codename Wu E and guaranteed he could treat T disease. There was one caveat: the medicine was staggeringly expensive. They were told to reveal nothing of the place to anyone. As for who posted the message online, Wu E professed ignorance, and the siblings had no energy to pursue such matters. With nothing to lose, they took their father to Wu E. As promised, after taking the medicine, his complexion improved noticeably. Wu E said that a true cure for T disease required long-term administration of the drug, at least a year. Plainly put, it would require an enormous sum of money. Pacing her room, Bela felt a sudden splitting headache. Her public position seemed glamorous, but in truth, she had no real power. Nor did she have any ready money. Her daily needs were managed by subordinates. Even the cost of groceries was not her concern. Under such circumstances, if she could actually procure funds, it would be extraordinary. Pacing would not solve anything. It seemed only months remained before her father's discharge. Yet now a problem had emerged. Bela thought of someone, hesitated, and finally mustered the courage to place the call. After more than 20 seconds of ringing, the call was finally answered. Miss Bela. Yes, it's me. Hello, may I ask what you need? Gui Nan'an's voice came through the receiver, calm and reassuring as ever. Mr. Nan'an. Bela's voice wavered slightly, her tone markedly more respectful. Gui Nan'an sensed the subtle shift in her demeanor and replied calmly, why the sudden formality? Has something gone awry with Elder Strauss? No, I've already had it verified. Elder Strauss will live at least 2 more months. Elder Strauss was Alice's grandfather and the current patriarch of the Strauss family. No, it isn't him. Then what is it? Mr. Nan'an, would you do me a favor? Please go on. I am temporarily short on funds. I urgently need. Oh, I see. Gui Nan'an nodded understandingly, cutting off her awkward hesitation. How much do you require? Bela hadn't expected such directness. After a brief pause, she murmured hesitantly, 200,000 coins. Would that be acceptable? Of course. Kindly send me your bank account details. Yes, right away. Relief washed over Bela as she swiftly composed a text message with her account information. The call remained connected. Ever cautious, Gui Nan'an asked tentatively, Miss Bela, though, I don't know what purpose the 200,000 coins serve. If it's for something truly important, perhaps you'd consider securing a more substantial reserve. Rest assured, there are no interest charges, nor any predatory lending traps. Can I really? Absolutely, Miss Bela. Delivering unwavering service to our clients is the very cornerstone of this agency. So feel free to be bolder. After all, we wouldn't want anything to compromise the client mid-assignment. Bela paused, recalling Dr. Wu's medication schedule. If she borrowed only 200,000 now, who would she approach next time the medicine was needed? Surely not Gui Nan'an again. That would only deepen her embarrassment. Better than to borrow generously all at once. To million, would that be possible? She ventured softly. Certainly, Miss Bela, but is 2 million truly sufficient? Might you require even more? Sufficient? 2 million is already more than enough. Understood. However, I can only transfer 500,000 to you right now. You're aware that banks in City A impose strict limits on single transfers. The remaining 1.5 million will require formal procedures tomorrow. Of course, should urgency demand it, I could deliver cash in person immediately. No, that won't be necessary. 500,000 is already enough to see me through. Very well. Please hold a moment, Miss Bela. They'll disconnect now. Yes, of course. Gui Nan'an ended the call and verified the bank account details in the received text. Approximately 1 minute later, Bela's phone chimed with a bank notification, precisely 500,000 coins deposited. She exhaled deeply in relief and immediately transferred the sum to Dr.'s account. No more than 3 minutes later, her brother called. His tone conveyed unmistakable, profound relief. "It's all right, sis. The doctor just administered the medication to Dad. He's stable now. Honestly, he'd never have agreed so readily if I hadn't held his cat hostage. By the way, how did the money go?" "All settled. I've already sent it." "Really? Phew. That's a weight off my shoulders. If you hadn't wired it in time, Dr. might actually have killed me." Just then a sharp, middle-aged voice erupted from the other end. "The medicine's been given. So how long do you plan to keep holding my damn cat?" Bella flinched at the outburst, but her brother merely chuckled. "All right, sis. I'll let you go now." And with that he hung up. Scarcely had he ended the call when Gui Nan'an's number appeared on Bella's screen. "Hello, Mr. Nan'an. Good evening, ma'am. May I confirm you've received the funds?" Gui Nan'an had deliberately waited 5 minutes before calling back. Bank transfers, after all, required variable processing time. "Yes, they've arrived. Thank you so much, Mr. Nan'an. Think nothing of it. Solving your problem is what matters. The remaining 1.5 million will be transferred tomorrow. Please watch for the confirmation SMS." "Understood. Truly, deeply grateful. No need for such formality. Unless there's anything else, shall I take my leave?" "Oh, Bella faltered, suddenly tongue-tied. "Is there something further, Miss Bella? Earlier, you were asleep, weren't you?" "Yes. Do you usually retire so early, Mr. Nan'an?" "Not particularly early. Night has already fallen. I lead a rather uneventful life. I hold no fascination for late-night vigils." "I see. Anything else?" "No, not really. Just idle curiosity." "Then, good night." "Yes, good night." "Good night, Miss Bella." The conversation concluded with mutual farewells. Bella gazed at her call log and couldn't suppress a soft, sweet smile. For no discernible reason, warmth bloomed gently within her chest. In that instant, life seemed to shimmer anew with radiant color. Monday of the second week marked Alice's birthday, and in the preceding days Gui Nan'an had not attended school. Indeed, since the bank robbery incident, he had not seen Alice. A veterinary experiment demanded a trustworthy assistant. Thus, Gui Nan'an spent several days working in the subterranean laboratory beneath White Cat Agency. Yet the operational plan proceeded without delay. He contacted Bella twice during that interval to coordinate preparations for Alice's birthday operation. The plan was straightforward. Bella would contrive a pretext to leave home with Alice that day, whether to purchase a cake or stroll through town. Any plausible excuse to step outside together would suffice. Once mother and daughter were abroad, Gui Nan'an and his associates would stage a kidnapping, posing as armed assailants. Then, through carefully orchestrated circumstances, Bella would seize the narrative spotlight, rescuing Alice herself. Given their strained relationship, dramatic escalation might even prove necessary. Perhaps Bella taking a blade meant for Alice or sacrificing herself in a moment of crisis. Above all, the performance had to crystallize an image of profound, selfless motherhood. Naturally, the denouement would be triumphant. Bella would escape unharmed, emerging battered but alive from some perilous locale. And Alice, who had earlier fled under Bella's aid, would burst into tears upon seeing her mother return disheveled, yet safe, rushing forward to embrace her and cry out, "Mom." Thereafter, mother and daughter lived happily ever after. Behold, a flawless script. To the north of city A lies an unremarkable residential complex, a modest cluster of ordinary dwellings inhabited by people of average means and modest livelihoods. The complex houses an aging apartment building, its facade weathered by time. In Unit 301 resides a grandmother and her grandson. The grandmother, over 80, suffers from severe dementia. The grandson, in his early 20s, walks with an uneven gait, a lingering consequence of a childhood accident that left his legs impaired. Still, if he endures the pain, he can force himself to walk, however awkwardly, like any other person. Yet, given his daily routine, such effort proves unnecessary. After all, he is Qian Houzi, the enigmatic figure known for appearing almost exclusively behind thick theatrical makeup, a mask as absurd as it is deliberate. In the bathroom, Qian Houzi stares into the mirror at his own grotesque simian visage, irritated though not by the face staring back at him. His anger stems from a recent betrayal, a botched heist with a local criminal syndicate at a bank. They had agreed, clearly and unequivocally, to split the spoils 50-50. Yet at the moment of division they reneged, drawing weapons and turning on him in cold-blooded treachery. Fortunately, Qian Houzi had anticipated treachery. He killed both men and escaped death by a hair's breadth. When he later sought vengeance, he learned the syndicate had fled overseas, taking every cent with them. Fearing retribution for having failed to kill him, they vanished without trace. Qian Houzi burned with the desire to hunt them down beyond national borders and slaughter those oath-breaking wretches. But he could not. His grandmother, frail, forgetful, utterly dependent, anchored him. He trusted no one else to care for her. Qian Houzi preferred to operate alone. Deep in his bones, he recoiled from human entanglement. Even when dealing with fellow criminals, he often sneered, "I'd never collaborate with trash like you." if my own people hadn't vanished. Yet in truth he had no own people, only mercenaries hired at exorbitant cost, each a desperate soul willing to kill for cash. They lurked in the shadows of slums ready to commit any atrocity, for a price. Qianhouzi had crossed paths with many such men. He loathed crowds, despised the tedium of mundane life, even as he feigned warmth and neighborly charm in public. Inside he wished fervently for their complete erasure, so that silence absolute and unbroken might finally settle upon his ears. He hated this neighborhood. Its security was lax, and he feared leaving his grandmother alone, so much so that he had already purchased a sprawling standalone villa in an upscale gated community. Yet after relocating her there for barely 2 days, she wept and insisted on returning home. Helpless Qianhouzi carried her back, like soothing a child. As for the villa, it remains idle, for now. Perhaps someday it will be sold, should funds run thin. Rush, rush, rush. The faucet bursts open. Qianhouzi deftly washes away the garish, clownish makeup. When he lifts his gaze again to the mirror, only one figure stares back, a tall, slender young man, 20 years old, gaunt to the point of fragility. His face is striking, handsome, clean-cut, crowned with short, neat hair, exuding an aura of quiet gentleness, almost serenity. Yet among crowds, strangers rarely notice his features first. Instead, their eyes fix upon his emaciated frame. Hey, look at that guy. So thin, he's like a monkey. Such taunts had followed him since childhood. Doctors diagnosed his inability to gain weight as a rare congenital disorder, untreatable and curable, advising only that he eat more. His skeletal frame made him a perennial target in school mockery, insults, spitting, degradation, beatings, each endured in stoic silence. He bore it all, until one day during middle school a classmate insulted his grandmother. That time Qianhouzi snapped and hurled the boy from the 3rd-floor balcony. The boy lay hospitalized for half a year. Afterward, Qianhouzi was expelled, and his family paid a ruinous settlement. His parents were no paragons of sanity, his father a violent alcoholic, his mother a gambler, eventually dumped into the sea, weighted down like refuse. With a demented grandmother and such parents, survival itself was a grim arithmetic. His father died by Qianhouzi's hand. It happened when he was 16, returning home late from a black market factory. His father, drunk as ever, flew into a rage the moment Qianhouzi stepped through the door. Qianhouzi absorbed the blows in silence, or crouched low, arms shielding his head. As always, his grandmother intervened, clutching her husband's arm, pleading for mercy. But that night the drunken man struck her, hard. Slap. A single shattering blow sent her crumpling to the floor. Qianhouzi froze, stunned. Before his father's rages spared her, she had always been the one boundary he dared not cross. This time he crossed it. That single brutal accident planted in Qianhouzi's heart the cold, certain seed of patricide. Yet he did not act immediately. He endured another beating that night, holding back, calculating. To rebel, then risked harming his grandmother, still sobbing helplessly on the floor. The next day he took leave from work. Then once his father sobered, he told him he'd stolen a case of liquor and hidden it near the shore. His father rejoiced and demanded immediate retrieval. Qianhouzi demurred. They must wait until the coast was clear. Too many eyes watched too closely. His father agreed. So under cover of night they went. Where is it? Where's the liquor? His father scanned the dark shoreline, then turned, irritated, suspicious. Did you crack? Before the curse could finish, a heavy iron bar swung down, brutal, precise, premeditated. Years of alcoholism had hollowed his father's body. The blow felled him instantly. But Qianhouzi wasn't satisfied. He kept swinging, pouring every ounce of fury into each strike, until the skull shattered, until the brain pulsed out in ruin. Then he dragged the corpse into the waves, and watched unmoved as the sea swallowed it whole. He walked home. His pulse was steady, his breath even. No elation, only an immense, profound lightness, as if a lifelong burden had dissolved. Perhaps murder wasn't as difficult, or as monstrous, as he'd imagined. Something inside him had shifted irrevocably, and as life improved, steadier, safer, with his grandmother after the father's death, Qianhouzi grew increasingly convinced of his choice's righteousness. His father hadn't worked in years. His sole functions were violence, and demanding money for drink. Now that volatile, destructive element was gone, and so Qianhouzi found himself not grieving, but regretting only that he hadn't acted sooner. Emerging from the bathroom, Qianhouzi immediately spotted his grandmother lounging on the sofa watching television, a silver-haired elderly woman cradling a plump, snoring white cat. The cat was astonishingly portly, likely weighing nearly 10 kilograms. Upon seeing her beloved grandson, Grandma beamed and pointed proudly to the plastic flower pinned atop her head. "Doggy, don't you think Grandma looks beautiful?" Doggy was her affectionate nickname for Qianhouzi. She hailed from a rural village where elders traditionally called cherished children Doggy as a term of endearment. At the sight of her radiant smile, Qianhouzi felt his earlier irritation dissolve instantly. He settled beside her on the sofa and replied warmly, "Of course you are. Grandma is the most beautiful woman in the entire world." But Her smile gradually faded, replaced by a playful pout. That old lady next door said I'm not beautiful at all. I spoke with her on the phone today, and she actually accused me of pretending to be young. I'm clearly stunning, aren't I? Absolutely. You're the most beautiful young lady in the world, Grandma. Truly. Without question. Were you not my grandmother, I'd certainly ask you to marry me, fair lady. Grandma chuckled delightedly, her laughter light and carefree. Qianhouzi soothing her with the gentle, patient tone one uses with a cherished child. They chatted a while longer, and when evening deepened, Qianhouzi gently guided her into her room and helped her settle for rest. His grandmother suffered from advanced dementia. Fortunately, she obeyed him without question. And though her memory faltered, her sense of safety remained sharp whenever Qianhouzi instructed her not to go onto the balcony, not to leave the house, not to enter the kitchen or handle knives. She listened attentively. Still, as a precaution, Qianhouzi had installed numerous safety measures throughout the home: guardrails, motion sensors, simplified appliances, all designed to prevent accidents. Each time he stepped out, he turned off the main gas valve and double-locked the front door. Beyond these routines, Grandma had few other pursuits. Her days unfolded quietly, watching television, brushing the fur of her white cat Xiaobai, or calling her neighbor a longtime friend to exchange light-hearted banter and whimsical tales. As he tucked her into bed, Qianhouzi mentioned softly, "Grandma, I might not be home for lunch tomorrow. There's food in the fridge. Could you manage just a little while longer?" "Oh, that's fine. Just come back early, dear. Grandma gets lonely alone." "Yes, I will." With that, Qianhouzi stepped out of her bedroom. He then moved to the kitchen to prepare meals for the following day. Since Grandma's teeth were weak, her food had to be tender and easily digestible, requiring extra time, care, and forethought from him. Qianhouzi personally oversaw every aspect of her daily life: cooking, bathing, medication, companionship, while also undertaking occasional covert assignments. His life, therefore, was relentlessly demanding. He had considered hiring a caregiver, but around that time a chilling news report surfaced: a domestic worker had murdered her elderly employer, staging it as an accident solely to claim her full monthly wage. Per the contract, even if the elder passed away after only one day of service, the caregiver was still entitled to the entire month's salary. Such stories left Qianhouzi utterly unwilling to entrust his grandmother to strangers. Only through his own hands could he achieve true peace of mind. Tomorrow, Qianhouzi planned to seek out work urgently. He needed money, not for survival, but for something far larger, far bolder. Yet success hinged on securing trustworthy accomplices. Certain desperate, battle-hardened figures from the slums knew him well, but their fees were exorbitant. Thus, he needed to raise their substantial retainer quickly. Selling the villa in the upscale district was out of the question. That property was his final reserve, the proverbial coffin fund. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never part with it. Qianhouzi operated with meticulous intent and unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, Gui Nan'an faced a dilemma of his own. It was Monday, Alice's birthday. Both he and Alice had taken the day off from school. He rose early to feed Xiaohei, only to open the refrigerator and discover his homemade cat food had run out. A quiet frustration settled over him. Gui Nan'an distrusted commercial cat food. Not long ago, several disturbing reports had circulated: wealthy owners purchased premium brand cat food for their pets, only for the cats to die shortly thereafter. Enraged, one owner submitted the food for laboratory analysis and uncovered dangerously flawed ingredients. Unscrupulous manufacturers, cutting corners to maximize profit, had drastically reduced real meat content and flooded the formula with synthetic substitutes and dubious additives. To the eye, the product resembled genuine meat-based food, but its nutritional value and quality fell far below even the most economical commercial brands. After reading too many such accounts, Gui Nan'an ceased trusting any cat food sold online, no matter how expensive. From then on, he prepared every meal himself with unwavering vigilance. Now the refrigerator held nothing suitable for Xiaohei, and Gui Nan'an needed to leave early to assist Bella in their stage performance. Xiaohei circled his legs, purring insistently, tail curling upward in plaintive appeal. Gui Nan'an's gaze drifted slowly toward the large aquarium resting in the corner of the living room. Within its crystalline depths swam ornamental fish, untouchable, and alongside them 7 or 8 small, edible freshwater fish. In the silent, unblinking gaze exchanged between Gui Nan'an and one particular silvery minnow, a decision crystallized, and he began to walk forward, calm and deliberate. Elsewhere, Bella's pulse quickened with quiet excitement. Though reality diverged from her expectations, she was indeed stepping out with Alice. The late patriarch Mr. Stair had 2 sons, the deceased Carlston Stair and his younger brother Hart Stair. Hart's relationship with his father had been distant, but he shared a warm, easy rapport with his niece Alice. Naturally, on Alice's birthday, Hart arrived to escort her out for celebration. Earlier, Bella had already suggested, subtly but persistently, that Alice join her for shopping. Alice responded only with a dismissive glare. Fortunately, Hart harbored a distinct fondness for Bella, one long simmering beneath polite restraint. So when Alice hesitated over Bella's request to accompany them, and Bella herself hovered tentatively nearby. Hart stepped forward with effortless charm. He offered Bella a few gracious, persuasive words, and under that gentle intervention Alice reluctantly acquiesced, permitting Bella to join them. Yet throughout the outing Alice treated Bella as invisible, ignoring her greetings, dismissing her suggestions, offering no acknowledgement beyond cold indifference. Their party eventually entered a renowned, opulent boutique. Inside they browsed clothing, unaware that just behind them in the crowd a lean, tall figure in a baseball cap had fixed his gaze upon them with predatory focus. From the street, Qian instantly recognized Alice, and Hart beside her. A faint sly smile curled across his lips. How swift, indeed. Who could have imagined work would present itself so soon? Qian stepped to the curb and dialed a number. Gui Nan'an had gathered a small team of about 5, himself included. There was the newly recruited low-level operative Mu Yu and 3 interns under by Mao, all minor demons with shallow cultivation. They sat inside a van driving toward their target, each wearing a hood and a mask. They presented the brazen image of a band of robbers. Gui Nan'an wore a black cat demon mask and carefully instructed the others in the vehicle. Make the move where there are few people. Remember, we only need to seize the client and her daughter. Be careful when you act. Do not injure the client. As he spoke, a phone rang. The caller ID read Qian Chao, a peculiar herbaceous demon. Qian Chao was one of Bai Mao's interns, an industrious newcomer who worked with great effort. It had no fixed sex, its voice was soft, and it preferred to present itself as male. Gui Nan'an had specifically sent it along with Bela and the others with instructions to text him the address at every step. Hello. Gui Nan'an answered the call. No, this is bad, boss. Someone intercepted them. What? Qian Chao's anxious voice came through the line. Gui Nan'an was momentarily stunned and asked, what's going on? A group of masked kidnappers has forcibly taken the client and the others. The leader seems to be Qian Houzi. Qian Houzi. Gui Nan'an remembered the chance encounter with Qian Houzi at the bank. After a brief pause, he said, they are probably after money and not intent on killing. Shadow them, find their location, and report back to us. Understood, understood. Hurry up, they seem to be heading toward the suburbs west of the city. Qian Chao outwardly looked like an 18-year-old girl. In truth, it was over 100 years old. Delicate and pretty, it wore short shoulder-length hair and generally preferred to present as male. Being genderless, it possessed none of the distinguishing anatomy of either sex. No Adam's apple, no bulge. No protuberances, no indentations, nothing at all. A purely genderless grass demon. After ending the call, Qian Chao slipped into an alley. It looked around, once certain it was alone, its body transformed into a small black plant, like a strip of kelp no larger than a palm. It burrowed into the earth and vanished in an instant. Earth escape was one of Qian Chao's few abilities. It raced beneath the soil toward the west. This mode of travel was far faster than its humanoid gait. Meanwhile, the van sped up under Mu Ye's driving. En route, Gui Nan'an tried to call Bela, but received only a cold, automated message. The number you dialed is switched off. Undoubtedly, the kidnappers had seized the hostages' phones from the start. Perhaps they had already smashed them and discarded the pieces somewhere. After leaving the city, they received a text from Qian Chao indicating the location, an abandoned warehouse beyond the western outskirts. It was a thoroughly desolate no man's land. The van accelerated toward it, but within 10 minutes, Qian Chao called again. Hello. Damn, I'm doomed, boss. I'm being tangled up by a stinking Taoist. Qian Chao was panting, clearly speaking while on the run. Anxious in tone, Gui Nan'an was about to ask more when a sudden thunderous boom erupted from the line. A scream followed. Qian Chao? Qian Chao. Gui Nan'an shouted, but only harsh static answered. Qian Chao's voice was gone. Gods. He ended the call with a throbbing headache. He glanced into the rear view at Mu Yu and said, Qian Chao is entangled with a Taoist. Step on it, or we will not even arrive in time to retrieve the bodies. A Taoist. Mu Yu slammed the accelerator. The van hurtled so fast any mishap would mean a crash. Mu Yu remarked, Qian Chao's fighting ability is roughly that of an ordinary person. Facing a Taoist, the odds do not look good. Let's wish it luck. Gui Nan'an sighed helplessly. He quietly produced a stack of black talismans from inside his coat and rearranged them with meticulous care. Elsewhere, Bela, Ai, Li Si, and Ha Te were bound and gagged in a small room of the warehouse, thrown onto the floor, their clothes caked with dust and disarrayed. 2 hooded kidnappers guarded the door, one fat, one thin, each armed with a handgun rather than an automatic weapon. There was no choice, these were desperados Qian Houzi had hastily recruited, so their caliber was accordingly low. This was all part of Qian Houzi's improvised arrangement. Snatching a few affluent family members idling on the street was not difficult. Qian Houzi had already phoned the patriarch of the Site family. He had obtained the number from Ai Li Si's phone and demanded a ransom of 10 million. His words were blunt, no police, and if the money was not assembled by 3 in the afternoon, the 3 hostages would be dead. Qian Houzi had considered asking for more, but feared the family would use such a demand to stall. citing the time needed to gather funds a convenient excuse. He settled on 10 million as a baseline. The crew was a makeshift assembly with no time to devise a detailed plan or select reliable men. Thus, a swift resolution was ideal. If the affair dragged on, who knew what twists these desperados might introduce. 15 minutes later, as Qian Hozi intended to place a probing call, a thunderous boom rolled outward. A great booming like thunder sounded outside, freezing his hand mid-dial. He and the three beside him exchanged uneasy looks. He prepared to go outside to see what had happened when a girl's piercing scream echoed from the room where the hostages were kept. Qian Hozi frowned and sprinted toward the small room, gesturing at the warehouse doors for the three men to go out and investigate. The three kidnappers obediently went outside. Qian Hozi rushed to the room and found only a single guard at the doorway. He shot the guard a blazing look. The man could only offer an awkward smile. With a kick, Qian Hozi burst the door open. Inside, he was confronted by the sight of a broad, burly guard roughly tearing at Lisa's clothes. The brutality had likely dislodged the gag from her mouth. There was no mistaking it. The guard's behavior was a spontaneous act of lust born of opportunity. The guard's sudden lust was an impromptu act, but such unwarranted complications were precisely what Qian Hozi loathed. The burly guard, furious that his scheme had been thwarted, sprang to his feet and hurled a curse at Qian Hozi behind him. "What the hell do you think you're doing? I was only playing around. I wasn't going to kill her. After all, there are two women here." His flippant reply earned him nothing but Qian Hozi drawing his pistol and pressing it directly against his temple. "How dare you speak to me like that?" Qian Hozi's eyes burned with unvarnished murder. This was no jest. The guard faltered, pride warring with fear, and stammered, "So what if I did? It's not like..." Bang! Before he could finish, Qian Hozi fired without warning. A single brutal shot to the head. The fat guard's corpse collapsed with a heavy thud. The gunshot sent Alice, who had been sobbing quietly, into a shriek, followed by even more desperate, ragged weeping. "Shut up, or you'll end up just like him," Qian Hozi snarled. He leveled the gun at Alice. She froze, stunned into silence. Qian Hozi glanced at her clothes. Her outer jacket was torn, but beneath it, she wore a short-sleeved shirt. She had not been exposed at all. Bound tightly with rope, she looked utterly disheveled, and Qian Hozi remained utterly indifferent to her emotional turmoil. Meanwhile, the other bandits, drawn by the gunshot, converged on the scene. 6 of them stood in silence, their eyes locking onto the dead guard sprawled on the floor. "Brother Hozi, you've killed again." A middle-aged bandit who'd partnered with him several times grinned slyly. "He was one of our own. How do you expect the brothers to feel about this?" "Yeah, Brother Hozi. He's my own flesh and blood, my closest kin. You executed him without hearing a word. What's your meaning?" Another bandit stepped forward, visibly aggrieved. Qian Hozi merely shot him a cold, disdainful glance and snapped, "Was that the wild boar you brought in?" "Don't care what he is. I'm telling you, he's my brother. You've killed him, now what?" The bandit pressed harder, but Qian Hozi, long accustomed to such haggling, cut in impatiently. "His share will be split among the rest of you. Satisfied?" Qian Hozi's tone was sharp with irritation. "Brother Hozi, legendary." The others burst into applause. Only the so-called elder brother kept grumbling. "Wait, why should my brother's cut go to them?" A middle-aged bandit nearby kicked him hard and growled, "Enough, Guzzi. Everyone knows that fat pig was just some new lowlife you picked up. Keep pushing, and Brother Hozi might never call on you again." At those words, Guzzi's face instantly paled. "Ha, just kidding," easing the tension. He turned to Qian Hozi with forced cheer. "Brother Hozi, how was my acting just now?" Qian Hozi answered only with another icy stare. "If we hadn't known each other for years, I'd have put a bullet in you myself." Ha, calm down, calm down." The awkward exchange faded. Qian Hozi turned his gaze to the 3 men standing to his left. "Find anything?" They shook their heads. The leanest of the 3 spoke. "No sign of anyone. Just a cracked earth pit outside. Looks like the ground split open, or struck by lightning. Honestly, I can't make sense of it." "A pit, eh?" Qian Hozi frowned, glancing toward the 3 hostages inside the shack, and recoiled slightly upon seeing Hard, already soaked in urine. Disgusted, he ordered flatly, "Keep them under tight watch. No more nonsense. You two, take me to that pit." Without another word, he strode out of the warehouse, flanked by the 2 men. In that very instant, whoosh! A black blur shot past him and vanished into the warehouse. It moved with rodent-like speed, so swift that before Qian Hozi could react, it had disappeared entirely. "Did either of you see that?" He stared back at the warehouse, instinctively scanning the surroundings, wondering if he'd imagined it. His 2 accomplices looked utterly bewildered. "What? Must have been a trick of the eye." He turned to leave, when suddenly a thunderous shout split the air. "Demon, don't run." There stood an elderly Taoist priest in a yellow robe, silver-haired, and bearing the serene aura of a cultivated sage. In his hand gleamed a razor-sharp sword. He had clearly pursued the black shadow. Yet the moment he laid eyes on Qian Hozi and his crew, the old Taoist halted mid-step. A regular news reader, he instantly recognized the gaunt monkey-faced man as Qianhozi. And with two masked figures beside him, the priest needed no further proof these were no righteous men. Huh, what a stroke of fortune, searching high and low yet finding you effortlessly. The old Taoist laughed heartily. No wonder such a minor demon lurked in this desolate place. It was colluding with scoundrels like you. Today I shall uphold heaven's justice, and purge this gang of societal vermin once and for all to restore purity to this world. Bang! His lofty rhetoric ended abruptly. A bullet shattered his left hand, the impact sending a piercing porcine wail tearing from his throat. The pain stripped away all pretense of composure. Without hesitation he spun and fled. Bang! 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 His two companions opened fire relentlessly, but the old Taoist's retreat was astonishingly swift. Not a single shot found its mark. Pursue him. Leave no survivors, Qianhozi commanded coldly, casting one last glance at the fleeing priest before turning back toward the warehouse. He left the chase to his two men, any thought of inspecting the earth pit now utterly abandoned. Madman, he muttered absently, recalling the eccentric priest, then re-entered the hostage chamber. Under the trio's terrified gazes he observed their expressions with detached curiosity, first removing the gag from Hart's mouth. Please, please don't hurt me. Name your price. I'll pay anything. Hart sobbed uncontrollably, barely able to speak. Qianhozi, irritated, delivered a vicious kick to Hart's head, sending him instantly into unconsciousness. Then he turned to Bella and pulled out her gag. Unlike Hart, Bella didn't scream, only watched him warily and asked, voice taut, "What do you want?" At first Bella assumed her abductors were men arranged by Gui Nan'an. She felt no fear then, on the contrary she admired how professional they seemed. Their performance was disturbingly convincing. But when Qianhozi snatched Alice's phone and called the old master to extort ransom, Bella realized something was horribly amiss. The whole affair diverged sharply from the script Gui Nan'an had proposed, especially after the guard tried to molest Alice and was then blown away by Qianhozi. Bella grew all the more certain these people were not Gui Nan'an's hires. From her fantasies about and knowledge of Gui Nan'an, he would never arrange such a crude, petty spectacle. Once she understood that Bella's earlier indifference evaporated beneath the surface, she was terrified. "Who are you?" Qianhozi looked at Bella with amused interest. To be honest, he did not recognize her. Bella did not appear in the papers as often as Alice and Hate did. Besides, he had not been paying attention during the period when she had been in the press. I am her mother. Bella glanced at Alice, who instinctively wanted to protest. Alice bit back the rest of her retort. She was frightened of Qianhozi. Mother. Qianhozi looked at Bella in puzzlement, thinking she could be no more than 30. Then he feigned realization. Oh, the stepmother. It must have taken a lot of self-abasement to marry that old fat pig. My father would never. Alice began to say, then cut herself off, a fresh wave of dread washing over her. What is wrong with your father? Qianhozi smiled faintly and glanced at Alice. He is plainly a pig who colluded with the former city lord to feed off other people's misfortune. Yet he always liked to present himself as a great philanthropist. In the end, charity is a rich man's game. You probably do not know, little girl, that pig secretly partnered with Boss Gnome to build an illegal half-finished complex. The boss fled, leaving many ordinary people who had been deceived and had paid to be ruined and bankrupt. Wasn't that news all over the papers a year ago? So many were driven to jump from buildings back then. Do you understand? No, impossible. My father is not that sort of man. Alice shook her head, unwilling to accept it. That is why I despise you, self-righteous second-generation rich. Qianhozi flopped down onto the corpse of the fat guard behind him. He murmured, I particularly like the saying misfortune should not reach one's wife and children. Of course there are conditions to that sentiment. You have also drunk deeply of the blood your father took from others. So if I blow your head off now, would that count as delivering justice? He spoke as he drew the revolver from his left hip and trained it on Alice's head. Her face turned ashen as she tried to flinch. Bound as she was, she could not move. Don't do this. Bella cried, alarmed. This child is innocent as she knows nothing. Besides, aren't you here for money? If you kill her, how will you get the money? How to get the money? Qianhozi glanced at Bella with mock pity. Isn't there this gentleman beside you? He is currently Cite Leo Yeezus' only son. Madam, have you ever heard of the antique principle? When two identical antiques are sold as a pair, they might fetch only double the value. But if one is deliberately ruined, the remaining piece can sell for 10 times as much. Rarity increases worth, does it not? Naturally, you are an outsider, so whether she lives or dies does not particularly concern me. I beg you not to do this. You must know the old man is a very formidable figure. If you harm Alice, who knows what rash thing he might do in fury. Are you threatening me? No, I only hope you remain calm. Calm. I'm always calm. But now that you mention it, I feel like playing a game. He called Guzzi. Guzzi pushed the door open and entered. What is it, Brother Hosey? Go fetch a basin of water and wake this useless man. Pa, why bother with such fuss? Guzzi said as he strode to the unconscious Hate and stomped on his hand. A howl of agony ripped from Hate as the pain jolted him awake, followed by a piercing scream. See, he's awake now. Guzzi chuckled and pushed the door back open. Only 4 people remained in the room. Qianhouzi leveled his gun at Hate, and the frightened man fell silent. Qianhouzi glared at Hate again. Hate shrank back and could not meet his eyes. Now I will announce the rules. I want to kill this girl, but you can save her, provided someone is willing to put a gun to their own head and pull the trigger. He fiddled with his revolver. There are 5 live rounds in the cylinder, which means at best a 1 in 6 chance of surviving. Mister, Hate, would you like to try? Qianhouzi handed the gun to Hate. No, I don't want it. Hate shook his head violently, shrinking into the corner. If you refuse the gun, your dear niece will die. Whether she dies or not is none of my concern, he said reflexively. Then, as if realizing something, he turned his head away and would not meet Alice's complicated gaze. Qianhouzi breathed a mock sigh of regret. He handed the gun to Bela. And you, madam? If you refuse as well, your not blood-related little daughter will be gone. Bela did not refuse outright, as she hesitated. She glanced at Alice and found the girl looking at her with a face full of tangled emotion. In Alice's eyes there was self-mockery, scorn, and a hopeless distrust. Then you must untie me first, or I cannot hold a gun while tied up. Bela stammered after hesitating. Alice was plainly stunned. Qianhouzi obligingly untied Bela and handed her the revolver. No sooner had Bela taken the gun than she aimed it at Qianhouzi's head. Let us go, she pleaded, her whole body trembling. Qianhouzi showed no fear. Instead, he leveled his other gun at Bela. I give you 3 seconds to decide. The game proceeds. 3. I will really shoot, don't force me. 2. You will die. 1. Bang. Qianhouzi fired, but the shot struck the wall behind Alice. In her panic, Bela fired as well, but it was only a blank. She stood there frozen for a moment. Qianhouzi calmly snatched the revolver back. The next instant, he pointed it at his own head and squeezed the trigger 5 times in rapid succession, click after click. No bullets ever discharged. From the beginning, the revolver had been empty. Qianhouzi laughed aloud as he watched the 3 terror-stricken faces. His laughter racked him, and with a look of amused curiosity, he walked toward the door. His mocking laughter echoed through the warehouse. Inside the small room, the 3 hostages were left with nothing but a tangle of fear and confusion. Qianhouzi left to survey the surroundings. Inside the small room, the atmosphere among the 3 had grown uneasy, especially between Hate and his niece Alice. A distinct layer of distance had appeared. Bela had already been untied. Even though Qianhouzi's game had ended, no one came to tie her again. They presumed it sprang from absolute confidence in the 2 armed guards outside. Sorry, Alice, I'm useless, he stammered, hurrying to loosen her bonds with a tone of abject humility. Unlike her usual rejection, this time Alice said nothing, sinking into relentless silence as she stared elsewhere. She avoided meeting Bela's eyes. Once untied, Alice went to the left corner and sat on the floor, hugging her knees into a tight curl. She said nothing. Are you all right, Hate? Bela moved to undo Hate's ropes. He was still shaken. Thank you, sister-in-law, he stammered, glancing awkwardly at Alice. The next moment, he silently went to the right corner to sit. Bela took a seat beside Alice, about half a meter from her. It's all right, Alice, well, get out of this, she said, forcing reassurance through a slight tremor of fear. This time, however, Alice offered no biting retort. The young girl simply buried her head between her knees. After a brief hesitation, she nodded, leaving Bela visibly surprised. A moment later, she finally allowed a faint smile. It's okay, it will be okay, she kept murmuring, consoling herself inwardly. When would this ever end? She wondered how Mr. Nan'an was faring. The old Taoist returned, breathing hard and looking disheveled. Qianhouzi, who had seen him at the doorway, was taken aback. He had expected his 2 cohorts to be the ones returning. He had not expected the old Taoist, and was momentarily full of questions. Before he could gather himself and raise his gun, the mud-caked old Taoist bellowed. 2 enormous yellow spheres of flame, each as tall as a person, shot forth from behind him. They raced toward Qianhouzi with terrifying speed. Startled, he flipped aside to avoid them. A thunderous boom followed. When he glanced back, one of the fireballs had punched a huge hole through the wall. The other fireball was already hurtling straight toward him. Damn! Qianhouzi cried and turned to run. The fireball that had struck the wall curved around and began to pursue him. What's wrong, Hogo? The robbers in the warehouse, hearing the commotion, hurried over to see, but before they could react, they were engulfed by the 2 fireballs. In a brief flash of contact and consumption, the 2 men were turned into burning figures and within seconds reduced to blackened ash. The ferocity of the flames was evident. This fire was called Finyo fire, Finyo, with the old Taoist signature technique. Yet the spell required time to set a long-lasting formation. After turning the 2 who had been hunting him against their pursuers, the old Taoist spent a little time arranging the formation to summon the flames. Now the 2 fireballs had been successfully called. They had come back with vengeance. The existence of the fireballs was eerie. Qianhozi instinctively realized they were enemies he could not contend with. As he ran past the room where the hostages were held, he shouted to the two guards at the door, "Run," then fled toward the warehouse's back exit without looking back. The two guards froze bewildered. "Have the police arrived?" Gui asked warily. But Qianhozi, already far away, had no thought to answer. Gui, puzzled, glanced at his companions and was about to speak when he heard a whoosh from behind. Startled, he turned. In an instant, a ball of flame wrapped his body entirely. The man beside him tried to flee in panic. But it was already too late. The guards' screams outside chilled the hostages to the bone. They became desperate to know what was happening beyond the door. Yet fear kept them from opening the door. They could only pray that whatever danger raged outside would not come for them. Damn it, this is cursed. Qianhozi drove away in the unlicensed van that had been parked behind the warehouse. He alone fled. His accomplices were all wiped out. Naturally, Qianhozi cared nothing for their survival. His only concern was whether his profit would suffer, whether all this had been for nothing. As the van sped off, Qianhozi kept glancing at the road behind through the rearview mirror. Only after roughly 5 minutes, with no sign of those strange flames closing in, did the stone in his chest begin to lift. What on earth were those things? He exploded in anger, resolved to investigate the matter thoroughly. At that moment, his phone rang. When the caller ID appeared, Qianhozi's lips curled into a faint smile, as if had suddenly remembered something. "You're quick, old man," he said. "Enough chatter, I've got the money. Where do we meet?" Came a composed, authoritative voice from the other end. The man was none other than the Site family patriarch, A.I. Lizi's grandfather. Qianhozi had obtained the patriarch's number from A.I. Lizi's phone earlier. But he was not calling from A.I. Lizi's phone. Qianhozi feared the hostage's device might be tracked. Instead, he used his own specially modified phone. Given Gui's current technology, tracing it would be difficult. "Sorry, old man, the rules have changed. You must pay first, then we'll release them," he said. "What?" The patriarch frowned. "Wasn't it supposed to be money for people hand to hand? If you refuse to cooperate, I won't force you, though I wonder if your body could still bear another child." "No, don't." The patriarch could only yield. "So tell me, what do you want?" "Have the money brought to a specified location within half an hour. They'll send my men to collect it. Once they have the cash, we'll release them. You'd better not try any tricks. 10 million is already enough for mercy. If you dare call the police or play games with me, I guarantee not one of your people will survive." You could, of course, confidently capture the man I send to collect the money to threaten me. But patriarch, do I look like some saint who cares about others' lives? No need to remind me. Give me the address. All right, the address is. Elder Sturtevant swiftly dispatched his men to deliver the money to the location demanded by Qianhozi, the desolate wasteland north of the city bordered by the old mountains. His men placed the cash at the designated spot and withdrew, but did not depart. Instead, they concealed themselves in the shadows, watching intently. There they watched helplessly as a minibus emerged into view. They watched equally baffled as a gaunt figure wearing a balaclava emerged from the vehicle and began hauling the massive stack of bills inside. And then they watched, still motionless, as the minibus drove away. No one dared act rashly, none wished to risk the life of Elder Sturtevant's heir. Inside the van, Qianhozi yanked off the balaclava, revealing his grotesque monkey-faced makeup. Glancing back at the crates brimming with banknotes, he allowed himself a satisfied smile. Though events had deviated slightly from the plan, the outcome surpassed even his boldest expectations. What thrill could possibly rival the intoxicating ecstasy of greed, of claiming all for oneself? Qianhozi already envisioned the broad strokes of his next scheme. Meanwhile, inside the warehouse, every bandit had been subdued. The elderly Taoist master, who commanded fireballs, now strode slowly into the warehouse. His left hand, though freshly bandaged, had ceased bleeding. His gaze swept sharply across every corner. 2 hovering fireballs lingered before a certain door. As the old master approached, they parted instinctively. He peered through the narrow gap. Inside, he saw 3 youths, 2 young women and 1 young man, huddled together, disheveled and terrified. The master surmised they were the hostages. Just as he raised his hand to push the door open and reassure them of their safety, a faint trace of demonic aura brushed his senses. And unmistakably, it was the same grass demon that had escaped him earlier. His hand stilled. Without hesitation, he turned and strode toward a dark, cluttered corner of the warehouse. Wary of igniting a blaze, the master advanced, first sword drawn, a celestial blade forged to slay demons. He moved with quiet confidence. After all, he had already faced this creature once. He knew its strength intimately. Frankly speaking, even granting it one hand, he could still overwhelm the grass demon effortlessly. It was precisely this contempt that emboldened him to lead the way alone. Tap, tap. The rhythmic footfalls drew nearer, quickening the frantic pulse within Qianchao's chest. Qianchao lay gravely wounded, reduced to her true form, incapable even of earth diving. Truth be told, even if she had attempted it, escape would likely have been impossible. Indeed, she had tried just that moments earlier. only to be blasted from the ground by a single yellow talisman. The earth erupted, splitting wide open beneath her. That strike had nearly claimed half her life. Rustle, rustle. As the master neared the corner, he raised his sword high. Trapped in despair, Qian Chao believed her end was certain, until suddenly, "Help me." A familiar voice pierced the silence outside the warehouse. Qian Chao froze in shock. The tone was unmistakable. So too did the master, instantly alert, sensing a far denser surge of demonic energy. Whoosh. Urgent to save the life calling out, the master bolted outside, his two fireballs streaking behind him. Boom. In an instant the world beyond dimmed. Thunder rolled violently, and then torrential rain crashed down. "Master, save me." A ragged youth sprinted toward them, stumbling, desperate, shouting for aid. Behind him, suspended midair, loomed a monstrous black anglerfish, vast as a freight truck, gliding sinuously through the downpour, jaws agape, hungering only to devour him. Its body bristled with writhing black vines, each coiling like a blood-stained claw, grotesque, predatory, terrifying. Thick coils of malevolent black chi swirled about it, an omen of profound ill omen. I never imagined such a fiend would appear in this remote land. In my younger days I might well have fallen before it, but now, boom. Mid-sentence a lightning bolt split the sky, aimed directly at him. The master recoiled in alarm, leaping aside just in time. Without another word, he pointed fiercely at the beast and thundered, "Burn it." The two fireballs surged forward, unaffected by the deluge. They shot past the fleeing youth without pause. Straight toward the black fish they flew, dodging its torrents of water, evading its lashing vines, while the youth staggered breathlessly to the master's side, face pale with terror. "Master, save me. Save me." With a single glance, the master discerned the youth was no demon, merely an ordinary human boy. Swiftly he pulled the boy behind him. "Child, do not fear. Fortune has brought you to me today, and I shall guard your life with my own." "Thank you, master." His voice trembled, still shaken, but his expression grew steadily colder. His hand drifted slowly, deliberately toward his waist. His movement was imperceptibly light. The master noticed nothing amiss. His focus remained locked on the distant battle between the colossal beast and the fireballs. From his robe, he withdrew a yellow talisman, waiting for the perfect moment to cast it. Yet even then he instinctively addressed the boy. "Where did you encounter this monster? Why has it singled you out?" No reply came. "Child." Perplexed, the master turned, only to meet the boy's cold, emotionless gaze, and the sickening thrust of a dagger sinking deep into his abdomen. Ugh! A guttural cry tore from his throat. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Why?" His legs buckled. He staggered backward, step by unsteady step. Crimson blood gushed freely from the wound. With his left hand clamped over the gash, his right trembled as it gripped the talisman, still unwritten, still uncast. Meanwhile, Gui Nan'an, now several paces back, stood utterly still, expressionless, as if wearing a mask of human skin. Calmly he slid the bloody dagger back into its hidden sheath at his waist. Then, meeting the master's fading gaze, he spoke, voice flat, devoid of inflection, "My apologies." In the next breath, he drew a handful of black talismans from his robes. "These are..." Recognition struck the master like ice. His eyes flared wide with horror. "You're a ghost cultivator." His final cry echoed raw and shattered into the storm-lashed night. Ghost cultivators are practitioners who traffic with specters. They are seldom benign. Many of their arts are honed at the cost of living human lives. Their bodies emanate oppressive energy. In short, they are pariahs among cultivators, hated and hunted like rats. Moreover, in these days, ghost cultivators are said to have vanished entirely. In the present climate, ghost cultivation is regarded as a discarded, illicit path that offers little chance of advancement. The old Taoist could recall the last time he had seen a ghost cultivator. It had been 10 years. The man had been mortally punished by spirits, a young figure reduced to skeletal frailty. The old Taoist had never imagined that after so many years, ghost cultivators still walked the world. Yet Gui Nan'an bore no trace of aura. By every outward sign, he was an ordinary man, except for the hollow, numb expression carved across his face. "No, impossible," the old Taoist muttered in disbelief. In the next instant, he cast the yellow talisman from his hand. At the same moment, Gui Nan'an flung the black talisman he held. A thunderous collision erupted as the yellow talisman struck several black papers. But there was only a single yellow talisman, insufficient to halt the remaining black talismans hurtling toward him, as the old Taoist's trembling hand fumbled for more papers. The black talismans in an instant clung to his body. Oh! Agonies without end began to spread through the old Taoist. By the time the fireballs behind him surged forward, it was already far too late. Those two orbs of flame had intended to charge in after the old Taoist had been struck. They had been held back by a black fish and could not break free. Seizing the rare opening, the old Taoist fell into a puddle with a splash. His entire body withered before their eyes, his flesh blackened, until he became a terrifying skin-and-bone skeleton. He convulsed violently twice more, then lay utterly still. the black talismans that clung to him having drained the old Taoist's remaining life force, dissolved into a streak of black vapor and vanished. The old Taoist was dead. The two balls of yellow flame faded as well. Gui Nan'an approached the corpse and drew a yellow talisman from the man's robe. He found them to be surprisingly high-grade. Unfortunately, Gui Nan'an was not a cultivator and could not make direct use of those talismans. He resolved to bring them back to the beast doctor for study. Perhaps they could be adapted into effective black Yao talismans. The yellow talisman had not been soaked by the rain. No wonder. How could an item suffused with righteous energy fear this demonic rain? For ordinary folk, rain is rain. To them, demon rain and common rain make little difference. With the old Taoist dead, the trouble was resolved. The downpour ceased, clouds parted, and sunlight returned. In the blink of an eye, the enormous lantern fish transformed into a young man. He alighted and walked over with effortless grace. In his early 20s, short-haired and strikingly handsome save for a scattering of scales across his face. It was none other than Muyu, the same one they had seen before, currently a low-ranking cadre of Bai Mao. Muyu crossed over and immediately took in the old Taoist features. So it was him, he said as he handed Gui Nan'an a black cat hood. After all, the little performance of being bandits had to continue. You know him? Sort of. As they spoke, the three other hooded intern demons drifted closer. Their power was limited, so when Muyu revealed his true form, they had hid themselves, careful to avoid being harmed by stray magic. Muyu stooped to retrieve the old Taoist sword and said, "Some time ago, Sister Bai introduced a new recruit. He's from my hometown. So Sister Bai asked me to receive him, but I never saw him. Later I went to the intelligence bureau and asked Hua Zhizhu. Hua Zhizhu told me the recruit was dead, cut down by a Taoist. She even gave me a photo of that Taoist. The photo showed this old Taoist. Indeed, this is the first I heard of it. And then, what then? It was simply dropped. No one would stand up for a recruit who wasn't even worth an intern. After all, nobody would risk themselves over a newcomer who didn't even qualify as an intern, especially since no one even knew him. You told Sister Bai." "I did." Sister Bai replied, "A good for nothing. If he's dead, he's dead." And so it was forgotten. "Is that so?" Gui Nan'an said, little skipping the topic as he headed straight for the warehouse. "Let's check on Qian Chao first. Do I hope the child is still alive?" The group followed swiftly. Muyu toyed with the old Taoist knife in his hands, curious. He had already decided that once they returned, he'd show it to the beast doctor. Perhaps the blade held curious properties worth studying. Upon entering the warehouse, Muyu scented a strong human odor. He patted Gui Nan'an's shoulder and pointed to the door of a nearby small room. "The clients are in there." Gui Nan'an nodded and asked Qian Chao. Muyu sniffed again and finally pointed to a dark corner on the right side of the warehouse. "Still alive." Hearing this, Gui Nan'an exhaled and hurried over. In the corner, he found the blood-drenched little girl, Qian Chao. "Boss." Qian Chao, pitiful and tearful, opened her arms the moment she saw Gui Nan'an. As he knelt, she flung herself into his embrace and held him tightly. "Sob, I'm so scared." Though a genderless spirit, Qian Chao's feminine appearance and plaintive voice made her seem a beautiful young woman. Gui Nan'an patted her back. It's all right. That old man is dead. And keep your voice down. Don't let the clients hear." Qian Chao obediently nodded like a spoiled child. Behind them, Muyu and the three other little demons watched her display with contempt. To the four demons, this was not Qian Chao's usual demeanor. She smoked, drank, fought, and made a scene. There was nothing she had not done. She was in truth a brash little rogue. She simply never showed that side before Gui Nan'an. As an intern, she rarely interacted with him. Watching Qian Chao cling in wounded affection made Muyu uneasy. Muyu, unable to bear it, sneered. "Oh, you're so badly hurt, and still putting such effort into maintaining human form. If it were me, I'd have reverted to my true form and rested." "Seems Sister Chao's injuries aren't that severe after all," Muyu said, implying plainly that she was just angling for a free hug. At his remark, Qian Chao shot him a venomous eye roll, as one would expect. Qian Chao reverted to her true form, a black kelp-like herb. Muyu administered rudimentary first aid, after which she retreated to the rear seat of the van to rest. Though events had deviated significantly from the plan, they had at last steered back onto course, just as Gui Nan'an, hooded and brutal, kicked the door open. The three inside the room visibly flinched. Though these imposter bandits wore attire markedly different from Qian Houzi's gang, Alice and the others, already trembling with dread, were in no state to discern such subtleties. How could they possibly spare mental energy for such details? To them, a robber was simply a robber, never occurring to them that these were two entirely separate criminal factions. As all three stared at him with sharp, wary vigilance, Gui Nan'an deliberately altered his voice. His gaze swept over the corpulent guard's corpse lying on the floor, then lingered across each of their faces. In a gravelly, rasping tone, he declared, "Let's play a game." Unease flickered across their expressions. He spoke with chilling candor. "Of you three, only one must accompany us, while the remaining two may leave unharmed. So, who among you will step forward?" The familiar line struck Bella like lightning. Having rehearsed the script with Gui Nan'an beforehand, she knew precisely what this meant. Instantly comprehension dawned, and with it an involuntary surge of quiet elation. While Alice and Hart stood paralyzed, eyes darting away in fear, Bella alone held her breath in stillness. After a brief taut silence, she stepped forward without hesitation. I'll go with you. Her resolve left both companions momentarily stunned. Hart seemed to exhale in palpable relief. Alice, however, froze, then opened her mouth, speechless, caught between shock and confusion. Brave girl, you impress me, though I confess I don't dislike it. With that, Gui Nan'an turned and strode out. Bella rose, her expression perfectly calibrated, tremulous, vulnerable, utterly convincing. At the threshold, she paused, glancing back at Alice. She pressed her lips together, then offered a faint, pallid smile. Happy birthday, Alice. And with that, she walked resolutely out the door. Alice's heart quivered at those words. Though she deeply resented this stepmother in this moment, strangely, inexplicably, a pang of guilt stirred within her. Memories surfaced, her own past disdain, Bella's unwavering humility, her quiet deference. In that instant, Alice felt like nothing more than an ignorant, ungrateful child. Yet reality brooked no indulgence in sentiment. As her thoughts churned, a minor yokai beside her grew impatient. Are you leaving, or not? Don't make us repeat ourselves. Next time we won't offer a second chance. Yes, we're going. Hart scrambled upright and lunged toward Alice, who huddled in the corner. Come on, Alice, no more tantrums. Hart dared not exit alone, fearing a trap. He sought comfort in numbers, and perhaps too a chance to mend the awkwardness of his earlier misstep. His gesture earned only a withering glare from Alice, her contempt unmistakable. She resented him, yes, but resentment could wait. Survival came first. So under his insistent tug, she finally rose and followed him out. They hurried from the warehouse, past the bandits, then broke into a sprint, racing toward the distant highway, desperate to flag down any passing vehicle. As if scripted, just as they ran, glancing back repeatedly, the rumble of an engine swelled behind them. RUMBLE. A timber truck appeared, laden with freshly processed logs, likely bound for the city to be fashioned into furniture. Spotting it, they frantically waved from the roadside. The driver braked, rolled down his window, and revealed the face of a middle-aged man wearing a surgical mask. What's the matter, folks? Been mining coal? He quipped, unable to suppress a grin. Hart rushed forward. Sir, could you please give us a ride into town? Sure thing, 40 yuan. The driver extended his hand. Hart patted his pockets, then flushed with embarrassment, recalling his wallet had been stripped by Qian Hosie's men. He turned helplessly to Alice. She met his gaze with weary exasperation. Same here. Hart stood frozen, utterly at a loss. The driver, sensing their plight, pointed at Hart's shirt. No cash. Your jacket'll do, I like it. A quick wash and it's good as new. And so, to secure passage, Hart stripped off his shirt, sitting half naked and mortified in the rear seat. Alice sat beside him, keeping deliberate distance. It was a compact 4-seater freight van, not a massive 2-seat tractor trailer. Once aboard, Alice had no patience for Hart's humiliation. Instead, she asked quietly, Uncle, may I borrow your phone to make a call? Oh, sure. The driver, affable and direct, handed it over. A battered no-name model, its casing scuffed and faded. Alice dialed her grandfather's number without delay. The moment her voice reached him, old man's stare burst forth with unrestrained joy and relief. Thank heavens. My dear granddaughter, you're safe at last. Yes, grandfather, I'm unharmed. Uncle Hart and I were fortunate enough to meet a kind driver who's taking us back to the city now. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. His relief was unmistakable, audible even through the tinny speaker. But Alice added quickly, however, grandfather, Bella has been detained. What? A beat of stunned silence. Then outrage flared. I've already paid. How dare they renege on their word like this? Though the old man loathed deception, his anger subsided swiftly, tempered by pragmatism. His tone softened considerably. Never mind, it's done. You're safe, and that's what counts. As for Bella, I'll contact the police immediately. This is best handled by professionals. Alice sensed his dismissiveness. She hesitated, then spoke with quiet, unwavering gravity. Grandfather, I don't want Bella to come to harm. What? His voice sharpened, alert now. In his memory, his granddaughter had always despised Bella, the stepmother she'd openly scorned. So he'd barely registered the plea. I said, I don't want Bella to come to harm. I want her brought home safely and whole. Her voice, deep and steadied, rang with newfound conviction. Nan, Mr. Nan'an, is that really you? Gui Nan'an led Bella into another, slightly more spacious room where several abandoned sofas sat scattered about. Even in this state, you still recognized me. Miss Bella's discernment far exceeds my expectations. Gui Nan'an smiled faintly as he removed his hood. He used the hood to wipe a section of one sofa clean, then gestured politely, please have a seat. It's been quite a trial for you. Thank you. Bella finally exhaled in quiet relief and said, after all, I memorized Mr. Nan'an's script with utmost seriousness. Alas, an unforeseen complication arose. Who could have imagined the abduction itself would be hijacked? I'd prepared numerous contingencies, but upon learning you'd been seized by Qianhozi, I suspected you must already be trembling with terror. Under such circumstances, proceeding with the original plan might well inflict lasting psychological trauma upon Alice and Mr. Hart. Thus I opted for swift resolution and cut straight to the heart of the matter. By the way, how fares Alice and the others? Are they injured? We're unharmed, but as you predicted, Mr. Nan'an. That wretched Qianhozi truly terrified us. I genuinely believed my end had come. This is entirely my fault. My planning was gravely insufficient. No, please don't blame yourself, Mr. Nan'an. This is not your doing. Bella waved her hands, urgently imploring Gui Nan'an not to dwell on it. At that very moment, ahem. Muyu coughed twice at the doorway and stepped inside. My apologies for interrupting your refined conversation, but I've uncovered something. Upon hearing those words, Bella's cheeks flushed faintly. Gui Nan'an, however, took the remark as light-hearted banter and gave it no further thought. He simply asked, "What is it?" Muyu explained, "There are several piles of blackened ash over there. I examined them closely. They're the charred remains of freshly incinerated human bodies, most likely Qianhozi's men. That foul Taoist adept wielded fire, did he not? It's almost certainly his handiwork. Was Qianhozi's corpse recovered? Reduced to ashes, utterly unidentifiable. Yet earlier as we arrived, didn't a minivan pass us by? That vehicle happened to be coming from the direction of the warehouse. It's quite possible Qianhozi was inside." Muyu offered this speculation, just as Gui Nan'an received a text message. The message read, "Target is aboard the vehicle. The perpetrator contacted Old Master Site. Judging by their conversation, the ransom has been paid, and authorities have been alerted. Proceed with caution." Indeed, the message came from the truck driver who hauled the log of Yao under Gui Nan'an's command since the outset. "What is it?" Muyu asked curiously about the message. Gui Nan'an withheld nothing. Lao Gu sent word. "Alice is en route as she spoke with Old Master Site. The ransom has been delivered, and police have been summoned. Then time is slipping away. Fortunately, we're still ahead of the tide." Gui Nan'an turned toward Bella with quiet curiosity. "Miss Bella, how much did Qianhozi demand from you?" 10 million yuan. At least that's what he declared aloud when calling before us. "I see. Not an excessive sum, likely chosen to avoid protracted complications." After briefly gathering his thoughts and tracing the chain of events, he concluded, "Upon your return, tell everyone we were aligned with Qianhozi, and our decision to release Alice and Mr. Hart stemmed solely from the fact that Old Master Site had already paid the 10 million yuan ransom. In short, should anyone inquire, this is the sole explanation you must offer without deviation or elaboration." I understand. But what of me? If they ask why one person remained behind, how should I respond? Simple. Say you don't know. After all, Qianhozi's criminal logic was always erratic. His actions would surprise no one, least of all this one. Your sole task is to embody flawlessly and utterly the image of a helpless, traumatized victim. I understand. I'll do my utmost. Very well, time grows late. Let us begin without delay. Yes. Gui Nan'an reached into his pocket and withdrew a black talisman, pressing it firmly onto Bella's forehead. He explained, "This talisman suppresses pain and halts bleeding. Tear it off only the instant police and paramedics arrive." I understand. Bella swallowed hard and rose to her feet. Gui Nan'an drew his meticulously clean dagger. He began carving deliberate, sizable gashes across Bella's body, wounds that appeared severe yet carefully avoided vital organs and arteries. Thanks to the talisman's effect, no blood flowed and no pain registered. Gui Nan'an merely mimicked the brutal artistry of torture, its appearance not its substance. As he attacked, Bella, his proximity inevitably drew him close enough that her heart hammered wildly within her chest. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Nearby, Muyu and the 3 other Yaos sat silently observing, glancing among themselves with unmistakable mischievous amusement. This should suffice. Gui Nan'an assessed Bella's wounds and attire, satisfied that the illusion had been achieved. Yet noticing her pallor shift unnaturally, he frowned instinctively. "Your complexion seems off. Do you feel any physical distress?" A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Had he inadvertently struck a nerve or compromised some delicate neural pathway? Bella hastily waved her hands, flustered. "No. It's just, this is my first time enduring such an experience, so naturally I'm rather unsettled." "Ah, I see." He nodded, enlightened, then offered a gentle, reassuring smile. "Rest easy. I wield precise control. Nothing will go awry." "Yes, I trust you, Mr. Nan'an." They exchanged further instructions regarding Bella's return, yet even after concluding, no sirens sounded, no officers arrived. Lately, law enforcement response times grow ever more sluggish. Muyu lit a cigarette and leaned idly against the window. Gui Nan'an glanced at him, then subtly at Bella beside him. Muyu blinked, then instantly understood. He moved deliberately to a downwind corner, ensuring the client would inhale no secondhand smoke. The gesture was discreet, yet Bella, stealing glances at Gui Nan'an throughout, noticed it immediately. A warm sweetness bloomed in her chest, only to dim beneath the weight of reality. There was no denying it. The age gap lay bare before them. Gui Nan'an stood at 17, Bella at 31. A chasm of 14 years no ordinary person could bridge. There is no remedy. In country, policing is a profession, not an obligation. It is not like certain states that codify the protection of ordinary citizens as a fundamental legal principle. Gui Nan'an stared at the highway beyond the window and murmured. Indeed, as he had said, country A was not socialist, a nation where rampant individualism held sway. How could the efficiency of the police compare with that of a socialist system? After another 10 or so idle minutes, they could faintly hear the wail of police sirens. Are they making such a racket as if afraid the robbers won't hear them? Muyu tossed his nearly finished cigarette to the floor and stamped it out. Gui Nan'an moved straight for the room's exit and said, pull back. As he left, he could not help glancing once more at Bela. Please be careful. After Bela nodded, they finally departed. The group quickly boarded the van and, following the planned route, vanished before long. By the time the police arrived, the van had already gone and the distance was too great to close. Inside the warehouse, Bela lay on the ground and, following Gui Nan'an's instructions, tore off the black talisman. A moment later, the talisman dissolved into black mist and vanished, and blood flowed freely from the countless wounds. A fierce pain spread rapidly across her body, growing ever more intense until Bela could no longer help but moan aloud. Even then, she rolled twice on the floor, determined to make her clothing as bloodstained and disheveled as possible. Her clothes became soaked with blood, presenting a pitiable sight. 2 police cars set off in pursuit, but were soon forced to abandon the chase by a sudden violent downpour. Lightning accompanied the rain and felled a large tree, blocking the police car's path. Thus the van carrying Gui Nan'an and the others vanished into the storm. At the warehouse, alongside the police vehicles, an ambulance waited. When the medics carried Bela out, she had already fainted from the pain. She was covered in blood. The uninformed onlookers could only think, how pitiful. What inhuman torment has she endured? Bela, seeing her condition, Lizzie rushed forward, at last unable to contain her emotion. She pressed desperately after one of the doctors and asked, Doctor, how is she? Is she still alive? The physician, busy and barely concealing his exasperation, paused. But since this was the Site family's heiress, he restrained himself and said, she is alive, but requires urgent treatment. Please do not interfere with our work. All right. Lizzie stepped back and watched helplessly as the medical team loaded Bela into the ambulance and watched it drive away. It's all right, miss. Madam is kind-hearted. She will surely be fine, the short-haired maid murmured in consolation. Lizzie nodded. Ultimately, under police escort, she boarded a patrol car and followed the main contingent back towards City A. It had been Lizzie's suggestion to accompany the police to the scene. At first, her grandfather refused, saying it was unsafe. But after Lizzie insisted repeatedly, her grandfather had no choice. In the end, he permitted Lizzie's personal maid to accompany her. After all, the personal maid also served as Lizzie's bodyguard. Hate, who usually sought to curry favor with Bela, did not come along on this operation. The reason was that he had been so frightened that day. He had wet his pants and did not want to be seen. He was thoroughly shaken and did not wish to return to that perilous scene. Although an unexpected troublemaker appeared midway, in the end events unfolded according to plan. Bela was soon taken to the hospital. In the end, she was not seriously harmed. Her injuries were numerous enough, however, that she required a 2-month hospital stay. Still, the objective had been achieved. The woman had successfully won Lizzie's sympathy. Lizzie did not hesitate to report Uncle Hate to her grandfather, and the old man, already somewhat displeased with Hate, altered his will once again. He redirected some of the shares originally intended for Hate directly to Lizzie and Bela. How smoothly matters went for Bela, however, may be left aside for the moment. As for Gui Nan'an, Muyu, driving them back to the city, seemed particularly interested in a certain topic. Boss, does that woman have feelings for you? Which woman? Who else? The client. Oh, is that supposed to be a new joke? Not at all. Muyu turned the wheel as he took a corner. I can tell, the way she looks at you. If she didn't like you, that would be the miracle. To be honest, I think that woman is rather beautiful, just over 30, still possessing lingering charm, and with a pleasing figure. Married women, you must admit, can be quite in demand. Aren't you afraid your wife will hear you talking like that? You want tattle on me, will you? Maybe. Hey, no. I'm only reminding you, I worry you'll forget by Mao's rules. Muyu hastily backed down. Gui Nan'an in the passenger seat looked out the window and said, I brought you up myself, yet you have the nerve to test me. That's different. After all, I have a wife. But boss, you haven't forgotten by Mao's rules on this matter, have you? A tedious jest, he replied, neither warm nor cold, then added, by Mao Rule 21, excepting those who already had spouses, no core member shall form a real emotional bond with an outsider. Yes, That is by Mao's rule. Internal core members may only enter romantic relationships with fellow core members for fear that a cadre might fall for an outsider, favor them, and ultimately betray Bai Mao. After all, the first tenet of Bai Mao's laws is this: the organization's core must be absolutely loyal to it, placing the organization's interests above all else. There is, of course, another case: those who already had spouses before joining. Like Muyu. Muyu had a wife before he became a formal core member. Such individuals must endure stricter requirements and tests to join Bai Mao, and the Intelligence Bureau will investigate them thoroughly. Moreover, once admitted, they too must place the organization's interests first, naturally to avoid making these formerly married members uncomfortable or disheartened. Bai Mao will to an appropriate degree provide benefits and security for the families of core members, but this is not without cost. Should a core member violate the initial rules of the game, death will be the only path that awaits him. Boss, may I ask you a question? Speak. Are you loyal to Bai Mao or loyal to the boss? Isn't the boss Bai Mao itself? Some veteran core members do not see it that way. Of course, I'm just a newcomer, not yet dragged into that struggle. Muyu's remark made Gui Nan'an frown involuntarily. He replied seriously, Bai Mao is the boss Bai Mao. Bai Mao's law is the boss law. Yes, I understand. Gui Nan'an was picked up by the boss. He was raised by one of the closest groups around the boss. Naturally, he felt a deep loyalty towards him. Although he knew very well that the internal factions of the White Cat were mainly divided into two camps. One faction consisted of older veterans, mostly loyal subordinates of the former boss, who primarily supported the company of White Cat. The other faction comprised the remaining core members. Unlike the old guard, they primarily supported the boss as an individual. This is akin to the distinction between the laws of an ancient state and the emperor. As a minister, would you prefer to uphold the law with integrity even at the risk of offending the emperor? Or would you rather serve the emperor and to some extent overlook the law? Of course, such issues hold little significance in the currently peaceful environment of the White Cat. Although some core members had minor grievances with the boss, overall there were no major issues. Thus, the situation had not yet escalated to a severe rift. To put it bluntly, the significance of choosing sides depended on the boss character. As long as the boss posed no problems, the group would naturally remain united. However, to be frank, the boss' laid-back attitude, preferring to shirk responsibilities and spend his days fishing, understandably caused some discontent among the older core members. Fortunately, during such times the boss would have his trusted aides cover for him, ensuring that official matters were not delayed. Thus, while the old faction was dissatisfied, they would not voice their complaints too harshly. Moreover, it wasn't only the old faction that harbored discontent towards the boss. Even the close faction would sometimes point fingers and berate him. For example, half a year ago when the boss went fishing and forgot to complete a certain form. When Sister Bai, who managed the finances, came to ask for the paperwork, the boss stammered for a long time but could not produce anything. The outcome was quite simple. Sister Bai scolded him thoroughly and directly suspended his living expenses for a month. During that month, the boss actually stayed at Gui Nan'an's home. Meanwhile, the black cat Xiao He was also temporarily entrusted to Gui Nan'an during that time. The reason was, I see Xiao He quite likes you, so please take care of him. Feel free to pet him, no need to be polite. After all, who are we to each other? The internal factions of the White Cat were roughly like this, and after hearing Gui Nan'an's choice, Muyu simply said, I was brought up by you, so naturally, I will be in your camp. Me too. The voice of Qian Chao came from the corner, still maintaining her original form. I too. Me too. Same here. The other three little demons expressed their allegiance. In response, Muyu merely said, you few interns, what are you making a fuss about? It's not your turn to choose sides yet. Nevertheless, he still seriously reminded them, don't share what you heard today with others, and be careful that the boss doesn't make things difficult for you later. Understood. The four demons echoed in unison, having already chosen their sides at this point. However, Gui Nan'an held no interest in their allegiance. He simply gazed quietly out the window, reminiscing about the memories of growing up in the White Cat. Among those most precious childhood memories, the ones featuring the boss and others always appeared most frequently. Gui Nan'an was loyal to the boss regardless of the situation. Even if everyone in the White Cat stood against him, he would unhesitatingly stand by the boss' side. After all, that man was his reincarnated father. His own name was given by him. As a neutral faction, he could remain neutral in all matters. But this particular matter was absolutely non-negotiable. After all, to be raised without being born is a debt difficult to repay across 100 lifetimes. 17 years ago, boom, suddenly a loud thunderclap resonated through the sky. This startled the young man who was night fishing by the river. What the hell? Wasn't it said that there would be no rain tonight? The young man grumbled as he packed his things and got up, including his fishing gear and a water bucket beside him. The bucket contained a third of its capacity filled with water, yet not a single fish was caught. Yes, from 8 in the evening until now 3 in the morning. He had no idea what had gone wrong with the river today, as he hadn't caught a single fish. The young man decided not to bother with the bucket and planned to leave it for the next time. After all, a bucket wasn't worth much. Even if it were lost, he wouldn't mind. He simply packed his fishing gear and other belongings into his black cloth bag. Then he quickly left the dark fishing spot. The young man soon returned to the road. The streetlights indicated that he appeared to be a young man only in his early 20s. With long, soft yellow hair cascading down to his shoulders, he was strikingly handsome, even surpassing the most popular male stars of the time. Uninformed onlookers might mistake him for a high-end model. However, the young man was not even human. His name was Hong Yi, a somewhat special vampire. He was also the behind-the-scenes boss of the White Cat. Hong Yi found his small electric scooter by the roadside. Without much inspection, he hopped on and intended to leave. But after fiddling with it a few times, he discovered that the scooter was completely unusable. After getting off and checking, he could not help but curse loudly, "Damn it, who stole my battery?" Feeling quite dissatisfied at that moment, another man on an electric scooter came rushing from a distance. "What's wrong, buddy?" The man in his 30s and wearing a helmet parked his scooter to the side, stepped down, and kindly said, "Need help?" Seeing this, Hong Yi was about to say something. Swish! But unexpectedly, the man suddenly exerted force and snatched the bag containing Hong Yi's fishing gear. Then, without looking back, he turned and ran. "Hey, you!" The man's actions left Hong Yi stunned. Perhaps it was due to his first time stealing something, as he ran off in a hurry after succeeding. Hong Yi didn't chase after him, but silently shifted his gaze to the electric scooter parked beside the man. Without hesitation, he hopped on and raced towards home. Hearing the roar of the scooter, the man suddenly came to his senses and quickly turned around to chase after him. "Thief! And my scooter!" The man frantically pursued in the direction Hong Yi had left. Eventually, he arrived at the spot where Hong Yi had parked. He immediately spotted the old electric scooter, which was no comparison to the new one he had just bought. However, given the current lack of any transportation, the man could only place his hopes on this dilapidated scooter, attempting to use it to catch up with his own vehicle. Yet, just like Hong Yi before him, the scooter refused to start. The man, puzzled, got off and took a closer look, angrily cursing, "Damn it, where's the battery?" Unable to get the scooter running, in other words, his new vehicle had disappeared without a trace. The man was furious and could only place his hopes on the black bag he had just stolen. He hoped there might be something valuable inside to compensate for his loss. However, once he opened the bag and saw what was inside, he was utterly dumbfounded. There was nothing of value in the bag, just a broken fishing rod that could be retracted, a folding stool, and some corn and worms. Damn! At that moment, the entire road could hear the man's furious curses. Beep, beep, beep. He sped homeward on a brand new electric scooter, while the man's curses behind him gradually faded into silence. Beneath the amber glow of the street lamps, only the red-clad rider's motion broke the stillness. Elsewhere, the world was eerily hushed. The scooter sputtered and died, stopping precisely before the entrance to the forest ancient cemetery. With no choice, he dismounted. Fortunately, home was now just a short distance away. Ahead, the road was under construction. Work had ceased for the night, yet warning tape and caution signs stretched far and wide. The red-clad man decided to detour through the forest ancient cemetery back to the old street. Boom! Thunder cracked overhead. At that very instant, torrential rain began to pour. The downpour came without warning. Before he could seek shelter, he was drenched, soaked to the bone. Resigned, he pressed on, walking deliberately through the cold, rain-slicked night. Mew! As he passed a densely clustered burial ground, a cat's cry caught his attention. His night vision was exceptionally sharp. Curious, he glanced over, and there, seated with feline grace in the pouring rain, sat a slender black cat. Its luminous green eyes gleamed with an unsettling, otherworldly light. After locking eyes with the red-clad man, the black cat did not linger. Instead, it turned and strode lightly into the depths of the cemetery. After pacing only a few meters, it paused and looked back as if beckoning him to follow. Intrigued, he followed. Led by the small black cat, he walked for a long while, until at last he reached the farthest edge of the graveyard. There, in the furthest corner beside a crumbling wall, he spotted an infant swaddled tightly in coarse black cloth. Motionless, he hurried forward, lifted the sodden bundle, and cradled the drenched infant in his arms. The child lay utterly still, yet faint, steady breaths betrayed life. Mew! At the cat's call, the infant slowly opened its eyes. Its pitch-black pupils gazed silently, unblinking at the red-clad man. Not a sound escaped its lips, not a whimper, not a sigh, not even a murmur of curiosity. Its face remained expressionless, mask-like, utterly devoid of vitality. A sudden chilling thought struck him. It feels like holding a wax effigy. This child is wrong. That was his first instinctive impression. The infant was deeply uncanny by scent alone, unmistakably human, a newborn boy. Yet it radiated such profound artificiality that his very bones grew cold. Why then was it wrapped in black cloth? And why such rough, abrasive fabric? Perplexed, he studied the infant, only to find it staring back, unwavering, unblinking. Something thin and rigid clung to the inner side of the black cloth. He peeled it free. It was a waterlogged yellow talisman. He recognized the script. It resembled a spirit's exorcising charm. Yet this was merely a cheap photocopy utterly devoid of spiritual potency. Is that so? He murmured softly to himself, his mind already weaving a tentative conclusion. Most likely the child had been abandoned by its own parents. Why? Out of superstition. When an infant arrived who neither cried nor showed emotion, whose face held no spark of life, its parents deemed it a specter and performed a grotesque ritual of exorcism before casting it aside. You know, you remind me of someone. Though strictly speaking he belongs to the Kennedy family, he resolved to adopt the child. Gently, reverently, he cradled the infant and set off toward where the white cat waited. Mew. All the while the black cat trailed closely behind, as if unwilling to entrust the child to fate. Ah, I almost forgot about you. He glanced at the black cat and let it follow unimpeded. From now on I'll call you Xiaohei. Nearly 6 weeks had passed since the abduction incident. Yet after parting ways with Bella that day, Gui Nan'an had not returned to school. Dr. Shi, the veterinarian, required his assistance for a critical experiment. The veterinarian's laboratory lay beneath the White Cat compound. Behind the White Cat warehouse stood a large circular opening in the floor, a trapezoidal stairwell descending deep underground. It led down 1 full kilometer. There at that depth sprawled a vast cavernous chamber, its walls and floors studded with bioluminescent stones that cast a soft, ethereal glow. At the heart of that luminous expanse stood the laboratory itself. Boom! A colossal research facility occupied the center of the immense subterranean space. Before its entrance stretched a broad plaza of treated red earth, scattered with towering glowing stones and strange alien flora. Gui Nan'an stood upon that plaza, aiming a slender black tube, no thicker than a fountain pen, at a massive boulder some distance away. The tube was hollow, sleek, and entirely metallic. To any casual observer it was nothing more than a plain black metal rod. Boom! Yet with each trigger pull it discharged invisible projectiles, like Doraemon's air cannon. Boom! Another shot struck the boulder 100 meters distant, leaving only a shallow dent unchanged from before. Finally he lowered the tube and pulled out a black talisman. He flung it forward. Boom! On contact the boulder exploded violently, shattering into countless fragments reduced instantly to rubble. The contrast between the tube's feeble impact and the talisman's devastating power was stark. If progress remains impossible, perhaps we should suspend this project, for now. Gui Nan'an glanced toward Dr. Shi nearby, and saw only profound frustration etched across his face. The veterinarian stood in human form clad in a crisp white lab coat, the very image of a physician and scientist. He shot Gui Nan'an a sharp, exasperated look and said, "How many projects have we shelved already? It can't be helped, can it? I haven't attended class in over a month. If I keep assisting you with this, my boss will reprimand me. TCH. Honestly, I don't understand why you go to school at all. You won't interact with people anyway. But my boss insisted I experience human life. What choice do I have? Can't you just stand up to him? Stop obeying every command. Why shouldn't I obey? Then why should you? You dislike school, so why submit? Disliking it is one thing, fulfilling my boss's directive is another. Fine. You're just a dog. Whatever he says you do. Don't speak as though dogs aren't your kin." Sigh. The veterinarian sighed, weary and resigned. The stagnation of the black tube experiment gnawed at him, frustration simmering just beneath his calm exterior. Gui Nan'an walked over and threw the black tube to him. The veterinarian caught it with one hand. "Let's end this experiment for now. Come find me when you think of a breakthrough method. Don't speak like an outsider. Remember the deputy director's surname is Gui. That's just a deputy. You are still responsible for the experimental plan and the future. After all, I'm just a powerless and weak human." Pock. The veterinarian spat at Gui Nan'an in annoyance, but he easily dodged it. "Are you a child?" Gui Nan'an said, somewhat speechless. "Mind your own business." He shot a glare at the other, as if suddenly recalling something. He said, "By the way, can you increase the budget for next month? Are you still focusing on this experimental subject?" "What if I am? Then that's out of the question." "Why, oi?" The veterinarian expressed some dissatisfaction. "Because given the current situation, it's a bottomless pit. I suggest you wrap up the experiment with the robot Heiji first. You know how Sister Bai is, she wants fun projects that show no hope. Can't you privately approve a bit more funding for me? Aren't you the deputy director of our research institute?" "Well, I'm also the deputy director of the finance bureau." Gui Nan'an shot the veterinarian an exasperated glance. "You speak so well, but in the end you won't be the one who suffers for indiscriminately allocating funds. I still maintain my stance of finish the robot's experimental project first. If that fails, find a way to upgrade the ghost talisman. In any case, before these 2 projects are completed, the funding for the Research Institute cannot be increased." "Pa, you traitor." The Research Institute's experimental work, which lasted for a month and a half, thus came to an end. Next it would continue as before, experiencing the ordinary school life of a student. By the time Gui Nan'an returned home, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. After feeding Xiaohei, Gui Nan'an casually made himself a bowl of noodles for dinner. After dinner, he continued to sit on the sofa in the living room watching television. An expressionless face reappeared. The uninformed might mistake it for a lifeless doll. The black cat Xiaohei lay beside him comfortably purring. On the television screen, the program, Tea Ceremony, continued to play as always. Gui Nan'an took a sip of the warm tea from his thermos. At the same time, ding-ling-ling. Someone called. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Bella. Hello, is this Mr. Nan'an? Bella on the other end sounded somewhat excited, her voice mixed with an indescribable joy. It's me. May I ask why you're calling so late? It's just that Mr. Nan'an, the old man, passed away this afternoon, and the will has just been announced. Is that so? Gui Nan'an pretended to be surprised and hurriedly asked, did the outcome meet your expectations? Yes, it's great. I received 5 of the shares. And Alice received 55, temporarily managed by the old man's most trusted butler. Hart received 40. Additionally, I also got a mansion. Is that so? Then I truly congratulate you. His tone carried genuine blessings, yet his facial expression remained as cold and unchanged as ever. Gui Nan'an merely stared at the tea-picking process on the television, subconsciously lowering the volume a bit. I really have to thank you this time, Mr. Nan'an. If it weren't for you, I certainly wouldn't have gotten anything. Although it was only 5 for Bella, it was already a tremendous boon. Gui Nan'an simply said, so what will Miss Bella do next? Do you have any plans for the future? Well, I'm planning to sell the house and shares, and then go do some business with my brother and father elsewhere. Are you leaving the Steer family? Yes, after all. I married for money in the first place. Now that my goal has been achieved, naturally, I must leave. Saying this made her a bit hesitant, as Bella clearly knew it was wrong, especially now that Alice had a certain fondness for her. Showing her true colors and severing ties with the Steer family, she estimated that Alice would surely be very angry and sad at that time. Since you have already made up your mind from the beginning, don't let emotions sway you then. Yes, I understand. She paused, seeming a bit hesitant, but then said, Mr. Nan'an, may I treat you to a meal? Of course, it's nothing personal, mainly to settle the commission and such. You see, I should pay the final payment, right? About that, I'm afraid not. After a brief contemplation, Gui Nan'an gave his answer. The reason was that he recalled what Muyu had said to him in the car. Some matters are better nipped in the bud. I need to go to my girlfriend's place for a while, so you can just handle the follow-up at the research institute. The commission for this task is 1 million. Does that work for you? Oh, is that so? All right. Of course, that's fine. The other person's tone was obviously a bit dejected. At the same time, the mention of his girlfriend made her entire mood turn negative. Thank you for your cooperation. Do you have any other business? No, nothing more. Have a good rest, Mr. Nan'an. Good night. Good night, Mr. Nan'an. Beep beep. Gui Nan'an hung up the phone while Bella on the other end stared blankly at her call records. I wish I had been born a little later. The downtrodden woman murmured to herself. The next morning, Bella visited the white cat once again. However, when she pushed open the office door, there was no familiar face inside. Only a handsome young man engrossed in playing a mobile game. It was Hong-yi. Damn, hold the high ground, Li Xi. It seemed the game was going poorly, causing Hong-yi to shout at his phone. Yet clearly accompanied by the sound of crystals exploding on the screen, this match was yet another failure. Damn. Hong-yi cursed in dissatisfaction. Only after putting down his phone did he notice Bella standing at the door, feeling slightly embarrassed. Who are you? May I ask if Mr. Nan'an is here? Bella walked into the room and asked instinctively. Hong-yi realized and replied, You must be Miss Bella? Gui told me about your commission. He isn't here today. If you have anything, feel free to talk to me. Oh, I see. Bella visibly looked a bit disappointed while taking out a bank card from her bag. There is 4 million in here. The password is 390SIXS. 2 million is what I borrowed from Mr. Nan'an. And 1 million is the commission fee. What about the remaining 1 million? Consider it. My gratitude to Mr. Nan'an. After all, I don't know what he likes. The next day was Sunday, a rare occasion when Gui Nan'an stayed home to rest instead of going out. It was an exceptionally uncommon holiday, and yet it proved to be a day brimming with unexpected events. A rift had formed between Bella and Alice. Yet despite their discord, the matter of the 5% shares was ultimately resolved after deliberation between the family steward and Alice. She acquired all of them. Hart had eagerly sought those shares and offered a substantial price, but perhaps out of lingering guilt toward Alice, they ultimately fell into her camp. Following the share transfer, Bella swiftly sold the luxury mansion she had received as part of the settlement. She then departed the city with her younger brother and her father, who had just been discharged from the hospital. They relocated to another city for 2 reasons. First, to escape potential retaliation from the Stair family, represented by Alice, should they remain in city. Second, to forge a fresh beginning for their family's future. And third, she needed distance, not for strategy, but for solace, to clear her mind, to breathe again, to heal. Thus ends Bella's story, for now. Meanwhile, life moved on for others. Gui Nan'an, long deprived of rest, spent the day brewing tea at home. He had purchased an array of teas determined to discern the one that would become his favorite. Midway through the ritual, his phone chimed with a text alert. He retrieved it to find a notification: 3 million a currency deposited into his bank account. The only plausible source he could imagine was the 2 million he had lent Bella. But the extra million, that remained a mystery. As he pondered, confusion deepening, a shrill ring cut through the quiet. His boss was calling. "Hello, boss," he answered, voice instantly deferential. "Have you received the funds?" "Yes, but..." "The extra million, right?" "Yes. That woman sent it as a gift. She also entrusted me with another present. I've already dispatched it to you." "I see. By the way, there's something I need to mention." "Please go ahead." "A newcomer named Sean. She will be contacting you shortly. A rather unusual individual. His ability relates to memory, an endangered species nearly extinct. I'm not even sure of its scientific name. In any case, I'll need you to mentor him." "Understood." The call ended. Hong Yi launched another game session, while Gui Nan'an resumed his tea brewing, waiting in quiet anticipation for the delivery. "Boss." Roughly half an hour later, a familiar voice rang out beyond the villa's perimeter fence. From across the window, he could already see Chigusa waving a small box bouncing incessantly before the wrought iron gate of the front courtyard. I'm here." Upon locking eyes with Gui Nan'an, she flashed a radiant smile, then pushed open the gate and dashed forward, still holding the box aloft, lightfoot and gleeful. To the uninitiated, she might easily pass for a rabbit spirit. No one would suspect her true nature as a grass spirit. "Phew, it stinks. Boss, are you boiling durian?" She poked her head into the kitchen, then stepped inside, cradling the box. Her gaze immediately fell upon the neatly sorted varieties of tea leaves. She understood at once what he was doing. It's such a rare day off. Why waste it on something so tedious as tea brewing? "Do you have a problem with that?" "Hee, just kidding." Chigusa handed over the cardboard box, cleared her throat twice, and mimicked a courier. "Ahem. Your package, sir. Please sign for it." Gui Nan'an accepted the box and opened it under Chigusa's expectant gaze, revealing an exquisitely crafted wooden case inside. Lifting the lid, he found a jade pendant necklace nestled within. Engraved on its reverse side were the characters for peace and safety. "Wow, it's gorgeous." Chigusa's eyes sparkled with delight. Gui Nan'an's expression remained impassive. "If you like it, take it." Really? Just a talisman for safety. Hardly worth much." "But this was a gift from Miss Bella. Wouldn't giving it away so casually be?" "Is it your first day knowing me?" Hee, just kidding." Chigusa had known Gui Nan'an for 2 years, and thus she knew well the emotional lacunae that lay beneath his surface. Though outwardly expressive and animated most days, she understood that inwardly he remained profoundly still, like water undisturbed by wind, devoid of emotional ripple. "Then I'll take it. Don't regret it later, okay?" She cheerfully snatched the box. Gui Nan'an simply turned back to his tea. "All right, mission accomplished. I'm off, boss. Would you like to stay for dinner?" "Huh, you serious?" "Just polite talk. Don't take it literally." "TCH." She rolled her eyes, then added with a wry grin. Okay. No more jokes. I'd love to stay, but I really do have other plans. No need to trouble you. Bye-bye, boss." "Goodbye." "Bye-bye." With that, she bounded away, box in hand, like a schoolgirl released for summer break. Always lively, always radiant, a young woman. A wide, swift river flowed past Gui Nan'an's residence. Chigusa skipped merrily along its bank, the box clutched tightly in her hands. Glancing around to confirm she was alone, her cheerful smile faded, then vanished entirely. With no hesitation, she hurled the box, necklace and all, into the churning current. She watched unmoving as the river swept it away, until it vanished beyond sight. "Huh." She spat contemptuously into the water, muttering, "Who the hell wants her trinkets? At least have the decency to hand-deliver something decent to me, for crying out loud. Ugh." Without lingering, she glanced back once at Gui Nan'an's house, then turned away, lips pursed in quiet displeasure. Qianhozi was deeply annoyed. His grandmother had secretly arranged a blind date for him, without his knowledge or consent. Apparently she'd mentioned it during a phone call with an old friend, and the conversation spiraled so enthusiastically that the time and location were set on the spot. The meeting was scheduled for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning at the nearby Happiness Park. Qianhozi felt utterly exasperated. He couldn't fathom why his grandmother, otherwise afflicted with dementia, remained so sharp, so unusually perceptive precisely when discussing her friends and his marital prospects. This inconsistent, unpredictable dementia weighed heavily upon him, yet he dared not voice complaint. After all, how could he wish for her to descend fully into senility? In truth, faced with her radiant, expectant expression and her constant joyful refrain, "I'll have a great-grandson soon. I'll have a great-granddaughter soon," Qianhozi knew with absolute certainty that tomorrow's date was inescapable. In truth, faced with her radiant, expectant expression and her constant joyful refrain, "I'll have a great-grandson soon. I'll have a great-granddaughter soon," Qianhozi knew with absolute certainty that tomorrow's date was inescapable. In truth, faced with her radiant, expectant expression and her constant joyful refrain, "I'll have a great-grandson soon. I'll have a great-granddaughter soon." Qianhouzi knew with absolute certainty that tomorrow's date was inescapable. Happiness Park. Qianhouzi arrived at the park unusually early. Though the matchmaking appointment was scheduled for 10 o'clock in the morning, the woman had not appeared by 11. She finally arrived at noon. At the very moment he laid eyes on her, Qianhouzi felt an involuntary wave of aversion. She was a woman who appeared passably presentable, perhaps 23 or 24 years old. She wore mid-to-high-end branded clothing and heavy makeup. Yet Qianhouzi knew her family well. Her grandmother was a close friend of his own grandmother's, frequently exchanging calls. Her family was far from affluent. Moreover, she had just graduated from university and remained unemployed. Under such circumstances, without steady income, her wardrobe of luxury labels raised immediate questions. Most likely, she either relied on credit overextension or indulged recklessly in her family's savings, a sign of vanity ill-suited to marital life. That said, Qianhouzi had never held much hope for this meeting anyway. "Sorry I'm late. So sorry." She arrived alone and promptly sat across from him. Qianhouzi offered a faint, composed smile. "No trouble at all. Would you like something to eat?" "Yes, please." She led him to an upscale restaurant. She opened the menu and summoned the waiter without hesitation, ordering several elaborate and expensive Western dishes, and for herself 1,000 yuan steak. Qianhouzi merely ordered a 15 yuan fried rice. "What's your name?" he asked. She appraised him up and down, her gaze lingering on his modest attire, and a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. "Oh, I'm Camille. A lovely name. Hee hee, you're quite the flatterer." Her laugh was perfunctory, then she added, "So, what do you do for work?" "I'm in fashion design. And you?" "I just graduated. Haven't landed a job yet, but it'll happen soon." "How much do you earn monthly? How much have you saved? What are your expectations?" "Well, 20,000 per month and savings of 1 million. Surely that's not too much to ask." That might actually be rather difficult." Qianhouzi gave a wry smile, thinking inwardly, who on earth is this otherworldly lunatic? "And how much do you make?" she asked. "Around 5,000 a month." "Ah, that could be problematic. I have fairly high personal expenses. If your income is so limited, our future together would surely be fraught with financial strain." "No worries. I have substantial savings." "How much?" "Roughly 5 million. Her eyes lit up instantly, though she quickly masked it with feigned composure. "Oh, that's acceptable. If you find me suitable, perhaps you could tell me about your family's dowry customs. I'd like to prepare mentally." "Oh, nothing too extravagant. We usually expect an 80,000 dowry, a car worth around 1 million, and a house priced at roughly 3 million. With 5 million, you're well covered." "I see. You're right. I don't believe a word of it." Qianhouzi rolled his eyes inwardly. These demands reeked of opportunistic price gouging. "It's reasonable, but the dowry seems excessive. Could it be reduced? I think retaining more capital would better serve our future entrepreneurship." Her brow furrowed slightly before she replied, "I'd love to, but my parents sacrificed greatly to raise me. Honestly, the dowry amount itself doesn't strike me as unreasonable. And you do have 5 million after all. I can't easily compromise on this. My best friend's family set nearly identical terms. Besides, my parents insist once the dowry is agreed upon, it must remain unchanged. Otherwise, it feels like selling a daughter. You're handsome, so surely you're not the sort who objectifies women." She chuckled, yet the sound only deepened Qianhouzi's revulsion. Objectifying women? Isn't she commodifying herself? Competing with her friends over dowry figures? Wasn't that simply a veiled assertion? "I'm no cheaper than my friend." Truly incompatible people should spare each other the wasted breath. "Very well, I can accept your conditions. Now let me outline mine." Go ahead. "I'm rather traditional and conservative. I've never had a girlfriend. So I hope my future partner shares that same background. A virgin? That's not unreasonable, is it?" She froze visibly, then frowned. "I didn't expect you to hold such objectifying views. We live in an open era now. Those outdated notions have long been discarded. Who still clings to such purity myths? To announce it publicly would brand you a provincial relic, laughed out of every room." "Ha, just teasing. Don't take it seriously. Truthfully, neither am I." "Oh, I see." She exhaled in relief. Then Qianhouzi continued, "By the way, do you frequent nightclubs?" "Occasionally. And you?" "I rarely. Though nightclubs tend to attract a rather motley crowd." "Not necessarily. They're not all bad people. Yet I lack the discernment to sift gold from sewage." That was Qianhouzi's quiet thought. Garbage bins may hold unexpected treasures, but most trash inevitably gathers there. Since when did valuing chastity equate to being obsolete, or worse, a provincial fool? When did self-indulgent, undisciplined individuals gain the authority to mock those who cherish their own purity? After all, those who uphold self-respect and self-restraint approach love with far greater sincerity than those who cycle through countless relationships, abandoning each at the first sign of discord. The former understand profoundly how precious and rare genuine love truly is. Of course, not every person lacking virginity is unreliable, neither men nor women. But objectively speaking, risk differentials between the two paths remain self-evident, though few dare voice them aloud. Especially not someone as cautious as Qianhouzi. Sometimes, Qianhouzi struggled to comprehend today's youth. Why did they scorn chastity? Though he wasn't entirely baffled, he needed only pause to reflect. Why indeed were both men and women ridiculed for preserving their purity? Because such people remain unblemished, while the morally compromised cannot abide witnessing another's cleanliness. They wish above all for the entire world to mirror their own corruption. They seek to smear the pure with filth until no distinction remains. Only then do they feel at ease. Hiding behind the banner of liberalism, they practice reckless physical promiscuity. But intellectual openness bears no relation whatsoever to bodily license. That is precisely why Qianhouzi disliked today's youth. He abandoned any notion of bringing her home. Though initially his sole intention had been to bring any woman home, to satisfy his grandmother's wishes, he felt no personal investment in the arrangement. If necessary, he could always divorce, or even sever ties permanently, after his grandmother passed. It was all deeply inconvenient. Even murder seemed plausible. His sole aim was his grandmother's fleeting happiness. In essence, any woman who treated his grandmother well would suffice. Qianhouzi could have taken her home, had she met that single criterion. But this woman did not. Qianhouzi doubted whether bringing her home would ease his grandmother's suffering. For such an arrogant, reckless young woman, who knew if she'd even respect an 80-year-old with dementia? If her careless behavior upset his grandmother, making her cry or worse, provoking her into uttering crude insults, Qianhouzi would explode without hesitation. "Excuse me, I'll just step out to the restroom." After that, he politely engaged in small talk. Then, as the dishes were being served, he excused himself again, claiming he needed to use the restroom. He quietly slipped out of the restaurant. The woman remained oblivious, savoring her premium steak with quiet delight, until having finished her meal, a waiter approached. "Ma'am, here's your bill." The waiter handed it over. With the red wine she'd ordered mid-meal, the total came to just over 3,000 coins. The woman merely replied, "The gentleman will settle it. He's just feeling unwell and will return shortly." "But the gentleman left quite some time ago," the waiter clarified gently. "He specifically instructed that you cover the bill." "What?" She erupted instantly. How could he do this? How utterly outrageous. She refused to pay, not because she couldn't, but because doing so would ruin her entire evening. Her high school reunion was effectively canceled. She had been counting on impressing her former classmates. Her mind raced, scrambling for an escape. But before she could utter a word, she noticed two burly security guards at the restaurant entrance staring directly and ominously at her. In the end, she caved. Reluctantly, she paid. As she handed over the money, she ventured timidly, "See, can I get a discount?" "I'm sorry, ma'am. We run a modest establishment." The waiter smiled warmly, unfazed, yet nothing could soften the woman's furious muttering exit. That afternoon, upon returning home, his grandmother scolded Qianhouzi bitterly. Her longtime friend had accused her of being untrustworthy, threatening to sever their decades-long friendship. Qianhouzi surmised the woman must have stormed off and lodged a complaint, but he felt no regret. He sat beside his grandmother on the sofa, chuckling softly as he massaged her back in soothing, almost childlike tones. There, Grandma. Don't be angry. It's not my fault. That girl simply wasn't acceptable. She insulted you." His grandmother blinked, startled, then flared with indignation. "Damn it. What a wretched hag, daring to insult my grandson. Pa, she's unworthy of becoming my granddaughter-in-law." With that, she fumbled for her elderly model phone. "No, I must confront that old harridan. How dare her granddaughter speak to my boy like that?" There, Grandma. Calm down." Qianhouzi hurried to intervene. "They've already declared they're cutting ties with you. Why reopen wounds? Right, you're better off avoiding such people altogether. No need to rage over them. You've got other friends after all. Yes, no anger. Not worth it." His grandmother patted her chest, steadying herself, then turned to him with quiet longing. "So, doggy, when will I finally have a granddaughter-in-law?" Soon. I'll bring home a fine young woman." His smile was strained, but just enough to placate her for now. At 6 p.m., Qianhouzi headed out to buy groceries. Coincidentally, it was dismissal hour for students. Though indifferent to others' affairs, he paused near the mouth of an alleyway. There he saw several female high schoolers slapping the face of a shorter classmate. All wore the uniforms of No. 3 middle school. For girls were involved, the aggressors and their accomplices, hair dyed in garish clashing colors exuding the unmistakable aura of delinquents. The victim stood barely over 150 centimeters tall, no more than 16, with tangled hair and delicate features. Yet years of wearing thick glasses, and perhaps never applying makeup, had obscured her natural beauty from casual notice. Her uniform was smeared with mud and stamped with footprints. Her round-framed glasses lay scattered nearby, flung aside by a blow. She stood pressed against the wall, enduring each slap in silent tears. Each sharp crack echoed across the alley. Her right cheek swelled crimson, raw and burning. "Didn't I tell you clearly? 200, 200. You owe us 200 in protection money. Pay up today or else." The blonde ringleader demanded, voice brimming with self-righteous fury, while the trembling girl stammered, "Mimi, grandmother won't give it to me." "Then why don't you steal it?" Another brutal slap followed, delivered as if cruelty itself were routine. Qianhouzi had never cared for such matters, until the girl's quiet despair stirred something deep within him, memories of his own childhood helplessness. He stood at the alley's mouth and bellowed, "What do you think you're doing?" Startled by the sudden presence of an adult, the bullies froze, then bolted, vanishing down the alley's far end. As they fled, one hurled back a threat, "If you don't pay tomorrow, we'll kill you." And then they were gone. The alley fell silent. Only the battered girl remained crouching in the dust, searching blindly for her glasses, until Qianhouzi stepped forward and retrieved them. He held them out. "Thank you." Her voice trembled thick with tears as she clumsily repositioned the cracked spectacles. He said nothing, only glanced at her worn, inexpensive shoes, silently gauging her family's straitened circumstances. From his pocket, he withdrew a wad of cash, roughly 2,000 coins, and offered it. "Get yourself a new pair of glasses." Before she could react, he'd already pressed it into her palm. Then he turned to leave. "Wait," she scrambled after him. "I can't accept your money." But her plea was cut short by the cold steel of a knife pressed to her throat. "Take it. I didn't ask for your consent." Pathetic. Sorry." The lethal aura radiating from him paralyzed her, leaving her stammering apologies before he vanished once more. He smoothly sheathed the blade, then mid-turn caught sight of someone else standing at the alley's entrance. It was Gui Nan'an, passing by purely by chance. He'd attended school that day, though it had been dull as ever. As he passed the alley mouth, he'd witnessed Qianhouzi holding a knife to the throat of a fellow student, initially assuming it was a robbery. But seeing Qianhouzi calmly reholster the weapon, he reconsidered. Perhaps he'd misjudged the scene. Still, the man's silhouette struck him as oddly familiar, though the memory eluded him. Qianhouzi, however, recognized Gui Nan'an instantly. Their brief encounter at the bank had left a vivid impression. Qianhouzi emerged from the alley entrance. As he passed Gui Nan'an, he offered a friendly smile. Saying nothing, he walked straight toward the vegetable market. Gui Nan'an said nothing in return, merely turning his gaze toward the young woman inside the alley, startled so badly she had collapsed onto the ground, and asked calmly, "Do you need help?" "Huh." She blinked, momentarily stunned, then whispered softly, "No thank you." She was an exceptionally shy and self-effacing girl. She kept her eyes lowered, even while speaking to him, unable to meet his gaze. Glancing briefly at her disheveled clothes and rumpled appearance, Gui Nan'an remarked gently, "If your teachers prove unresponsive, perhaps you should speak with the principal instead." Having spoken, he departed without waiting for her reply, his expression unreadable, his departure silent and decisive. In truth, those words were meant to aid her. For the principal of No. 3 Middle School was none other than Bai Miao, a figure outwardly refined and scholarly, yet inwardly a tempestuous tree spirit whose temper flared like wildfire. Should the girl dare approach him with her story of bullying, the perpetrators would be expelled without hesitation. Such was the principal's uncompromising nature. Of course, Gui Nan'an knew nothing of the full circumstances, but one thing he discerned with certainty was this: the footprints on the girl's clothes could not have belonged to the slender man who had just passed by. The shoe size alone ruled it out. First, Gui Nan'an went to the vegetable market to buy groceries, and as he exited, he happened upon Qianhouzi, who was leaving the market at the very same moment. Neither carried much. Both had purchased roughly 2/3 pork and 1/3 vegetables. "What a coincidence," Qianhouzi greeted warmly. "Indeed," Gui Nan'an replied with a faint smile. "Have we met before?" "Who can say? I feel the same, yet the memory eludes me." "Is that so?" With nothing more to exchange, they parted ways, only to find quite unexpectedly that their paths aligned for a stretch ahead. "Do you live alone, Oi?" Qianhouzi asked. "Why do you ask that? Most students don't go grocery shopping after school. That's usually left to their parents." "And you?" "I live with my grandmother. I live with a cat." "You keep a cat too?" "Really?" Qianhouzi's curiosity sparked. He pointed at Gui Nan'an's bag of meat and added, "You make your own cat food?" Gui Nan'an paused, surprised. "You do too?" "Yes. I started after that news about poisoned commercial cat food." "Sigh. How many cats do you have? What color are they?" "Just one, black and rather plump." "Same here, though mine is white. Her name is Xiao Bai. Still, yours probably isn't as round as mine. Mine weighs 20 gene." As he spoke, Qianhouzi pulled out his phone and scrolled to a photo of an extravagantly fluffy white cat. Gui Nan'an glanced at the photo, and then almost imperceptibly at Qianhouzi himself. A quiet suspicion stirred. Was this sheer coincidence, or was the man testing him? "My cat is also named Xiaohe." "Really? May I see a photo?" Intrigued, Qianhouzi leaned in. So Gui Nan'an retrieved his phone and opened the image of Xiaohe. Whoa, uncanny. Aside from color, they're identical, like twins cast from the same mold. Truly remarkable. Yes, truly remarkable. Hosey relished the conversation and the ease it brought. Having grown up without friends, he rarely engaged others so openly or relaxedly. And now in his early 20s, the very age when human connection deepens, he found such exchanges rare indeed. Yet as all things must, this one too was fleeting. Soon they reached a fork in the road. Hosey sensed their directions diverged, and with a light, wistful wave he said, "Well then, until we meet again. Farewell." Gui Nan'an nodded once silent. Then only after Hosey had walked nearly 5 meters away called out suddenly, "Dee she." "Huh." Hosey turned, about to ask, "Are you calling me?" Only to see Gui Nan'an waving amiably toward the crowd across the street. It dawned on him he wasn't the one being addressed. With quiet understanding he turned and walked away. Gui Nan'an, watching him vanish around the corner, slowly lowered his hand. A thought flickered within him, so, it's not him. Indeed, it had been nothing more than a test. For a fleeting moment Gui Nan'an had suspected Hosey was Dee she. Otherwise, why would he initiate a conversation about cats? Why did their views on homemade cat food align so precisely? And why did their pets bear such eerie resemblance? It felt less like chance and more like careful reconnaissance. Such convergence stretched coincidence beyond plausibility, though admittedly it remained possible. As for the crowd across the street, there was no one Gui Nan'an knew among them. He had simply feigned recognition to avoid awkward explanations. After all, if he'd shouted directly at Hosey and received the inevitable, "Were you calling me?" Gui Nan'an would have struggled to conjure a plausible reply on the spot. Hosey returned home early, fed his cat, cooked dinner, then spent the evening chatting with his grandmother and watching television. An ordinary, tranquil evening. Gui Nan'an too returned home early, fed his cat, prepared dinner, and afterwards settled onto the sofa cradling Xiao Hei in his arms as he sipped tea and watched tonight's episode of The Way of Tea. When the program ended, night had fully fallen, 9 o'clock according to the clock. It was time to rest. He climbed the stairs, Xiao Hei padding softly behind. Together they entered the bedroom. Shoo. The moment his feet touched the bed, a strange rustling sound rose from downstairs. Mew. Xiao Hei perked up, casting Gui Nan'an a knowing glance. Slowly Gui Nan'an rose from bed and dressed. His hand hovered near the black talisman concealed in his sleeve, ready to hurl it at a moment's notice. He descended the stairs with deliberate silence, switched on the living room lights, and found the room empty. He moved into the kitchen, scanning every corner. Nothing disturbed, no sign of intrusion. Just as he turned to leave, his gaze inexplicably locked onto the refrigerator. It was a large double-tiered unit. The right compartment, a deep freeze chamber spacious enough to hold an average adult. Gui Nan'an rarely stored anything there. Its interior remained vast and nearly vacant. Hesitating only a heartbeat, he swung the freezer door open. Before he could react, she lunged. A woman, stunning, breathtakingly beautiful, radiant beyond mortal measure, threw him to the floor. Early 20s, clad in a sleek black dress, barefoot. Her eyes gray as polished gemstones, her hair black as midnight cascading past her waist. Her serpentine grace coiled over him as she pinned him down, her face hovering inches from his. Then with a slow, enigmatic smile, "Hey, you found me. So, will you remember me? My name is Shan-Shi." The furiously agitated cat's meow pierced through the night sky. In the next moment, a plump shadow pounced directly. The woman atop Gui Nan'an's body swiftly dodged. In the blink of an eye, she had leapt aside. The black cat continued to bristle, standing between Gui Nan'an and the woman, baring its teeth. "Your cat is quite fierce," the woman said with a smile, looking at Gui Nan'an. As he climbed up from the ground, Gui Nan'an replied, "You were the one who struck first." "Who sent you?" he asked, gazing at the mountain snake. "Red clothes," she replied. "Where are you from?" "The branch in the western part of Black Mountain." "White Fox?" "Yes. White Fox, one of the branches under White Cat, located in the western part of country BS Black Mountain." "Who is your leader?" "White-faced ghost." "What about the second in command?" "Shojio." "And the third?" "The third in command is Ghost Blade. Currently White Fox has over 100 members." "Are you doubting me?" "Just confirming your identity." After all, Gui Nan'an did not want to encounter an imposter. He simply squatted down and petted the bristling little black cat, calming its emotions. Then he carried it to the living room and sat on the sofa. "I have something here that can prove I'm real," the mountain snake said, following behind and sitting on the sofa opposite Gui Nan'an, smiling. "What is it?" "We met 10 years ago." "Where?" "In Black Mountain. You came with the veterinarian, and I saw you in the crowd." "That's true, but I was only 7 at the time, so I don't remember the details very clearly. However, there is one thing you must remember clearly." "Such as?" "One night the veterinarian drank too much and the next day woke up in the latrine's pit." This incident indeed occurred, but it was so embarrassing that not many people knew about it. But since the woman knew about this, it was enough to prove that she truly came from Black Mountain. "All right, I believe you are the mountain snake." "Thank you. So, which department do you want to go to?" "Department? Yes, at least you should choose a field of expertise. If you're interested in assassination, go to the dark department. If it's research, then go to the research institute. For finance, it's the Finance Bureau. As for the Intelligence Network, that's the Intelligence Bureau. The Human Resources Department currently doesn't need more people. In any case, there are various other miscellaneous departments. The key is that you need to tell me what you like, so I can place you in a suitable position. Is it a direct transfer where I can choose any position? You're thinking too much. It's just giving you an internship opportunity. I want a full-time position. Newcomers all think this way. The question is, what is your choice? Choice, huh? The mountain snake instinctively bit her finger, then gave an answer. Is there a department that enhances memory? You have a bad memory. No. The mountain snake shook her head. My presence isn't very strong and am easily overlooked by others. If you're feeling insecure and introverted, I suggest you see a psychologist. No, that's not it. She hurriedly waved her hands, a hint of negativity crossing her eyes. In the next moment, she stared intently at Gui Nan'an and asked, "Can you remember me?" The mountain snake was exceptionally beautiful, captivating to the core. Her gaze toward Gui Nan'an seemed to be soul-binding. Yet Gui Nan'an's response was quite deflating. It's not even noon yet, are you already feeling down? Huh. The mountain snake was clearly taken aback, but then heard Gui Nan'an say, "You are a newcomer I am responsible for, of course I will remember you." This statement sounded completely reasonable. The mountain snake, receiving this reply, smiled sweetly. It's a promise. She extended her right pinky. Gui Nan'an rolled his eyes at her. If you keep up this frivolous nonsense, do you believe I will send you back to Black Mountain? Why? I dislike those who play tricks just because they are pretty. Although I am male, you should better refrain from acting cute in front of me. Is the boss a woman-hating loser? Even if you call me a pervert, I won't play childish games with you. So you want to quickly get familiar with White Cat. Do you need a job that is easy for everyone to notice? Is there such a job? No, after all, White Cat doesn't produce idols. But you can try for a position at the front desk of the office. What do I need to do? Gatekeeping, waiting for guests, and maintaining order. Sounds boring. Then set a more specific goal for yourself, and don't keep asking me for ideas. Quickly finish your probation period and become a full-time employee. Then I still have to go to the front desk. Why? Because the front desk is relatively idle, and it's also Bai Jia's job. If you substitute for her, she will be very happy and might even take care of you. Also, the front desk makes it easy to interact with the core staff of the office. Who knows, if someone is in a good mood, they might let you participate in the assessment early. Assessment? Yes, the path for newcomers to become full-time employees requires passing the tests of 3 core staff members. At such times, they can also be referred to as mentors. You can ask anyone to test you. As long as you complete the assessments of 3 mentors, you can quickly become a full-time employee. Is it really that simple? You think too beautifully. I don't think assessments are easy. Moreover, whether the mentors are willing to give you an assessment is uncertain. If no one assesses you for 100 years, you will have to be an intern for 100 years. This seems a bit tragic, so this depends on personal connections, right? What else? Then what are your assessments, master? The mountain snake suddenly became flattering, even adding honorifics to her address. Gui Nan'an simply stated, "To prevent you from overthinking, I will clarify. First, once you choose a mentor for the assessment, it cannot be changed. You can only look for the next mentor after completing the assessment. Moreover, the tasks for the assessments are entirely at the discretion of the mentor. Of course, my side is special, belonging to unchanging rules." Then what is the assessment on your side, master? Choose one. Fight me without using spells or supernatural abilities. As a deal, I cannot use talismans. A pure physical skill match. Oh, just win against me. 2. Just win against me. Sounds quite convenient. Can I participate in the assessment now? Why would I be magnanimous enough to give a newcomer I've known for less than an hour a test? Because you are my master. Then I'm truly sorry. Your master is a petty person. Then what must I do to take the assessment? Come to the front desk tomorrow to report. After you pass the assessments of the other 2 mentors, come find me. Gui Nan'an carried Xiao He towards the staircase, intending to return to his bedroom for sleep. As for the mountain serpent behind him, he paid it no further mind. Where should I sleep? He asked. Anywhere. There are plenty of vacant rooms in this building. Just find one for yourself, came the reply. Oh, Gui Nan'an said as he returned to his bedroom, immediately calling Sister Bai to inform her that a newcomer would be coming tomorrow. A newcomer? Are you really assigning someone who isn't even a formal member to work at the headquarters? You're leaving the back door wide open here. Sister Bai on the other end of the line expressed her dissatisfaction with Gui Nan'an's arrangement. Gui Nan'an merely explained this person was recommended by the boss, supposedly a nearly extinct endangered species with abilities that seem quite useful. I think it's safer for her to go to the headquarters. Is that so? What abilities does she have? The boss said it has something to do with memory. And then, I didn't ask. Then you just spouted a bunch of nonsense. Hand me a stick, and I can also do something related to memory. Who doesn't know about physical amnesia? In any case, we have plenty of time. If you're really interested, just ask her when she arrives tomorrow. TSK. I hate working with fresh newcomers. Just bear with it. After all, she's someone recommended by the boss. Gui Nan'an could only smile bitterly hearing Sister Bai sigh repeatedly on the other end. You're too biased towards the boss. If this continues, you'll spoil him. Gui Nan'an had no rebuttal to that. All right, for your sake, I'll look out for that snake. But during the assessment, I won't go easy on her. If she gets hurt, don't blame me for being too harsh. Then I'll trouble you, Sister Bai. The call ended there. Gui Nan'an returned to bed with Xiao He happily lying beside him, snuggled close and purring contentedly. At the moment of turning off the light, Gui Nan'an instinctively glanced at his bedroom door. He felt a bit uneasy, so he took out a few black talismans from his coat pocket and threw them over. The black talismans clung tightly to the door like living creatures, sealing it shut. These talismans possessed great demonic power. Generally, lesser demons would find it impossible to break the seal and intrude. After reinforcing the door, Gui Nan'an couldn't help but glance at the window. He saw that the window was tightly shut and the curtains were drawn tightly. The entire room felt like an enclosed space. There shouldn't be any problems. He murmured to himself, then turned off the light and lay down in bed. Before long, he drifted into a hazy dream. It was his own room. In the room, Gui Nan'an was lying in bed asleep. The curtains and windows were wide open and moonlight streamed directly onto the bed. The black cat was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, a makeshift bed had appeared on the floor beside him. A beautiful woman was slowly climbing onto the bed. Yes, it was the mountain serpent. Her movements were gentle and cautious. She climbed up to the front of Gui Nan'an's body and stared at him quietly. Suddenly, Gui Nan'an on the bed opened his eyes wide. Close to him, the mountain serpent looked at him with an expectant expression, smiling slightly. Hey, do you remember me? Gui Nan'an woke up hesitating as he opened his eyes. He could distinctly feel a pair of eyes fixed on him. Opening his eyes, sure enough, it was the mountain serpent. Her next actions mirrored those from his dream perfectly. She looked expectantly at Gui Nan'an, then with a smile asked, Hey, do you remember me? This scene left Gui Nan'an feeling somewhat speechless. Though there was no evidence, he was certain that the mountain serpent had played a trick on him in his dream. Could you get off me first? Why? Because if you don't, I might hit you. All right. The mountain serpent shrugged and got off the bed. The next moment, she laid down on the makeshift bed beside Gui Nan'an, not knowing when she had fallen asleep. The room was not dark at all as the curtains were wide open. Moonlight poured in from outside. Xiao He was as invisible as he was in the dream. However, looking towards the main door of the room, there were no signs that the black talismans had been disturbed. Meow. Suddenly, an angry cat's meow came from outside the door. It sounded as if Xiao He had just woken up and realized he wasn't on the bed. He was scratching at the door. Gui Nan'an hurriedly got out of bed and opened the door. Seeing this, Xiao He dashed in and jumped onto the bed. He then glared at the mountain serpent lying on the makeshift bed baring his teeth. It was just a joke, don't be mad. But the mountain serpent found it quite amusing, so she didn't take Xiao He's anger seriously at all. Gui Nan'an simply closed the door again, then sat back on the bed petting Xiao He to calm him down. He then turned to the mountain serpent on the makeshift bed and asked bluntly, What is your ability? Sorry, that's my biggest secret, I can't tell you. Then how did you get in? That question is nearly the same as the previous one, please understand. Fine. Gui Nan'an lay back down on the bed and said, Stop messing around, I need to rest. Yes, I won't do it again. I hope so. Gui Nan'an closed his eyes, but the mountain serpent didn't seem very inclined to sleep. Master, you seem to know how to keep your distance. Gui Nan'an didn't respond, only trying to fall asleep. He was passive, so the mountain serpent naturally took the initiative. Can we chat for a bit? Master, if you keep nagging, I'll kick you out. What if I ask about work? Gui Nan'an fell silent for 7 or 8 seconds, then finally said 10 minutes. Thank you. Huh. The mountain serpent let out a long breath, then asked, Is Bai Mao really a very special place? That depends on what your purpose is. I want to be remembered, at least not to be considered invisible. The boss of Heishan said that Bai Mao HQ has many powerful demons. So I thought perhaps I could find a suitable life for myself here. If it's a psychological condition that makes you poor at communicating with others, I suggest you see a psychologist. I'm not sick, really. I hope so. That's a perfunctory answer. No, I'm serious. Weird master. I don't want to be called a pervert who barges into other people's bedrooms. To you, what does Bai Mao mean? Home. Home. I grew up here, raised by the people here. Is that not permissible? I suppose so. After all, the master is human. I'm sorry to lower your expectations of Bai Mao. No, I have no prejudice against humans. Anyway, it's not much different for me. I just want to be remembered. The next morning, she set off early to find Bai Mao. Before leaving, she casually slipped on a pair of athletic shoes belonging to Gui Nan'an. She had no choice. She owned no shoes of her own. Gui Nan'an, meanwhile, arrived at school early. It was for now another monotonous and uneventful day. Today marked only his second day back at school after an extended absence. Alice, who had been absent yesterday due to prior commitments, returned to school today. In other words, this was their first face-to-face encounter since the bank incident. Perhaps she recalled how during that bank incident Gui Nan'an had unhesitatingly hurled the grenade away from himself, though it later proved to be a fake. Yet that moment became a subtle turning point. For the first time, Alice felt a flicker of genuine regard toward Gui Nan'an. Thus she occasionally glanced back curiously to see what he was doing. Gui Nan'an, however, was never one to indulge such attention. Just as Alice turned once more to steal another glance, he caught her red-handed. Without hesitation he retorted, "Is your father handsome?" Alice was left speechless, then shot him a sharp, disdainful look before turning away, never glancing back again. The day's student life unfolded in weary silence. Thankfully, it finally drew to a close. At 6 p.m., Gui Nan'an walked home along the quiet streets. There he happened upon the girl who had been bullied the previous day. She now wore a fresh pair of round-framed glasses, and her attire today bore none of yesterday's dishevelment. She appeared perfectly ordinary. Beside her strolled several female classmates with vividly dyed hair, arms linked, chatting animatedly as they walked. Yet it was unmistakably clear she merely echoed their words. Her nervousness betrayed her fear. And yes, these were the very same girls who had extorted and assaulted her the day before. Their sudden warmth, their air of sisterly camaraderie, stemmed solely from one fact. She had paid them protection money today, using the very cash Qian Houzi had given her yesterday. This fragile illusion of friendship was at its core nothing more than resignation, a desperate transient compromise. The girl could do nothing but obediently echo her tormentors. After all, she possessed no reliable means to alter her circumstances. Her demeanor did not particularly draw Gui Nan'an's attention. He sensed something amiss, some hidden layer beneath the surface. But as she was a stranger, he saw no reason to intervene. Of course, should she approach by Mao as a formal client with a request, Gui Nan'an would gladly take on the matter. Yet such a scenario remained highly improbable. First, Gui Nan'an stopped by the wet market to buy groceries. Then he returned home early. As he pushed open the door, whooshed, a figure leapt suddenly before him, Shanxi. Tadadada. Before Gui Nan'an could utter a word, Shanxi thrust a sheet of paper into his hands. He took it, only to find it was an official commission order, signed by Shanxi and stamped by the Institute's veterinarian. Who gave you this? The veterinarian. He offered it to you voluntarily. Yes. Shanxi beamed with pride. He said if I complete this task, he'll grant me a low-difficulty examination opportunity. Impressive, master. My very first day, and already such a golden chance. Quite impressive. Gui Nan'an replied, already heading toward the kitchen with his grocery bags. Given his deep familiarity with the veterinarian, Gui Nan'an knew precisely what lay behind this gesture. Plainly put, it was a favor extended solely because Shanxi fell under his supervision. An attempt to slip her through a back door, thereby obligating Gui Nan'an with a debt of gratitude. And the most fitting repayment, an increase in funding for the Veterinary Institute. Truly a masterstroke of cunning calculation. Gui Nan'an placed the groceries onto the cutting board, then studied the commission's details with quiet intensity. Eliminate Jin Haixin. Completion required before Zhongjie Festival. Zhongjie was a commemorative festival in City A honoring a late artist. Less than 3 days remained until the festival, meaning the assignment was urgent. Its difficulty rating Class D, neither trivial nor formidable. Jin Haixin, named in the commission-ruled City A's largest underground casino. He likely employed numerous bodyguards. Have you gathered intel? Gui Nan'an asked. Yes, I've confirmed his lodging for tonight through the Intelligence Bureau. You plan to move tonight? Yes. Would that be unacceptable? Fine, do as you wish. Any backup? Of course. Who? You? Shanxi pointed squarely at Gui Nan'an as though stating the obvious. Me. Gui Nan'an feigned a sardonic smile. Why on earth should I assist you? Because you're my master. I owe you nothing. Then wouldn't you wish to witness my capabilities firsthand? I was personally selected by the boss. Don't you wonder why he chose me? Shanxi had spent the day gathering intelligence about Gui Nan'an from Bai Mao. Naturally, she'd uncovered his vulnerabilities. One remark by the veterinarian had especially lodged in her memory. Agui. Who is Agui? He is the boss's shadow itself. Were the boss to command him to die, he'd tear out his own heart without blinking, without even asking why. In short, Shanxi's deduction was accurate. Once she invoked the boss, Gui Nan'an truly grew intrigued by her abilities. When do we depart? Gui Nan'an asked. At 11 p.m. A triumphant smile bloomed across Shanxi's face. Until then, let's eat. Thank you, master. Dinner was simple, just a few dishes plus an extra set of chopsticks and bowl. Whose cooking did you learn from, master? Shanxi devoured her meal ravenously, utterly disregarding any pretense of refinement. Are you mocking me? Not at all, it's delicious. From Bai Chef. He's away on business, won't return for a month. Is he a professional chef? Do you really think Bai Chef sounds like a person's name? Fair point. After dinner came television time. Gui Nan'an, as always, cradled Xiao He while watching today's episode of The Way of Tea, pausing occasionally to sip his brew. Shanxi beside him found the program utterly uninteresting. She sprawled across the sofa, instead scrolling idly on her phone. Master, are you elderly? Perhaps boredom prompted the unexpected jab. Gui Nan'an pretended not to hear, continuing to sip his tea and watch the screen. That concludes today's episode of The Way of Tea. Thank you, viewers. Next, please. At last, the broadcast ended. Gui Nan'an switched off the television and rose. Let's go, he told Shanxi. She glanced at the wall clock and replied, Isn't it still too early? Arriving earlier is never a disadvantage. True enough. Shanxi obtained from the Intelligence Bureau the location of the target for tonight. It was a hotel outside the city situated in a seaside resort district. When Gui Nan'an and Shanxi arrived outside the hotel, it was 10 at night. The weather had been poor these days with constant rain. As a result, there were virtually no visitors to the resort. At this hour, the area was deserted. The dark hotel had few lights on, as if it were on the verge of closure and abandonment. The bureau said Jin Haixin will be resting tonight in a dark partition in the penthouse office. He has been unwell recently, so he usually sleeps early. They sat on a bench by the beach. Both wore long black coats and black caps. In the pitch-black night, they would be hard to spot. Shanxi shared the intelligence while Gui Nan'an gazed at the moon and said, So in other words, we kill him while he sleeps, right? That does not sound too difficult. Before that, I need to ask you a few things. What, aside from that unspeakable ability, can you do anything else? Fly through the sky, burrow through the earth, or swim and climb walls. You might disappoint Master on that score. Shanxi shrugged helplessly and said, I have only one ability, and it can only be used within 10 meters of the target. Under normal circumstances, it only works one-on-one. In everything else, I am nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary person. What a waste. Yes. So how shall we get to the rooftop? I thought you had a way. If I had, I wouldn't have asked you to come. Really? Gui Nan'an rubbed his eyes in exasperation, then produced a peculiar black talisman from his clothes and handed it to Shanxi. What is this? Hold it tight. Gui Nan'an rose, took an identical black talisman, and pressed it to his face. The next moment, he closed his eyes and meditated. In an instant, his whole body floated upward. This works. Shanxi, seeing this method of flight for the first time, had not yet recovered her senses. Her body likewise drifted lightly into the air. With a whoosh, Gui Nan'an accelerated and arrived at the penthouse window of the hotel. Shanxi followed closely at his side. The window was unlocked, so Gui Nan'an easily opened it. Shanxi drifted down as well. The moment they landed, the flying talismans on both of them turned to black smoke and vanished. Indeed, the vast majority of black talismans were disposable. Moonlight poured through the window, revealing a massive desk ahead. It was a spacious office, and the target should be resting in a dark partition beside it. Have a look, Gui Nan'an murmured, moving into the shadows. They had hardly taken a few steps when the office light snapped on. Before they could react, everything changed. A group of armed men in black burst out from the corridor beside the office. They were professionally trained bodyguards, and the moment they appeared, they raised their weapons and aimed at the two of them. Don't move, hands up, the bodyguard shouted. It was as if they had been waiting for a long time. Not wanting to act rashly, Gui Nan'an and Shanxi raised their hands. They were puzzled, wondering what was happening. Could it be a trap? Ha ha ha. A laugh came from behind the bodyguards while the two remained immobilized under the guns. They turned to see a fat, middle-aged man step forward. This was their client, Jin Haixin. Today I met a fortune teller who said I would suffer a bloody calamity tonight. I didn't believe it at first, but he didn't charge me, so I believed him. It seems my life isn't meant to end yet. Ha ha ha. The fat man laughed lecherously, a look of triumph on his face. His gaze fell on Shanxi at once. Even though she wore a black coat and cap, his eyes lit up. Hey, you take off your hat. The fat man took a gun from one of the guards and aimed it at Shanxi. She glanced at Gui Nan'an and quietly removed her cap. When that breathtaking face came into view, the fat man was momentarily stunned. He had never seen such beauty. Coming to his senses, he hurriedly wiped his drooling mouth and said, "Ha, an absolute rarity, truly exquisite." A lecherous idea seized him. Now strip off your clothes, all of them. He wore an expectant look, the bodyguards beside him grinning wickedly. Shanxi did not move and was about to speak. Screw you. Gui Nan'an snatched a handful of black talismans from his chest and hurled them. They exploded with a thunderous blast. A volley of black talismans detonated, killing half the bodyguards. The remaining guards, however, were no slackers. The moment Gui Nan'an drew the talismans, the guards opened fire at him. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. The sounds of bullets and talisman explosions rang out together. Many bodyguards were blasted apart, and a large hole was torn in the wall. Gui Nan'an was also struck by several shots. Fortunately, he dodged in time and was not hit in a vital spot. Only his left hand and left leg were grazed. After evading, he quickly threw out a few more talismans. In the next moment, he dragged Shanxi and took cover behind a massive desk. The explosive force and intimidation of the talismans far exceeded bullets. The surviving guards were momentarily stunned. What finally snapped them back was the fat man's roar, "Damn it, kill those two beasts." The fat man, his head smeared with blood and missing an ear from the blast, was stomping angrily. He ordered his guards to rush forward and finish the two. But his men were wary of the black talisman's lethality, so they advanced with extreme caution, edging forward with their guns. Behind the desk, Gui Nan'an pulled another black talisman from his chest. He froze for a moment when he realized only one flying talisman remained. He quickly feigned nonchalance and handed the talisman to Shan-Chi. "He'll cover you. Take the chance to jump through the window and imagine you're flying. What about you? He'll follow right after." He tried to fling the black talisman, but as he rose to throw it, Shan-Chi grabbed his arm and held him down. "The talismans are not enough, are they?" The talisman in question was naturally a flying talisman. Shan-Chi was far less naive than Gui Nan'an had assumed. Upon realizing this, she merely offered a faint smile and said, "I truly appreciate your consideration on my behalf. But it is I who ought to remain here. Spare me the melodramatic performance. I'm registered with the veterinarian. Even if I die, he can simply summon my soul into a new vessel. As for you, yet how could another's body ever compare to one's own? Still, it's preferable to." Before she could finish, she suddenly leaned in. Before Gui Nan'an could react, she pressed a kiss onto his right cheek. Gui Nan'an froze, momentarily stunned. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, she held his gaze and smiled softly. "Remember me." The moment the words left her lips, Gui Nan'an felt his mind plunge into dizziness. In the next instant, his body collapsed, consciousness extinguished. Gui Nan'an slumped unconscious. Seeing this, Shan-Chi exhaled, just slightly at ease. She suddenly raised her voice and shouted, "We surrender." "Surrender? To whom, you fat bastard?" Enraged beyond reason, and now missing an ear, the corpulent man had long since abandoned restraint. He had no intention of accepting their surrender. Indeed, the moment he laid eyes on them, he opened fire without hesitation. His bodyguards followed suit, unleashing volleys of gunfire. Within seconds, Shan-Chi was riddled with bullets, her body crumpling lifelessly to the floor. Shan-Chi was dead, cleanly, finally, utterly breathless. When the bodyguards cautiously rushed behind the desk, they found only Shan-Chi's corpse. Gui Nan'an had vanished. The bodyguards reported the anomaly to the corpulent man. He stormed over at once, furious. "Where the hell is he? Where's that son of a bitch gone?" As he raged, a sudden wave of vertigo washed over him, like a memory surfacing unbidden from the past. It was a memory of moments ago, the very instant Gui Nan'an had thrown the talismans. At that moment, the corpulent man had instinctively ducked behind a bodyguard, narrowly escaping death. Yet in this recollection, he had failed to evade in time. Those black talismans struck him full force. His head exploded on impact. "Wow, what is this?" He jolted awake, forehead slick with cold sweat. He couldn't fathom what had just flashed through his mind. But before he could utter another word, a searing agony erupted in his throat. His pupils dilated wide in shock. Then with a hollow thud, his severed head rolled across the floor. His heavy corpse crashed down with a dull final thud. The wound at his neck was unmistakably torn open, not by a blade but by explosive force. The corpulent man died without warning, leaving his bodyguards utterly paralyzed by terror. Yet before they could even process the horror or formulate a response, each of their minds flooded with an alien memory. In that memory, the corpulent man stood before them training, pressing a gun to his own forehead to test his courage. In reality, that drill had always used blank rounds, but this time, with a sickening pop, live ammunition tore through his skull. That fleeting vision flickered and vanished, leaving every bodyguard bewildered, grasping for meaning. Then, without warning, each felt a blinding pain erupt at their foreheads. By the time they regained awareness, corpses lay strewn across the floor. Each bore a single identical wound, a crimson hole drilled cleanly through the center of the forehead. Huff! In an instant, the world fell utterly silent. A breeze streamed through the wide-open window. It swept directly over Shan-Chi's bullet-riddled corpse, and the moment the wind touched her, her body dissolved into a wisp of white smoke. The smoke scattered instantly, vanishing without trace, as though she had never existed in this world at all. Gui Nan'an dreamed. He dreamed he'd fallen asleep mid-mission. He opened his eyes to find himself lying on a seaside bench. How did I end up here? His head swam with foggy disorientation. He noticed a dull ache in his left leg and left hand. Yet upon closer inspection, no wounds were visible. His clothes were immaculate, his body unmarked. Strange. Could I have sleepwalked? Gui Nan'an shook his head reflexively, then reached into his robe and withdrew a bundle of black talismans. He intended to use a single flying talisman to return home. Failing that, he would fly to a place where he might hail transport. This desolate stretch held no sign of taxis. His left leg throbbed inexplicably, making walking unbearable. Moi. Yet when he counted the talismans, he discovered many low-grade explosive talismans were missing. Worse still, only one flying talisman remained, and it was crumpled as if handled by another. The discrepancy plunged Gui Nan'an deeper into confusion, until one folded slip among the talismans caught his eye. Unfolding it, he found a Class D commission order. Its directive: eliminate Jean Haishin, proprietor of an underground casino. Beneath it bore the seal of the Veterinarian Institute, confirming the commission originated from the veterinarian. Yet no name appeared on the document. Commission orders required the recipient's signature, so why was it blank? Had he forgotten? He closed his eyes, searching his memory, and something surfaced. Yes, he had come tonight to kill Gene Haixin. He'd even contacted the Intelligence Bureau for background data, and this commission, it had been personally entrusted to him by the veterinarian. But why? Why would the veterinarian assign such a task to him? And why in turn had he accepted it so readily? Gui Nan'an could not fathom either. He'd used the flying talisman to ascend directly to the hotel's rooftop, never touching ground. 4 flying talismans where Singlu's landing rendered them inert, requiring replacement. Inside the office, he'd found chaotic evidence of talismanic detonations and numerous corpses, Gene Haixin's among them. His memory remained hazy, but fragments insisted he had slain them all. He resolved to examine the bodies more closely, particularly those bearing wounds inconsistent with explosion. Woo! Distant sirens forced abandonment of his inquiry. Using the flying talisman, he fled swiftly, then secured transport and returned home without delay. That night, Gui Nan'an checked his phone. Indeed, call logs confirmed contact with the Intelligence Bureau. Yet no audio recording existed, not even a fragment. Even though his phone was configured to record calls automatically, he dialed the veterinarian, demanding why such a dubious assignment had been handed to him. The veterinarian replied vaguely, his recollection hazy, possibly clouded by alcohol, then turned the question back. Well, why the hell didn't you refuse it? If you didn't want it, just say no. Another monotonous day began. While other students chatted and played merrily after class, Gui Nan'an sat motionless, like a machine, staring blankly out the window. Truth be told, there was little worth seeing, merely a cluster of exuberant youths sprinting and frolicking across the sports field, many of them his own classmates. Physical education was next. At that thought, Gui Nan'an rose from his seat and immediately headed to the teacher's office to request leave, citing stomach discomfort. After receiving the teacher's approval, he returned to his seat and resumed gazing absently out the window. His left hand and left leg no longer ached. His body appeared perfectly sound, yet an unsettling dissonance lingered, as if something vital had slipped from memory. Had he forgotten something? Ding-ling-ling, his phone rang. He picked it up. The caller ID read veterinarian. What? I've crafted a new talisman. Free to test it out. No time. Don't give me that. What about the defensive talisman? Weren't you the one who pushed me to upgrade to black tier sigils? This Saturday. Bring me a crate of cola when you come. Oh, and the boss plans to go fishing Saturday. Be ready to cover his shift. The call ended abruptly. Silence settled once more, then idle reverie. He wasn't the only one skipping pee. A pair of classmates, a couple, also stayed behind. They held hands intimately, yet the moment they pushed open the classroom door and glimpsed someone seated in the back row, their faces instantly fell. What a buzzkill, the girl muttered, disgruntled, before dragging her boyfriend toward the rooftop. Who knew what illicit deeds they intended? Not that it concerned Gui Nan'an in the slightest. Ding-ling-ling. PE class concluded. Next came mathematics. As the teacher lectured on the latest equations at the front, she happened to catch Gui Nan'an gazing out the window again. Nan'an, the female instructor's voice sharpened with irritation. Is the view outside truly so captivating? Gui Nan'an remained silent. Retorting would serve no purpose. A ripple of stifled laughter spread among his classmates. After all, anything seemed amusing when lessons weren't in session. What? No reply. Still defiant. Then come up here and solve this problem. She slammed her palm against the blackboard, her tone commanding. Gui Nan'an glanced at the equation scrawled upon the board, rose, and walked forward. Then, under the gaze of the entire class, solved it with elegant simplicity. The teacher's expression shifted subtly midway, until finally she frowned and asked, "Where did you learn this?" For 3 or 4 seconds, Gui Nan'an stood bewildered, before realizing the issue. This was a grade 12 method, yet the class was only in grade 11. In other words, the topic hadn't been taught yet. Private tutoring, he murmured softly by way of explanation. The teacher sighed wordlessly and said only, "Stay focused, return to your seat, and do better on the next exam, else people might think I've offended you." He gave a slight nod and returned to his seat beneath a haze of collective bewilderment. This time his eyes remained fixed on the blackboard, no distractions. Gui Nan'an habitually controlled his scores. His mathematics hovered precisely at the passing threshold of 60. He preferred invisibility, hence a grade just sufficient to avoid scrutiny. His overall academic standing remained solidly below average. The classroom interlude faded swiftly. Then came the bell, heralding not just the end of class, but the jubilant release of the entire school. Dismissal had arrived. Gui Nan'an waited until most students had departed before rising from his seat. Crowds unsettled him. He disliked noise, density, and chaos. Thus, he always waited until the initial surge of departure had ebbed, preferring stillness over clamor, for clamor inevitably bred dissonance. Of course, taste is subjective, neither right nor wrong. As ever he headed to the vegetable market. En route he passed a trash bin and noticed a cardboard box. Something stirred inside. Gui Nan'an stared at the box for a long while, glanced around to confirm no one watched, then cautiously approached. He opened it. Inside lay a gaunt stray dog, barely 2 months old. Woof woof. Its right eye had been deliberately gouged out, likely with scissors, and its fur was crusted with dried glue. The substance immobilized it completely. Gui Nan'an surmised grimly another cruel act, perhaps the twisted amusement of some deranged soul. Without a word he withdrew a small slab of meat from his grocery bag, a weight adjustment gifted by the vendor, and as the pup devoured it ravenously murmured, "Xiaohei dislikes dogs, so, my apologies." He rose, only to hear a familiar voice behind him. "What are you doing here?" Gui Nan'an turned. It was Qianhouzi. Like him, Qianhouzi had come to buy groceries, smiling warmly as he drew near, and immediately spotted the stray in the box. TCH. Another sick bastard's handiwork. Qianhouzi's expression softened with sorrow. He crouched down and asked, "Are you keeping this dog?" Gui Nan'an shook his head. "Then I'll take it. I know my grandmother adores dogs. I'd meant to visit a pet shop soon, but never found the time." He laughed, lifted both dog and box, and the two strolled side by side, chatting along the way. Gui Nan'an asked, "Any trouble raising cats and dogs together?" Qianhouzi smiled. "Depends on the cat's temperament. Mine Xiao Bai is remarkably gentle. Mine isn't quite so generous. Then your cat cherishes you deeply." Homebound at dusk, Gui Nan'an dialed the intelligence bureau. "A new recruit. There haven't been any lately. Why ask?" "Nothing. Just curious." The line went dead. Clearly he'd imagined too much. Perhaps exhaustion clouded his thoughts. That evening he skipped television entirely and slept earlier than usual. Yet at midnight his eyes snapped open. He switched on the bedroom light and rose from bed. Though he couldn't explain why, instinct guided him downstairs, to the kitchen, where he stood before the refrigerator staring silently for a long while. Finally he opened the right-hand door. Thumpy. A woman in a black dress lunged straight at him. Barefoot she easily knocked him to the floor, then smiled faintly. "Hey, you found me. My name is Shanxi, right?" Gui Nan'an whispered low. The Shanxi arc concluded. Dream serpent, a creature that survives by parasitizing the memories of others. Its ability is to alter another's recollections of the past, and then manifest those altered memories as reality. This power functions only unknown and at extremely short range, consuming a portion of the serpent's own sense of existence. Yet at the moment of death it transforms into an area effect ability affecting all individuals within a limited radius. Upon its own death, the dream serpent's presence vanishes entirely, erasing it from memory. For the dream serpent, forgetting is death, and death is forgetting. Thus, the greatest desire of this race is simply to be remembered. Even if centuries, or millennia, have passed since its demise, remembrance alone suffices. Should someone who once encountered it suddenly recall its name or form, the dream serpent will resurrect. Moreover, the reality warped by erasure gradually reverts to its natural harmonious state. In certain respects, this ability is profoundly formidable, yet it proves effective only against those whose mental defenses are weaker than its own. In direct confrontation, it cannot target demons whose spiritual strength surpasses its own. Only its passive oblivion effect, triggered at the instant of death, transcends this limitation. The dream serpent is an endangered species, so endangered that humanity has forgotten it altogether. Every deceased dream serpent vanished without a trace, erased utterly from memory. Even members of its own kind are not immune to this ability. Shanxi left her original branch precisely because its members possessed abysmal mental resilience. She thus sought refuge at the White Cat headquarters, where amid hordes of monstrous beings she might yet encounter someone with extraordinary memory capable of holding her in mind. Thereby she would never fade away. Shanxi has returned. Reality realigns. All memories restore themselves. Yet alongside this restoration came certain grim consequences. "I'm back, Master," whispered Shanxi, still clinging to Gui Nan'an, her laughter bright, unrestrained, radiant. But Gui Nan'an could not share her joy. His left arm and left leg throbbed with unbearable agony. "Could you please get off me first?" As he spoke, his head instinctively twisted aside, and there before his eyes blood gushed freely from both wounds. The entire kitchen floor was drenched in his blood. Yes, Shanxi had returned, and so too had the gunshot wound that had struck Gui Nan'an. Realizing the truth in horror, she leapt off Gui Nan'an with a startled cry. Instantly she stammered, "What can I do for you?" Her panic was that of a lost child. Gui Nan'an took another leave of absence. Naturally, he could not attend school with a bullet wound. This time his absence would last at least 2 weeks. Though recovery could have been accelerated using rare demonic medicines, he ultimately decided against it. After all, subjecting mortal flesh to such substances is unwise, and may even inflict unforeseen harm upon the human body. During this period, Gui Nan'an worked exclusively at the White Cat headquarters and brought Xiaohei along. He chose not to return home at all. Mia, a girl previously mentioned, was indeed the bespectacled girl who endured relentless bullying. Qian Hosey had encountered her by chance, threatened her with a blade, and handed her 2,000 coins. With that sum, Mia purchased new glasses. She also paid protection money, purchasing temporary peace. Yet perpetual submission only emboldens oppressors. As their demands for protection fees grew increasingly rapacious, Mia surrendered every coin she owned to those girls. Now she had nothing left. Moments earlier, those same classmates had confronted her again, demanding more. Mia, of course, had none to give. Unmoved by reason, they dragged her into the restroom and beat her mercilessly, leaving her school uniform soaked through. When the teacher asked what had happened, Mia glanced fearfully at the bullies, then whispered the faucet in the restroom broke. It was a profoundly disheartening day. But true tragedy runs deeper. Reality is pitiless, so pitiless that upon returning home that very day, Mia discovered her grandmother had passed away. Her grandmother had died peacefully, of natural causes. Mia felt deep sorrow, though not because her grandmother had treated her well. Quite the contrary, the old woman often scolded her harshly and was stingy, rarely buying her new clothes. Yet Mia did not hate her. There was only one reason: her grandmother was the sole family she had left. With her grandmother gone, Mia stood utterly alone. Her family was not poor, in fact quite wealthy. Yet all funds were controlled by her grandmother, a miserly woman afflicted with mental instability, leaving Mia perpetually dressed like a refugee from a slum. The household income originated from Mia's divorced parents, each sending a substantial monthly stipend. Both her father and mother were now prominent business magnates in City A, yet they sent only money, not themselves. They would never return. Each had built a new life, a new family. To them, Mia was little more than a burden. And City A's legal system offered no recourse. After all, her parents were influential figures. Her grandmother's death meant Mia must now survive alone. Though the house was a mansion, living there alone evoked dread and unease. Her grandmother's funeral was arranged solely through neighbors' kindness. Those who could afford homes in this district were invariably affluent or powerful, and some possessed profound compassion. Neighbors not only organized the funeral, but even pooled funds to cover expenses. Mia thanked them earnestly, sincerely. They all felt deeply gratified, convinced they were paragons of virtue. But Mia cared nothing for their self-satisfaction. Beyond grief over her grandmother's passing, what truly shattered her was this: neither parent appeared at the funeral, not even once. Not even a single phone call followed. For days afterward, Mia refused to go to school. She sat alone at home, numb, hollow. Ding-ling-ling. Just then the landline rang. Mia, a middle-aged man's voice, familiar, unmistakable. Mia's eyes widened in sudden elation. Dad. But his next words froze her instantly. I'm sorry, Mia, but this father-daughter relationship must end now. Mia, I'm truly sorry. Grandmother's passing must have been devastating for you. But you're no longer a child. It's time you grew up. Your mother and I have discussed it thoroughly and decided to let go completely. From today onward, you are free. No longer the child of parents who failed in their duty. You've turned 16. Under a country law, our parental obligations have been fulfilled. So this is the final transfer. A designated agent will deliver the funds personally. The withdrawal password is your birthday. As for the aftermath at home, professionals will handle all arrangements on your behalf. We're sorry, Mia. Please live well. We're sorry, Mia. Beep. The call ended abruptly. Only the hollow, rhythmic tone of the disconnected line echoed in her ear. Mia, grasping the meaning of those words, collapsed helplessly onto the floor. Yes, she had been abandoned. Her parents had chosen total severance. They intended to purchase closure with money for a bond already threadbare. Tap. The landline's monotonous beep still reverberated in her ears, yet tears streamed silently down the girl's cheeks, pooling on the cold floor. In the end, she buried her face in her knees and trembled, weeping soundlessly. For someone shy and self-effacing, even grief dared not raise its voice. The they her father mentioned arrived the next day, two sharpied, impeccably dressed young men, polished, confident elites. Knock, knock, knock. They arrived early, but spent over a minute rapping insistently before the door opened. Behind it stood only Mia, hair disheveled, eyes swollen raw from crying. It was Mia. Hello, you must be Miss Mia. We're here on behalf of your father. She heard no more. Numbly she ushered them inside. Their purpose was straightforward: to finalize inheritance procedures concerning grandmother's estate. All assets were to be formally transferred to Mia. They also inspected the property and handed over the bank card without ceremony. Before departing, they left a contact number, offering assistance for any future complications. Naturally, their services would be billed accordingly. After they left, the vast villa fell silent once more. Alone, Mia felt only disorientation, uncertain what to do next. Only when boredom became unbearable did she switch on the television. A film played, a story about a girl orphaned and adrift traveling after graduation to heal her heart. On that journey, she forged deep friendships. Mia watched envious. She had never known a single true friend. When the credits rolled, the idea of travel took root within her. Yet she knew her social inexperience ran dangerously deep. To venture out now risked nothing but sorrow. The film's heroine had waited until after high school, her timing deliberate, grounded in wisdom. Believing steadfastly that education must come first, Mia resolved she too would wait until her studies were complete before setting off. For the sake of her future, academics remained paramount. University, that could wait, far into the horizon. Mia resolved to return to school. She reviewed grandmother's legacy and the balance on the card her parents had left behind. Altogether, she possessed 23 million currency units, a fortune unmistakably born of privilege. 3 million came from grandmother, 20 million from her parents' account. Such staggering wealth left her bewildered. Was she cherished or merely dismissed? Yet pondering such contradictions served no purpose now. Mia bought herself an elegant new outfit and a pair of exquisitely crafted leather shoes, determined to shed the past and begin anew. Yet reality remained relentlessly, bitterly cruel. At school, classmates stared, impressed, even awed, yet their admiration proved fleeting. Those girls who'd tormented her for years recoiled at her transformation and immediately mocked her with venomous sarcasm. Finally, they demanded protection money. This time Mia refused, boldly, and so she was dragged into the restroom and beaten. Her skirt was drenched in ink. "Ugly duckling, stay ugly. What makes you think you can strut around as a swan?" they sneered. Humiliated beyond measure, she became spectacle, classmates gawking, laughing, reveling in her disgrace. In the end, that hollow, unrelenting reality extinguished Mia's fragile hope for change. This assault surpassed all prior cruelty, so vicious that Mia wept uncontrollably on her bed long into the night. Exhausted by sorrow, her thoughts began to curdle, darkening, hardening, twisting inward, until finally a terrible notion took shape. Why can't I kill them? The next morning, Mia wore different clothes. Gone was the new elegance, replaced by her old guy's cheap shoes, a school uniform patched repeatedly at the seams. Seeing her thus, the girls smiled, satisfied. That's better. Ugly ducklings belong in the mud, not pretending to be swans. Do you really believe people find you beautiful? They see only a clown, nothing more. Their tone feigned concern, dripping with condescension. Their sanctimonious lecture only filled Mia with revulsion. "Ugly duckling, go buy us some drinks. We'll pay you later," one declared. The blonde girl spoke with brazen entitlement. They'd said the same before, yet never once honored the promise. Mia said nothing, merely nodded, face grim, and walked to the convenience store to fetch their drinks. But once the drinks were purchased, she did not return to class. Instead, she slipped into a secluded corner of the school garden, empty, silent, forgotten. She glanced around, then, certain she was alone, withdrew a syringe and a small bottle labeled Toxin Bug. Toxin Bug was a notorious acidy brand of insecticide, infamous for its lethal potency. Mia had read countless news reports of suicides involving it. She placed the syringe carefully on the ground beside her and reached for the bottle's cap. "What are you doing?" A man's voice cut through the air above her. The sound jolted her entire body. Panic seized her. She whirled, scanning wildly in every direction. There, sprawled lazily across a low branch, sat Qian Houzi, his face painted thick with theatrical makeup, the unmistakable visage of a Tier 1 most wanted fugitive. "What a fool. You'd throw your own life away too." Qian Houzi leapt down from the tree, landing lightly before her. Mia knew Qian Houzi. After all, Alice from class 2 and 3 had been kidnapped by Qian Houzi not long ago. That incident had spread like wildfire. Moreover, Qian Houzi frequently appeared on wanted posters. Therefore, very few people did not recognize him, especially someone like Mia, who usually kept up with the news. This habit had been instilled in her by her grandmother, who loved watching the news, so Mia could only accompany her. To others, Qian Houzi was a dangerous criminal. However, when Mia discovered that the person who had found her secret was Qian Houzi, she unexpectedly let out a sigh of relief, though a hint of fear still lingered in her heart. She merely squatted in place, quietly staring at Qian Houzi, feeling both wary and curious. It was as if she had encountered him somewhere before. Qian Houzi noticed the complexity in Mia's eyes and couldn't help but chuckle. "Hey, you have quite the nerve, not running away upon seeing me." "Hey kid, do you know who I am?" Mia instinctively nodded without speaking. "Then are you too numb to run?" Before Mia could answer, he shrugged and said, "It doesn't concern me. If you die, it has nothing to do with me." He merely squatted down to pick up a bottle of medicine and said, "Do you know how low-level this method is? Getting all heated and poisoning someone you dislike." There was no doubt that it felt very satisfying at the moment. "I completely understand that feeling. Hee hee. After all, I have done such things myself." While laughing, he couldn't help but twitch his body. The next moment, he suddenly grabbed Mia's face with his right hand, squeezing it into a cute doll shape. Qian Houzi stared intently into her eyes, filled with disdain and disappointment. "But what happens after that? Have you thought about it?" "Listen, you fool. The police will find you and lock you up. Do you know how chaotic the prison in City A is? No need to mention the men's prison. The women's prison is just as unsafe. Don't think that being a girl means you won't have any problems. Some of the female perverts inside are worse than men. He suddenly stopped as if recalling something. Sorry, you're still a kid. I shouldn't talk to you about these dirty things. He released his right hand, revealing a greedy and sinister twisted face. At that moment, Qianhouzi resembled a madman, his voice akin to a demon's temptation. If you really want to take revenge, I have a good method for you. Do you want to hear it? Mia quietly stared into Qianhouzi's eyes. At that moment, she remembered something. She smiled and nodded. Beautiful answer. But that smile really makes me uncomfortable. Qianhouzi ruffled his hair and asked after Mia's smile had instantly vanished, what are your strengths? Mia instinctively shook her head, indicating she didn't know. It's money, you fool. Qianhouzi provided the answer. I investigated you not long ago. I found out that your family is quite wealthy, at least richer than most students, including those little brats who bully you. Of course, you don't have to worry because my target this time is not a pathetic person like you. My target is much richer than you. Hee hee. While Mia was listening intently, Qianhouzi continued, those little brats who bully you have a habit of asking you for rice, right? Mia nodded silently. In that case, why can't you spend a bit more rice to find someone else? You have to know. This is just a school. When he emphasized the word just, Qianhouzi deliberately raised his tone. Dingling. It was at that moment that the phone in his pocket rang. Let's get started. After answering the phone, Qianhouzi only said a short sentence before hanging up. He then stood up, taking the syringe and the small bottle of poison. Kids shouldn't play with such things. These things are for adults. Also, if you don't want to die, you'd better not go to the West Building today. After saying this, Qianhouzi hurriedly left. His movements were swift, disappearing like a nimble monkey. Watching Qianhouzi's retreating figure, Mia felt a sense of relief in her heart. Yet at the same time, there was a hint of complexity. After all, it had been a long time since someone spoke to her with genuine concern and offered her advice. Qianhouzi had left, and Mia quickly brought the drink back. The few girls habitually made some sarcastic remarks, but nothing more. Meanwhile, Mia's mind was filled with Qianhouzi's shadow. She wondered what that phrase really meant. Don't go to the West Building. Why can't I go to the West Building? Isn't the West Building just a dilapidated building scheduled for demolition? Mia couldn't make sense of it. Just then the teacher noticed Mia, who was lost in thought during class. Mia, suddenly called by the teacher. Mia jolted and quickly stood up. The teacher pointed to a problem on the blackboard and asked, how do you solve this? Mia stared at it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. During this process, her classmates merely mocked her with looks of amusement. Seeing this, the teacher was about to scold them. Suddenly, boom, a loud explosion came from outside. The sound startled everyone. The entire ground began to shake. It's an earthquake, an earthquake. Chaos erupted in the school. The teachers quickly organized the students to run to open spaces. Mia hurried down the stairs, mixed in with the crowd. This sudden explosion alleviated her embarrassment. Once most students had moved to the playground, they realized it was not an earthquake at all. Instead, it was the collapse of the dilapidated building in the West City, caused by a bomb. The police quickly arrived on the scene to investigate. The school notified parents to pick up their children as soon as possible until further notice on when classes would resume. Mia headed home alone. Her heart raced throughout the process. Just then a taxi suddenly stopped in front of her. Do you want a ride? A familiar voice came from the car. It was Qianhouzi. Mia glanced around hesitantly before opening the front passenger door and sliding inside. Seated in the car, Qianhouzi wore a silicone prosthetic mask. It was the face of an elderly man, yet his voice remained unchanged. Before Mia could utter a word, the car pulled away. She caught sight of a male student slumped unconscious in the rear seat, reflected clearly in the rearview mirror. She recognized him, reportedly the wealthiest second-generation heir at her school. Qianhouzi had deliberately incited the chaos earlier that day to seize the opportunity to kidnap the young heir and extort ransom from his family. I'd planned to slip away quietly, but fate brought you right into my path. So, how does it feel riding with a Class 1 most wanted fugitive? Qianhouzi asked with a grin, accelerating sharply. Why pick you up? Because it was convenient. What else did you imagine? But won't this complicate things? Are you planning to turn me in? No. She shook her head, frantically, lacking the courage outright. Qianhouzi offered no pretense. He simply said, people are drawn to what mirrors themselves. I'm no exception. Your value lies in keeping me informed about what happens next to those contemptible ones. So you'll do something for me. What? Film it. Film it all for me. Film it. I relish scenes of retribution. It's a personal fascination of mine. Would that count as fair? Of course, it certainly would. The car finally halted outside Mia's home. The moment she stepped out, Qianhouzi sped off without pause or glance back. Watching the taxi vanish into the distance, something within the girl shifted once more. School would not resume classes for another week. During that time, a major news story broke. Qianhouzi had kidnapped the sole heir of a billionaire and extorted 20 million yuan. Once again, he vanished without a trace. Shortly after, law enforcement raised his bounty to an astronomical sum. Upon returning to school, Mia endured the usual exploitation by those girls, though this would be her final day enduring it. At noon during lunch break, she sought out a senior boy. He was infamous across campus, a notorious delinquent rumored to have founded his own gang. At first, he was belligerent, spewing vulgarities with every breath. But the moment Mia produced 2,000 coins, his demeanor transformed instantly. "Ma'am, whom shall we handle for you?" His abrupt shift startled Mia and simultaneously revealed something vital to her. She spoke plainly. She needed them to beat up a few people. He thumped his chest, vowing it would happen right after school dismissal. And so that very afternoon, the spectacle began. Under the pretext of treating them to dinner, Mia lured the girls into a narrow alleyway. They assumed she was groveling for their favor. Without suspicion, they followed. There they were seized by a group of upperclassmen and dragged deeper into the alley to be brutally beaten. "No, stop. Please stop. Wah, don't hit us anymore." Sobbing and pleading, their faces swelled with bruises. Meanwhile, Mia stood nearby, filming coldly, her heart lighter and more elated than ever before. When the girls were forced onto their knees, begging her for mercy, she gazed upon their battered, swollen faces and felt not a shred of pity. Instead, she realized perhaps they were never as terrifying as she believed. After all, they were merely children of ordinary families. So why then should she fear them? "Ma'am, shall we strip them bare?" A thug sidled up leeringly. At his words, the girls' faces drained of all color. "Disgusting." Mia frowned involuntarily. Yes, disgusting. Absolutely revolting. "My mistake. What a wretched idea. My fault entirely." The thug immediately slapped his own cheeks, grinning sheepishly. In that instant, Mia felt a flicker of distaste, not just for his suggestion, but for him himself. Yet she said nothing. Instead, she withdrew another 1,000 yuan from her pocket and handed it to him. "That's enough. End it here." Then turned and walked away. "Hey, thank you, ma'am. Safe travels, ma'am." Delighted, the thug clutched the money as the others swarmed in, eager to share the spoils. They descended en masse, dividing the cash swiftly among themselves. Then the gang leader pointed at the girls still kneeling in disgrace and roared, "Stay on your knees. Minimum half an hour. You dare defy, ma'am. You've lost your minds. Let me make this clear, cross ma'am again, and I'll flay you alive." With that furious warning, he stormed off with his crew cursing under their breath. The girls nodded frantically, sobbing assurances that they'd never dare again. Behind her, their shrill, desperate voices faded as Mia walked home. A faint, subtle smile curved her lips. Money truly was a magnificent thing. In that moment, the girl gained a new understanding of its power. Everything changed thereafter. No one dared bully Mia at school, and those girls who tormented her now veered wide around her, too terrified to provoke her again. At first, Mia worried their parents might storm the school seeking retribution. After all, the beating had been severe. But once she grasped the city's rigid class hierarchy, her perspective shifted entirely. In the end, it was purely a matter of wealth. Parents from ordinary backgrounds would never challenge those of the affluent class. Within a capitalist system, such recklessness invites ruin, unless they wish to ignite a firestorm upon themselves. Clearly, those girls' parents were precisely such pragmatic individuals. That was the banal reality. Yet Mia had already immersed herself deeply within it. Gradually, her confidence bloomed. She began enjoying makeup, and with her natural beauty, soon drew admiration from countless male classmates. Though she held little interest in these boys, this life was undeniably richer, more vibrant than her past. Mia cherished these days. She encountered Qian Houzi again 1 week later, sitting calmly in the pavilion of her garden at 8 p.m. Mia reacted with visible delight, but Qian Houzi had come solely to watch the footage. As the video played, the women beaten to their knees begging for mercy, he burst into raucous laughter. His mirth was unrestrained. He even clutched his abdomen. Throughout, Mia had carefully brought tea and pastries, serving him like a dutiful maid. Qian Houzi accepted without hesitation, eating and watching in equal measure. Once the video ended, he prepared to leave. "Wait." Mia suddenly called out as he turned to go. He paused, glancing back. "Something urgent." When can we meet again?" "Huh?" Qian Houzi stared, baffled. "Why on earth would I meet with you?" Mia hesitated, then summoning courage whispered, "Aren't we friends?" Qian Houzi froze, then sneered bitterly. "I need no friends. Wake up, brat. This is no fantasy." Without another word, he vaulted over the garden wall and disappeared. Left behind, Mia, meticulously dressed, instinctively raised a hand and murmured, "Gee, goodbye, sir." Mia's story complete. "Elder sir, when do you think I'll meet my destined partner?" In beneath a pedestrian overpass sat an elderly fortune teller, while the one posing the question was a young man barely in his 20s. The young man's first impression was one of refined handsomeness, marred only by an unmistakable aura of lifeless weariness emanating largely from his dull, listless fish-like eyes. He wore an unremarkable set of casual clothes and flip-flops, gazing intently at the white-bearded old man before him. Once the old man sensed the conversation had run its course, he declared in, "Ah, that is celestial fate, best left unrevealed." and simultaneously he rubbed his right hand, a transparent gesture demanding payment. Hesitating briefly, the young man finally withdrew a 100 yuan note from his pocket and handed it over. The old man chuckled gleefully, adjusted his sunglasses, and began muttering incomprehensible incantations under his breath. At last he delivered his verdict in, "Within 5 years, by the time you turn 25, you will surely meet the girl meant for you." In hearing these words, the young man stiffened, utterly motionless. His expression instantly fell. Without another word, he let out 2 hollow laughs and murmured in, "Thank you, elder sir." And then he turned and walked away. After the young man departed, the old man cheerfully hummed a tune as he pulled out the 100 yuan note to admire it. But upon closer inspection, he spotted something amiss. Across the bill's reverse side were boldly printed characters, "In Inching Bank." Damn it! And the old man burst into a furious curse upon realizing it was counterfeit. He whirled around, scanning the direction the young man had taken, only to find the street empty. Damn! In Huajiju. And that was the young man's name. Yes, previously mentioned. Chief Intelligence Officer of the White Cat Organization and one of its core operatives. Hua Zhizhu despised love and had never entertained the notion of pursuing it. Ni's deep-seated dread of romance stemmed from his origins. He had spent his childhood in a village overrun by spider demons. Matriarchal spider women ruled that village, and one of its grim customs dictated that brides devour their grooms after marriage. Hua Zhizhu's grandmother had devoured his grandfather, his mother his father. And under this very shadow his mother had begun arranging his own marriage. Terrified, Hua Zhizhu fled the village that very night, becoming a homeless orphan. In years past, how many he could no longer recall, before he encountered Hong Yi, who took him in and brought him to the White Cat. Though not all Yao possessed such cannibalistic marital rights, and terror of matrimony and affection had been seared into Hua Zhizhu's bones during childhood. He did not believe in love, and thus when the fortune teller declared he would meet his soulmate at 25, Hua Zhizhu felt not hope, but visceral fear. Yet a moment's reflection reminded him he was in truth a centuries-old Yao. And what nonsense was this talk of turning 25? And instantly he recognized the soothsayer as a fraud. A measure of relief settled over him. And as for why he'd offered spirit money. And first, to teach the charlatan a lesson. And second, because Hua Zhizhu truly had little coin left. And Hua Zhizhu ambled idly along the roadside. Passing a newly opened seafood buffet, he instinctively halted. And the shop's wall bore an eye-catching poster. It read, "In grand opening special all-you-can-eat seafood buffet, 100 yuan per person, Nger." Ni's stomach obligingly growled. Hua Zhizhu rubbed his belly, then reached for his wallet. And after rummaging through it for some time, he unearthed precisely 84 yuan and 50 fun. Humph. And the wallet's dire state drew a sigh from him. And he muttered under his breath, "I've merely bought a few more figurines and games." Logically, those items shouldn't cost much, yet somehow his funds perpetually dwindled. Yes, Hua Zhizhu's passion centered almost entirely on video games and anime merchandise. He was a homebody rarely venturing out. Yet those heavily marketed VIP edition games and premium limited edition figurines were anything but cheap. Compounding matters, Hua Zhizhu always purchased in bulk and never bothered checking prices. Ni's expenditures rivaled those of antique collecting elders. Hua Zhizhu wasn't destitute, just perpetually broke. Ni's stomach grumbled again. And that new seafood buffet beckoned irresistibly. He scanned the surroundings, then spotting another poster, his eyes lit up. 40 off for couples. He quickly calculated 40% of 100 was 40, so 2 people would cost just 80 yuan. In other words, he'd still have 4 yuan and 50 fun left, enough perhaps for a fine ice pop. But couples. Who would consent to play his girlfriend? Beep. Hua Zhizhu pulled out his phone and dialed a female friend. Hello, came Bai Jia's voice on the other end. Bai Jia, may I treat you to dinner? Get lost. And the line went dead. Hua Zhizhu stared blankly at his phone for a long while. He wondered among White Cat's members, did he truly know any women well? Scrolling endlessly through his contacts, he found no second female name. Come to think of it, Nei habitually avoided women altogether. Under such circumstances, having a female friend would indeed be extraordinary. Beep. He dialed another number, and within seconds it connected. Hey, what's up? Qian Xiao, would you like to go out for dinner? Is boss coming too? Gui? No, he's not. Beep. The call ended abruptly. Hua Zhizhu moved on to the next contact. Veterinarian, you. Damn it, I'm busy. If it's not urgent, I'll gut you. Sorry to disturb you. He hung up himself. Then the next. Boss, care to join me for dinner? Dinner? Hell no. I'm fishing for Christian carp. Hey, bite. Gotta go. Beep. With no options left, Hua Zhizhu reluctantly dialed the one person most likely to oblige. In his memory, that person was unfailingly kind-hearted. Hello, Gui Nan'an's voice answered. What's up, old Hua? There's something I'd like to discuss with you. What is it? N. It concerns the boss. We should talk in person if possible. N. Concerns the boss. Gui Nan'an's eyes narrowed, slightly wondering what matter could possibly warrant a face-to-face meeting. He probed cautiously. N. Can it be discussed over the phone? N. It's rather unusual. Much clearer in person. Fine. Where are you? I'll come find you. N. West Street at the XX intersection. N. Gui Nan'an hailed a taxi and arrived swiftly. Stepping out of the cab, he spotted Hua Zizhu waving cheerfully from afar. Gui Nan'an hurried over and asked N. All right, what's it about? Hua Zizhu pointed toward the nearby poster and said simply, N. Seafood discount. And then, what does this have to do with the boss? Gui Nan'an was somewhat perplexed. Seafood is from the water, including fish. So seafood is related to the boss because he likes fishing. So the seafood restaurant's discount is also related to the boss. Gui Nan'an realized he was being played. Strictly speaking, yes, and there's also an ice cream. Hua Zizhu pointed again at the couple's fourfold poster, looking quite serious. Gui Nan'an was speechless and took out 500 yuan from his wallet to give to him. But Hua Zizhu did not accept it, repeatedly shaking his head and stepping back. No, I have my principles. I don't borrow money. I have enough money, and I can treat you to a meal. I'm not that free to play along with you. I consider it my treat. No need to pay me back. Upon hearing it was a treat, Hua Zizhu finally stopped moving. He then reached out to accept the money Gui Nan'an offered. It's you who invited me, not that I borrowed from you. He emphasized this point, and Gui Nan'an glanced at him in disbelief and made a sound of agreement. He then turned and hailed a taxi to leave. As he was leaving, he couldn't help but lower the car window and said, watch your living expenses by less. However, the other party had already stepped into the restaurant, and during this conversation Gui Nan'an only caught a glimpse of his back for half a second. Gui Nan'an sighed as he witnessed this scene. Regarding his colleague Hua Zizhu, he really couldn't figure out whether he was shameless or not. If you say he is shameless, he could trick Gui Nan'an out for a meal, even thinking of pretending to be a couple. If you say he is not shameless, he is unwilling to borrow money from others and never takes advantage of anyone. This personality is in a sense quite oddly twisted. Gui Nan'an returned to the White Cat. As always, he sat in the office waiting for someone. The brief absence was temporarily filled by Sister Bai. Now that he was back, it was naturally him sitting in the office. In any case, relying on the boss was basically impossible, because the boss had gone out fishing again today. Gui Nan'an waited in the office for a long time until 7 o'clock in the evening, when it was already dark. During this time, he was staying at the White Cat, so he was working longer hours than usual. Just when he tried to get up to grab something to drink from the fridge. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came from outside the door. Come in. Gui Nan'an straightened up. Then a person floated in through the door. Yes, they floated in directly rather than pushing the door open. Gui Nan'an glanced at the sky outside and noticed that it was darker today than usual. The visitor appeared to be a soul that had been waiting for a long time. It was an elderly man dressed in modern clothing. His clothes were tattered, clearly resembling a homeless person. He looked to be in his 70s with a head of messy white hair. At this moment, his hollow eyes floated to the front of the desk, fixating intently on Gui Nan'an. Is it convenient to sit down? Gui Nan'an asked with a light smile. The old man shook his head and waved his hand. Don't jump to conclusions too early. The material of this chair is more special than that door. Why not give it a try? Gui Nan'an encouraged him, and the old man was taken aback. He attempted to touch the chair, but found that his hand did not pass through it. This was quite special. It was even more special than the office door that could be freely chosen just now. The old man respectfully sat down. The sky had fully darkened, and it was time for the shift change. Gui Nan'an followed the elderly man out of the White Cat establishment. As they departed, they encountered She at the front desk. Heading home? She asked. Gui Nan'an shook his head and replied, just accompanying this elder on a minor assignment. The West City landfill lay just beyond the western outskirts. Crude wooden shacks dotted the perimeter of the landfill. Inside those dilapidated huts lived vagrants who scavenged, refused to survive. Led by the elder, Gui Nan'an located his dwelling, a cramped structure no larger than 10 square meters, little more than a flimsy shelter barely capable of keeping out wind and rain. Gui Nan'an stepped inside and found only a tattered bed and a chewed-up sofa. Upon the sofa rested an old photograph, the elder standing beside a male Siberian husky. Beyond that, the room held nothing else. You kept a Siberian husky. Gui Nan'an fixed his gaze upon the battered sofa. He thought no wonder. The elder nodded, then pointed toward an empty corner. There used to be many other things here. I suppose someone must have taken them. Such losses were commonplace among vagrants enduring such harsh conditions. Stealing from fellow vagrants was routine, let alone claiming the possessions of the deceased. Do you know where your dog went? Gui Nan'an scanned the surroundings, uneasy at the possibility that the dog had already been consumed by the vagrants. The elder nodded slowly. I think I know. Then he drifted silently out of the shack, heading toward the distant mountains. Gui Nan'an switched on his flashlight and followed closely behind. After traversing a long stretch of pathless undergrowth, he finally glimpsed their destination. Woof! Woof! Beneath an ancient tree ahead, an aged Siberian husky struggled upright, baring its teeth and snarling weakly at him. The dog was ancient, mud-caked, and emaciated. Beside it lay a shallow earthen pit, within which rested the corpse of an old man. The body was already decomposing, exuding a foul stench. Only its lower half was buried, the upper torso remained exposed. That pit. I dug it myself, but in the end I simply ran out of strength. The elder murmured softly, then drifted toward the old dog. Old friend, I've come back to see you. He raised a hand before the animal. He waited, hoping the dog might sense his presence. Yet the divide between life and death was always tragic. The dog perceived nothing at all. It merely braced its frail frame and emitted a feeble hollow bark, not in aggression, but as a last weary warning against approaching its master. Ah, the elder sighed helplessly, another familiar failure. He turned to Gui Nan'an and offered a wry smile. Truth be told, I'd always hoped to bid it a proper farewell. Gui Nan'an glanced at the elder, then at the trembling, unsteady dog. He said nothing, only withdrew a small black talisman from his inner pocket and cast it forth. It dissolved instantly into a wisp of black smoke that seeped into the dog's body. The dog staggered and collapsed. Is it all right? The elder asked, voice tight with concern. It's fine, just resting for now. Gui Nan'an approached the pit, picked up the nearby shovel, and began covering the corpse with earth from its rim. Thank you. The elder murmured his gratitude. Gui Nan'an asked, shall I erect a marker here? No need. The elder smiled bitterly. For someone like me, childless without kin, a marker would only bring complications. Gui Nan'an said nothing more, only filled the pit swiftly and completely. In the next moment, he lifted the grime-streaked old dog and hurried back toward the white cat. Upon returning, he placed the dog gently upon the sofa, then fetched a blanket and draped it carefully over the animal to keep it warm. The elder noticed the sofa's and blanket's evident quality, likely worth far more than his dog, let alone Gui Nan'an's soiled attire. Observing this detail, the elder felt a quiet reassurance. He sensed truly that this man was trustworthy. Gui Nan'an returned to his desk and said calmly, we will find a suitable guardian for it. Should none be found, our company will assume responsibility for its final years. Thank you. You've gone to great trouble. The elder bowed deeply to Gui Nan'an. Then with quiet resolve he declared, so be it. He was no man who feigned ignorance. Earlier Gui Nan'an had made it plain his time was limited. Only 3 days of freedom remained, and his sole remaining asset was his soul. The longer he delayed, the less valuable his bargaining power became. Should it dwindle to the point where it could no longer cover the commission, and thereby jeopardize his old friend's final days? That was the very outcome the elder wished most to avoid. Gui Nan'an, perceiving his thoughts, asked directly, we propose taking your remaining 3 days of freedom as full payment for this commission. How does that sit with you? Thank you. The elder nodded in assent. Gui Nan'an retrieved a small syringe from his drawer, the needle jet black. He emphasized clearly, once this concludes, you'll be escorted away within 30 minutes, descending into the subterranean cycle of reincarnation. There's no certainty you'll ever see your dog again. Even so, you still consent. At the words, the elder instinctively glanced toward the still unconscious dog on the sofa. His eyes brimmed with sorrow, but ultimately he nodded. Then please extend your left hand. The elder held out his left arm, allowing Gui Nan'an to insert the needle into his skin. He watched wide-eyed as the syringe drew out a viscous gray fluid, nearly half a vial. Throughout he felt no pain whatsoever. Once the elder's pallor deepened sufficiently, Gui Nan'an withdrew the needle, capped it, and returned the syringe to the drawer. The elder immediately sensed his body growing weak and listless, as if one misstep might send him spiraling into unconsciousness. Now simply leave Old Street and await the arrival of the spirit envoys. Gui Nan'an reminded him. Due to Old Street's unique nature, ordinary underworld messengers could not perceive it. May I look at it once more? The elder gestured toward the dog on the sofa. Gui Nan'an instinctively glanced at the wall clock. He said 5 minutes. Thank you. The elder walked over and stood beside the sofa, hesitating before reaching out his hand. His fingers hovered. Then, clinging to one final hope, he pressed forward and touched the dog. The moment his rough palm met the dog's coarse fur, the elder froze, stunned. His gaze flew to Gui Nan'an, eyes alight with disbelief, joy, and bewilderment. Gui Nan'an only smiled faintly and said, nearly everything in this establishment has undergone special refinement, including the chair you sat in earlier. I am leaving, old friend. The old man gently stroked the coarse fur of the old dog. Due to long-term malnutrition, the dog's fur remained rough, unlike those smooth-skinned white dogs that seemed to glisten. He simply bid farewell in a low voice, then stood up, preparing to leave. It took no more than a minute. Isn't there time to stay a bit longer? Gui Nan'an reminded. The old man waved his hand and said that's enough. After casting one last glance at the old dog on the sofa, he decisively turned and left through the office door. The old man left departing from the old street, leaving only the old dog on the sofa. The old dog woke up about an hour later while the old man was already gone from this world. It opened its eyes and first saw two large bowls under the sofa in front of it. One bowl contained fragrant pork, while the other held refreshing clean water. Having been hungry for several days, the old dog could hardly resist this scene. It hurriedly climbed down from the sofa and began to wolf down the food. After eating and drinking to its fill, even licking the bowls clean, it finally noticed Gui Nan'an quietly watching it while sipping tea from behind the desk. The old dog was somewhat cautious, but guessed that it was Gui Nan'an who provided the food. Therefore, it didn't bark as it did at the beginning. It merely crept into a corner beside the sofa, curled up, and lay down to rest in that hidden spot. Creak. At that moment, the office door opened, and a veterinarian dressed in a white coat walked in. "What do you need me for?" Gui Nan'an pointed to the corner of the sofa and said, "There's a request. The task is to take care of this fellow." "Fellow?" The veterinarian glanced at the two bowls on the ground and stepped in a few paces, spotting the old dog. "Tisk, this dog won't last much longer. Looking this old, it can't be long before it meets its end. The client hopes we can care for its brief remaining life." "Where's the client?" "They left." "Ah, an elderly person. How did you know?" "In this day and age, besides lonely empty nesters, who else would treat a dog as family? Normal, elderly people would at least have grandchildren with them. Otherwise, they would have their children." "You guessed right, the other party is a homeless person living in a junkyard." "Tisk, that is indeed pitiful." The veterinarian nodded and then asked, "But as pitiful as it is, what's the deal with you giving me a dog to raise? You and the dog are close relatives. It would be easier for you to guide and talk to it." "Bullshit." The veterinarian took the syringe, glanced at it, then put it in the pocket of his white coat, saying, "I am a wolf, a noble wolf. Don't compare me to this submissive creature like a dog. Yes, wolves share 99 of their genetic makeup with dogs. Rounding off, they are the same species. I don't know what you're being so pretentious about. Nonsense, they are clearly two different species. In any case, keep an eye on this dog, or I'll cut your funding next month." You. In the end, threats proved more effective than traditional persuasion. The old dog was ultimately entrusted to the veterinarian's care. Essentially, the main task was to have the veterinarian talk to the old dog, ensuring it wouldn't fall into despair. Most of the time, the old dog stayed in the office. It either lay on the ground sleeping or lounged on the sofa watching television. The veterinarian's greatest contribution was persuading the old dog to take a bath and ensuring it remained calm, not running around everywhere. Gui Nan'an could see that. The old dog's mood had improved significantly compared to when they first met. At least it now wagged its tail at Gui Nan'an. Third day. Creak. The veterinarian pushed open the office door, grabbed a can of ice-cold cola from the fridge, and stuffed it into his mouth. He downed nearly half the bottle in one go. Then he glanced at the television and saw a program about tea. Unable to help himself, he said, "Can't you watch something else all day?" Gui Nan'an ignored him, continuing to watch the program on the television while sipping bitter tea from his thermos. The veterinarian didn't mind, merely shifting his gaze to the old dog on the sofa. Seeing it also engrossed in the television, he remarked, "What are you so interested in? It's not like you understand what's going on. Why not go tear something apart instead?" "Woof, woof, woof." The casual teasing elicited a serious response from the old dog. It merely barked softly, conveying its thoughts to the veterinarian. Upon hearing the response, the veterinarian was notably taken aback. "What did it say?" Gui Nan'an asked curiously. The veterinarian glanced at Gui Nan'an and replied, "It said, its owner is dead, and there's no home left to tear apart." The old dog's departure was on the 6th day. It was quite sudden. When Gui Nan'an opened the office door, as usual, he found it lying motionless in its blanket dog bed in the corner. There was still warmth, indicating it had not been dead long. There were no unpleasant odors or wounds on its body, suggesting it had passed naturally. Sigh. The boy, coming to terms with reality, could only let out a sigh. Besides that, he could do nothing else. At that moment, the veterinarian entered the office and immediately spotted the deceased dog on the floor. He murmured, "Not bad, but lasted longer than I expected. What do you plan to do?" "What can be done?" Gui Nan'an smiled bitterly, saying, "Of course it's time for a proper burial." Gui Nan'an drove out to West City. Eventually, he buried the old dog's remains beside the grave mound of the Osprey old man. Afterward, he returned to the White Cat, took a shower, and assumed the veterinarian's temporary shift. He continued sitting at his desk, engaged in his work for the day. The sky was darker than usual today. It had become very dark, even by just 7 o'clock. At that moment, the veterinarian was discussing an experimental plan with Gui Nan'an in the office. Just then, there was a knock on the door from outside. The two exchanged glances, and Gui Nan'an straightened up. "Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, an old dog walked in through the door. Indeed, it was the dead husky. Its spirit had returned. The husky jumped directly onto the desk in front of them. Woof, woof. It quietly barked something towards Gui Nan'an. From this moment on, Gui Nan'an understood completely. This was his first guest of the day. "What can we do for you?" Gui Nan'an inquired patiently. Woof, woof, woof. The old dog eagerly barked its response. Gui Nan'an couldn't understand dog language, so he turned to the veterinarian. The veterinarian tossed the empty can into the nearby trash can and translated it says, "It wants to find its owner." In an utterly pitch-black world, a long line stretched forth. Within the queue were both humans and beasts, chickens and horses. The various animals were bizarre in their forms, yet orderly, without any chaos. Looking around, countless drifting animal souls were gliding toward a stone door emanating a dim yellow glow. The stone door stood amidst the darkness. This was a gigantic, mysterious black stone door enveloped in white mist, its size comparable to the southern heavenly gate from Journey to the West. It was as enigmatic as a teleportation array from a game. Among this queue was an old man who had just arrived in this world, known as Fish Eagle. The old man could not recall how long he had been standing in line. Perhaps 3 days, perhaps 5. In any case, he couldn't remember. The only thing he clearly knew was that passing through that stone door meant the so-called reincarnation. At the same time, he was also looking forward to what kind of animal he would become in his next life. Next, when the Grim Reaper in a black robe wielding a giant scythe called for the next. The old man was still lost in thought and memories. He might have been too engrossed in his thoughts, for he did not hear the Grim Reaper's call, until the Reaper's voice rose significantly, tinged with a hint of anger. Next, this harsh warning jolted the old man back to reality. He snapped back to attention only to realize that the person ahead had already vanished. It was now his turn. He attempted to step into the white mist before him, moving toward the world beyond the door. Woof woof. However, a familiar bark suddenly rang out behind him. The old man was taken aback, his body shivering as he turned around. He saw his old friend joyfully wagging its tail and rushing toward him. Behind the dog was another Grim Reaper cloaked in black, completely obscuring its face. It seemed to be the one who had brought the dog along. Woof woof. The cheerful old dog quickly reached the old man. In the next moment, it jumped on him. It licked his face vigorously. The old man was astonished by this situation, yet felt an innate joy at seeing his old friend. "Old friend, what brings you here?" He instinctively smiled, feeling much more spirited. Then he got back on his feet. Meanwhile, the nearby Grim Reaper was enraged. "What's going on? What the hell is this?" The Reaper questioned the junior Reaper who had brought the dog. The other merely leaned in and whispered, "Give me a break, let this dog cut in line." "I'll give you a break, do you even know?" Just as he was about to reprimand this junior, he noticed the other stealthily slipping something into his hand. The Grim Reaper was taken aback and looked down. He saw a thick stack of green ghost coins in his hand, enough to equal half a year's salary. At that moment, he hesitated. Glancing around, he quickly tucked the money back into his pocket, while softly saying, "This is the only time, no next time." "Thank you, bro." The Reaper who had given the money saw that the task was completed and hurriedly left the place. The Reaper who accepted the money cleared his throat and shouted, "How much longer are you two going to dawdle? Are you going to reincarnate or not?" Hearing this, the old man and the dog exchanged a smile. In the next moment, they stepped together into that mysterious door. Shortly thereafter, a certain animal newspaper in country A reported good news. A level 1 protected animal, the misty bear Cassie, successfully gave birth to 2 healthy male cubs in the reserve. The story of the old man and the dog end. The sky hung low and ashen, less than an hour away from full dawn. It was a desolate morning, 6 o'clock. In a secluded alleyway, a disheveled woman crouched trembling in the corner. Her hair wild and tangled, her frame little more than skin stretched over brittle bone. Her clothes reeked of decay. Though barely in her early 20s, her ravaged face and the sallow, brittle hair born of chronic malnutrition made her appear older than 40. Indeed, she was profoundly unattractive, and the ruin of her face traced back to a harrowing childhood. She had been only 10 years old, then living in a slum. Her father discovered his wife's infidelity, but uttered not a word. Instead, he silently prepared sulfuric acid. Once his wife slept, he hurled the acid onto her face. In the ensuing struggle, he killed her. Their young daughter witnessed it all. Yet blood ties meant nothing before such madness. In his deranged suspicion that the girl was not his own, he turned the acid upon her face and prepared to kill her just as he had done to her mother. But the girl's agonized screams drew neighbors from nearby homes. With their aid, her father was subdued and later imprisoned, unlikely ever to walk free again. The court placed the girl in the care of a distant relative and awarded them the slum dwelling as well. Yet the moment the relative took possession of the property, they sold it outright. Nothing inside remained untouched. Then, without trace, the relative vanished, leaving the girl behind. Indeed, it was precisely her disfigurement that spared her from being trafficked by that very relative. Thus, under such circumstances, the girl lost everything and became utterly and irrevocably a street wanderer. She begged for survival until reaching her early 20s. Countless times she had yearned for work, to reshape herself, to reclaim dignity. Yet every employer rejected her, citing her ragged appearance. Only after she painstakingly scavenged a passable set of clothes did another reply come, "We cannot hire you. Your face. I'm sorry, it would frighten our staff and customers." Yes, that was reality. Even unskilled labor, jobs so desperate for workers they rarely filled vacancies, refused her in interviews. Because her face terrified people, it provoked complaints from coworkers. And because she was too emaciated, the interviewers feared she might collapse and die on company premises, leaving behind a tangle of legal and logistical chaos. Some kind souls declined her with quiet tact, others hot-tempered and blunt-hurled insults, or even wielded tools to drive her away. Much as they routinely warned beggars not to approach their property, this world had never dealt in fairness. It offered only divergent vantage points, each life framed by its own narrow lens. She longed for a place where she belonged, yet with no capital, no standing, no voice. Such hope was undeniably futile. This city held no welcome for her. She felt less like a human being, and more like a sewer rat screeching at her own shadow. And even her self-amusement was but a pitiful hollow mockery. For instance, ugly is fine. At least I won't be harassed by lechers. This has its merits. Everyone keeps their distance, drastically lowering my chances of being hurt. And besides, ultimately these were all just unspeakable sorrows, raw and unrelenting. A thunderclap cracked the air. Rain began at dawn, an uncommon occurrence. Patter, patter, patter. Fat raindrops struck the ground and splattered across the garbage-choked alley. Wind kept the alley floor from soaking through immediately, yet this open-air exposure offered no real shelter from wind or downpour. Staying here long felt no different from lying exposed on a wide, empty boulevard. Endless rain fell, unblinking, unceasing, drenching her. It soaked the cardboard beneath her and the newspapers wrapped around her. The rain was bitterly cold. Her body convulsed with shivers where she lay. Still she refused to move. She had nowhere to go. All she recalled was a dream, a beautiful dream. She dreamed of a warm, cozy cottage brimming with endless food. There she sat hunched over a table, devouring meal after meal. This accursed rain wrenched her violently from that dream, yet she resisted surrender. She tried desperately to slip back inside it, to grasp once more that fragile thread of beauty, even as her limbs shook with cold, even as her mind clouded with exhaustion and shame. Will I die? The icy rain forced the thought upon her, yet before half a second passed, a wry, weary smile flickered across her lips, as if relief itself wore the mask of irony. Pointless. Let me die then. That was her final quiet thought, until a cat's cry echoed softly above her. Simultaneously a figure appeared before her. Startled, she wondered, was it another municipal enforcer? Yet in City A, enforcers rarely patrolled this area before afternoon. Morning visits were unheard of. Curious, she tilted her head slightly, barely moving so subtly the figure didn't notice she'd awakened. Through a narrow gap in her matted face obscuring hair, she glimpsed his face. A youth, strikingly handsome, perhaps 17 or 18. At his waist hung a small black thermos. On his shoulder perched a black cat, plump, astonishingly heavy, nearly 20 Jean. She swore she'd never seen a feline so corpulent. She marveled. How could such a massive creature sit so calmly upon his shoulder? In one hand, he held a large pitch-black umbrella, sheltering her from wind and rain. In the other, he carried countless steamed buns and soy milk, packed into several bags likely for others. She strained to read his expression, but found none. Yes, his face was blank as molded plastic. Not just his features, but his gaze, his entire bearing, exuded the eerie stillness of a lifelike automaton. Staring too long sent a chill creeping up one's spine, yet what followed defied that chilling facade entirely. He knelt down quietly, careful not to rouse her. Then, heedless of grime, he dragged over several filthy bricks from nearby. He stacked them into a small platform, elevated just enough to keep its surface clear of the rainwater pooling on the ground. Afterward, he rinsed that brick-lifting hand casually in a puddle and wiped it dry on his sleeve. In the next moment, he placed 2 bags of steamed buns and soy milk gently atop the makeshift platform. The young man left the umbrella behind. He then dashed out of the alley in the rain, carrying a large pile of breakfast while enduring the complaints of the black cat on his shoulder. His figure grew more and more distant until he vanished completely. This scene, however, was deeply etched in the woman's mind. The aroma of the buns was enticing, with 2 large bags containing 16 in total. The hungry woman suddenly sat up straight. She began to devour her food voraciously. In her haste, she nearly choked halfway through. Thus she had to gulp down a mouthful of soy milk to regain her comfort. The savory meat buns filled her stomach, and that feeling was truly delightful. It was far better than eating in a dream. The woman was merely gobbling down her food, seemingly fearful that someone might snatch it away from her. Eventually, all the buns and soy milk were consumed. The unfamiliar sensation of fullness made the woman contentedly pat her belly. Only then did she shift her attention to the large black umbrella that sheltered her from the rain. The umbrella was large, resembling a small tent. The woman stood up unsteadily, lifting the black umbrella with joy akin to that of a little girl receiving a toy, spinning around happily. Look, happiness is truly that simple. Who? At that moment, a gust of wind suddenly swept into the alley, blowing inside the umbrella. The woman was unaware, and the wind was already weak. In a moment of carelessness, the umbrella slipped from her hand and was blown to the corner of the alley. Thud! The umbrella collided with the wall, making a thudding sound. The woman immediately displayed a look of panic upon hearing the sound. She hurried over, but unexpectedly stepped on a banana peel and fell to the ground. Thud! It hurt. Her right knee was swollen from the fall, but fortunately, it wasn't too serious. The woman did not cry out. She was accustomed to being injured and falling. Thus, gradually she began to adapt. She no longer cried out in pain, simply gritting her teeth and quickly getting up from the rain. In the next moment, she picked up the large black umbrella. After observing it for a while, she noticed a small support had broken. Although it didn't affect the overall use of the umbrella, it did make it slightly unsightly. But the woman still felt a pang of heartache. This was the first gift she had received in many years. She chose to keep the umbrella close, hugging it like a black cane. She cherished this new umbrella immensely. At the same time, she thought about finding a place to shield it from the rain to prevent the iron inside from rusting. Her right knee was somewhat painful, causing her to limp slightly as she walked. Just as she was about to leave the alley, a card on the ground caught the woman's attention. It was a white card already soaked by the rain. However, from the degree of dampness, it was clear that this card had only recently gotten wet. The woman thought of the young man from earlier. She quickly picked up the card from the ground and discovered it was a business card. The card had 3 large black characters written on it. Gui Nan'an. Below it was a remote address. Xiqing District, south of the Forest Ancient Tomb, at the White Cat Agency. White Cat Agency. The woman felt this institution sounded somewhat familiar. After a moment of reflection, she suddenly recalled that it was one of the urban legends often discussed by the drifters boasting under the bridge. Of course, in their mouths, it was merely an urban legend. Looking at the large characters Gui Nan'an on the card, a complex emotion flashed in the woman's eyes. Meow. The little black cat that had been complaining all along finally found relief. Upon arriving at White Cat, it immediately jumped down from Gui Nan'an's shoulder and shook off the water vigorously. Shanxi looked at Gui Nan'an, who was holding a white umbrella yet still drenched, and said, "Did this umbrella just sit there gathering dust?" Gui Nan'an simply handed one portion of the breakfast to her and casually made up a reason, saying, "The wind was too strong and one umbrella got blown away, so I bought another one. By the way, where's the veterinarian? He went to the research institute and said to let you hurry down. Then can you help me deliver these to the boss?" Gui Nan'an took the breakfast for herself and the veterinarian, leaving the rest at the reception. She then jogged toward the research institute. Today's experiment was quite special, apparently an upgrade of the defensive black talisman. This was crucial for Gui Nan'an, who used black talismans as weapons. Gui Nan'an went down to the research institute and stayed there all day. Thus, she missed the opportunity to interact with someone. The woman found White Cat at 11 in the morning. The moment she arrived at the door, she froze. The reason was that the appearance of the receptionist Sean, she was somewhat hard to believe. The woman was someone who felt extremely self-conscious about her appearance. Therefore, when she saw such an extraordinarily beautiful woman, the ugly woman instinctively felt a sense of shrinking back and the urge to flee. She dared not make contact with Shanxi and only wished to find a corner to hide. But Shanxi had already noticed her first. "Hello, are you here for a matter?" Shanxi smiled sweetly, her expression calm, showing no special emotion towards the woman's attire. Yet her smile was far too dazzling in the woman's eyes. The woman stuttered as she spoke. Are you here to find someone?" Shanxi's tentative question made the woman think of the young man from the alley. The instinctive urge to flee caused her footsteps to pause. Fortunately, before she could stutter out something, she provided her with an out. "We can solve any problem here. If you need help, feel free to go to the office on the 2nd floor." Shanxi pointed to the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. The woman, though a bit hesitant, still nodded. Soon she clutched the black umbrella in her arms and hurried toward the staircase like a thief. Despite she being dazzling in the woman's eyes at that moment, the woman felt a growing sense of fondness for her. Because she did not chase her away for being dirty and drenched. The woman recalled many unpleasant past experiences. In her memories, all the guards at the stores, be they doormen or security, would only drive her away with a dismissive tone upon seeing her. Whether it was ridicule or curse, or even worse, someone spitting at her. In short, there were hardly any pleasant memories. And in such an environment, if anyone showed her even a modicum of respect or kindness, the woman would remember it very clearly and with deep impression, to the extent of being endlessly grateful. Dragging her dripping body, the woman eventually arrived at the door of the office on the 2nd floor. She turned back to glance at the water stains and footprints behind her, feeling a bit anxious. She worried that her wet self might cause trouble for the agency. The woman felt a bit guilty, afraid that someone would blame her for this. At the entrance, she hesitated. For a fleeting moment, the woman locked eyes with the mountain snake on the 1st floor. The latter merely smiled sweetly, and in the next instant made an encouraging gesture. To be honest, that gesture did not instill much confidence in the woman. Instead, it only made the mountain snake seem even more dazzling, adding to her pressure. This pressure stemmed from the expectation of the mountain snake at the front desk. At least that's what the woman thought. Knock, knock, knock. Under the pressure, she finally knocked on the door. Come in. A man's voice soon echoed from inside the room. It was Hong Yi. The woman gathered her courage and pushed the door open, but the scene that greeted her made her visibly taken aback. In front of the desk, there was a large basin on the floor containing several artificially bred goldfish. On the sofa beside it sat Hong Yi holding a fishing rod, trying to catch the goldfish in the basin. At that moment, their eyes met. The woman was stunned, unsure what the person in the room was doing. Hong Yi was equally bewildered. He had assumed that someone from his side entered, never expecting it to be a guest. Cough, cough. The room fell silent for about half a minute. Ultimately, it was Hong Yi who broke the awkwardness. He cleared his throat twice and said, please have a seat. In the next moment, he hurriedly put away the fishing rod and carried the basin out. He then sat back down at the desk. This process didn't take long, at most a minute. Even so, the woman remained standing in front of the desk. She didn't sit down. Why aren't you sitting? Hong Yi became serious, trying to completely cast away the previous awkward incident. The woman spoke in a stuttered and soft manner, only saying, I am too dirty. So I won't. It's okay, you're a guest. Besides, it's really not a big deal. Please sit. He looked at her with a smile. Ultimately, the overwhelming pressure made the woman hesitate before sitting down. However, after sitting, she lowered her head, resembling a schoolgirl who had done something wrong. She merely held onto the black umbrella, remaining silent. Hong Yi could somewhat tell what kind of personality this woman had, thus, he took the initiative. Is this umbrella very important to you? It seems you cherish it quite a bit. The woman said nothing but hesitated for a moment before silently nodding. Can you tell me how you found this place? Do you have a recommendation letter or a business card? The woman silently took out the damp, white business card from her pocket. She handed it over with both hands. Hong Yi accepted it, unable to suppress a smile. This is indeed rare. In his impression, Gui Nan'an usually did not accept guests for the white cat. He recalled it had happened no more than 5 times. This is what I picked up. The woman hurriedly explained, causing Hong Yi's smile to slowly fade. I see. He gave a wry smile, and the woman nervously asked, is it? Not allowed. Oh no, a guest is a guest. As long as you've come, you're a guest. I just wanted to confirm. May I ask how to address you? Muzi. All right, Miss Muzi, how can I assist you? Muzi bit her lip, ultimately gathering the courage to look up and ask, can you really do anything? Yes, at least concerning the needs of ordinary people, we can accomplish it completely. Does that include changing a person's appearance? Of course, it's not a big deal. Anything that can be done through plastic surgery, as urban legends, we have no reason to be unable to achieve. Of course, it also depends on what your wishes are. We need to determine if it can be realized based on your own resources. I have no money. We might not necessarily charge money, other things are fine too. Of course, all of this is a discussion for later. It mainly depends on what the guest's wish is. So, what do you hope we can do for you, guest? Hong Yi's tone revealed a hint of temptation. Muzi bit her lip and finally said, I want to become beautiful. She suddenly recalled the mountain snake at the front desk, and then the face of that young man. I want to be even more beautiful than that girl downstairs. If she couldn't be more beautiful than the mountain snake, Muzi didn't believe she could attract the young man's attention. The mountain snake? That's not impossible. But before that, can I see what you look like? Hong Yi needed to see her appearance to determine the dosage. Muzi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately lifted her hair, revealing her face that had been completely disfigured by acid and was truly terrifying. She was afraid that Hong Yi would be frightened by her face. Fortunately, Hong Yi had no extreme reaction. All right, that's enough. He only said after the girl let down her hair, this will be more difficult than anticipated. Surgery is unlikely, so I suggest you take the medicine. The cost is 10 years of lifespan. What do you think? 10 years of lifespan? Yes, with 10 years of life, you can exchange for a complete change of appearance. It should have been a bit more expensive, but due to some side effects of the medicine, it was cheaper. Side effects? Yes. Hong Yi patiently explained, this medicine has some special demonic energy. While it can make you beautiful and lovely, it may attract monster catchers or Taoists. You might even be regarded as a monster. Naturally, people in city, they don't believe in those, so as long as you don't leave the city, you won't encounter them. Even so, do you still want that kind of medicine? Muzi's mind was racing, but with the opportunity right before her, it was hard to think too much. She only wanted to change her future beyond that. She didn't care about any demonic energy. Even if she encountered some Taoist monster catchers, it couldn't be worse than her past. I am willing. Muzi gave her answer. Subsequently, Hong Yi made a call to someone. After about 5 minutes, Mu Yu pushed open the office door, bringing in a small bottle of black potion before leaving. Hong Yi handed the potion to the woman, saying, drink this. After taking it, sleep for a while, and everything will be different. The woman accepted the potion and without any hesitation drank it in one go. In the next moment, she felt a heavy dizziness and quickly lost consciousness. Muzi woke up again an hour later. She was still in that office. At this moment, she was lying on the sofa, her head gradually becoming clear. She propped herself up and saw Hong Yi scrolling through his phone at the desk. Noticing Mu Zi was awake, he simply smiled and pointed at the mirror in the corner. Mu Zi hesitated before walking over. Then she looked at her reflection in the mirror. Although her hair was still messy and her clothes were tattered, the face of the woman in the mirror had completely transformed into that of another person. She was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. With an oval face and fair skin, she was breathtakingly beautiful. I apologize for my lack of words. In short, she looked stunningly beautiful, captivating enough to cause nations to fall. Seeing this scene, Mu Zi was astonished and covered her cherry lips in shock. At that moment, Hong Yi asked, "We can also provide you with a comfortable residence work as well as a new identity and self-defense capabilities. This even includes all the funding to start your new life. And all of this requires just an additional 10 years of lifespan. Is the guest interested in learning more?" Hong Yi's voice was like a devil's temptation. Muse's identity information has been cancelled in City A. Starting from the moment she became a beggar and ceased to use that name in society. The government of City A has placed her on the death list according to the records, thereby erasing her household registration. This happens frequently. For instance, soldiers who go missing on the battlefield are directly declared as deceased by the relevant departments in City A after a prolonged period without any news, thus erasing their household registration. If the soldiers return afterward, they will find themselves as unregistered individuals without an identity. It becomes quite difficult for them to find work, and they might end up as homeless individuals or even criminals threatening society. Of course, if you have money and connections, these issues wouldn't pose a problem. However, Mu Zi is not that type of person. If she had those resources, she wouldn't have suffered for so many years. The man in red patiently explained his recommendations to the woman, especially while she was overwhelmed by joy. Firstly, Mu Zi is too beautiful, which might attract the unwanted attention of lecherous men. Thus, it is necessary to provide Mu Zi with a certain level of self-defense capability. For instance, recommending that Mu Zi raise a small demon to protect her. Secondly, to integrate into this society, Mu Zi will need a new residence, employment, and startup capital. The White Cat can provide all these. The residence includes a nice mansion. The startup capital is set at around 5 million A coins. As for the job, that depends on what Mu Zi likes. All of these combined merely cost an additional 10 years of lifespan. Considering her changed appearance, it totals to 20 years of lifespan. Of course, it is hard for things to be perfect. In addition to the benefits mentioned above, Mu Zi is required to visit the White Cat once a month. She needs to bring back the living records and general information of the small demon. Coming once a month is sufficient, and after a year, she won't need to come again. Moreover, she should try to stay away from temples, churches, as well as Taoists, demon catchers, and priests. This comprises all the transactions and conditions. Mu Zi, in a moment of heated excitement, did not think this was too great a cost. If she could live a prosperous life in her later years, she could easily pay for these mere 20 years of her cheap life. She agreed to the man in red's suggestion and chose to have it all. Subsequently, he took out a gray syringe from the drawer. He drew out a large amount of white liquid from her arm. The process was somewhat painful, but afterward her body felt no different. Facing the man in red who was putting the syringe back into the drawer, Mu Zi simply asked, "Is this enough?" The man smiled and nodded, then said, "I'll have someone prepare your residence and other things right away." He stared into Mu Zi's eyes for a few seconds, then cautiously asked him, "How about I have Gui Nan'an handle your affairs?" Oh, the reaction from the other side was even more intense than the man in red had anticipated. He clearly saw Mu Zi's face turn crimson in an instant, and she held her black umbrella even tighter. Okay. She shyly nodded. Just as the man in red was about to make a call, she suddenly said, wait a minute. Can you not let him know about my face?" Mu Zi felt a bit restless as she said this. She did not want Gui Nan'an to know that she had once been an ugly monster. The man in red glanced at her and nodded, saying, "Understood, I'll tell those who have seen you to keep this matter confidential." "Is that okay?" Thank you." Mu Zi's voice was very low and her head felt vaguely warm. She listened intently as the man in red made the call until a youthful voice came through the line. "Boss, Gui, can you come up for a moment?" "I can. Is there something you need?" "I have a client without an identity here. Please help her arrange her living situation. Remember to bring a bottle of No. 38 when you come up." "Okay, I'll be there right away." "Arrange my ass." Just then, unexpectedly, a loud shout from the veterinarian came through the phone. Then perhaps the phone was snatched away as the veterinarian shouted towards this side, "I have a ton of projects today, and if you take Gui away, I beep." However, the conversation was abruptly cut off. The reason was that Gui Nan'an had already snatched the phone and quickly hung up. Looking at the call log that had been disconnected, the man in red simply shrugged. In the next moment, he looked at Mu Zi with an enigmatic smile and said, "Wait a moment, Gui will be here soon." Okay. Though not knowing exactly what had happened, Mu Zi's feelings were primarily nervousness and anticipation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gui Nan'an was removing his white lab coat and gloves at the research institute. On the experimental table in front of him was a pile of yellow talismans wriggling like worms. Can't you just refuse? You know how busy I am today. The veterinarian shot a displeased glance at Gui Nan'an. Gui Nan'an did not argue with him, simply saying next time if it's absolutely necessary, you can help handle the follow-up. Nonsense, if I had that time I'd go complete the project for Black Princess instead, wouldn't that be better? Stop complaining, I have no choice but to follow the boss orders. Just refuse, curse him out, he can't eat you. Such a response was bound to earn Gui Nan'an a roll of the eyes, and he simply said the boss wants me to bring a bottle of no. 38, I remember you hid it when you were cleaning the warehouse last time, where is it? No. 38. The veterinarian paused, those things are all defective, what does the boss want that for? It should be for finding a research subject to gather data for us. After all, it's not a bad thing. Where is it? Warehouse no. 3, the leftmost box, the one at the bottom. Gui Nan'an followed the veterinarian's directions to warehouse no. 3. Soon he found a treasure chest that was likely covered in dust among the many boxes. Creak. He squatted down and opened the box. What appeared before his eyes was a box full of transparent glass jars. Inside were various items soaked in a light red liquid. There were small horns resembling sheep horns and tongues from unknown animals. There were also some unknown plants. Gui Nan'an scanned these glass jars and finally shifted his gaze to a red excised black eyeball. Only this eyeball was moving and constantly staring at him. Do you want to come out? Gui Nan'an whispered. The eyeball shook up and down a couple of times as if nodding. Then you have to behave. Gui Nan'an took out the glass jar containing the eyeball. In the next moment, he closed the treasure chest and placed it back where it originally belonged. I want to change into some clothes. Anything will do. Muzi's attire changed, although it still resembled the ragged appearance of a beggar. Her clothes were no longer in tatters. The clothes were also dry now. It was as if she transformed from a filthy beggar into a somewhat cleaner one. Overall, it was quite different from her initial encounter with Gui Nan'an. Is this okay? Red E asked tentatively. Muzi nodded. This is good enough. Her thoughts were simple. She didn't want Gui Nan'an to recognize her. Besides not wanting Gui Nan'an to know about her past, she didn't want him to recall the disgraceful scene of her lying dead in the ring. Comparatively, even appearing before him as a new beggar was more acceptable. Muzi felt she could accept this. Of course, she had also considered whether she could ask Red E to directly give her a more beautiful outfit. However, having been a vagabond for so many years, she figured it would be difficult for her to pull off such glamorous clothing. It might even come off as comical, like a monkey wearing a skirt. Rather than that, it was better to start off with the identity of a beggar. Muzi was eager to see what expression Gui Nan'an would show at the moment of her transformation. While feeling both nervous and excited inside, there was a knock at the door. Boss. It was Gui Nan'an. Come in. The door creaked open as Gui Nan'an entered the room carrying a black bag that contained the glass jar with eyeball number 38. I've brought the items. As he stepped into the room, Muzi, who was sitting in the swivel chair, stood up nervously and lowered her head. This must be the client, right? Hello. Gui Nan'an extended his right hand, but the other party couldn't see it due to her head being lowered too much. You. Hello. She timidly uttered in a very low voice. Her tone was filled with nervousness and unease, and she did not reach out her hand. Gui Nan'an did not feel awkward. He simply retracted his hand silently. Red E then introduced, this is the client. Her name is Muzi. Due to some special reasons, she has been forced to become a shadow citizen. You will help her find a better place to live and also take care of her household registration. The startup fund is $5 million. Also find a job that Miss Muzi would like. Then, what about number 38? Miss Muzi's bodyguard. She is all alone and inevitably lacks a sense of security. I see. I understand. Is there anything else? No, that's all. All right. Gui Nan'an looked at Muzi. Can you come with me, miss? Thank you for your cooperation. Next to the White Cat there was a warehouse, and Gui Nan'an went inside to fetch an ordinary car. On the way to a certain vacant house in his memory, there were naturally some detail inquiries. Do you prefer lively or quiet places, Miss Mu? Oh, quiet please. If you prefer quiet. How about the happiness community in the North District? The security there is quite good. Okay. In truth, she had no idea where the happiness community was. She simply chose it instinctively based on Gui Nan'an's recommendation. Don't jump to conclusions too early, it's better to see the house first. Before that, would you like to grab a bite to eat? No, I just ate. Gui Nan'an glanced at Muzi in the back seat through the rearview mirror only to see her with her head lowered, holding an umbrella. He did not pry into unnecessary matters. He only inquired about some work-related matters. The car quickly drove into the happiness community in the North District and soon arrived in front of a luxurious villa. The villa was rather desolate with no one living in it. However, it was very clean, as if someone had come to tidy it up every now and then. The villa came with a garden and a swimming pool. When Gui Nan'an got out of the car, there were no people nearby. Come down and take a look, Miss Mo. Gui Nan'an opened the rear door, welcoming Muzi down like a butler. As she stood there with her hair draped over her face, staring at the house in bewilderment, He said if you feel the style doesn't suit you, we can look at others. There are still 7 available houses in this community to choose from. Is this for me? Muzi stared at the large house in front of her, stammering for a long while before managing to say this. Gui Nan'an simply replied, if you think it's acceptable, would you like to go inside and take a look? Okay. The front yard's gate was a password gate, and the villa's main door was also a password lock. The two quickly entered and soon arrived in the luxurious interior. Muzi became somewhat dazzled by the environment inside. She felt that the interior of this house was like paradise, and she fell in love with it at first sight. Once she came back to her senses, she simply asked, can I take a shower? Of course, there are bathrobe, sleepwear, and some basic clothing in the wardrobe, but only men's clothing. After you shower, it'll take you to buy some daily necessities. Is that all right? Okay. The bedroom is this way, please follow me. As Gui Nan'an said this, he began to lead the way. Finally, he brought Muzi into the bedroom. After briefly explaining how to use the adjacent bathroom, he returned to the first floor. He waited for Muzi to come down. Splash. In the bathroom, Muzi was washing up with a sense of anticipation and joy. On the first floor, Gui Nan'an was communicating with the Human Resources Department, urging them to arrange a household registration identity as soon as possible. I'm probably in her 20s. As for the house, it should be this one in the west corner of the happiness community. It's best to complete the transfer procedures and contract within 2 days. By the way, there's no need to hire a regular housekeeper anymore. I have a number 38 who can handle these chores. As for whether to hire a nanny, that's up to the client. That will be the client's decision. I will change the passwords and locks. Yes, that's it. The call ended, and the next step was a pile of tedious paperwork. Gui Nan'an didn't understand why the boss wanted him to handle such trivial matters. However, since it was the boss arrangement, he didn't think too much about it. Tap. Muzi came down the stairs after her shower wearing ill-fitting men's clothing. A trench coat paired with jeans and slippers on her feet. The outfit didn't match well, but the so-called clothing combination was completely insignificant compared to her beauty. She was a woman with an excellent figure and extremely beautiful. At the same time as she came down the stairs, she shyly looked at Gui Nan'an and asked, Do I look good? Gui Nan'an naturally gave her face, smiling with an expression of admiration, saying, You look very beautiful, Miss Muzi. You are probably the most beautiful person I have ever seen. At that moment, upon hearing his words, Muzi couldn't help but lower her head, her face flushed. In the afternoon, it was time to buy daily necessities and clothing. Although filled with excitement and joy, there was also a hint of unease and fear. However, when the beautiful new clothes were finally worn, Muzi felt that everything was worth it. In a clothing store, Muzi walked out of the fitting room wearing a purple dress. She shyly asked Gui Nan'an, who was pretending to seriously evaluate her appearance. Naturally, she received compliments from him. Very beautiful, Gui Nan'an always said with a humble expression. It seemed that all of this was heartfelt praise from him, even though his expression had been so blank and mechanical while she changed clothes. Many men around turned their gazes toward her. Anyone passing by couldn't help but glance at Muzi's face. Everyone was captivated by her beauty, unable to look away. Some even became so engrossed that their girlfriends slapped them on the back of the head. An argument ensued. Muzi had never attracted so many people's attention. She felt both secretly delighted and anxious. While she enjoyed the reality of being admired for her beauty, she had no interest in those who looked at her with longing or greedy eyes regardless of their gender. This stemmed from her past experiences, the kind that everyone despised and avoided. In that bleak world, only the boy who provided her with food and an umbrella represented warmth. In her eyes, there was only that boy, the attentive man, who was now smiling at her. But could they take it a step further? That was beyond her contemplation. The gazes of others did not distract Muzi from focusing on the boy. Instead, Gui Nan'an was seriously observing the slippers Muzi wore as she came out of the villa. He said, You should buy some shoes as well. Does Miss Mu like high heels? There was a shoe cabinet nearby, filled with beautiful high heels. Muzi glanced over and, feeling a bit shy, lowered her head to say, To him, not very good at wearing them. I see. How about sneakers or casual shoes then? Okay. She shyly nodded, hardly making eye contact with Gui Nan'an. Just the thought of it made her heart race and her face flush. It was a wonderful shopping experience akin to a date. The trunk of the car was almost full, having purchased many daily necessities. It's getting late, let's grab something to eat. What does Miss Mu like? Anything is fine. I know a newly opened noodle shop that is quite good. Would you like to try it? They drove toward the noodle shop, during which time there was a period of silence. Finally, Muzi broke the silence, gathering her courage to say, "Tu will pay you back for today's expenses soon." Muzi had yet to receive the 5 million starting funds from Baimao. Gui Nan'an had already arranged for someone to handle it in the finance department. Since Muzi did not have an account or a bank card, she would need to give it to him later. Hearing this, Gui Nan'an merely smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about it. All today's expenses will be counted as part of the commission, just like the house. These are all part of our responsibilities and will not touch your starting funds." This can't be right. The things bought today are so expensive too still. Really, miss, you don't need to worry. This is what we should do. Moreover, the price you've already paid is substantial. You must understand. 20 years is not something an ordinary person can commit to. As they spoke, the car had already stopped. They arrived at their destination, a restaurant named Silver Noodle Shop. It was a moderately sized noodle shop with a nice environment. Currently, there weren't many people there. The topic of money was set aside. The two entered the noodle shop one after the other. As soon as they entered, Gui Nan'an noticed a young man in the corner eating noodles. The young man wore a peachwood badge around his waist featuring a crescent moon symbol. Gui Nan'an recognized this symbol. It belonged to the monster-catching organization Half Moon. In other words, this young man was likely a monster catcher similar to a Taoist priest. Hello, both of you. What would you like to eat? Gui Nan'an casually headed to a corner table with the girl. He then picked up the menu in front of a waitress and examined it closely. During this time, the young man, dressed in modern attire and sitting with his back to them, turned around in confusion as if he had sensed something. He was an average-looking young man, probably in his early 30s with short hair. After sniffing for a while, he eventually shifted his gaze to Muzi. He couldn't help but frown. This demonic aura feels a bit strange. The young man mumbled as he looked at Muzi. The next moment, he aimed his focus at Gui Nan'an, who was looking at the menu. It was unclear whether it was just a feeling, but the monster catcher sensed that someone had been staring at him just moments ago. As he turned to look at Gui Nan'an, that sensation immediately vanished. The monster catcher gazed at Gui Nan'an for a long time, but ultimately detected nothing unusual. He then took out an object resembling a compass from his pocket, which had a dozen pointers. However, all of these pointers pointed towards Muzi, with none aimed at Gui Nan'an. Seeing this scene, the monster catcher couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Are female demons so alluring? The young people nowadays really lack self-discipline. He mumbled to himself, finished his noodles, and left. Then he quietly waited outside. When Gui Nan'an and Muzi came out after finishing their meal, the sky had turned a bit dark, and they planned to get into the car. The monster catcher hurried over, calling out, "Sir, excuse me." Hearing this, Gui Nan'an paused in the act of opening the car door. He merely gestured for Muzi to go inside and wait for him. Do you need something? Gui Nan'an looked puzzled. The monster catcher glanced at Muzi in the back seat and intentionally pulled Gui Nan'an to a corner. Young man, come over for a moment. It will only take 2 minutes. I have something to ask you. What is it? Is that girl in the car your girlfriend? Yes, she is. Have you been feeling fatigued lately or experiencing discomfort in any part of your body? The monster catcher wore an expression as if he could see through everything, suspecting that the beautiful demoness had lured her prey with her body. How do you know? Gui Nan'an looked utterly shocked. The monster catcher seized the opportunity. Of course I know. However, saying it might scare you. It's rather terrifying. He pretended to have a hard time revealing the truth. Gui Nan'an looked around in a panic and pointed to a dark alley nearby, saying, "Big brother, let's talk inside there." All right. The monster catcher nodded and eventually arrived at a secluded corner of the alley. Actually, he turned around trying to say something. PFF. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. As his pupils dilated in shock, he looked down. He found a dark dagger already plunged into his chest. If you just practiced a few more years. A hoarse guttural moan escaped his throat as his left hand instinctively clutched the wound. Though a demon hunter by trade, he remained at heart nothing more than mortal flesh and blood. The moment's searing agony flooded his entire being, his body contorted and softened, helpless, unmoored. Every movement unleashed unimaginable torment. Not all possess the will to strike back through such pain. Most succumb utterly to its crushing weight. And the demon hunter before him belonged unmistakably to that majority. Uy. His trembling right hand rose slowly, pointing, shakily, desperately, at Gui Nan'an, who stood gripping a black dagger slick with fresh blood. The blood upon the blade vanished before the eye could follow, absorbed swiftly, darkening the edge yet deeper into obsidian void. You are human. Why aid those demons? Why conspire with monsters? Taoist priests called them Yaoguai, priests, and pastors named them demons. As for demon hunters, their terminology varied, shaped entirely by the cultural soil in which they were raised. Yet the man's bitterness and bewilderment would receive no reply. Gui Nan'an was no villain who lingered to monologue before a dying foe, no fool who granted time to the doomed. After all, villains perish from excessive speech, a truth long etched into cinematic lore. With a soft whispering rustle, he flung a handful of black talismans, 7 or 8, toward the hunter, whose face twisted in shocked confusion and dawning terror. A sharp, piercing whistle cut the air, then in an instant every talisman adhered to his body. One sealed his mouth, entirely silencing him forever. Another hush, then a violent roaring whoosh as inky black flames erupted, swallowing the hunter whole. In their merciless embrace, he writhed, a burning figure convulsing in unspeakable agony. Within moments, he was reduced to a pile of ash, blackened, formless, indistinguishable from the charred remnants of the talismans themselves. Why interfere when your strength falls short? Gui Nan'an mused, gazing upon the smoldering remains. He wore a black shoulder bag containing number 38, a glass jar that suppressed most of the entity's demonic aura. Yet a master Taoist or a peerless demon hunter, refined to the pinnacle of cultivation, might still sense something amiss. This hunter was no such master. Had his skill matched his arrogance, he would never have lowered his guard, not even for an instant. He had mistaken himself for something greater than he was. So great was his self-perception that he styled himself humanity's guardian, and those he guarded in turn relaxed instinctively whenever demons appeared nearby. Good and evil, right and wrong. If forced to choose a label, Gui Nan'an would select evil without hesitation. He understood reality clearly, knew precisely where he stood. Demon hunters, Taoists, exorcists, all shared one fundamental purpose: eradication of the monstrous. They marched beneath banners of noble cause, protecting humanity, preserving the world. And though corruption existed among them, it did not negate their creed. Monsters, be they Yaogwai or demons, most often brought ruin upon humankind. True or rare, few sought peaceful coexistence, but humans by nature feared monsters. Such fear was inevitable, for monsters harmed them. Thus, save for outliers, the world operated under this tripartite law. Demon hunters protected humans and exterminated monsters. Monsters preyed upon humans, and thus enmity between them was absolute, irreconcilable. From humanity's vantage, demon hunters embodied justice, monsters pure malevolence. To monsters, that justice arrived not as mercy, but as judgment. A justice so absolute it demanded annihilation, like sunlight, life-giving yet lethal to those who draw too near. To monsters, such justice was brutal, unforgiving. To the protected, it carried solemn authority, yet tragically it offered no solace for personal suffering or private need. Hence the world would never lack those willing to bargain with demons. After all, demon hunters hunted only monsters, and though rare, some monsters truly cherished honest bonds with humans. Such bonds most often formed with children, whose innocence, sincerity, and uncluttered hearts made them receptive, untainted by adult complexity. Monsters might see in them genuine friendship, true companionship, and seek in turn to transform them into kin. Within human society and among demon hunters, however, such transformation was deemed nothing short of child corruption. For they believed deep in their marrow that monsters were inherently vile, irredeemable. Yet if a god approached a child, not a monster but a god, with the same intent, humanity and demon hunters would rejoice. To become divine was the highest honor imaginable. This was reality, the stark, immutable hierarchy of existence. Gui Nan'an was human, though only in flesh. From infancy to adulthood, everything he ate, wore, and used had been provided by demons, spirits, and monsters alike. He was raised by monsters. His thoughts, instincts, and values had long since mirrored theirs. Human skin, demonic heart. This phrase defined him completely. Thus, when confronted by Taoists, demon hunters, or priests, his mind registered only one imperative: how best to kill them. Never did he pause to question whether he was truly human, or whether slaying a demon hunter constituted betrayal of his own kind. Who was that person just now? Muzi asked curiously as Gui Nan'an climbed into the car. A second-hand phone vendor, already dismissed. I see. Muzi nodded, utterly unsuspecting. The car rolled toward her home. Night had fallen, and along the bustling roadside crowds flowed like living rivers. Muzi watched couples strolling hand in hand, some seated side by side on park benches exchanging quiet words, the others feeding each other ice cream, laughter light as breath. All seemed wrapped in effortless joy, radiant with happiness. So much so that envy bloomed warm and sharp within her. Nan'an, sir. She finally summoned the courage to speak. What is it? Could we go watch a movie? The words tumbled out, and instantly her head bowed, her cheeks flared crimson, her mind ablaze with heat. Gui Nan'an gave no pause, only glanced at his watch and replied, of course. In that instant, Muzi felt as though she'd fallen straight into paradise. The cinema lobby held few patrons. Before them glowed an electronic screen listing available films. Select, then purchase tickets. Which film would you prefer, Miss Mo? Gui Nan'an gestured toward the display. Muzi's face, still flushed, murmured, you choose. I'll enjoy anything. Are you certain? Yes. I simply wish to experience watching a film. Then I accept your gracious invitation. The Life of T, a decades-old documentary. This was the film Gui Nan'an ultimately selected. When they entered the screening hall, they found themselves alone, the only two souls in the vast, hushed auditorium. We must select only the finest tea leaves. An on-screen documentary footage shows staff meticulously selecting tea leaves. In the front row beneath the screen, Gui Nan'an watches the documentary with rapt fascination. He occasionally takes a sip from the coarse tea in his thermos, as if that might somehow enhance its flavor. Muzi sits beside him, chewing popcorn with mechanical disinterest. Her gaze lingers on the screen, fixated on the monotonous, laborious steps of tea processing. And for a fleeting moment, she wonders whether she is dreaming. And she had assumed Gui Nan'an would choose a horror film, or at least a martial arts epic, Even an animated feature would have been acceptable. She never imagined he would pick a dry educational documentary. And such films hold not the slightest appeal for her, and she cannot even fathom their purpose. Yet beside her, Gui Nan'an watches with unwavering absorption. Sight Musi finds utterly surreal. And admittedly, she hadn't come here expecting to watch a film at all. Her sole intention had been to spend more time with him. But now, in this moment, his full attention is riveted on the screen, not on her. A quiet sense of abandonment settles over her. I should have just gone home. She thinks bitterly, but forces herself to endure the 2-hour ordeal. Her only solace lies in stealing occasional glances at Gui Nan'an's profile. Beep beep beep. At last the closing theme swells. The tedious documentary finally concludes. It is nearly 10 o'clock at night. Time to head home. Gui Nan'an stretches contentedly. This film has in part eased the disappointment of missing tonight's screening of The Way of Tea. They exchange a warm, quiet smile and step out of the cinema together. But as they walk toward the car, they are intercepted by a group of petty thugs. 4 young men spot Musi emerging from the theater and immediately fix their gaze upon her. They saunter over with mocking grins, young men with garishly dyed hair and flamboyant threadbare clothing. Their leader, a blonde-haired youth known as Huang Mao, steps forward blocking their path with a leering, insolent expression. Hey beautiful, how about? Thud. Before he can finish, Gui Nan'an delivers a swift, brutal kick. The youth flies backward nearly 8 meters. He crashes onto the pavement unconscious. This sudden violence leaves the remaining 3 stunned into silence. Even as passers-by begin turning curiously toward the commotion, Gui Nan'an already pulls a thick wad of cash from his pocket and slaps it hard across one thug's face. Get lost. Ni's voice is low, but his eyes blaze with lethal warning. The bills strike like a stinging blow before fluttering to the ground. Stack easily worth 10,000 coins. The youth recoils, chilled by the cold fury in Gui Nan'an's gaze. Sweat breaks out across his brow. I'm sorry. Stammering, he scrambles to retrieve the money from the pavement. Then with his 2 companions rushes to lift the unconscious Huang Mao. Nan flees the scene in utter disarray. 4 petty thugs vanish into the night. Gui Nan'an turns to Musi. Ni's expression softens instantly. His eyes, once sharp as blades, now gentle and warm. Are you all right, Miss Musi? Oh yes, I'm fine. And you? I'm unharmed. He offers a faint wry smile, then speaks with the calm detachment of someone recalling distant history. Security seems rather lax these days. Please avoid going out alone after dark. Yes, I understand. Shall we go home now? Yes, of course. So they quickly get into the car and drive home. Meanwhile, the 4 thugs rush to the hospital. Huang Mao's diagnosis reveals a fractured rib, with surgical repair costing roughly 5,000 coins. Factoring in anesthesia, hospitalization, and ancillary fees, the total approaches 10,000 coins. Back at the villa, it is nearly 10:30. After unloading the car, the real matter begins. Miss Musi, our employer likely informed you about self-defense capabilities. Yes. In the living room, Gui Nan'an speaks calmly while unzipping his shoulder bag. Nan removes a pulsating, writhing eyeball sealed within a glass jar. What is that? Musi flinches at the eye's grotesque appearance. A discarded infant of a malformed Yao clan, rescued and raised by us. There is no need to fear it. Its form is unsettling, but its loyalty is absolute provided you treat it with sincerity. It is remarkably intelligent. What must I do? Musi instinctively swallows hard. First, you must give it a name. Gui Nan'an lifts the lid of the glass jar. NAS vapor hisses forth in white plumes and liquid inside evaporates entirely. The eyeball floats upward, and then drifts gently before Musi, gazing at her with quiet curiosity. A name. Yes, a name. Treat it as your own child. Choose one you love. Though trembling inwardly, she composes herself and ponders deeply. Finally, she offers her answer, Mumu. Would you like to be called Mumu? She hesitates, looking uncertainly at the eye, which delighted spins joyfully in place. In the next instant, whoosh, crimson light erupts around it. When the glow fades, it has transformed into a porcelain doll. She wears a pink dress and long golden ringlets, delicate girl crowned with a tiny pink bonnet. Only her left eye remains visible. Her right eye is covered by a black pirate captain's eye patch. All in all, she is an exquisitely charming doll, no larger than a palm. What is this? Musi stares bewildered by the metamorphosis. Gui Nan'an explains patiently, she feared frightening you, so she assumed a form you could embrace. As he speaks, the doll turns her gaze fully upon Musi and speaks in a raspy yet unmistakably childlike voice, hello mama. Please take care of me from now on. In that instant, Musi finds the doll irresistibly endearing. Nan carefully cradles her in both hands. She smiles softly, hello Mumu. Thus ends today's journey. Gui Nan'an chooses this moment to bid farewell. After parting with Musi, Gui Nan'an departs, planning to return tomorrow to handle formalities and registration. And Musi, reluctant to see him go, suggests he stay overnight, citing the villa's many vacant rooms. He declines politely, citing urgent matters elsewhere. And he knows well enough what temper his black cat Xiaohe would display if he stayed away. Of course, Xiaohe is now a white cat, and so Gui Nan'an must return to White Cat for the night. Xiaohe, and this name was given by Hong Yi. Yet it was no ordinary cat, neither a member of the demonic clans nor a fell beast. And plainly put, no one knew what kind of being it truly was. It bore none of the pungent feline musk typical of cats, nor did it emanate the faintest trace of demonic aura, nor anything else discernible. And when Hong Yi first found Gui Nan'an, Xiaohe had already been sitting quietly beside him. 17 years have now passed, yet Xiaohe shows not the slightest sign of aging. Its body grew steadily until reaching the healthy size of a mature cat, and then simply ceased growing altogether. Of course, its weight may fluctuate slightly, gaining or losing flesh depending on how much it eats. But this affects only outward appearance. Its fundamental age and visage remain utterly unchanged. It is as if a young woman having reached 18 were to freeze in time, her figure swelling or shrinking with diet, yet her face forever suspended at that age. Veterinarians once examined Xiaohe's fur and blood in depth, yet no matter how meticulously they probed, their conclusion remained consistent. Aside from possessing an unusually faint feline scent, every measurable parameter matched those of an ordinary domestic cat. Yet this conclusion is undeniably flawed. And if Xiaohe were truly just a cat, its developmental trajectory would be nothing short of preposterous. What cat lives 17 years without a single trace of decay? And moreover, when delicate minor demons first encounter Xiaohe, they instinctively recoil in fear and flee without hesitation. Later, when questioned why they fled, the demons themselves cannot explain, and they merely say an instinctive sense told us that cat was dangerous. Thus, owing to these myriad anomalies, no scholar, sage, or seer has ever definitively classified Xiaohe's species or origin. And outwardly, however, it continues to be treated, unquestioningly, as a mere house cat. Xiaohe is a female cat, and she grew up alongside Gui Nan'an. And before Gui Nan'an moved out, she lived under Hong Yi's care, graceful, lithe, and poised. For most of her life, she clung to Gui Nan'an like shadow to form. Nan, shortly after he relocated in Hong Yi, citing lack of time, entrusted her care entirely to Gui Nan'an. And so once more they were reunited. Xiaohe possesses one steadfast habit: she insists on sleeping pressed against Gui Nan'an. And should he fail to return home without prior notice, will most certainly sulk. Rumble, rumble. And that night, Gui Nan'an drove toward the White Cat Alley, his headlights cutting through the dark. As his car approached the desolate stretch before the forest cemetery. And the vehicle slowed, then came to a gentle halt. Confused, Gui Nan'an peered closer, only to realize the tank was empty. He reasoned the alley wasn't far, he'd simply walk back for fuel. And unbuckling his seatbelt, he stepped out onto the road. Mew. And then, suddenly, a familiar feline cry echoed from behind. Startled, he turned, and there atop the flower bed before the ancient forest cemetery stood Xiaohe the black cat. And at that very moment, she leapt toward him, tail high, mewing urgently. "Have you come to meet me?" Gui Nan'an smiled softly and swept her into his arms as she landed. Apologies. I was delayed by unforeseen matters." Then, cradling the sleek black cat close, he strolled onward, toward the ink-black alley, as though walking straight into the maw of some vast waiting abyss. The next day's schedule promised complexity. Gui Nan'an escorted Muzi to countless places. From dawn until dusk, they labored tirelessly, and miraculously every task was completed. After handing Muzi the bank card bearing 5 million yuan, Gui Nan'an formally sealed this commission with finality. "It grows late. I must depart. And should you require further assistance, feel free to visit White Cat, or call me directly." All formalities concluded, save one: Muzi's future employment. And she had yet to decide upon a vocation. Gui Nan'an urged her to take her time, to reflect deeply, and contact him once her choice crystallized. Naturally, should she choose not to work at all, that too was permissible. And provided she avoided extravagance, 5 million yuan would sustain her, comfortably, until her final breath. Rising from the sofa, Gui Nan'an prepared to take his leave, yet Muzi clearly wished to detain him a while longer. "Yum." And she gestured vaguely toward the dusky sky beyond the window, while behind her the doll Moo drifted idly in midair, unmoored and unoccupied. "It's getting late. We ought to eat. And would you allow me to treat you to dinner?" "No need, Miss Moo. I have urgent matters awaiting my return. And perhaps another time." He declined gently, but Muzi, sensing the finality in his tone, refrained from pressing further. In the end, she could only escort him out, her quiet farewell tinged with unmistakable melancholy. Muzi's life had transformed profoundly since the past, yet her solitary soul still ached with loneliness and quiet desolation. Thankfully, the doll Moo Moo kept her company, chattering endlessly, sparing her from utter tedium. Since parting ways with Gui Nan'an, Muzi rarely ventured outside. She no longer knew what purpose lay beyond her door. In her mind held only one image, Gui Nan'an's, and she longed to see him, yet found no legitimate reason to seek him out. Have you decided on a job? A plausible pretext indeed. Yet such an excuse could be used only once, and once exhausted she might well be compelled to accept real employment. That in turn would drastically reduce her chances of meeting Gui Nan'an again. And beyond employment, however, existed another possible pretext in the observation log for Moo Moo's well-being. Yet he had stipulated plainly such reports were required only once per month, at White Cat. In other words, a full lunar cycle served as mandatory cooldown. Day after day, Muzi drifted through life in idle reverie, and after 2 weeks, without sight of Gui Nan'an, even ordering takeout felt like too great an effort. She lay vacanted upon the sofa, staring blankly at garish melodramas, and love stories absurd and overwrought. And she neither cooked nor ate. Is Mama suffering from lovesickness? Moo Moo, hovering silently above, blurted the question, but received no reply. As for Mr. Nan'an, call him Papa. Papa Nan'an. Moo Moo knows how to reunite Mama with him. At those words, Muzi shot upright from the sofa, her entire being alight with sudden urgency. In her voice trembled with desperate hope, her eyes blazing. Moo Moo replied calmly, and Moo Moo can feign illness, and Mama may bring her to White Cat for examination. But is deception truly acceptable? Muzi hesitated, her conscience stirring. Moo Moo pressed on, persuasive and serene, and there is no harm. Physical ailments resist mimicry, but psychological ones do not. Moo Moo need only pretend to be a withdrawn silent doll. When asked, she will say, it is because Mama ignores me that I am like this. And thus the dilemma dissolves, cleanly, elegantly. The doctors will urge Mama to speak with Moo Moo more often, and in doing so derive quiet satisfaction from having uncovered the root cause. And meanwhile, Mama will naturally interact with Papa, fulfilling her deepest unspoken longing. All shall be content. This harmony requires but one small benevolent lie. This does seem remarkably clever. Yet tell me, Moo Moo, why aid me in deceiving your former master? Because Mama gave Moo Moo her name, and Moo Moo is Mama's child. That is all. Muzi cheerfully carried the doll toward Bai Mao, conveniently slipping it into her pocket along the way. After exiting the residential compound, she raised her hand and hailed a taxi by the roadside. Where to, miss? The driver asked habitually, a middle-aged man in his early 40s, his arms densely covered in tattoos. Yet the moment he glimpsed Muzi's face in the rearview mirror, he froze entirely. How could such breathtaking beauty exist in this world? Astonishment surged through him. Instinctively, he swallowed hard and moistened his lips. In that instant, a sinister thought began coiling deep within his mind. Forest Cemetery, Muzi replied calmly, but the driver remained dazed. Sir, Only then did he start the engine. The car glided forward, heading toward Forest Cemetery. Throughout the drive, he repeatedly glanced at Muzi through the rearview mirror, intentionally or not. He noticed her hair was damp, freshly washed, and that her gaze remained fixed on her phone, eyes lowered. She paid no attention to her surroundings. This very vulnerability stoked his malicious intent further. After all, impulse extinguishes reason. And so it was with him, lust eclipsed rationality. Midway, he abruptly altered the vehicle's course, steering instead toward the desolate outskirts beyond the city. His hands trembled as he changed direction, constantly checking the rearview mirror. Fearful Muzi might sense something amiss. Fortunately, she never looked up, not even once, until they had long left the city behind. Her eyes stayed locked on her screen. At last he exhaled in relief, and then surged with dark anticipation. Meanwhile, Muzi remained utterly unaware of the peril closing in. Her heart fluttered with nervous excitement. The thought of meeting her beloved had filled her with both longing and trepidation. She had spent hours online researching how best to converse with a man she admired, what topics might win his favor. Most suggestions, however, were embarrassingly lewd, utterly unthinkable for her to utter before Gui Nan'an. Still, she devoured them with rapt fascination. Miss, we've arrived. The taxi halted before a crumbling, abandoned temple hidden deep in seclusion. Oh, thank you. Muzi opened the door, preparing to ask the fare. But the moment she took in her surroundings, she visibly stiffened. Driver, sir. She turned bewildered toward the man stepping out of the cab. His expression had transformed entirely, twisted now into a grotesque, leering grin as he advanced. What do you want? Sensing danger, Muzi recoiled instinctively. Ha. What do I want? My little beauty, can't you guess? With that he lunged. But Muzi dodged swiftly, leaving him grasping at empty air. You come any closer and I'll... She ducked behind a tree, voice trembling, fragmented. Hey, what then? He mocked her with a shrill mocking lilt, his greedy eyes blazing like live coals. I'll call for help. Go ahead, scream until your throat bleeds. No one will come to save you. As he lunged again, a girl's voice cut through the air, freezing him mid-motion. Who's there? Instantly alert, he whirled around, scanning wildly, until his gaze locked onto the source, a porcelain doll, floating silently from Musie's shirt pocket, hovering upright before her, staring directly at him. Honestly, just when I finally drifted into a peaceful slumber, some scum like you has to show up. The doll muttered crossly, then with deliberate grace raised its right hand toward the sky and brought it down in a sharp arc. A crimson vapor erupted overhead, coalescing instantly into a single colossal blood-red eye larger than an automobile. A gaping maw stretched across its surface, lined with countless jagged sawtooth teeth. It was horrifying beyond measure. With a deafening roar, the monstrous eye plummeted from the heavens, jaws wide, hurtling toward the driver below. "Oh!" he screamed, craning his neck upward. Yet his shriek could not halt the inevitable. In one swift, brutal lunge, he was torn apart and devoured whole. A wet, guttural glorp echoed, and just like that, the driver vanished without a trace. The enormous crimson eye dissolved into wisps of red mist, vanishing as swiftly as it came. Only faint streaks of blood remained on the ground. In an instant, the world settled back into eerie stillness. "It's over. Let's go home, Mama." The doll drifted gently before Musie. Startled, she nodded, still shaken by the horror she'd just witnessed. Yet the fear softened, knowing this being stood between her and harm. Yes, she murmured, turning toward the taxi. Just as she reached for the door handle, she paused, suddenly remembering. Can you drive?" Musie had never held a steering wheel in her life. Trouble indeed. Mumu can't drive either. The doll sighed, then resignedly declared, "Looks like we'll have to walk back." "Shum." Before the words fully faded, a yellow talisman shot from the shadows, hurtling straight toward Mumu. It slapped onto her face and detonated instantly. Boom. Ay. The sudden blast tore a shriek from her throat, her face obliterated, revealing only crimson stuffing beneath. No one anticipated the assault. Turning, they saw 3 Taoist priests now standing beside the ruined temple, robes billowing in the wind. The eldest, nearing 40, smirked with chilling charm. "Never imagined a simple evening stroll would yield such a rare Yao. Truly fortune favors us tonight." Has seen your brother. That female Yao is rather lovely. Why not capture her and keep her as our private plaything? Wouldn't that be exquisite?" The younger priest spoke, eyes gleaming with avarice, only for the elder to glance once at the woman and dismiss it coldly. "Don't waste your breath. She's no Yao, merely a human ensnared by demonic influence." "Ooh, truly. What a shame." The youth sighed wistfully, earning an icy glare and a dry retort from the stoic junior priest. "Could you possibly purge your mind of that vulgar nonsense?" Without another word, the junior priest drew his sword and charged. The others followed, determined to destroy the doll without delay. You filthy scum. Dare you ruin my beloved face." Facing the 3 sword-wielding priests, the doll unleashed a shriek, so piercing, so primal, it shook the very air. Whooshed. Several yellow talismans opened the way, followed by a sword being swung. Yet the little figure dodged with incredible speed, disappearing dozens of meters away in an instant. Thus the yellow talismans fell to the ground, failing to exert any effect. The little figure merely pointed skyward with both hands, and then swung them down fiercely. In the next moment, a mass of red energy appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into 2 blood-red eye monsters the size of cars, charging towards the 3 Taoist priests. The 2 sides then engaged in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Musie had hidden behind a large rock. She observed the battlefield, only to see the 2 eye monsters and 2 young Taoist priests locked in an intense struggle. However, the real body of the little figure was being chased by the middle-aged Taoist, fleeing in all directions. The battle situation was clearly unfavorable. This won't do, something bad will happen if this continues, Musie thought to herself. In the next moment, she anxiously pulled out her phone. The first person that came to her mind was Gui Nan'an, and she called him. Beep. After the 3rd ring, the call was answered. Then a voice that was always reassuring came through. "Hello, Mu. Help me, Mr. Nan'an." Musie interrupted his speech directly, causing Gui Nan'an to pause in surprise and quickly ask, "What happened?" "2 accidentally left the city and encountered 3 Taoist priests. Now Mumu is." Just as she was speaking, a yellow talisman suddenly flew over. It struck squarely onto her phone. In the next moment, it exploded. The phone was destroyed, and Musie's right hand and right ear were also injured, bleeding. The middle-aged man watching this scene from afar merely sneered and said, "Want to call for help? No chance." He then continued to pursue the faceless little figure. Musie had now lost her means of communication. On the other side, Gui Nan'an was staring at the end of the call, briefly falling into deep thought. In the next moment, he dialed the Intelligence Bureau's number. "Hello." After a voice answered, he hurriedly said, "Please check the current address of the client, Musie, as quickly as possible." Okay, please hold on. The call was disconnected. In order to save time, Gui Nan'an immediately stood up from his office chair. He planned to head to his car right away so that he could set off as soon as he received the address. Creak. Just as he was about to leave, the office door was opened at that moment. Looking over it was the veterinarian. He looked at Gui Nan'an, who was about to leave, with curiosity and asked, "Hey, where are you going?" "Musi is being pursued by 3 Taoist priests outside the city. I think something bad is about to happen." "Oh, you mean that woman who wouldn't survive much longer, right? If she dies, she dies." The veterinarian spoke nonchalantly. For someone who despised humanity, a woman's life or death was of no consequence. But his words caught Gui Nan'an's attention. "What do you mean? If she dies, she dies." The veterinarian chuckled and said, "Don't you know? More than half a month ago, didn't the boss draw 20 years of lifespan from that woman? Later, I checked the quality of that lifespan, and guess what? What? The quality is outrageously low." The veterinarian shrugged and explained, "I found numerous ailments in that data. Among them is a rare terminal illness. Those who contract that illness can only live to around 40 years old without exception. That woman named Musi looks to be just over 20, right? In other words, she could originally have lived into her 40s. But now, since the boss took away 20 years of her lifespan, she won't be able to live for long." This was the reason. A sad reality that was both helpless and despairing. Musi, as a long-term beggar, had been starving for years. Her lifestyle was extremely irregular, coupled with being a homeless child exposed to the elements. How could her body possibly be free of any problems? Yet even so, she ended up contracting a terminal illness. It was indeed a bit too tragic. So if she dies, she dies. After all, your involvement won't change anything, and we've already received the payment. The veterinarian urged Gui Nan'an not to go. He felt that this matter was entirely unnecessary. However, Gui Nan'an did not share the same sentiment and silently walked towards the door. "Have you developed feelings?" The veterinarian behind him said teasingly. For someone indifferent to human lives, he considered this a joke. "This assignment isn't fully completed yet." Gui Nan'an quickly descended the stairs and said, "I haven't found her a job yet." "Hello. Hey Gui, we found the address. The last location where the client's phone signal was detected is a dilapidated temple outside the North City. We went there 2 years ago, remember?" Thanks." After hanging up with the spider, he stepped on the gas and drove towards North City. The starting point was the road in front of the ancient forest tomb. Gui Nan'an had been waiting here for a long time. "I hope she's okay." The young man, driving, muttered to himself, even though his heart wasn't particularly stirred. Outside the city, Musi was running, being chased by the 3 Taoist priests behind her. The eye monsters ultimately fell in battle after the little figure was completely burned by a yellow talisman, turning into a dead eye and being split in half. The 2 huge eye monsters then vanished. At this moment, the 3 Taoist priests were surrounding Musi, quickly forcing her into the temple. The temple had no back door, so Musi was soon cornered. She was quickly subdued by the 2 young Taoist priests, who grabbed her arms and locked them behind her. "Let go of me, let go of me." Musi struggled desperately, but her strength was insufficient to break free. One young Taoist couldn't help but tease, saying, "Seen your brother, such a beautiful girl, isn't she a demon? It's such a pity. I can sense a strong demonic aura from her." This remark immediately earned an eye roll from another young Taoist. The middle-aged Taoist merely said, "Your eyesight is lacking, go cultivate for another decade or so. Stop calling every person you see a demon. If you don't improve, you might end up killing many innocents. Hee, I'll cultivate well and strive for clarity of vision." The young Taoist chuckled and then added, "But speaking of which, this girl is indeed quite pretty. How about we?" "Hey, don't look at me like that, senior brother, your gaze is a bit scary." Just kidding, just kidding." The young Taoist immediately backed down, and the middle-aged Taoist shot him an annoyed look, saying, "If you keep this up, you won't need master's intervention. I'll take care of you myself." Yes, just a joke, just a small joke." "Young mistress, you are now entangled by demonic energy, a most perilous condition. NWE seek only to save you, to expel that corruption from your body. Please cooperate." And the middle-aged Taoist patiently explained the stakes and consequences to Musi, but Musi in her present state heard none of it. Especially when the Taoist spoke of forcibly expelling the demonic energy from her body, and Musi's emotions surged into violent agitation. "Expel it. And then all those medicinal pills I swallowed, wasted. And would I revert to that scarred, grotesque visage once more? And absolutely not. She would never allow it." And so she fought with desperate strength and, "Let me go. Release me at once. My body is mine to command. Keep your meddling hands off me." And Musi was truly frantic now, her struggles growing fiercer with each passing moment. Even if in the end nothing could be changed. Seeing her violent resistance, the middle-aged Taoist wore an expression of grim certainty and declared, "She has been thoroughly deceived by the demon, her mind utterly ensnared by its illusion. Restrain her. I shall begin the ritual now." And without waiting for her consent, he drew a large yellow talisman from his robe and pressed it firmly onto Musi's forehead. Then, heedless of her cries, he began chanting an incantation. And as the words resonated, a thick, inky vapor seeped forth from Musie's face. Simultaneously, Musie felt her face shifting, and that familiar, unbearable discomfort of disfigurement returning raw and unrelenting. "Stop! Cease this at once! What are you doing?" And she screamed, voice tearing from her throat. But the Taoist stood unmoved, deaf to her anguish. "Please, no, stop right now." And her tone crumbled into pleading, then into abject supplication. Tears streamed down her cheeks in heavy shuddering drops, and "I refuse to live that life again. I will not become that person once more. Please stop." And her voice grew hoarse, ragged with despair. Her ceaseless cries finally frayed the Taoist's patience. Ni's brows knotted in irritation as he snapped in, "Silence. And this is for your own good. Yet you mistake benevolence for cruelty." He intensified the chant, until suddenly, pooh, and Musie vomited a gout of blood straight onto the Taoist's face. The Taoist recoiled stunned. Na junior disciple murmured in, "Senior brother, perhaps we should pause. Her constitution seems dangerously frail. If we continue, she may perish." And the Taoist hesitated, then clenched his jaw and insisted in, "Her body has been ruined by demonic erosion. There is no other explanation. Observe closely. This is the fate of those who draw too near to demons. And to die pure is nobler than to live defiled by their taint. Proceed." And he resumed the incantation, faster, sharper. As Musie's resistance weakened, her strength ebbing until even breath became laborious. When at last she could barely utter a sound, the ritual concluded. And the Taoist wiped sweat from his brow, exhausted, spent. Whoosh! And the two disciples released her, dropping the shattered hollow shell of Musie onto the cold earth. And the lecherous junior disciple glanced at her face, and recoiled with a startled yelp, and "Damn. Ugly as sin." And he patted his chest, chuckling in, "Lucky I didn't bring her home, else I'd be the one weeping tonight." His words unsettled the other junior disciple, but he had no energy for quarrel. And he simply turned to the elder and asked in, "Senior brother, what do we do now?" The Taoist looked down at Musie, prostrate, hollow-eyed, her vitality nearly extinguished, and she would not last much longer. He sighed softly in, "Such is the decree of heaven. Let us depart." And with that he led his two juniors swiftly from the ruined temple. Rumble, rumble. And no sooner had the three stepped beyond the temple's threshold than a taxi roared into view. "And fortune favors us. Surely heaven rewards our demon-slaying deed." The lecherous disciple smirked, then joined his brothers at the roadside to hail the cab. "And taxi, over here." And he raised his hand, only for calamity to erupt without warning. Crash! In a sudden violent swerve, the taxi veered directly toward them, a thunderous impact echoing across the still air. Caught utterly unprepared, all three were hurled skyward, and the two junior disciples perished instantly. And the middle-aged Taoist, however, twisted midair, just enough to shift his landing. Yet he struck the ground broken, half his body shattered. Ugh! Ni's ruptured organs forced a torrent of blood from his mouth. Shoo! In his final moments he heard footsteps drawing near. Gui Nan'an approached, paused before him, and withdrew a sheaf of black talismans. "You!" And the Taoist instinctively reached for his robes, but before his fingers could grasp anything, boom! A cascade of ghostly talismans engulfed him, igniting him into a roaring pyre. Aag. Thus the middle-aged Taoist burned, reduced in seconds to drifting ash. And the two juniors met the same fate. Having dispatched them, Gui Nan'an sprinted back toward the ruined temple. He retrieved Musie's ruined phone, but found no trace of Musie herself. Gui Nan'an scoured the area. Soon beside a narrow riverbank spotted a frail, hunched figure. Hello. She sat washing her feet in the water. Gui Nan'an rushed over. Saw a woman whose face bore deep, ruinous scars, her features aged beyond reckoning, impossible to gauge her true years. A tattered cloth covered her head, her right hand was bound in filthy rags. Her entire body was caked in grime, as though she'd tumbled helplessly down the nearby embankment. Anything wrong?" And she spoke in a deliberately rasped, distorted voice. She glanced up at Gui Nan'an, saw his gaze linger on her muddied form, and chuckled weakly. Went out foraging wild greens, slipped down the slope, that's all." "Young man, do you need something?" Gui Nan'an offered no reply. He walked slowly to the riverbank, gazed into the quiet water, and asked "What are you doing here?" She remained seated, breath shallow, and labored "Didn't I just say? Took a tumble, came to rinse off." "And are you curious about an old woman's bath?" She teased lightly, then waved him off. All right, enough talk. Go on, leave me be. I'm bathing now. Though, if you're searching for someone, I did see a strikingly beautiful woman run that way, very fast." She pointed left toward a dense forest. "Oh, thank you." Gui Nan'an nodded. A faint sigh of relief escaped her, followed almost imperceptibly by a quiet pang of loss. The woman was Muzi. Yet she did not wish Gui Nan'an to see her as she appeared now. Thus the only thing she could do was conceal her wounds. Then with this disfigured face, she would assume another identity. Muzi could not bear the thought of Gui Nan'an recognizing her true self. She wished his memory of her would forever remain that of the beautiful woman he once knew. And what she must do now was divert Gui Nan'an's attention, then quietly await the end of her life. Muzi had already realized she had little time left. Her body frail and powerless made even speaking an arduous task. She strained every effort to prevent Gui Nan'an from recognizing her. Yet the moment Gui Nan'an murmured, "Oh, thank you," a faint pang of disappointment pierced her heart, because he had failed to recognize her. Truly how intricate a creature woman is. Pooh! Her body betrayed her once more. Muzi could not suppress a violent spasm, and blood spilled from her lips. Simultaneously her knees buckled, and she collapsed. Gui Nan'an, standing nearby, instantly knelt beside her and steadied her trembling form. "Are you all right?" he asked urgently. Cough, cough, cough. Muzi convulsed with violent coughs, her body shuddering with each spasm, before managing a weary, bitter smile. An old ailment. One grows older after all. Some infirmities are inevitable. It's nothing, truly nothing. I've grown accustomed to it long ago. Ah, you're off to find someone, aren't you? Go on, go quickly, before you lose track of them. Just go. Let me have a moment's peace at last. Though in the end you did not recognize me, yet seeing you once more, surely that is its own kind of happiness. Such thoughts bloomed softly within the maiden's heart. But the instant Gui Nan'an parted his lips to speak, her heart fluttered with sudden panic. Is he leaving? Is he truly walking away from me? Has he still not recognized me? Accompanying these silent words came waves of despair and desolation. Why must you be like this? The youth, his expression tender and warm, finally spoke. Yet the maiden, hearing his voice, remained momentarily dazed and unresponsive. But you are right here. Miss Muzi. Whoosh. Tears burst forth without warning, like floodwaters breaching a dam, irrepressible, unstoppable. At that moment Muzi felt her heart overflow with pure radiant joy, because in Gui Nan'an's eyes she saw no trace of revulsion or disdain. Yes, this man had not recoiled from her scarred face. I see, you've recognized me. Master Nan'an. Her trembling left hand rose slowly, gently brushing his cheek. A soft, serene smile graced her lips as she whispered. From when exactly? From the very beginning, whether as the white cat or just now. I see. How foolish I've been. She laughed, a bittersweet, luminous laugh. Then gazing deep into Gui Nan'an's eyes, she summoned her courage. I love you, Master Nan'an. Thank you. Is that a refusal? I'm sorry. It's all right. I'd say that's precisely the Nan'an I love. No sorrow clouded Muzi's eyes. Instead, a profound, quiet relief softened her features, as if she had at last laid down an unbearable weight. Indeed, her fingers touched his forehead. Her voice grew hoarse, but her smile, sweet and serene, lingered. Meeting you has been my greatest happiness. As her final words faded, her lifeless right hand slipped silently from his shoulder. Muzi's body emitted no further sound, yet even then her face bore a gentle, radiant smile. Sweet, peaceful, complete. A fortnight later, here she is, she's here, a daughter. In the corridor of a central hospital, a wealthy man carefully cradled the newborn from a nurse's arms. Relatives lining the hallway beamed with palpable joy and excitement. They gathered swiftly around him, gazing upon the infant nestled in his embrace. Wow, what a stunning child. She'll grow into a true beauty. Absolutely. The patriarch will be overjoyed to hold his granddaughter. She's utterly adorable, far more lovely than you were as a baby. Relatives exchanged light-hearted banter, marveling at the infant's exquisite features. The corridor resonated with the family's unrestrained elation. Hey brother, have you settled on a name yet? Someone asked. The wealthy man nodded instinctively and replied. Yes, I decided weeks ago. A fortune teller suggested one for me. For a son, we'd name him Muxin. For a daughter, Muzi. Muzi, what a beautiful name. The corridor echoed with jubilation. Yet on the opposite side of the same corridor silence reigned. While everyone reveled in the newborn's arrival, the wealthy man suddenly sensed a pair of eyes fixed upon him. He froze, then lifted his gaze. Only a fleeting shadow vanished at the far end of the corridor. Upon its shoulder rested the unmistakable silhouette of a black cat. But he had looked up a fraction too late, and caught no clear glimpse. Was it merely a trick of the light? He muttered under his breath. Yet moments later he was swept once more into the euphoria of his daughter's birth. The beauty chapter concluded. Gui is a swan yao, a nascent supernatural being who has only recently begun cultivation. He is roughly 100 years old and currently serves as a junior corps operative within the White Cat Intelligence Bureau. Gui is male, appearing in his early 20s, youthful, sharpied with neatly cropped hair. He once intended to spend the remainder of his life quietly excelling within the White Cat organization. Yet an unforeseen revelation shattered that quiet resolve, bringing him profound turmoil. Gui is unwaveringly devoted to love, just as he remains steadfastly loyal to his late wife. His wife was human. Gui had concealed his Yao identity from her throughout their marriage. 10 years ago, she died in a vehicular accident. The driver fled the scene. At the time, Gui was away on business. Upon hearing the news, he was utterly devastated, his world collapsing into hollow silence overnight. Local authorities instructed him to collect his wife's remains, but he refused to go. Lacking the courage to face her corpse, he drifted through days numbed by alcohol. Gui held a long-standing belief only the living possess true value, the dead, regardless of who they were, hold none. He felt no reverence for corpses. To him, a photograph held more worth than a lifeless body. What became of his wife's remains thereafter remains unknown. It took Gui many years to emerge from that shadow. Then, spurred by a pivotal opportunity, he joined the White Cat organization, not out of loyalty, but with a singular purpose to infiltrate its intelligence bureau and uncover the truth. He sought only one thing: the identity of the wretch who struck down his wife. It took 9 years to gain entry, and finally leveraging his position, he traced the Hitandran driver. Alas, the man had already perished from illness. Had that been the end, Gui might have found peace. But recently, astonishingly, he discovered something far more unsettling: his wife. Alive. The surreal reality left him questioning whether he dreamed. He launched a clandestine investigation, bypassing his superiors in the Intelligence Bureau. His findings were irrefutable: she had never truly died. As she lay awaiting cremation at a provincial hospital, she unexpectedly regained consciousness. She had been in a state of suspended animation, physically unharmed yet afflicted with total amnesia, no memory of her home, her husband, or any fragment of her past. Terrified and disoriented, she fled the morgue and vanished into the underbelly of society, eventually taking work at a corrupt electronics factory. She labored there for 9 years, her health steadily deteriorating, until liberation came precisely when Gui finally found her. Overwhelmed with emotion, Gui reunited with her, presenting cherished photographs and their marriage certificate to rekindle her trust, then secretly brought her back to City A to settle in safety. Leveraging his status as a White Cat Corps operative, he discreetly obtained memory restorative medicine from the Bureau's veterinary specialist. In the end, her memories returned, and the two embraced, weeping with joy. Yet a new dilemma emerged: the unsettling weight of the White Cat Code. Article 1 states all Corps operatives must pledge absolute loyalty to the organization. Its interests supersede all else. Within the White Cat, organizational allegiance eclipses even familial bonds. Now reunited with his wife, Gui no longer wished to remain. He longed to flee with her, to vanish beyond reach into obscurity. Yet such an act would constitute undeniable betrayal. The consequence: execution. The White Cat is notoriously difficult to enter and impossible to leave. This truth gnawed relentlessly at Gui. Hello. Gui Nan'an sat at home sipping tea while watching television when his phone rang. The display read Gui. In Gui Nan'an's recollection, Gui was a diligent, unassuming newcomer, whose final probationary assessment he himself had personally approved. Gui Nan'an answered, mildly puzzled by the late hour call. Master. Gui's voice carried hesitant undertones, prompting Gui Nan'an to suspect a request. What is it? I've been feeling unwell lately. Could you help me obtain some vitality-enhancing medicine from the vet? Have you been burning the midnight oil again? Not all Yao enjoy robust constitutions. Some are born frail, prone to illness like mortals. Gui Nan'an recalled Gui as one such case. While things have been rather hectic lately, Gui offered only a strained chuckle. You should initiate contact with the vet yourself. I'd like to, master, but I'm simply too afraid. I can't help it. An innate primordial fear, swan before wolf, had long prevented Gui from confronting the vet directly. Within White Cat circles, Gui was widely regarded as timid and reserved. At least try, Gui Nan'an urged. He took another sip of tea, then added, I'll speak to the vet. The medicine will be placed outside your door. Thank you, master. Anything else? Actually, yes. What is it? The director assigned me an exorcism task, a young girl possessed by a spirit. Would you accompany me, master? Haven't you been swamped lately? Well, I thought I'd take a brief respite, clear my mind. Can't you handle it alone? It's rather delicate, master. She's just a child. I'm ill-suited to calm her. You, however, possess a rare gift. Girls instinctively trust you. Where did you hear that? Please, just this once. I beg you. TCH. Fine. When tomorrow afternoon, I'll call you. Very well. The line went silent. Gui Nan'an settled back onto the sofa, resuming his program. Just as the broadcast ended, knock, knock, knock. A firm rapping echoed at the door. Gui Nan'an gently shifted Xiao He from his lap and rose to answer. Who is it? A beggar. Hua Jiju's voice. Gui Nan'an opened the door to find her standing upright on the threshold. She clutched a throw pillow adorned with a rare anime heroine. Staying overnight again? Yes. Hua Jiju stepped inside and asked immediately, any food? Gui Nan'an closed the door behind her. Kitchen's open. Help yourself. Oh, she headed straight to the kitchen to boil noodles. Gui Nan'an, preparing to retire upstairs with Xiao He, paused mid-step and asked, by the way, has Gui requested leave from you lately? Gu Eve. Hua Zhizhu blinked, searching her memory, then recalled, ah yes. 2 days ago, he asked for a few days off. Seemed preoccupied, like he had something urgent to attend to. Intelligence Bureau assignment. No, it wasn't official work. Anything wrong? He accepted a babysitting assignment and asked me to assist. Oh, so it's an exorcism task. I assigned it to him, told him to handle it during his break. You're truly bold. By the way, didn't you know his exorcism skills are subpar? Exactly. That's why I had him ask you for help. You are relatively free these days, aren't you? Still, it's not entirely my fault. He'd already known the girl beforehand, making him the more suitable choice for this matter. Huh, could it be he's fallen for her? Has he been secretly dating someone lately? No, not likely. After all, he's a swan type. By the way, did you agree? Then just go. What's so strange about that? He told me he's been unusually busy lately, working for the Intelligence Bureau. That's perfectly normal. As his master, he probably wants to project diligence in your presence. Gui Nan'an nodded, thoughtfully finding the logic sound. In the next breath, he posed another question. So, why exactly did you come to my place for dinner? Hua Zhizhu faltered, falling into silence. Did you spend your money on figurines again? Hua Zhizhu offered no reply, pretending not to hear, but his silence amounted to tacit admission. Need a loan? Not at all. I'm hardly destitute enough for that. Suit yourself. Gui Nan'an retreated to his bedroom and retired early. The next day around 5 p.m., a Gui called. Master, I'll be waiting for you at No. 15 West Street. I'll be there shortly. Gui Nan'an hung up and hailed a taxi heading straight there. Midway, the radio crackled with breaking news. A major traffic accident has occurred at No. 15 West Street. Drivers, please reroute. The bulletin struck Gui Nan'an like a jolt. Instinctively, he pulled out his phone and dialed Gui. Beep. After prolonged ringing, only a sterile automated voice answered. Hello? The number you have dialed is currently unreachable. Please try again later. Gui Nan'an's heart leapt into his throat. He feared Gui might have been caught in the crash. Driver, please hurry. He urged the driver to accelerate. Though the driver agreed readily, the vehicle barely gained speed. TCH. This junker. The driver grumbled about his car's sluggish acceleration, then offered an awkward smile. Sorry, young sir. The best this old machine can manage is this. It's fine, just do your best. Gui Nan'an didn't dwell on it, silently praying Gui remained unharmed. He had no desire to invite unnecessary complications. Yet one thing puzzled him: why had Gui chosen No. 15 West Street for their rendezvous? It was quite a distance from his own residence. Then it clicked. He surmised the client must live nearby. The taxi arrived over an hour later. By then, dusk had already bled across the sky. Yet as Gui Nan'an paid and stepped out, he saw no trace of any accident. No wreckage, no emergency vehicles, let alone fire engines or ambulances. Gui Nan'an frowned, baffled by the scene. His gaze drifted back toward the taxi he'd just vacated. But it had vanished, gone in a flash. Even its rear license plate appeared tampered with. In short, both the vehicle and its driver were deeply suspect. Doubt coiled cold in Gui Nan'an's chest. He redialed Gui, only to hear the same mechanical, emotionless voice. Hello? The number you have dialed is currently unreachable. Please try again later. Something felt profoundly wrong. Without hesitation, he phoned Hua Zhizhu. Gui, what's up? Track down Gui's whereabouts and dig into everything he's done recently. Why investigate him? Gui's compromised. Hua Zhizhu fell silent on the other end. After a faint furrow of his brow, he replied simply, I'll dispatch people immediately. 10 minutes later, Hua Zhizhu called back. His first words were blunt. Damn it, Gui's fled. What? I traced his recent movements and discovered he's been in contact with his wife, the one who was supposed to be dead. His wife faked her death. Lately, Gui has been preoccupied solely with her affairs, and he even advanced this month's salary. Where is he now? His phone signal pinged at No. 14 South Street, LA City, but his physical location remains unconfirmed. My team is pursuing leads urgently. A desperate gamble. That was likely Gui's current predicament. Fate delighted in mocking him. Otherwise, Hua Zhizhu wouldn't have randomly assigned him a mission over a full stomach. Gui had booked 2 international flights, one for himself, one for his wife. Securing those tickets had taken considerable effort. Their destination was a nation renowned for its exorcists, his wife's ancestral homeland where influential exorcist families held sway. Gui was but a minor spirit, hardly worth a seasoned exorcist's attention. With his wife's connections and sufficient funds, he could forge alliances among those powerful families. That would grant him genuine security. Put simply, if he and his wife reached that land, even by Mao would struggle to track him down. The flight departed tonight at 8 p.m. Missing it meant waiting until next year, a rare annual charter service. Gui and his wife had agreed to vanish together tonight. Yet precisely then, the moment he requested leave, his superior Hua Zhizhu handed him this assignment and suggested he enlist Gui Nan'an's help. Its scheduled time overlapped exactly with the flight. How could Gui possibly carry out the task seriously? Yet refusal was impossible. It would arouse suspicion. That wasn't his usual conduct at all. During their brief exchange, Hua Zhizhu had sounded unusually despondent, complaining again about being broke. He mentioned planning to dine at Gui Nan'an's place. Gui had overheard this detail unintentionally, leaving him no choice but to call Gui Nan'an directly. His soul aimed to avoid raising suspicion. Who knew whether Hua Zhizhu might casually mention him to Gui Nan'an? Everything, every word, every gesture, was calibrated to preserve appearances, to ensure no one grew wary. Then, sudden reversal escaped without warning. Gui had deceived Gui Nan'an. That taxi, and its driver, had been hired and bribed by him. His true objective, to buy time, to outrun the intelligence bureau. So far he held a narrow advantage. Now all that remained was to reach the airport, reunite with his wife, and vanish forever. Croak. Croak. The time was 7:30 p.m., an hour before the flight was scheduled to depart. Today the sky darkened earlier than usual. Disguised Gui was hastily making his way towards the airport, pulling a suitcase behind him. He wore a black hat. Dressed in a professional suit, the brim of his hat was pulled low to obscure his face. He was nearing the final stretch to the airport. Gui did not take a taxi. Being from the intelligence agency, he was well aware of the agency's terrifying aspects. Therefore he chose a quiet, deserted path. He did this to avoid drawing attention. Croak. Croak. Beside a secluded alley, a stinking ditch emitted low croaks, the source unclear whether it was a frog or a toad. The cacophony blended with the rhythm of Gui's quickening heartbeat. At that moment he felt both excited and fearful. The excitement stemmed from getting closer to the airport, while the fear arose from the worry of being suddenly caught. However, what was meant to come would always find its way. Rustle. As he walked briskly forward, accompanied by the sound of rustling footsteps, a figure emerged from the shadows and stepped into the middle of the road. Upon seeing the newcomer, Gui's body stiffened, abruptly frozen in place. The figure was none other than his master, Gui Nan'an. A master. Gui's throat felt dry as he gazed at Gui Nan'an's lifeless face. All the core members of the White Cat knew that Gui Nan'an was a human with emotional defects. However, to appear more natural, he often displayed various artificial expressions. Yet now Gui Nan'an's face resembled a lifeless doll. Like a peculiar mannequin, he stared unblinkingly at Gui. This was the first time Gui had seen Gui Nan'an's true expression. While feeling extremely nervous inside, he also felt a chill run down his spine. So, where are you planning to go? The emotionless tone sounded mechanical. Gui chose silence, instinctively glancing around before hesitantly asking, "Is it just you alone?" "Yes, so what?" Gui pursed his lips, recalling his final assessment when he became a core member. Gui Nan'an was the last mentor Gui had before becoming a core member, and his test was quite simple. He just had to defeat himself. Either they would simply compete in physical skills, or there would be no restrictions, and he could directly defeat his opponent. Gui chose the latter at that time. With the help of his own abilities, he defeated Gui Nan'an, and thus became a formal core member of the White Cat. Now Gui Nan'an had come alone. This made him contemplate a showdown against his master. "I don't want to hurt you, master. Can you step aside?" Gui set the suitcase aside as dark energy began to envelop him. "You can still come back with me now." Gui Nan'an quietly pulled out a black talisman from his robe and warned. "It's useless, master." Gui forced a bitter smile and said, "I can't go back anymore. I will plead for you. Thank you for your kindness, but I prefer a world of two and freedom rather than spending time on work. You know, human lifespans are short. I hope to spend more time with my wife while she is alive. So, forgive me." Suddenly accelerating, the dark energy around him coalesced into a large machete over 3 meters long in the blink of an eye. Gui dragged it and slashed towards Gui Nan'an. His speed was astonishing. Meanwhile, Gui Nan'an threw the black talisman in his hand. All the black talismans instantly transformed into black mist, coalescing into a 5-meter-tall, pitch-black giant shield. Bang! The shield firmly blocked the blow of the large machete. Then, taking advantage of Gui's moment of surprise, boom! The giant shield struck with a shield bash. Gui was sent flying, crashing against the wall, which collapsed under the impact. Cough, cough. Pooh. He staggered to his feet, violently coughing, then spat out a mouthful of black blood. In just one round, the black giant shield had cost him half his life. "Is it a new talisman?" Gui forced a smile, his voice strained. "I didn't expect you to be the first test subject." With an expressionless face, Gui Nan'an once again pulled out a black talisman and flicked it towards the sky. In an instant, those talisman papers transformed into thick black snakes, each as thick as an arm, amounting to hundreds. "Is this also a new talisman?" Gui forced a smile, his expression gradually turning despairing. No, these are just old talismans specifically for exterminating monsters. So that's how it is. At that moment, Gui seemed to understand something. He chose to stop resisting, allowing the black knife in his hand to vanish. After all, you let me win back, then didn't you? Gui Nan'an did not respond. He simply looked at Gui quietly and asked, "Do you have any last words?" "Yes, of course." Gui pulled out a letter from his pocket saying, "Please deliver this. To my wife." "I will. Thank you, master." Hiss. Countless black snakes lunged at Gui, ready to tear him apart. The snakes pierced Gui's body like sharp swords, leaving him riddled with wounds. Throughout this process, however, Gui did not let out a single scream. Ultimately, his broken body collapsed onto the ground. As the black snakes transformed into mist and disappeared, Gui's corpse suddenly turned into a small, slender black swan with a whoosh. Gui Nan'an approached, tossed a black talisman, and turned the swan's corpse to ashes. He then picked up the letter, dragging the suitcase beside him, and headed to the airport. At the airport, Gui Nan'an found Gui's wife, a plain-looking woman in her 30s who was scanning the area, seemingly waiting for someone. "Excuse me, are you Miss Dale?" Gui Nan'an walked over with a smile. The woman looked at him warily and asked, "Who are you?" "I am a friend of Mr. Gui. He has something to attend to and asked me to deliver a letter to you." He handed her the letter. The woman was taken aback, quickly accepting the letter and opening it, then reading the contents. "I'm sorry, my dear, I cannot leave with you. In fact, I've deceived you. In the years we've been apart, I've already formed a new family. For the past few days I've been making choices, but I realized I cannot part with my current wife. She is very wealthy, and I have no worries being with her. On the contrary, being with you would. I'm sorry, Dale, I cannot leave with you. The money in the suitcase is my compensation for you. I'm sorry, Dale. I love you." The letter ended here. The woman gazed at Gui's handwriting, her expression one of disbelief. How could he do this? The woman was furious, a wave of anger surging within her. At that moment, Gui Nan'an had already handed her the suitcase. The woman stared at the suitcase for a while, seemingly in a mental struggle. But in the end, she accepted it, her face a mix of anger and various other emotions. At that moment, the woman did not know how much money was in the suitcase, but she was simply very angry. Yet it was indeed just as expressed in the letter. The suitcase contained nothing but money. This was Gui's deliberate two-pronged preparation to prevent his wife from suspecting anything. "Attention passengers on Flight C-94 to Country C, please proceed promptly." The announcement echoed through the hall as the flight was about to take off. The woman eventually dragged the suitcase toward the plane. Her silhouette was dejected, tears shimmering in her eyes. Gui Nan'an watched her retreating figure. Yet he noticed a familiar figure appear not far ahead of the woman. It was Gui, smiling as he looked at his wife. Hovering in midair as his wife was about to collide into him, Gui opened his arms wide. Then the weeping wife passed through his body, heading toward the boarding platform. Anticipating this, Gui could only smile helplessly. Ultimately, he was engulfed by the crowd, disappearing without a trace. Gui's tail end. "All right, brothers, this is the Forest Cemetery in City A. Look, it's already dark now, and we are going to explore inside." It's 8 o'clock at night. 3 college students who just got off for vacation are live streaming in front of the Forest Cemetery. These 3 are all streamers, 2 males and 1 female, and they know each other. With above-average looks plus a 10-level beauty filter, they are all handsome guys and beautiful girls from the same school. Naturally, they are streaming on a paranormal adventure channel. Tonight, the 3 streamers agreed to go on an adventure in the Forest Cemetery with exaggerated expressions and a thrilling show effect. Despite that, many people are still watching the live stream. "Brothers, I heard this Forest Cemetery is haunted. When I was a kid." The female streamer began to weave a story sounding quite mystical. The 3 of them held their phones and ventured into the depths of the Forest Cemetery, chattering incessantly. They were not afraid at all. Rather, they were eager to satisfy their curious audience by hoping something would happen quickly, even if it was just a cat suddenly jumping out. They could still put on an exaggerated show of a tiger attacking a person. What the hell, why is there nothing? Yeah, it's not scary at all. So boring. Goddess, are you shipping anyone? But in reality, things generally turn out the opposite. The audience in the live stream began to complain. After searching the cemetery for a long time, the 3 couldn't even find a mouse, let alone anything worth mentioning. If I had known, I would have hired someone to act it out. The 3 streamers thought of this at the same time. Tonight's live stream was indeed somewhat dull and uninteresting. As an outdoor adventure streamer, if there were no fresh events or conflicts during the live stream, it would undoubtedly fail to attract viewers. Oh, there's a broken street here. The skinny male streamer discovered the old street next to the ancient cemetery. It was overgrown with weeds and looked desolate. The streamer suddenly had an idea and said to the viewers in the live stream, "Guys, we found a very strange place, look ahead." But just as he was halfway through, he realized the live stream had disconnected. Upon closer inspection, they found that the phone's signal was completely gone. The signal here near the old street seemed to be bad. The other 2 streamers were drawn over by the skinny streamer's discovery. Then they all ended their live stream at the same time. The 3 looked at each other, and finally the female streamer spoke. There's no signal here. What should we do? Should we go check the cemetery over there? The fat streamer was not very convinced of this idea. The live stream has been going for about half an hour. Didn't you see the audience's reactions in the live chat? I estimate that the cemetery will be just like this, nothing interesting to see. So what should we do? The skinny streamer interjected. Let's check out this street. I think the atmosphere here is quite nice. Let's start recording and we can edit it later. I happen to have a camera with great pixels. They'll handle the recording while you guys find things. Then you need to send us a copy of the footage after we go back. Of course. So the three streamers had no choice but to step into this old street that they had never been to before despite having no signal. Meow. As soon as they stepped in, a cat's cry from the weeds by the roadside startled them. Oh, you scared me. The female streamer quickly patted her chest. But at the same time, there was a wave of joy. Looks like we came to the right place. They wandered through this dark old street with flashlights, and along the way they saw many stray cats watching them with their glowing green eyes. If they were alone at night, they would definitely be afraid. But there were 3 of them, and they were all streamers by profession. Therefore, they were feeling quite excited at this moment. The 3 adventured through various abandoned houses hoping to discover something thrilling. Like a human corpse or something. Recently, there was news about an outdoor streamer who discovered a hanging corpse while exploring. The show's effect instantly peaked, and the audience in the live stream sent a lot of gifts. The streamer then called the police, and they arrived quickly. This incident even made it to television and the news. Thanks to this opportunity, the streamer's followers increased by over 100,000. The 3 were envious and naturally wanted to encounter such a rare material. But such material was not easy to find. It was around 10 o'clock at night. The 3 of them arrived at the White Cat. After all, it was the only building in the ancient street that had lights on at night. Brothers, look at what we found. The female streamer who discovered the sign of the White Cat Agency was somewhat excited. Her exaggerated acting was evident. Look, it says White Cat Agency. Could it be that this is the essence of the urban legend of our city, eh? In reality, the female streamer did not believe this. But that did not stop her from pretending to look very convinced. The fat streamer next to her cooperated very well, saying, "It is indeed strange to discover such a place. However, whether it's real or not, we'll have to go in and take a look. If it's real, we will experience it. If it's fake, we will expose the scam of this urban legend." "I think it's pretty fake," the skinny streamer said. The 3 quickly entered the front door of the White Cat. Immediately, a sleek black cat lying on the front desk caught their eyes. Next to the black cat stood a sign that read, "For matters, please go to the second-floor office. Please keep quiet or you will be shot." Seeing this scene, the 3 found it very interesting. The female streamer whispered, "Brothers, we can now see what the interior here looks like. We can see that it is quite spacious here. However, the other party asks us to keep it down. Now let's go check out the office on the second floor." The 3 enjoyed this environment. It was entertaining and added an element of showmanship to their program. Thus, they walked towards the stairs leading to the second floor. Gui Nan'an was on duty at the agency tonight because he had an experiment. The experiment was somewhat special, and it failed once midway, causing Gui Nan'an to fall asleep. He slept for a whole day, and when he woke up, it was already night. Gui Nan'an, unable to fall asleep, said to Hongi, "Since you can't sleep anyway, why not help me cover for a shift?" After Gui Nan'an nodded in agreement, Hongi directly took a bucket and fishing rod to go night fishing by the nearby river. As for whether he would catch anything, that would be left to fate. At this moment, Gui Nan'an was watching TV in the office. A little black cat was lazily sleeping and snoring on the desk in front of him. On the nearby sofa sat a veterinarian sipping cola while looking at a somewhat old, thick book. According to the veterinarian, the old yellowing book in his hands was a gift from a friend. Like the veterinarian, that person also worked in a research lab. However, unlike the veterinarian, that person belonged to the demon clan. The werewolves of the monster clan and the demons operate under completely different systems. But this does not hinder the 2 scientists from exchanging academic and intelligence insights. To avoid disturbing the veterinarian, Gui Nan'an intentionally turned the television volume very low. Simultaneously, the door was pushed open with a creak. "Good evening." A woman's voice suddenly rang out, sounding very familiar. The 2 looked over and saw the 3 hosts. Gui Nan'an carefully observed the equipment and attire of the 3, trying to guess what they were up to. The veterinarian frowned slightly. The reason was that the 3 had entered without knocking first. He despised such impolite behavior. "All right, brothers, we have arrived at the office of the White Cat. As you can see, the decor is quite splendid." The female host introduced the room situation, not paying much attention to the 2 inside. She refrained from asking if she could film, fearing rejection. So it was better to not ask at all from the start. "Are you 3 guests?" Gui Nan'an turned off the television and put on a business smile. Only then did the female host notice him. After a glance, she was captivated by his handsome face. "Wow, you are so handsome." The female host complimented, and Gui Nan'an sweetly smiled, saying, "Do you 3 need any assistance?" Yes, is this the White Cat? The urban legend one. "Yes, so what can I do for you?" Gui Nan'an kept asking questions, but the responses were never requests. Seeing the woman show interest in Gui Nan'an, the skinny host felt a surge of jealousy. He liked the female host, even though he had once been rejected when he confessed. "No way, you guys are also hosts. Are you playing dress-up?" the skinny guy said rudely. Gui Nan'an looked at him with a smile and replied, "Why not give it a try? Try it. I want to see how good your acting skills are." The skinny guy's tone was filled with dissatisfaction, while the female host sat down on the swivel chair in front and said, "He'll go first, my wish is." Gui Nan'an raised his hand to stop her halfway. "Before that, I have a few questions for you three." "Questions? What questions?" The female host feigned cuteness while the skinny guy couldn't help but roll his eyes at Gui Nan'an. "You're acting all mysterious, yet it seems quite fitting." Gui Nan'an ignored him and asked, "How did you three find this place? Do you have a business card or a letter of recommendation? Hey, it's just a rundown office. Do you really need such complex setups? It's not a five-star hotel. Can you even do this, bro? Acting out an urban legend isn't done like this." The skinny guy started to speak sarcastically again, only to be lightly kicked by the chubby guy. "Hey, shut up, it's for the show. Do you want to lose followers when this goes live?" With that, the skinny guy quieted down a bit. The female host, noticing his silence, replied, "We stumbled upon this place. Is that a problem?" Her eyes were fixed on Gui Nan'an, sparkling as if she was casting a spell. It seemed as though she was anticipating something, almost ready to make it explicit. Throughout this process, the black cat Xiaohei was fixated on the woman. Its pitch-black pupils transformed into sharp needles, as if it was ready to pounce on the female host's face at any moment. Of course, not just asking casually. Gui Nan'an took out a thin contract from the drawer. "If there are no issues, could the three of you sign this?" It was the usual contract stating the client's obligation to keep the white cat's secrets. In simple terms, it was a mutual respect agreement. But the three clearly didn't take it seriously. "The props are quite complete. This thing doesn't hold any legal weight, right?" the skinny guy remarked while pulling the camera closer. The female host then began to flip through it, recording all the clauses of the contract. After finishing, the three just signed it for fun. After all, this type of contract holds no legal validity, so it didn't matter if they signed it. Gui Nan'an stored the contract away and then asked, "So what is your request?" His attitude remained friendly and humble. The female host bit her right index finger, pretending to think. She liked this gesture. Every time she did it, the viewers in the live stream praised her beauty. After a moment, she finally said, "I want to find a particularly rich boyfriend. Is that possible?" "Of course it is." Gui Nan'an chuckled lightly and asked, "May I ask about your family background, miss? Do you live in the city or the countryside? Please let us know, as it will help us find the most suitable match for you." "Poor. My family is really poor, farming in the countryside and living off welfare." The female host said this in a tone that was clearly fake, even somewhat boastful. There was no doubt that she was lying. She only said this for fun. If her family were truly that poor, she wouldn't be out wearing designer clothes at night looking for excitement. As she spoke, the veterinarian who had been reading on the sofa revealed a disdainful smile. He began to anticipate what would happen next. He closed the book in his hands and sipped his drink while watching the three of them dig their own graves. "Miss, how old are you?" 18. The female host answered without hesitation, even though she was clearly 21. Gui Nan'an did not say much more, only stating, "All right, I understand. We will handle this request as soon as possible. As for the compensation, that will be decided after we find the person you need. Does that sound good?" Are you saying it will take time, and we can't get someone right now?" "Yes, miss, this office requires some time to get things done." "Oh, then when approximately? Would tomorrow at this time work for you? When you leave, please leave a contact number, and I will notify you then." "That works, we'll come back tomorrow." The female host thought it would be great to have more material to record. Regardless of the outcome, as a host, and in the video industry, she wouldn't lose out. Rather, if the other party failed to deliver someone tomorrow and was exposed as a fraud, she could turn it into a real act. She could easily pretend to believe the other party. Then in the video, she could cry and lament the sad storyline of losing the boyfriend, letting the chubby and skinny guys comfort her while posting it online to harvest another wave of fans. Why are you so foolish? This kind of thing is obviously not to be trusted. Don't cry, don't cry. You will surely find a good boyfriend. The female streamer had already begun to improvise lines for the chubby and the lanky men to comfort her while imagining how viewers watching the video would comment. "Huh. It's tragic yet strangely laughable. The streamer is so naive, so pure. She actually believed it, oh my. The streamer is so cute." In short, the comments were much like these. Who knows, one gullible wealthy heir among the viewers might even show up. Anyone sensible can tell at a glance that this kind of video is fake. Yet in reality, there are simply too many fools. Sometimes even scammers run short. Hey, it's my turn, right?" The chubby man urged the streamer to stand, then flopped into the swivel chair. "Your request is, I want to find a rich woman as a girlfriend, beautiful, wealthy, and good-tempered." He said it as if nothing could embarrass him. It was clearly all for fun and act. "May I ask about your family background?" "Haha, from the countryside like her, on social assistance." "And your age?" 18. Haha. The same answers, the same lies, earning the same reply. please come at this time tomorrow. I will find a suitable match for you. Oh, okay. The chubby man sprang up and, as if by tacit agreement, took the camera from the lanky man. He would take over for the moment. May I ask? Rich woman, and I'm 18 too. My family is rural and on welfare. The lanky man slumped into the swivel chair. Before Gui Nan'an could speak, the lanky man finished the answer for him. Gui Nan'an fell silent while the lanky man wore a smug expression. He felt that his quick answer had put Gui Nan'an in his place, which pleased him. Gui Nan'an, however, remained composed and courteous. I understand the three of your situations. Please come here at this time tomorrow. We will arrange suitable candidates for you. Now if there is nothing else, please go home and rest early. Huh, that's it. The streamer was disappointed. She had expected something more interesting to follow and had been looking forward to it. Instead, the other party politely showed them the door. Yes, guests, please come tomorrow to verify the results. Tisk. Hearing that, the chubby man clicked his tongue and said, Brother, your script is no good. Too short. You should find a better editor. Gui Nan'an smiled at him. I am not quite sure what you mean, sir. Oh, never mind. Just make the plot better tomorrow. The three of them prepared to leave. To their minds, Gui Nan'an's little scenario had run its course. There was no point in lingering. When they left, the streamer walked last, and even blew a flying kiss to Gui Nan'an as she exited. Gui Nan'an only smiled and waved in response. He said nothing. The lanky man muttered as they walked out of the agency, what a fraud. False advertising. With this level, they're just riding by Mao's trending topic. Yeah. The chubby man chimed in, offering ideas. If it were me, I'd stage a few fake corpses and smear blood and footprints on the floor. That would be terrifying. It's supposed to be a famous urban legend, and they just play it like this. They're clearly newcomers with a 3-minute craze. But that young man was pretty handsome. Maybe if we brought him on our stream, we could gain some followers. The streamer sounded hopeful. The lanky man was quick to pour cold water on the idea. Don't dream. He looks like a student. He doesn't have time like we do. The three chatted as they walked, eyeing the pitch-black houses along the old street. Despite the eerily silent street, none of them felt frightened or sensed anything amiss. They remained absorbed in criticizing Gui Nan'an's amateurish script. At by Mao's place, the instant their guests left, the vet sat up on the sofa and closed the office door. The three streamers had not bothered to shut the door behind them. The vet hated that. Damn, what's wrong with kids these days? Are they all like this? He complained as he sat back down. He took a sip of the cola on the coffee table, opened a book again without reading it, and looked at Gui Nan'an with anticipation. Did you forget to get their phone numbers? He asked, smiling. Gui Nan'an stroked the small black creature before him, Xiaohei, and said, liars are not worth wasting words on. He took a sip of the bitter tea in his thermos and picked up the contract signed by the three. In the next instant, the contract spontaneously combusted, collapsing into a puff of white smoke. A gust of wind dispersed it until nothing remained. As I thought. Gui Nan'an rubbed his eyes. The color of the smoke had been wrong. Normally, a burning contract would yield black smoke. But this had been pure white smoke, not a trace of black. Proof that the three had lied to him. One clause in the contract read, the client must not deceive the agency. Fidelity to the agency is the fundamental condition of cooperation. If any clause of the contract is violated, the agency reserves the right to dispose of the client's affairs as it sees fit. What do you intend to do? The vet watched Gui Nan'an with a look of eager curiosity, anticipating what fate awaited those reckless trespassers. Gui Nan'an murmured a name softly, Moo. A moment later, a patched cloth doll drifted in through the window. What's the matter, Papa? Yes, this was the eyeball creature that should have been dead. No. 38. Gui Nan'an had later found the eyeball creature's corpse cleft in two. He had brought the body back to the institute and reworked and nurtured its flesh. While the faint remnants of its soul had not yet fully dissipated, he forcibly pulled it back from the brink of disintegration. As for why Moo called him Papa, Gui Nan'an did not think much of it. He accepted it as the creature's way of expressing gratitude for being saved. He looked at Moo calmly and said, as if naming a trivial thing, the three who just left. Did you see them? Yes. Eat them. Meanwhile, the lanky man complained, why is there still no signal? He wondered if it was a problem with the city's cell towers rather than the street. At that moment, the three were emerging from an old house. They stood together, spirits low. Staying longer was pointless. I wish we'd encountered a real ghost. The chubby man complained as his flashlight swept the room. Then almost at the same moment, all three felt some liquid drip onto their heads. The chubby man wiped it and found it to be a pale red fluid like saliva with a fishy stench. They looked up in unison. A gaping abyssal maw of a colossal eyeball creature filled their vision. A scream tore from them. Then in less than half a second came a wet grinding sound like meat being torn. Afterwards there was a wet swallowing gurgle. The old street fell silent again as if nothing had happened. At the edge of a mountain peak stood a massive boulder, and atop it sat a young girl, no more than 11 or 12 years old, clad in a tattered ash-gray robe. She had no right hand. Where it should have been there was no scar, no blackened blood. only jagged woody protrusions, as if her limb had snapped like dry timber. It was 6:50 a.m., the hour when the sun first rose. The girl cherished watching dawn break. Its quiet radiance calmed her, softening the weight of solitude. Shoo! A rustling sound broke the stillness, footsteps behind her, and with them the faint coppery tang of blood hung in the air. Curious, the girl turned. Thud! Just in time to see a young man collapse onto the ground, barely 20, clad in a blood-soaked Taoist robe, a slender sword strapped to his waist. His darkened, blood-stained robe marked him unmistakably as a Taoist cultivator. He bore grievous wounds. Having barely escaped mortal peril, he sought only a secluded place to recover. Yet fate led him here unwittingly. The moment his eyes fell upon the girl, his heart sank. Not because she looked threatening, but because she exuded not a trace of human vitality. He deemed her a Yao, some ancient, unnatural entity, and thus his sworn adversary. Like most such beings, he feared she would surely slay him on sight. But then, hello, she did nothing as he feared, only blinked slowly, gazing at him with eyes devoid of luster. A gentle smile touched her lips. Do you also love watching the first light of dawn? In a staff room at by Miao Corporation, He Sha stood before a mirror, speaking softly to himself. A young man in his early 20s, his hair bleached silver-white, striking in appearance. His true form was that of a Tibetan Mastiff. He served in by Miao's covert division, as a junior cadre. He loved someone, but he also a junior cadre at by Miao. She was a feline Yaogwai employed in the intelligence bureau. A beautiful young woman appearing about 18. He and Bai He had known each other for some time, and now he felt the moment had come to confess. After all, today was the Yaogwai clan's decennial Valentine's Day. Yet he had never been in love, had no idea what to say. So he rehearsed alone before the mirror, wasting precious moments building courage. As for a plan, none existed, not yet. At last, after long minutes of murmuring to himself, He Sha gathered his resolve and stepped out the door. Yet he hadn't taken 3 steps before his confidence crumbled. Confess. The words sounded effortless, but how precisely did one do it? Was he truly expected to arrive empty-handed, stammering nonsense? No, gifts were essential. But what gift? What would resonate with her? Fish. Which kind? He Sha groaned inwardly, then suddenly remembered someone, Gui Nan'an. He recalled clearly why he had been mentored by Gui Nan'an, and it was Gui Nan'an who had personally overseen her final cadre assessment. Why he called him Lauda, big brother. Surely Gui Nan'an understood her tastes and preferences better than anyone. Knock, knock, knock. He approached Gui Nan'an's office and rapped firmly on the door. Come in, came the voice from within. Brother Gui. He burst in with an exaggerated grin and booming voice, ready to speak. But in an instant his bravado evaporated. There, lounging on the sofa, sat the veterinarian, absorbed in a book. Master, you're here too. His shoulders slumped. He feared the veterinarian deeply. He trained under him, enduring countless grueling trials. Oh, you don't welcome me. The veterinarian glanced up. No, not at all. Since Master is present, I'll return later. He began backing out, flustered. Stop. A sharp command froze him mid-step. What's wrong? Am I going to eat you? Speak plainly, now in front of me. The stern tone summoned memories of discipline past. Though reluctant, this earnest young man bowed to authority. He approached the desk, meeting Gui Nan'an's calm gaze over steaming tea. I'm going to confess my feelings. The veterinarian, sipping cola beside him, spat it out in shock. Cough, cough, cough. Choking violently, he glared at He Sha. Have you lost your mind? Flustered, He Sha hastily clarified. No. Not you, brother Gui. I mean, Master, what are you thinking? Damn it. Say it clearly next time, or I'll swear you finally snapped. The veterinarian shook his head, wiped his mouth, and resumed reading, though his ears remained keenly tuned. So who is it? Gui Nan'an set down his thermos, attentive. Bai He. Bai He. A fine young woman. What kind of help do you need? If you're aiming for a heroic rescue, just contact our covert division. We all know each other, so it's rather convenient. No, that's not it. I just want to know, how does one properly confess? Should I bring something? That depends entirely on sincerity. From what I recall, Bai He isn't one to be swayed by gifts. What's your intention? Do you have a plan? I did have one, though I'm unsure if it's sound. Tell us. Ahem. Well, you know how girls often feel drawn to helpless little creatures. A Tibetan Mastiff is hardly little. The veterinarian couldn't resist dousing the idea with cold reality. I know, He Sha retorted. So I plan to invite Bai He out, talk with her, share my tragic past. Once she pities me, I'll confess. Maybe in that tender moment she'll say yes. Sounds less like romance, more like fraud, observed the veterinarian. I'm more curious what you'd even tell her. Your past doesn't strike me as particularly tragic. Gui Nan'an voiced quiet skepticism. Where isn't it tragic? It is tragic. Then enlighten us. Well, you remember me from the previous novel, the post-apocalyptic sci-fi one. I appeared early on, right? Logically, I should have played a major role later. Instead, the author abruptly ended the story, forgetting me entirely. A gaping, unfulfilled arc. Fine, such things happen. But worse. Not a single reader remembered me at the finale. They simply erased me from their minds. Now, after finally reappearing in this new novel, I discover my background is a dog. Tell me, doesn't that qualify as tragedy? I don't believe this approach will work. The veterinarian offered his candid assessment. This is by Meow, not a place brimming with sentimental softies. Do you think pity will hold someone's heart? You might well cement in their mind the conviction that you're utterly incompetent, let alone earn their respect. Then, should we try another method? Why not just send a small gift and cut straight to the point over conversation? A gift? What kind? Asked Gui Nan'an. Heisha turned toward Gui Nan'an. Brother Gui, what would you give? Chocolate. Would that even be appropriate? Isn't chocolate known to induce nausea? At least by he won't dislike it. Well, alright, if you say so, then it must be fine. After all, you're the legendary playboy. Who spread that rumor? Gui Nan'an looked genuinely stunned. Isn't it true? I heard many girls in by Meow adore you, and every Valentine's Day you're flooded with gifts. Nonsense. Gui Nan'an dismissed the claim outright. The veterinarian interjected. The last Valentine's Day observed by the Yaos was 10 years ago, when Brother Gui was only 7. At that age, only a pervert would hand him chocolates. Right, Brother Gui? I suppose so. What do you mean, I suppose? The veterinarian sensed something amiss, then adopted the gleeful air of an eager spectator. So, who gave them to you? No one did. TCH. How formal you are. The veterinarian rolled his eyes and took a sip of cola. Heisha seized the moment to steer the conversation back on track. So, Brother Gui Master, when would be the best time for me to confess? Now? Procrastination risks cold feet. He'll call by he and ask her to come to the office. What follows is entirely up to you. Gui Nan'an immediately pulled out his phone. Heisha grew visibly nervous. Would you stay here to guide me through it? What on earth are you imagining? I'm heading next door. As he rose, he strode toward the adjacent room, pulling out an expensive chocolate bar from his pocket and tossing it to Heisha. The veterinarian, wearing an expression of delighted anticipation, followed him out. Then, after Gui Nan'an ended the call, leaned against the wall of the neighboring room and asked, "Where did that chocolate come from?" "I found it. Would you believe that?" "You're fooling no one. The boss bought it wholesale." Gui Nan'an explained. The boss feared the women of By Meow might feel disheartened on Valentine's Day if they received no chocolates, so he ordered a massive bulk shipment. Every woman got one. Then why do you have one too? There were extras. The boss ate some for breakfast and handed me one. If you'd like some, go ask him yourself. I have zero interest in sweets. Screech. Just then the office door across the hall swung open. Instantly attuned to the shift, the two fell silent and pressed themselves against the wall to listen. "Ah, it's you." A melodious voice followed. He wore loose denim jeans and a simple white t-shirt. She hadn't dressed up deliberately, but her natural beauty and long raven black hair were undeniably captivating. "Have you seen my senior?" she asked Heisha, who sat rigidly upright on the sofa, tense, tongue-tied, unable to utter a single word. He frowned, wondering what odd spell had gripped him today, and prepared to leave. "Wait," Heisha blurted out. He paused. "What is it?" "Today is Valentine's Day. Would you sit beside me?" Her expression froze, then flushed deeply. "Go, kid. Go for it." From the next room, the veterinarian murmured approvingly. Heisha was far more direct than he'd anticipated. Hearing this, he, her cheeks burning, sat down beside him. She'd already pieced much of it together. In truth, she harbored quiet affection for Heisha, yet he'd always been painfully reserved. And so nothing had ever progressed between them. "Here, you take this." Heisha fumbled a chocolate bar from his pocket and offered it to her. "Thank you." She accepted it with a sweet smile and slipped it into her pocket. Heisha ventured. How do your family feel about your relationships?" Heisha knew he had parents. Indeed, they were residents of By Meow, though frequently away on business trips, returning only rarely. He sighed. "My parents used to forbid me from dating altogether. Now that I'm older, they're pushing marriage relentlessly. It's utterly exhausting." Her words carried a subtle invitation for him to recommend himself. At this juncture, a simple line would suffice. "What do you think of me?" But Heisha, overwhelmed by nerves, failed to catch the cue and instead stammered. "Oh, I see. That is quite troubling. How about I become your father? I promise, I'll never pressure you to marry." That sentence left he utterly dumbfounded and sent Gui Nan'an, sipping tea from a thermos next door, into stunned silence. The veterinarian blinked, slowly locking eyes with Gui Nan'an, his gaze unmistakably asking, "What on earth has gotten into this boy?" No, that's not what I meant. I'm sorry. I think you're perfectly fine. The problem lies with your parents' urgency. They shouldn't burden you with such pressure." Frantically backtracking, he managed, just barely, to ease her expression. Noticing his flustered state, he decided to cut to the chase. "Do you like me, oi?" At that moment, Heisha hesitated, uncertain how to respond. Why is she asking this? Why now, suddenly? Could this be a test? Dramas always stage scenes like this. He resolved to play it safe and cautiously countered. And what about you? Do you like me, oi? She nodded, then lowered her gaze, her face blazing crimson. Heisha could scarcely believe it. He wondered, how could she possibly like him? Wait, was this yet another test? As the saying goes, what comes too easily is often fragile, and fragile things are seldom cherished by those who possess them. Heisha wanted Bai He to truly cherish him, so he felt compelled to raise the stakes. I see. Then I'll grant you a chance to court me. His mind raced. Then almost unconsciously the words tumbled out. Bai He recoiled, stunned. Yet Heisha continued earnestly. If you persist in pursuing me for 1 full year, I'll agree to be with you. Then we'll host a grand celebratory success and courting banquet and proceed straight to marriage. Does that sound acceptable? Court my sister. Slap. Bai He struck him hard across the face. She finally understood, completely. Heisha wasn't sincere, he was toying with her. Fuming, she sprang up from the sofa and stormed out. Hey, don't go. If the banquet seems too small, we'll make it lavish. Or, if marriage feels rushed, we can delay it. Heisha bolted after her. A popular saying online goes, calling a girl darling fosters intimacy, and thus brings her joy. Heisha suddenly recalled this and blurted out darling. Bai He, who had been storming away ahead, froze mid-stride. In the next instant her expression softened slightly, and a faint blush rose to her cheeks as she turned back. But before she could speak, Heisha added, how about I take you for a ride on my darling motorcycle? Why don't you just drop dead? Enraged beyond restraint, the girl finally snapped and vanished in a flash. Wait, don't go. If need be, I'll even upgrade to a bigger vehicle. Heisha dashed after her and disappeared just as quickly. Squeak. The corridor door on the 2nd floor opened. Shou-yi and Gui Nan'an stepped out of the room, both wearing expressions of profound exasperation. For a fleeting moment, their eyes met. Shou-yi remarked, I suspect that young man's perpetual singleness isn't entirely without cause. Gui Nan'an nodded, silent affirmation of the sentiment. Gui. In the afternoon, Shou-yi pushed open the office door holding a photograph. What is it? Take a look at this. He handed over the photo, an antique pocket watch, no chain attached. The image itself was a faded sepia-toned reprint. What is this? A pocket watch? Do I look blind? No, I mean this pocket watch holds extraordinary significance. Explain yourself. Right. Shou-yi paused, then said, you're aware the Heiji project has remained stalled for years. Indeed. You've been lazy. Nonsense. It's because I lacked a suitable power source. So this photograph. Have you heard of the Chrono Heart? A piece of gaming gear. Oddly enough, that is its name. This pocket watch in the photo. Yes. Securing it would resolve all power-related constraints for Heiji. Where did you hear such a rumor? It's no rumor. Shou-yi patiently explained, I tasked Hua Zhuji with scouting for viable power sources. Recently, he uncovered this artifact, said to possess inexhaustible energy, rendering it priceless. Has its energy type been identified? Whether it's even usable remains uncertain. What does that matter? So long as it's infinite, that suffices. And with my expertise, adapting its internal architecture for our use is well within reach. Remarkably confident. Then what? It was crafted decades ago by a prodigious scientist. Well, reportedly a ram-horned demon. In any case, it forms part of his legacy. Hua Zhuji reported its last known location, Xiangyang Mountain in Country B. Xiangyang Mountain. Gui Nan'an sensed the name stirred faint recognition, then recalled, isn't that a vast, uninhabited zone? And aren't there numerous Yao spirits dwelling within its peaks? You intend to search for the Chrono Heart there? Yes. Ridiculous. Gui Nan'an dismissed the plan outright. First, the mountain hosts no allies of ours. Second, we know nothing of the Yao factions entrenched there. For all we know, a Yao king may reign supreme. Third, even if we win, survival would require overwhelming force. Otherwise, it's suicide. Our boss won't sanction such a reckless deployment. I know. That's precisely why I'm consulting you. Shou-yi's tone softened. What's there to consult? Well, isn't Heisha originally from Xiangyang Mountain? He fled as a refugee years ago. Don't expect him to recall much. I know, but something is better than nothing, right? So, how about just the 3 of us venture there? There's a chance, however slim, we might actually find it. Are you certain you're in your right mind today? Gui Nan'an eyed him skeptically. Are we 3 simply volunteering for execution? Stark numbers draw attention, and as you said, the boss will never approve a large team. Then let it be just us. You handle priests and spirit hunters. I'll deal with Yao and demons. And Heisha serves as guide, while cheering us on from the sidelines. Doesn't that make for a perfectly balanced ensemble? What kind of logic is that? Gui Nan'an rubbed his temples. Yet gazing into Shou-yi's fervent eyes, he knew. This time the scientist meant every word. The legendary Chrono Heart, a sacred artifact whose energy never wanes. As a Yao scientist, Shou-yi's fascination was not merely plausible, it was inevitable. What if we encounter a Yao king? Gui Nan'an asked. Then we fight. I am a Yao king myself. Who's afraid of whom? What if there's more than one? When paths cross, courage decides victory. Let's strike first. Who fears whom? You're utterly disregarding my safety. And hey Shahs. Oh relax. What are the odds? Our Bai Mao sect counts only 7 Yao kings, and those were painstakingly recruited across neighboring nations. Could Xiangyang Mountain possibly harbor 2 at once? Just because it's uninhabited, does barrenness confer power? He persisted, relentless like a child begging for a toy. He had weighed countless potential companions. Yet given his standing within Bai Mao, only one candidate truly fit. Gui Nan'an, deputy head of most departments in Bai Mao. In essence, a master of all trades, the quintessential versatile support. Thus he continued his gentle, unyielding persuasion, tap tap tap, like impatient fingers drumming on wood. Eventually, he even dredged up Gui Nan'an's childhood. When you were little, I bathed you countless times. Each time I departed on missions abroad, you'd cling and cry, begging to come along. And each time I carried you with me. I watched you grow, from the height of 2 wine bottles tall. Who would have imagined? His face crumpled into pitiful, near-tearful disappointment. Now you've grown wings, and forgotten me. If Heisha goes, I go. Done. His despondent mask shattered instantly. With a gleeful cackle, he bolted from the room, and returned moments later dragging Heisha by the scruff like a chick. He tossed him onto the sofa, pointed at the bewildered youth, and declared to Gui Nan'an he agreed. To go. Heisha blinked blankly. Go where? He shot him a fierce glare. What do you care? Just go when told. Huh. Oh. Heisha nodded vigorously, slowly raising his right hand toward Gui Nan'an. Brother Gui, I'll go. The headquarters of Bai Mao provided staff quarters. Gui Nan'an was the same. For the sake of attending school, however, he seldom stayed at Bai Mao. The appointment to go to Xiangyang Mountain was set for about 3 days later. The reason was that the next 2 days were final exams, and then the holiday would begin. Although his attendance this semester had been poor, the importance of the final exams to any student was self-evident. Those grades would directly affect seating choices for the next term. High scorers would choose first, while the poor performers faced the opposite fate. Gui Nan'an sat in the last row by the window. Top students would not choose such a place. If they tried, teachers would push them to the front. Those with worse grades coveted the seats at the back, since the last row made it easier to use a phone and drift away. Gui Nan'an liked his seat. He had no deskmate, and no one sat within 4 seats ahead of him. He appreciated that quiet atmosphere. He had no intention of giving it up. Knock, knock, knock. He planned to return to the staff room to fetch Xiaohei. He would then go home early to rest for the exam. But someone was knocking at the office door. Gui Nan'an glanced at the wall clock. It was his usual time to finish work, and he wondered if a visitor had arrived. Come in. The door squeaked open, and Heisha stepped in. Brother Gui, there's something for you. In his hands was a long wooden case like one used to store a sword. The case was entirely black. Its contents were unknown. Mine. Gui Nan'an took the long box and opened it to find nothing more than an ordinary black umbrella. He opened the umbrella and noticed a rib that showed clear signs of repair. At that spot, someone had even tied a small cute pink bow. Aside from that, it was an entirely ordinary black umbrella. Seeing Gui Nan'an's puzzlement, Heisha explained, the personnel department gave it to me. They went to the client Muse's home to clear things out. They found this umbrella in her house. They detected your scent on it, so they asked me to bring it to you. I see. Gui Nan'an remembered that rainy morning. It had been pouring when he first met Muse. He had said nothing and simply slipped the umbrella back into its case. I must go home, rest well these next few days, and be ready. Gui Nan'an returned to his staff dormitory. The room was a large single chamber. As he pushed the door open, he saw Xiaohei sleeping soundly on the bed. Gui Nan'an placed the umbrella and its case into the box by the bedside. He lifted Xiaohei. We're going home. The cat mewed, yawned, and nimbly climbed onto Gui Nan'an's shoulder. Man and cat intended to head home, but at the door he noticed a pile of letters and a few pieces of chocolate tucked behind it. Earlier, when he first entered, he had not paid attention and had pushed the pile behind the door. Now, on closer inspection, many sheets were caught in the jam. They had been misshapen. How strange. The simple push of a door had shoved everything behind it, and no one had noticed. One had to admit the odd geometry was oddly convenient. Gui Nan'an crouched and counted 15 letters in total. There were about 4 thinly wrapped chocolates. He opened one and signed letter. Senior, I like you. He read the opening line and quietly slid the letter back. Then the second, the third. He only glanced at the beginnings of each and refused to read on. He opened every letter. Good. Nothing important had been missed. Gui Nan'an had feared some of the letters might contain business matters. For instance, someone might have a serious issue to tell him. He was cautious and checked each letter until he confirmed they were all love confessions. Only then did he realize he had been over-anxious. He quietly pocketed the chocolates. Then, with a single black talisman, he burned every letter to ash. Gui Nan'an disliked such letters because he had no interest in that kind of thing. He also did not wish to know who had written them. They might distract him or make him overthink. So it was best to remain ignorant, yet pretending not to know was far harder than truly not knowing. Thus he resolved not to read the signatures. He walked home because a section of the usual route was under construction. Gui Nan'an deliberately took a detour and arrived at a rather outlying street. The houses there were aged. He had heard they would soon be torn down. The residents did not have high incomes, at best slightly better than a slum. Achung was an exceedingly diverse city. Here one could see opulent districts of the ultra-rich and not far away slums where people could barely afford a meal. There were even those who scavenged in landfills for a living, beggars without official status. In short, it was a messy melting pot of survival. As Gui Nan'an passed through the street with a black cat perched on his shoulder, he noticed a little girl rummaging through a trash bin. She was filthy, her hair in disarray, wrapped in a patched gray hooded robe. On closer inspection, there was a bulge on her back as if she carried something beneath the robe. She appeared to be an undocumented little beggar. Perhaps she was a refugee from another land. The girl searched the bin for food, and as Gui Nan'an brushed past her from behind, she sniffed the air as if catching a scent. Her whole body froze. She spun around, and in that instant their eyes met. She was a grubby child, mud smudging her face. From her height and the indistinct features, she seemed to be about 10 years old. Her eyes were blue, suggesting she might be foreign. What puzzled Gui Nan'an was that she began to cry the moment their gazes locked. She stood stunned, and then 2 hot tears involuntarily ran down her cheeks. The moment stretched for 3 or 4 seconds. At last she spoke, "Brother, big brother." Her voice was hoarse, and as she spoke she flung herself toward him, sobbing. A startled sound was cut short by Xiaohei, whose fur bristled. The girl's face immediately filled with fear. She looked at Gui Nan'an as if instinctively pleading to a relative for help in the face of danger. Gui Nan'an did not understand this scene at all. "Brother, big brother." And afraid of Xiaohei, the girl dared not approach. And she wept incessantly, tears streaming down her cheeks, her gaze fixed on Gui Nan'an with such wounded innocence, as if she truly were his younger sister. A lunatic. And that was Gui Nan'an's first suspicion. And such a thing was not impossible. Nan, certainly far more plausible than suddenly acquiring a sister out of thin air. "Big brother. Brother Gui." And she looked up at him, pleading, overwhelmed by sorrow. And that single phrase, "Brother Gui," caught his attention. "And what is your brother's name?" he asked. "Brother, don't you recognize me anymore?" And she could not fathom why he had spoken those 3 words, "your brother," as though referring to someone entirely outside herself. It sounded like the remark of a stranger. "And perhaps I bear a passing resemblance to your brother," he said gently, a soft smile playing upon his lips, even if it was only a mask. "My brother is named Gui Dao. Don't you remember me, brother?" "And I'm sorry, little one. I believe you've mistaken me for someone else." Gui Nan'an patiently explained, "I am not Gui Dao. My name is Gui Nan'an." And he withdrew a business card from his pocket and held it out for her to see. The girl took it, staring intently at the bold characters, Gui Nan'an, for a long while before shaking her head. "And no, it's impossible. You are my brother." And her voice trembled with rising emotion. "You look exactly like him, and even smell the same. You are Brother Gui." And her tone softened into a quavering sob. "Brother Gui, I've searched for you for so long. I've scoured countless cities. Please don't deny me. Please." And she lunged forward. But halfway there, Xiaohei's bristling fur sent her stumbling back in fright. She looked utterly wretched, tears and snot streaming down her face, no pretense apparent. Yet this display held no sway over Gui Nan'an. And he thought quietly, this child must be so desperate for her brother that her mind has begun to fray. But this city held many such pitiful children, and some who feigned helplessness only to rob the compassionate. And Gui Nan'an never lowered his guard, not even for a child. "I'm truly sorry, child. I am not your brother." And he sighed faintly and pulled several chocolate bars from his coat, and then offered them to her. "Here, take them." But she did not reach out, she only cried, eyes locked on him. And so he retrieved 200 yuan from his wallet and slipped the notes between the chocolates. "Buy yourself something to eat, and be careful not to let anyone take it from you." And still she refused to accept them, wiping her tears with trembling hands. Gui Nan'an finally stepped forward and pressed the bundle firmly into her coat pocket. "And goodbye," he said, and turned away without looking back. "Brother." And the girl's frantic cry echoed behind him, but he did not turn. "Brother." And she chased after him, weeping like a left-behind rural child watching her parents depart for distant labor, nor like a loyal dog watching its master walk away never to return. In all, it was profoundly desolate. Thud. In her frail body, already weakened and unsteady from emotion, failed to notice the uneven ground beneath her feet. After only a few steps, she stumbled and crashed to the pavement. Her face struck the ground hard, blood welling from her nose. When she finally lifted her head again, Gui Nan'an had vanished. "Wah, brother," collapsed on the cold asphalt. The girl dissolved into unrestrained, heart-wrenching sobs. Back home as always, watching television as usual and sipping tea as usual, then retiring to bed as usual. Yet still the image of that girl clung stubbornly to his thoughts. Lying in bed, Gui Nan'an gazed out at the pitch-black window. There was no moon tonight. only deep, impenetrable darkness. Nan so unbidden, he wondered, what is she doing right now? Did she use the money I gave her to buy food? Nor, and was she unfortunate enough to be robbed by other vagrants? Gui Nan'an did not know. He knew nothing for certain. Except one thing: the girl's gaze had been startlingly sincere. Sincere to an almost absurd degree. And if this were all an act, a calculated performance to elicit pity, then her skill would surpass even his own by a factor of 10. Spider. At last Gui Nan'an dialed Hua Jiju's number. What is it? And do I have a younger sister? And Hua Jiju blinked stunned, then chuckled. Valentine's Day ends in 3 hours. How many sisters are you planning to adopt? No, I mean literally. Be serious. Name your memory. Do I actually have a sister? Even a sworn sister would count. And well, and I don't think so. When the boss found you, you were alone. Except for that black cat beside you. Nothing else, not a trace. And ever since you stayed with us. And we've never seen you formalize any sworn kinship. Of course, if you've secretly taken on sisters at school, then disregard everything I just said. And no, Nuri's simply not that kind of person. No useful intelligence, not even from Hua Jiju, Director of Intelligence. And that settled it. It was merely his own overthinking. Thanks. And for what? Wait, what on earth is going on? And beep. And Gui Nan'an hung up, switched off the light, and closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Hua Jiju stared blankly at the disconnected call on his screen. And the final exams lasted 2 days. Nothing extraordinary occurred. And immediately after the exams concluded, the trio departed for Yanyang Mountain in Country B. Haisha had booked the flights well in advance. And the journey from Country A to Country B took half a day, and followed by ground transport laden with luggage to a village near the mountain's eastern pass. They checked into a local inn, and everything proceeded with uncanny smoothness. And so what's our next move? In Gui Nan'an's room, the veterinarian pointed to a map spread across the table, a rough outline of Yanyang Mountain. It showed only external trails, the interior remained blank. And even this sparse chart had required considerable effort from intelligence. The veterinarian's dull pragmatism earned him a silent, exasperated glance from Gui Nan'an. After all, he had been the one clamoring to reach Yanyang Mountain, and yet now stood there, finger hovering over the map, utterly indecisive. In frustration aside, duty remained duty. Gui Nan'an proposed, let's begin by questioning villagers nearby, just to test the waters. And I spotted a young spirit hunter earlier. I'll approach him directly. Also, both of you suppress your demonic aura. And we're dangerously close to Yanyang Mountain. No telling how many spirit hunting sects patrol these hills. And looks like we have no choice. The veterinarian nodded and prepared to follow Gui Nan'an's plan. The demon hunter appeared to be in his early 30s, tall and slender with unremarkable features, a silver crucifix pendant resting against his chest, and a badge bearing a skull emblem affixed to his belt denoting his affiliation with the Demon Hunter Guild. Gui Nan'an had no idea which faction this man represented. He had tracked him down to a tavern. It was noon, and only a handful of patrons lingered inside. Yet the demon hunter sat alone in a corner, brooding silently over a glass of cheap wine. Gui Nan'an slid into the seat directly across from him. Waiter, orange juice, he ordered calmly. The demon hunter glanced up, then smiled wryly. There are so many things wrong here. I don't even know where to begin. No rush, take your time. This round is on me. Oh, you're quite generous, aren't you? After all, when one seeks another, service payment is hardly optional. So, you expect this old horse to hunt demons for you? He chuckled, then shifted tone abruptly. Though I must warn you, I'm a notorious chatterbox. Asking me to hold my tongue would be nothing short of torture. By all means, speak freely. Then shall I continue? Slightly intoxicated, he cleared his throat and began. First, judging by your appearance, you're foreign-born. Fair enough. Second, this is a tavern, not a place for minors. Hence I ordered orange juice. Third, ordering orange juice in a tavern will draw ridicule. Yet it is on the menu, isn't it? Fourth, you didn't notice this table was already occupied. Then this round is mine. Ha ha ha. The demon hunter burst into laughter. I like your kind, earnest, articulate, and impeccably logical. Granted, you may well be a bit naive, but at least you're not lying to me. With a soft sigh, he drained his glass and asked, all right, you sly little fox, what brings you to me? At that moment, Gui Nan'an's drink arrived. Thank you, he murmured softly, then fixed his gaze upon the demon hunter and withdrew a small black talisman from his robe. The demon hunter paused, startled, then frowned. A Taoist priest. Just got dismissed. Surviving while dabbling in such heretical arts is miracle enough. Seems brother knows quite a bit about us. Wouldn't it be strange if he didn't? Gui Nan'an promptly refilled the demon hunter's cup. The demon hunter downed half the glass in one go. At their core, Taoist priests, demon hunters, and exorcists all ply the same trade, ridding the world of malevolent spirits and fiends. As rivals, we naturally keep close watch on one another. As it happens, I've heard of Taoist ghost cultivators, but this is my first time laying eyes on one. Do you operate solo? Not exactly. I have two assistants. Human, or Yao. Two minor Yao, mere baggage carriers. Utterly weak creatures. Then you are operating solo. Taming two Yao servants is no different from keeping a pair of dogs. The demon hunter rolled his eyes with mild exasperation. And what of you, brother? Solo as well. My livelihood comes from hunting and selling Yao. In our black markets, certain buyers pay exorbitant sums for demonic body parts. Alas, Yao grow ever more cunning these days. Some even form alliances across species, consolidating into new powers. For lone operators like us, prospects grow dimmer by the day. It's inevitable. Weak Yao cannot survive without shelter. They vanish overnight if left unprotected. And powerful Yao who refuse to gather followers risk being besieged by every sect and faction. After all, countless cultivators covet their bodies and cultivation foundations. Everyone simply takes what they need. I'll never grasp your Taoist jargon about cultivation foundations. To me, I'm just a bounty hunter. Money is the sole compass guiding my path. May I ask your name, brother? My name is Qian Duo. Just call me Brother Qian. I noticed Brother Qian sighing deeply just now. What troubles you? What else? Business has been bleak lately. What else could it be? Indeed. Gui Nan'an, since the moment had come to broach the subject, Brother Qian, do you know anything about Yangyang Mountain? Somewhat. I've been here over half a year. I've entered it many times, though I've never dared venture into its deepest reaches. Too many Yao dwell there. I hear Yangyang Mountain hosts numerous Taoist priests. Somewhat. But why would I set foot in a Taoist stronghold? I don't hunt priests for profit. And neither should you. If those priests discover you're a ghost cultivator, they'll purge you without hesitation, strictly enforcing their sect's orthodoxy. Honestly, I'll never understand their obsession with propriety. Qian Duo emptied his glass once more. Gui Nan'an immediately refilled it. Brother Qian, have you heard of the Heart of Time? The Heart of Time? Qian Duo's brow furrowed sharply. You've come for that. You know of it. I do. Not merely by rumor. I even suspect where it may lie. But I urge you, turn back. That place defies mortal comprehension. Neither human nor Yao should tread there. If your goal truly is the Heart of Time, I implore you return home now. Could you elaborate? Gui Nan'an pressed for more detail, only to find the wine bottle now empty. Qian Duo smiled faintly. No wine left. Let's call it a day. Next time, Gui Nan'an gestured briskly toward the counter. Bring us 2 bottles, the most expensive ones. As the waiter hurried off, Qian Duo let out a quiet chuckle and settled back into his seat. Young master, you seem rather wealthy. Not especially. Do you know how much the priciest bottle here costs? Back in country A, the most expensive commercial vintage I'd seen was 50,000 yuan per bottle. Even here in country B, a remote village, how steep could the price possibly be? Compared to 50,000, it's scarcely worth calling expensive at all. The waiter returned with the wine. Gui Nan'an uncorked it instantly and poured a full glass for Qian Duo, who savored it slowly, his expression one of deep, unhurried delight. With such lavish generosity, why drink only orange juice? Gui Nan'an offered a wry smile. My family enforces strict rules. I'm forbidden from drinking alcohol. Ah, a traditional aristocratic household then. That explains it. Few ordinary families dare dabble in ghost cultivation, and fewer still manage to thrive so robustly undeterred by peril. Brother Qian, might you tell me more about the Heart of Time? Very well. I've strayed far enough already. He refocused, saying, truth be told, I can't claim certainty, but the Heart of Time did last manifest on Yangyang Mountain. That much is confirmed. Today, Yangyang Mountain's territories are carved up among Yao clans and Taoist sects alike, yet the mountain's peak remains shrouded in profound, unnerving mystery. Young master, do you know why Yangyang Mountain is considered a forbidden zone? Well, I heard it's overrun with Yao. No one dares explore its depths. That's only the surface reason. Far more terrifying truths lie beneath. Qian Duo's expression turned enigmatic. I beg your enlightenment. The summit of Shanyang Mountain is peculiar, perpetually shrouded in a veil of white mist beyond the reach of any satellite's gaze. Moreover, the mountain's magnetic field is deeply anomalous. Electronic devices fail the moment they enter. Never mind signals or modern gadgets. Once I had a reckless colleague who thought to fly a helicopter straight to the peak. No sooner had the chopper reached the mountainside than it lost function and crashed with a thunderous roar. In short, this mountain does not welcome modern men. Of course, if it merely repelled electronics, that would be one thing. After all, that only concerns humans. But the mountain is no less unforgiving toward demons. In fact, you were not the only one who came to Shanyang Mountain seeking the Xian Heart of Time. Priests of the Tao and fearsome fiends alike have ascended for that treasure. Guess what happened in the end? Qian Duo deliberately prolongs the suspense. They died. Worse than that. He said with a touch of malicious delight. They all vanished. Evaporated from the world. There wasn't even a corpse to be found. Could they have been eaten by the mountain's beasts? If that were so, it would be explainable. The problem is that they truly evaporated, completely and utterly. In the most baffling way. He gave an example. Have you heard of the Shuangzi Caogui? I think so. It's said to be a peculiar kind of demon. Yes. Those demons always come in pairs. One is never born alone. It may be two brothers, a brother and sister, or two sisters. In short, there are no only children among them. These creatures possess a special ability. They can communicate telepathically with their sibling. Even if the other has died, they can sense where the corpse lies, whether it has been burned to ash or consumed and dissolved. They can still perceive each other's whereabouts. And among Xiangyang Mountain's demon folk, there is precisely such a tale concerning the Shuangzi Caogui. It goes roughly like this, but I will try to be clear. Plainly put, there was a pair of twin grass fiends brothers. The elder accidentally went to the summit and never returned. That alone might have been tolerable. But the problem was that not long after the elder's disappearance, the younger suddenly lost his psychic connection. Yes, the link failed abruptly. He did not even sense his sibling's death. The connection simply snapped, as if the elder had evaporated from the world. Bear in mind the two had been raised through that telepathic bond. For it to vanish so suddenly was unbearably uncanny. In short, because those who climbed to the summit simply evaporated and disappeared, the forces within Xiangyang Mountain, whether human or demon, all regard the peak as forbidden territory. What happened to the younger brother afterward? It's rather pitiful. Qianhen Duo took a sip of wine and shrugged. The elder's disappearance dealt the younger a severe blow. After that he wandered about in a daze. It was in that state that a demon hunter ambushed and killed him. Afterwards the hunter dissected the corpse and sold the pieces on the black market. They supposedly made a considerable sum. That was about the extent of the intelligence gathered. That was all Qianhen Duo knew of Xiangyang Mountain Summit. But Gui Nan'an had other designs and said, "Brother Qian, could you stop? If you expect me to guide you to Xiangyang Mountain Summit, that's impossible. I still want to live a few more years. He'll pay. I won't go for money. I'm not stupid. Money is useless without a life to spend it on. 1 million. Qianhen Duo's expression changed at once. You're not joking. He seemed incredulous. I have a card with exactly 1 million A coins in it. Later you and I will go to the nearby ATM. Well, he grew uneasy and then whispered, "Brother, are you really planning to go to the summit to find the Shurji Thaksin? We came for that very purpose." TSK, well, his brow knit. By rights, I should advise you not to go. But I've had medical expenses lately, and you refuse to be cautious. Brother Qian, is your health poor? Oh, no, it's not that. Mainly my sister is hospitalized. Her surgery urgently needs funds. How much? 200,000. Isn't that manageable? Take this job. The surplus will aid your sister's recovery. Gui Nan'an smiled with persuasive charm, and yet his appearance seemed sincere. Qianhen Duo hesitated for a long time before saying, "Actually, it's not impossible, but you must agree to several conditions." "What?" "First, it'll only take you to the mountain's entrance. Beyond that I will not follow. I don't know what lies further up." "Agreed." "Second, you must obey me along the way. No causing trouble, no wandering off." "Of course." "Third," he hesitated, "you must pay me 100,000 as a deposit now and hand me the remainder at the mountain pass." "That's fine. Anything else?" "That's it for now. Shall we go to the bank?" "All right." Gui Nan'an waved and summoned the waiter to settle the bill. "Sir, the total is 4050. Will you pay by card or cash?" "A coins, card okay." "Yes, sir, A coins are acceptable." Gui Nan'an swiped his card. The sole advantage of Country B was that A coins worked normally. There the exchange rate nearly identical. The usual. "Hold this bottle for me, you'll come back for it," Qianhen Duo said to the waiter, who nodded. The two appeared well acquainted. The two left the hotel and went straight to the nearby bank. Gui Nan'an took out a card, and before the ATM demonstrated its balance to Qianhen Duo, he let him see the funds on the card. The pin was embarrassingly simple, 6 sixes. The two then withdrew 100,000 at the counter. But just as he was about to hand the money to Qianhen Duo, Gui Nan'an paused. "I have one condition." "What?" "You must take me to your sister's hospital room. Don't worry, just to look." "This." Qianhen Duo hesitated, and Gui Nan'an smiled lightly. "Understand me. I don't want to be made a fool. Of course, if your sister's story is false, you can show me where your family lives or who your parents are. I have many options." "I know." Qianhen Duo sighed and shrugged. "You're far craftier than I thought, though I'm not as unscrupulous as you imagine. Let's go to the hospital." Qian Manu owned a modest car and occasionally worked as a taxi driver. He drove Gui Nan'an directly out of the village and arrived at the county hospital nearby, taking nearly half an hour. En route to the hospital, Qian Manu bought some fruit and snacks, biscuits, and the like. Gui Nan'an felt uneasy arriving empty-handed, so he casually purchased a few melons and fruits as well. "You don't need to buy anything. She won't finish it all," Qian Manu reminded him. Gui Nan'an only smiled faintly, "But she can share it with others, can't she?" A small gesture, a modest favor, can sometimes double one's comfort in a given environment. At least that holds true in service-oriented professions. Sometimes I truly wonder if I'm conversing with an old man. Squeak. They arrived at the hospital, explained the situation to a nurse, then pushed open the ward door. The room held 4 beds, 2 of which were vacant. On the left lay an elderly woman reclining on her bed watching television on a tablet. Fortunately, the volume was low, whether due to prior admonishment by the nursing staff or simply her own cultivated restraint. To the right rested a girl Gui Nan'an's age, delicate-featured with short hair, reading quietly in bed, her right leg encased in a plaster cast. The moment she saw her brother enter, her face lit up with radiant joy. And in that very instant, Gui Nan'an could tell. She truly was Qian Manyo's sister. Their eyes and the subtle contours of their brows bore an unmistakable resemblance. "Brother, why are you here?" "Oh, who's this?" "Oh, this is my partner. We happened to pass through and dropped by to see how you're doing." They stepped forward and placed the fruit and snacks beside her bed. "Thank you." The girl beamed sweetly at Gui Nan'an and nodded. Then, lowering her voice, she asked if you're his partner. "Do you do that too?" More or less his counterpart in the trade. Gui Nan'an chuckled softly, glanced briefly at Qian Manyo, then stepped out of the room. "I'll wait for you outside." Qian Manyo nodded and spent a few minutes chatting with his sister, briefly introducing Gui Nan'an as a Taoist priest, then shifting almost entirely to tender familial concerns and everyday matters. Naturally, he omitted the truth that Gui Nan'an was a ghost cultivator who wielded black talismans. Were he to reveal that, his sister would surely disapprove of his association with such unorthodox, even sinister paths. Instead, Qian Manyo had long told his sister he was a righteous demon slayer, devoted to eradicating evil spirits solely to protect humanity, for all Yao were inherently malevolent. Yet reality was far more nuanced. Unlike certain fanatical demon hunters or cultivators, Qian Manyo, the bounty hunter whose sole compass was coin, knew full well some Yao were genuinely benevolent. Precisely because he cared only for payment and held no moral bias toward Yao, he could observe them with rare objectivity, free from prejudice. And yet for profit he had slain many such kindly Yao. These truths, however, he would never voice to his innocent younger sister. He had to preserve the image of the noble, heroic elder brother. Here, on the drive back to the village, Gui Nan'an tossed a black plastic bag into the front seat the moment the engine roared to life. Inside lay the 10,000 coins retrieved earlier. Qian Manyo picked it up from the adjacent seat, slipped it into his bag, and grinned as he revved the engine. "You believed me just like that. What if she's an actress I hired? If you two possessed that level of acting talent, you'd make excellent stars. Though lately mass-produced celebrities rarely display any skill whatsoever. Ha, people like us aren't suited for that world." Qian Manyo felt considerably relieved. He resolved to return to the hospital that evening. Medical fees urgently needed settling. "It's just you and your sister living at home." "Yeah." "Huh, how did you know?" "From the table." "The table?" "The small bedside table next to your sister's bed. Every fruit, every snack matches exactly what you bought today. So I reason those items must have been purchased by you earlier." "Does that mean you're the only one visiting her in the hospital? If so, where are your sister's parents?" "A daughter requiring surgery costing 200,000, yet her parents never appear at the hospital. Either they lack conscience, or they are already gone, forcibly taken from this world." "Damn, you're terrifying." Qian Manyo's expression darkened, then softened into a weary sigh. "Our family has always been poor, ever since I was a child. Later, my parents won the lottery. They must have acquired considerable wealth. I'm not sure. My sister was only 1 year old then. Yeah, that's how it went." "Then what happened?" "What else could happen? Those bizarre individuals took the money and vanished. Otherwise, why would it just be the two of us?" Qian Manyo spoke with flippant nonchalance, then added, "After that, my sister and I endured hardship upon hardship, witnessing firsthand the coldness of human nature and the harshness of worldly affairs. Only later did we realize money alone is truly reliable. With enough of it, my sister and I could finally live well. So my current mindset is simple: forget everything else. I only want to earn money." "What kind of surgery does your sister require?" "A traffic accident shattered her right leg. She's bedridden. Plus there's a tumor inside her requiring surgical removal. All in all, it's expensive. Just watch. Once I have the funds, I'll issue a bounty. Uncover the identity of the driver who struck my sister. I swear I'll make him pay with his life." Gui Nan'an said nothing more on the matter, meeting Qian Manyo's furious vow with quiet reserve. "Tomorrow morning at 8, meet me at the entrance of Shenyang Mountain." "Got it." After parting ways with Qian Manyo, Gui Nan'an returned to his inn. That evening the trio dined at a quiet noodle shop. He Sha and the veterinarian reviewed the intelligence gathered that day, which amounted to virtually nothing. It appeared this village housed no Yao besides He Sha and the veterinarian himself. They did, however, detect several demon hunters. Fortunately, the veterinarian's aura concealment was flawless. No one sensed his true nature. He Sha, unable to mask his scent, as effectively relied instead on medicinal concoctions. Thankfully, their expedition had been well provisioned. At the dinner table, Gui Nan'an briefed the two on his day's findings. Only after confirming no eavesdroppers lurked nearby. The veterinarian sounded skeptical. "Wait. How did you get so lucky, going straight to the mountaintop on your first try?" Luck belongs to the realm of metaphysics, indescribable and inexplicable. What if that kid lied to you? Unlikely. His eyes held no deception. Moreover, I know precisely where his sister is, and what she looks like. More importantly, I must warn you, judging by his words, something formidable indeed dwells atop Xiangyang Mountain. Veterinarian, you should reconsider. It's not too late to turn back. Afraid of him? Huh. The veterinarian grinned confidently. When two adversaries meet on a narrow path, victory belongs to the bold. Let's go, what are you scared? As for me, I'm indifferent. If I die, I die. He Sha silently raised his right hand. I'm actually quite afraid. Can I withdraw now? We've already found a new guide anyway, so I'll just... Sorry, what did you say? I didn't catch that. The veterinarian shot He Sha a disdainful glance. I mean, these noodles are delicious. Can I order another bowl? There were no roads within Xiangyang Mountain. Thus entering could only be done on foot. The three of them each carried a small travel bag and met up with Qianhen duo the next morning. Then came the arranged entry into the mountain following the guide as planned. During this process it appeared quite calm. Nothing particularly special happened. Hey brother. As they traversed a particularly rugged mountain path, the dullness of the scene made it easy for people to chat. Qianhen duo deliberately called over Gui Nan'an. He then whispered to him, "Your two demon servants are so pathetic, there isn't a shred of demon energy on them. How did they become so weak? What have you done to them?" To this Gui Nan'an merely smiled and brushed it off. The journey was somewhat rough, but they occasionally caught a heavy scent of demon energy. However, there were no Taoists or demon hunters in sight. The path we are taking is the territory of demons. Naturally, we won't see any Taoists. After all, I am a demon catcher, and I can only roam in the demon's domain. Moreover, due to the dangers at the summit of Xiangyang Mountain, Taoists would not station themselves nearby. However, there are some lesser demons that build nests around the peak to evade their natural enemies. After all, the most dangerous place is often the safest place. The four spent nearly a day reaching their destination. By this time, it was already late afternoon. At this position, there was still an hour's journey to the peak. But this was the limit of the guide's route. This should do. I have truly never been further up this way. Before them lay a dense forest with no discernible path, yet they could distinctly feel a powerful pressure emanating from the mountain. Gui Nan'an handed a card to Qianhen duo. "Thank you for your hard work." Qianhen duo smiled and said, "I wish you good luck. If you can return alive, I will treat you to drinks." Then taking the card, he swiftly descended along the original path, disappearing in no time. The group of four quickly reverted back to the trio of the White Cat. This place clearly has a barrier set up, yet there is no demon energy. It truly is strange, the veterinarian murmured as he looked at the dense thicket ahead. Gui Nan'an was searching for a quicker route up the mountain and asked, "Can you tell what kind of barrier this is?" "How could I possibly tell?" The veterinarian shook his head. "I've never smelled this scent before, but it doesn't feel like an offensive or defensive one. It seems more like a sensing type. In other words, as long as we go up, the master at the summit will be able to sense that someone has arrived, right?" He Sha stroked his chin. "So do we still want to go up? Or should we find a way to break the barrier first? Where is there so much time now? It's almost dark. Being discovered is fine. Who is afraid of who? Let's just do it." The veterinarian took the lead and ran straight toward the summit. He could jump over 10 meters high, so not having a path was not a big issue. He Sha closely followed behind the two of them, leaping between the trees. Gui Nan'an had it simpler. He stuck a flying talisman to his face and flew up the mountain. Meanwhile, as the duo of wolf dogs rushed toward the summit, Gui Nan'an had already flown to a high altitude. Looking down below, he discovered that the summit was a large flat area. On the flat land was a forest, and at the center of the forest was a small lake beside which stood a large wooden house. A few hundred meters to the east of the wooden house was a cliff with a large rock at the edge. It seemed to be a perfect spot to watch the sunrise. Gui Nan'an looked up at the sky, but did not notice anything strange above. Qianhen duo mentioned that there was a mist that lingered at the summit of Xiangyang Mountain all year round. That's why satellites couldn't capture a complete image. But now it seemed reality was not as such. The reason satellites couldn't see was ultimately due to the barrier at the summit. The master at the peak was intentionally hiding his home. Gui Nan'an took out his phone attempting to take a terrain map. However, even though the phone still had battery, it kept shutting down automatically, and every time it rebooted it was the same. This was even more terrifying than he had previously thought. Gui Nan'an had assumed that there would be no signal at the summit at worst, but now it appeared that the barriers seemed capable of directly disabling electronic devices. He abandoned the idea of taking photos and floated down to regroup with the veterinarian and He Sha. Simultaneously, he pointed in the direction of the wooden house and said, "Over there is a wooden house." Then the three of them hurried over together. Soon they arrived at the lakeside next to the wooden house. Under a tree by the lake, the three saw an elderly man nearing 70. The old man's beard was well-groomed, and his attire was very simple, as if it had been washed countless times. He was overall skinny with kind eyes. At that moment, he was sitting on a small wooden bench under the tree fishing. Upon seeing Gui Nan'an and the others, the old man did not appear overly surprised. Who? He simply sighed and said, "You should leave. This is not a place for you to come." His voice was magnetic but more raspy. The veterinarian easily detected the human scent on the old man, indicating that this elder was not a demon. "Old man, is there something we can ask you? If you tell us, we will leave." The veterinarian directly asked. His tone was indeed somewhat rude. This mainly stemmed from his disdain and prejudice against the human race. "Well, what do you want to ask?" However, the old man was not angry. He instead looked at him cheerfully. "Have you heard of the Heart of Time?" The veterinarian asked directly. But as soon as the words "Heart of Time" left his mouth, the old man's demeanor suddenly changed. "So that's how it is. It turns out you came for that thing." His eyes narrowed into slits, and the kind expression on his face instantly turned serious. The previous helpless curiosity in his eyes was now replaced with a hint of anger. "Do you know where it is?" the veterinarian asked urgently. "I know," the old man nodded. "Then you get lost." But what followed was his sudden bellow. The old man pulled out a black talisman from his robe and threw it at the veterinarian. Whoosh! The black talisman flew, quickly sticking to the veterinarian's chest in an instant. Boom! The black talisman exploded, sending the veterinarian flying several meters away, crashing into a tree. "Unforgivable! I cannot forgive you, bastards." The old man was furious, the mention of the Heart of Time igniting the fire of wrath within him. While saying this, he pulled out another black talisman from his pocket and threw it at Gui Nan'an and the others. Seeing this, Gui Nan'an quickly pulled out a talisman from his own robe. Boom! The black talismans from both sides collided in midair, creating a large explosion of gas that neutralized the impact. Fortunately, in the end, neither side was harmed. "You are also a ghost cultivator." The old man looked at Gui Nan'an with some surprise. "Strictly speaking, half of one." Gui Nan'an produced another black talisman from his breast, but did not immediately cast it. He cast a glance at the vigilant Haisha beside him and said, "Go check on the veterinarian." Haisha nodded, but had not yet moved. Suddenly, a dark shadow streaked past behind them. "You're ready to die, old man." It was the veterinarian in his true werewolf form, razor-sharp claws bared as he lunged toward the old man. But a thunderous boom, and the veterinarian's attack failed. He was less than half a meter from the astonished old man when, in the blink of an eye, his entire body appeared beside a great tree. The veterinarian raised his paw, intending to strike the old man. When he came to his senses, he found his blow had struck the tree. With a resounding crash, the tree toppled, yet the old man and Gui Nan'an had clearly been standing behind it. The veterinarian was bewildered, and Gui Nan'an and Haisha were equally puzzled, for they had watched the veterinarian's body vanish and reappear by the tree as if by sorcery. "What on earth?" The veterinarian, baffled, turned and lunged at the old man again. A booming sound, and this time he was teleported before a massive boulder. The boulder shattered in an instant, exploding into fragments. The veterinarian was hurled hundreds of meters away, though his keen sense of smell remained intact. He spun and dashed back toward where the old man stood. Meanwhile, beside Gui Nan'an and Haisha, a new figure made her entrance. "Are you all right, Gu?" It was a little girl about 11 or 12, wearing a gray dress, delicate and pretty. Her hair was long and golden, falling to her waist. She had appeared beside the old man out of nowhere, hovering before him as she watched his condition with concern. "I'm fine, Lily, but this foe is strong. Be careful." The old man spoke to Lily in a voice so gentle it contrasted sharply with his earlier anger. Perhaps they were father and daughter, or grandfather and granddaughter. Haisha warned: no demonic aura, no human scent, only a strange woody smell. Gui Nan'an frowned, wondering if the girl might be a puppet. At that same instant, the veterinarian roared, "Prepare to die," and surged forward. He charged back with overwhelming force. The Beast King's demonic aura erupted, pressing down with immense weight. The old man's face betrayed effort. The oppressive aura seemed to steal his breath. Yet Lily remained utterly unmoved. She just positioned herself before Gu, hovering in midair. Slowly she raised her right hand and intoned, "Perish within the current of time, intruders." The girl's eyes were vacant, her expression icy and indifferent. As her words fell, 3 bursts of white light shot forth, enveloping Gui Nan'an and the other 2 completely. The brilliance stung their eyes. Even the veterinarian halted to cover his face. All 3 felt a wave of dizziness wash over their minds. In the next instant, the white light flashed, and they were utterly gone. The surface of the lake settled into silence again. "Are you all right, Gu?" Having dealt with the 3, Lily hastened to check on the old man and found him seated on the ground, gasping for air. Gu merely smiled lightly and looked at Lily. "I'm fine, Lily, you've labored again." "It's nothing, Gu. This is what Lily must do." Lily pressed her head against Gus' chest. "Gus' heart is beating so fast." "Is that so?" Gu gave a wry, strained smile. "Perhaps age is catching up, the body grows weaker." The old man knew with a mortal's clarity that his days were numbered. "Will Gu die?" Lily suddenly looked up, her expression blank as she fixed her gaze on him. "Perhaps." Gu smiled bitterly. No, you won't." Lily did not accept such words. She held Gu, her face pressed to his chest, to feel his heartbeat more clearly. Gu will not die. We will always be together. Lily will protect Gu. Lily and Gu. Forever, always together. My head felt heavy and muddled. When he woke, he found himself lying beside a clear stream. Gui Nan'an opened his eyes, massaging a throbbing head as he staggered to his feet. He looked around and realized he was at the foot of a mountain. Recalling the veterinarian's reckless assault and the teleportation that followed, he must have been transported to the mountain's base. Veterinarian. Gui Nan'an called, searching the area. It was night, the wind was sharp and cold. He took out his phone to check the time and found it dead. He studied the partially veiled moon and guessed it to be around 8 o'clock. Veterinarian. Haisha. He called as he walked along the riverbank. At a certain point, he finally heard Haisha's voice. Haisha. Gui Nan'an scanned his surroundings, but saw no sign of him. Where are you? Make a sound if you can. Down. Below. Gui Nan'an froze and looked down, realizing the ground he stood upon was slightly raised. His pupils widened, and he pressed his ear to the earth to listen. Pull me out. I can't hold on. Indeed, Haisha's voice came from beneath the ground. Hold on, wait for me. Gui Nan'an frantically pried aside stones and began to dig, but without tools his progress was slow. Hang in there. With no better option, he resorted to drastic measures and produced an explosive talisman from his breast. He thrust it into the soil and ran away. After perhaps 5 seconds, a thunderous detonation split the ground open. A pained cry rose from below. Gui Nan'an rushed over and found a 1-meter-deep crater gouged into the earth. Muddy and exhausted, Haisha was clawing his way out. Gui Nan'an hurriedly helped, and with great effort hauled the bedraggled Haisha free from the soil. Gasping heavily, Haisha lay on the ground and panted. His head was flecked with blood, wounded by fragments from the explosion. Fortunately, his regenerative vigor was strong, the bleeding had been staunched, and no fresh blood welled forth. Mom. Mom. Haisha panted heavily, grumbling under his breath. The teleportation itself was absurd enough, yet it buried me alive in the dirt. Moreover, I couldn't muster a shred of strength. I nearly suffocated. As he spoke, he crawled toward a nearby stream, then selected a deeper spot to wash himself clean. It wasn't only him. Gui Nan'an's body, too, felt unnervingly frail. His limbs lacked vigor, yet his stamina was gradually returning. Can you smell the veterinarian's scent? Gui Nan'an asked. Haisha rubbed his nose, sniffed the air, and replied, It seems to be coming from over there. He pointed deep into the forest ahead. I'll go first. I'll follow right behind. Gui Nan'an switched on his flashlight and stepped into the woods, only to find the veterinarian lying beneath a towering tree. The veterinarian lay unconscious, bare-chested upon the ground, while a massive gray python thick as a soccer ball coiled slowly around his torso. It appeared poised to crush him to death before swallowing him whole. At the sight, Gui Nan'an instinctively reached for his talismans, but with uncanny timing the veterinarian stirred back to consciousness. His eyes snapped open, meeting the serpent's gaze heat-in. For a fleeting moment, both froze in mutual astonishment. SSSSS. Snapping out of its daze, the python lunged jaws wide, aiming straight for the veterinarian's throat. Yet he reacted with lightning speed, seizing its head firmly in his right hand. Before the jaws could fully gape open, he squeezed. Pooh! And the serpent's skull collapsed inward, reduced to a pulpy ruin. That evening at 9 o'clock, the three roasted snake meat by the riverside. The veterinarian's backpack had vanished, shredded when his body transformed, tearing his clothes apart. Even the straps had burst, scattering near the lakeshore atop Shenyang Mountain. Haisha's pack, meanwhile, had disappeared entirely, likely lost during the chaotic teleportation. When Gui Nan'an dug Haisha out of the earth, nothing remained, not a single item. Only Gui Nan'an's pack survived intact and functional. After bathing by the river, the two, Haisha and the veterinarian, dressed in Gui Nan'an's clothes, though the fit was tight, slightly too small. Still, they managed to wear them. So what now? Haisha asked, unable to contain himself as they ate the roasted snake under the night sky. He glanced toward the looming mountain and said, If this truly is Shenyang Mountain, should we climb it again? Of course we will. Why wouldn't we? The veterinarian answered without hesitation, his tone edged with defiance. Damn it, they're just skilled in teleportation, that's all. If I'd moved just a fraction faster, they'd be dead at my hands. Who's afraid of whom? But we're searching for the time heart. Kill them, and who reveals its location? Gui Nan'an took a hearty bite of snake meat and poured cold water on the idea. Either way, we must ascend. Without going up, we have absolutely nothing. And then, he smiled confidently, those two aren't as extraordinary as Qian claimed. Vanishing into thin air. In truth, it's merely relocating someone from one place to another. We three are still very much alive, aren't we? Actually, we almost died. Haisha murmured weakly, only to earn a sharp glare from the veterinarian and fall silent, chewing quietly. Just then the veterinarian suddenly caught a scent and turned sharply, peering intently into the distance. What's wrong? Gui Nan'an asked, puzzled. It smells delicious, like wild boar roasting over fire. Someone's cooking. Most likely. Let's go take a look. Without waiting, he strode off toward the source of the aroma. Gui Nan'an and He Sha exchanged glances and swiftly fell into step behind him. As a precaution, Gui Nan'an slung his pack over his shoulder. Within moments, the trio entered the heart of the forest. As they drew nearer, faint flickers of firelight emerged ahead. Soon they emerged from the trees and found themselves facing a village. The village stood nestled deep within the forest, encircled by a stone wall over 3 meters high. Its dwellings were mostly wooden huts and mud brick houses with tiled roofs. Not a single trace of modern concrete architecture remained, not even electric lighting. Torches alone cast their warm, flickering glow across the settlement. Are we in some forgotten, isolated village? He Sha muttered under his breath, just as a sharp voice cut through the silence. Who goes there? A furious shout erupted ahead. All three turned and saw 7 or 8 men rushing toward them, clad in crude cloth armor, armed with spears or broad-bladed cleavers. Each exuded a palpable aura of demonic energy. Some bore canine heads atop human bodies, others sprouted horns from their brows. Clearly, they were demon tribe sentinels. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the trio, weapons raised. What business brings you here? Barked the lead dog-headed guard. The veterinarian frowned and retorted, could you possibly? But before he could finish, Gui Nan'an gently raised a hand to halt him. Gui Nan'an offered a courteous, humble smile and stepped forward. Esteemed sir, we are travelers passing through, unfortunately lost along the way. Please forgive our intrusion. Travelers? The dog-headed guard narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing all three from head to toe. Your strange attire marks you as no ordinary folk, certainly not trustworthy. As he spoke, he paused, as if struck by sudden recollection. Then leaning forward, he sniffed deeply at Gui Nan'an. Instantly, his entire expression twisted into fury. You're humanoid? Gui Nan'an hesitated, yet the guard didn't wait for an answer. Kill him, he roared, and drew his blade, swinging it down toward Gui Nan'an's neck. Behind him, the others tightened their grips, ready to slaughter the intruding human on the spot. Faced with this escalation, Gui Nan'an sighed inwardly, yet made no move. He knew precisely how his colleague would respond. You dare seek death? The veterinarian exploded and kicked the dog-headed guard squarely in the gut. The force hurled him backward over 10 meters, slamming him headlong into the village's outer stone wall. Crash! The wall crumbled. Buried beneath rubble, the guard lay utterly unconscious. While the remaining guards stood stunned, momentarily paralyzed, the veterinarian ceased restraining his demonic aura. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure descended, a terrifying, suffocating wave of demonic energy. All but Gui Nan'an and He Sha collapsed, crushed beneath an invisible weight, unable to rise. And the source of this cataclysmic force let loose a thunderous roar. I'll see which of you dares touch him. The sheer majesty and dread of a demon sovereign's presence instantly revealed the truth to the guards, and the same overwhelming aura, spreading like wildfire, alerted every villager within the walls. Mercy, O demon sovereign! We were blind fools, unworthy of your gaze. Spare us, spare us. The guards prostrated themselves, begging for clemency. Yao ghosts, demons, and monsters. Among them exist distinct hierarchical ranks. Naturally, a Yao king need not necessarily be a Yao at all. It may equally refer to a demon or monstrous entity. Here, Yao king denotes not a species, but a benchmark of combat prowess. Once one's strength reaches a certain apex, observers inevitably bestow upon them this title. Strictly speaking, it is the Yao king tier, currently the de facto ceiling for most Yao and demonic cultivators' power classification. That said, Yao kings themselves vary widely in ability, some soar far above others. Yet because true Yao king tier entities are exceedingly rare, no one has ever bothered to further subcategorize them. Moreover, for ordinary minor Yao, a Yao king already represents the absolute pinnacle of attainable might. Whether higher tiers exist, few even entertain the thought. Such realms lie too distant, too unfathomable. Before the guards sprawled helplessly on the ground, pleading for mercy, the beast doctor let out a disdainful, icy snort. Humph. You refused the wine, so now you'll drink the punishment. I had no intention of harming you, yet you insisted on charging headlong into the blade. Why, Yao king, spare us. Spare our lives. We dare not again. We swear we never will. The guards groveled desperately, their breaths growing increasingly labored. Their suffocation was imminent. Oh, you asked for mercy, and I simply grant it. Then what becomes of my dignity? The beast doctor remained visibly incensed, unwilling to relent so easily. Only when Gui Nan'an murmured softly enough, killing them would hinder our inquiry, did the beast doctor pause, wordless, yet conceding the logic within. He withdrew his oppressive Yao energy. Thank you, Yao king. Thank you for sparing our lives. The guards struggled, upright, trembling. Their demeanor had transformed utterly. Timid, deferential, instantly subdued. You may ask, the beast doctor nudged Gui Nan'an's arm. Gui Nan'an opened his mouth, when suddenly a thunderous rumble shook the air, heavy footsteps converging from the village. A crowd of villagers sprinted toward them. At their forefront stood an elder with goat-like horns curling from his temples. Reinforcements? Gui Nan'an wondered, only to watch astonished as the entire group encircled the three strangers without hesitation. Before any could react, the horned elder dropped to his knees, followed by every villager. Faces etched with awe and trepidation, we humbly beg forgiveness for any offense against such esteemed guests. I am Shiyang Village Elder of Xiangyang Village. If you honor us with your presence, please rest within our humble abode. We shall prepare sumptuous wine and delicacies in your name. From first sight, Elder Shiyang, his black goat horns stark against weathered skin, had trembled, incessantly terrified these enigmatic visitors might erupt in wrath. How brutally pragmatic, He Sha muttered under his breath. Yet it was Elder Shiyang's mention of fine wine that truly captivated the beast doctor. Moments later, the trio were ushered into the village with reverent haste. Though fear, not hospitality, motivated their welcome, the three ultimately entered the elder's residence, a vast chamber centered around a massive, rough-hewn wooden table. The elder, though host, sat humbly at the lowest seat, while the beast doctor claimed the honored position of master of the house. Before them lay abundant roasted meats freshly prepared. Yet the beast doctor's gaze remained fixed, unwavering, upon the earthenware wine jars and the rustic bowl beside him, just filled by a silent male servant. An instinct surged to seize it, drain it in one fiery gulp. But then Gui Nan'an extended a black talisman. The beast doctor paused, took it, and lowered it gently into his wine bowl. With a soft hiss, the talisman dissolved into wisps of black smoke, proof the wine bore no poison. The beast doctor glanced at Gui Nan'an. Receiving a quiet nod, he lifted the bowl and drank deeply. The servant hurried forward to refill it, only for the beast doctor to raise a hand, halting him. Step back. I shall pour myself. He despised having attendants hover while drinking. Flustered, the servant turned to the elder, who after a slight wave permitted his departure. Thus only 4 figures remained in the cavernous hall. Watching the beast doctor drink with unrestrained gusto, Elder Shiyang ventured, might we know the honored guest's name? Ask him. He handles all matters, the beast doctor replied, gesturing bluntly toward Gui Nan'an. Uninterested in conversation, he wished only to drink. Resigned, the elder raised his cup toward Gui Nan'an. Esteemed guest. My apologies, elder. I do not partake in wine. Might I have soup instead? Gui Nan'an ladled steaming fish soup into his own bowl. Prior to the wine service, they had each sampled dishes from the table, including the elder himself. He had tasted every dish deliberately, to dispel suspicion of poison, hence the spectacle now unfolding, He Sha devouring ravenously, while Gui Nan'an sipped soup serenely. After all, the earlier snake meat had been truly wretched. Oh, the elder, misreading Gui Nan'an's refusal as personal affront, felt uneasy, until the young man lifted his soup bowl and clinked it gently against his own. Only then did the elder realize his assumption had been mistaken. The guest bore no petty grudges. Relief bloomed across his face, restoring his cheerful smile. Of course, this fish soup is a rare delicacy, even among Xiangyang Village's treasures. His mirth never faltered, even though he harbored deep-seated loathing for humanity. Suddenly, Gui Nan'an asked, Elder, why did your village guards attempt to slay me the moment they learned I was human? Surely standard practice would be capture, not immediate execution. The question flustered the elder, yet he answered patiently. Our founding elder suffered grievous betrayal at human hands. His entire family slaughtered, sold into slavery. Thus kill on sight became our unbroken law. Please forgive us. I see. It is understandable. Gui Nan'an's calm response eased the elder's tension. He recognized at last a being open to dialogue. Young sir, you are human. Why then do you travel with Yao? It is simple. I was found as an infant by Yao, raised among them since birth. Thus, to put it plainly, I found him abandoned. Aside from his human flesh, he is wholly one of us. He is my sworn son. The beast doctor interjected abruptly, leaving Gui Nan'an momentarily speechless. The elder, however, nodded in sudden comprehension. So that is how it stands. Our haste was indeed rash. No harm done. Misunderstandings are resolved. Let us move forward in harmony. The beast doctor declared magnanimously, as if he hadn't moments before threatened slaughter. His joy was unfeigned. This wine was unlike any he had ever tasted. Sensing the beast doctor's newfound openness, the elder quickly inquired, may we know the names of these 3 august guests? Aye. The beast doctor began, then paused. Revealing his true name abroad was unwise. So he adopted a formidable alias. I am Gui Jianqiu. Then pointing first to He Sha, still feasting voraciously, and next to Gui Nan'an, he proclaimed, this is my eldest son Gui Sha, and this my sworn son Gui Dao. The boring act of taking advantage brought about a silent eye roll from He Sha. At the same time, after the veterinarian named himself Ghost Blade, his heart suddenly trembled involuntarily. In the end, an image of a little beggar girl appeared in his mind. That was during the Monster Clan's Valentine's Day, just a few days ago. The little girl had cried out to him, calling him Ghost Brother, asking if he had forgotten her. She had also clearly stated that her brother was named Ghost Blade. Damn, Ghost Nan'an had a bad feeling. Village chief, may I ask what year it is now? The village chief was momentarily confused by this sudden strange question, but he still replied earnestly, This year is the year of the monsters, year 521, December 14th. Year of the monsters. 521. Ghost Nan'an was instantly stunned. Not only him, even the drinking veterinarian and Haisha shuddered. Year 521 of the monster clan is a method of calculation among the monsters. It marks the year recorded during the time when the monster clan was abundant. Later, as the monster clan dwindled and humans increased, to simplify matters, all races began using the human calendar. Thus, year 521 of the monster clan, converted to the modern human calendar, is the year 1221. In other words, Ghost Nan'an, the veterinarian, and Haisha, they had directly crossed from the year 2021 to 800 years ago. And during this period, even the oldest veterinarian had not yet been born, let alone the white cat, which had only existed for over 500 years by 2021. Damn! The wine glass slipped from his hand and shattered on the ground. Fortunately, there were other cups on the table. But the reactions of the veterinarian and the other two left the village chief quite puzzled. He said, "3 of you. What happened?" The first to come to his senses was Ghost Nan'an, who looked at the village chief's genuinely confused expression. He could only awkwardly explain, "It's nothing, we were just thinking that after our journey, we would celebrate a birthday for an old friend. But now it seems like we've missed it, his birthday has already passed." "Oh, I see." The village chief finally understood and didn't think much more about it, just said, "Since it's too late, then it's fine to apologize later. Since he's your friend, I'm sure this situation can be understood. You 3 can just stay here for a while longer. Of course, it would be even better if we could exchange some cultivation methods." The village chief chuckled, but it was clear that the last part was his main concern. However, at this moment, the 3 were not in the mood to listen to the old man's ramblings. "Village chief, you mentioned earlier that this village is called Sunshine Village, right?" Ghost Nan'an asked again. "Yes, why? What about the mountain next to the village?" "Oh, that's Sunshine Mountain, where many other monsters live. But they are different from us. They are a bunch of robbers and bandits, while we are considered the more benign normal monsters." "I see. What about the stories of the mountaintop?" "The mountaintop?" The village chief seemed puzzled. "There's not much of a story, just that there are many evil monsters there, and ordinary people wouldn't go up there for no reason." The phrase "many evil monsters" made Ghost Nan'an's heart sink. Because if that were the case, then there wouldn't be the old man and the little girl at the mountaintop during this era. And the 3 of them were sent to this era by that little girl. At dawn the next day, the village chief sent 2 cooks to the residence, officially tasked with preparing all 3 daily meals before returning home. In essence, they were hired hands. Gui Nan'an said nothing, but occasionally slipped into the kitchen to observe their cooking methods, assessing whether anything seemed amiss. He remained cautious, wary of possible poisoning, yet by the end, judging from their demeanor and gaze, he concluded he had likely overthought it. Breakfast was simple coarse noodles topped with shredded meat. Yet the veterinarian was nowhere to be seen at the table. Must have overslept, still groggy from last night's drinking, someone mused. Haisha slurped his noodles as he spoke. Gui Nan'an did not reach for his chopsticks. Instead, he rose and said, "I'll go check on him." He ascended to the 2nd floor, the veterinarian's sleeping quarters, and pushed open the door with a soft creak. There, sprawled across the bed, lay the veterinarian, groaning softly. The veterinarian looked wretched, moaning faintly even at this early hour. "Gui, could you fetch me a bottle of cola?" I scolded. "I need something to sober up." But this was no ordinary world, not the era of white cat soda. "What are you thinking? Have you forgotten what age we live in?" "Damn." His voice dripped with despondency and disappointment. Then came the complaint, "My head's spinning and my chest aches." "That's precisely why I told you to drink in moderation." A quiet sigh escaped him before he added, "Would you like breakfast?" "Shredded meat noodles." "No, I might vomit." "Then I'll let Haisha have your portion." "Go ahead." The veterinarian reckoned he wouldn't fully recover until afternoon. He needed time to clear his head. Meanwhile, Gui Nan'an, having nothing else to occupy his day, stepped outside to gather intelligence. Haisha had intended to accompany him, but Gui Nan'an stopped him. He feared the veterinarian might take a turn for the worse, so he left Haisha behind to watch over him. Gui Nan'an wandered the streets alone. He could plainly see villagers casting strange, uneasy glances his way. Humans and demons stood eternally opposed. Thus more than a few pointed fingers or whispered criticisms behind his back, questioning his bizarre appearance, mocking how he dared claim the demon's sovereign as his father. Yet, because Gui Nan'an walked openly beside the demon sovereign, none dared confront him directly, or even speak too loudly. Adults muttered furtively, children fled at the sight of him, as if he were some monstrous apparition. Then from hiding places in alleyways and shadowed corners they peered out, curious perhaps more than hostile. Having rarely encountered humans, their wariness held little malice compared to that of adult demons. "I'll teach you to steal my food. I'll teach you to steal my food." As Gui Nan'an passed a crossroads, a scuffle erupted in the corner of a crumbling ruin. For demon children were beating a young girl. kicking, punching, shouting accusations that she'd stolen from them. The four boys couldn't have been older than 11 or 12, dressed plainly unremarkable. The girl, however, appeared only 6 or 7, clad in ragged, threadbare cloth. Clearly an orphaned beggar. "Hey!" Gui Nan'an called out as he passed. At the sound, the children whirled around, then bolted without hesitation. "A human's here! A human's here!" They shrieked as they ran, fear mingling oddly with glee as though humans were legendary beasts from fable. Within moments, they vanished entirely. Gui Nan'an hurried to the girl, now lying curled on the ground, shielding her head with thin arms. Kneeling beside her, he asked gently, "Are you all right?" He extended his hand. She could see it from the corner of her eye, but hesitated. His palm looked too clean, too untouched by grime. She feared staining it with her own dirt. "Thank you." She lifted her face just enough to glance at him, her eyes wide with apprehension. Yet unlike the other children, hers wasn't raw terror. It carried resignation, as if she'd long accepted such cruelty as inevitable. With trembling effort, she pushed herself upright. Gui Nan'an didn't overthink it. He simply knelt lower, bringing himself to her eye level, and studied her face closely. She was slender, perhaps 6 or 7 years old. Though her clothes were worn and patched, they bore signs of careful washing. Her face, though pale, was clean. She was strikingly beautiful, a delicate, luminous child. 2 soft black ears twitched atop her head. Behind her trailed a long, luxuriant black fox tail. She was unmistakably a young fox demon. "What's your name?" "Little Fox. That's what they always call me." A rather straightforward name. "Because I'm the only fox in this whole village." "And your real name is?" "I don't remember." Was it truly forgotten, or merely withheld? Gui Nan'an couldn't tell, and perhaps it didn't matter. "Why did they beat you?" "They said I stole their buns." I tried explaining, but they wouldn't believe me. "But I didn't. I really didn't." Her voice trembled with wounded pride. Her small fists clenched tightly. Yet truth in this case mattered little to Gui Nan'an. Sometimes motives are irrelevant. Perhaps they simply needed an excuse to strike. "So next time, just run. Don't waste breath arguing." He almost added, "If you can fight back, knock them down. No harm done." But then he paused, imagining her tearfully running to their parents, igniting fresh complications. I understand," she murmured, nodding uncertainly. Whether she truly grasped his meaning, he couldn't say. Gui Nan'an rose, reached into his robe, and pressed several coins into her small palm. Village-issued currency generously provided by the chief. She didn't know what he'd placed in her hand until she glanced down, her expression instantly shifting to startled disbelief. Gui Nan'an lingered no longer. Gently ruffling her hair, he said, "Go buy yourself something warm to eat. Good fortune be with you." Then he turned and walked away. She stood motionless, watching his retreating figure, her gaze layered with confusion, wonder, and something deeper unspoken. She had received 5 coins, though bewildered joy was undeniable. With 2 coins, she bought 4 steaming meat-filled buns, then crept into a hidden corner to devour them hungrily, bite after bite. The moment the warmth of those buns settled into her belly, a profound, nostalgic wave of contentment washed over her, evoking memories of her mother kneading dough and folding fillings with loving hands. Yet as she chewed, tears began slipping silently down her cheeks, stirred by sorrowful recollections. She was an orphan raised solely by her adoptive mother, a crow, who had found her and taken her in. Tragically, her mother had passed last year, worn down by relentless toil and illness. From that day forward, Little Fox became utterly alone. Too young to master any craft, she drifted into begging, until this moment when the taste of warm buns reawakened the tender ache of memory, pulling her back into the gentle orbit of her mother's love. If only Mother could taste these too. At the center of the village stood a massive wooden platform, apparently intended for ritual ceremonies. At present, it remained under construction and decoration, likely in preparation for an upcoming festival. "Hey, over here, watch out for the pillar." Village Chief Shiyang directed villagers from below the platform, his expression stern. Seeing him, Gui Nan'an strode forward and called out, "Chief." The chief blinked in surprise, then turned, and instantly broke into a warm, beaming smile. "Out so early, young brother? Just taking a stroll? Nothing urgent. What is this?" He gestured toward the colossal stage before them. "A sacrificial altar, more or less." The chief sighed, a note of helplessness coloring his breath. Gui Nan'an sensed something amiss and asked gently, "Celebrating a festival should be joyful. Why the sigh?" "Actually, it's not a festival at all." The chief pointed toward a long wooden bench nearby. "The sun's fierce here. Let's talk in the shade." Agreed. They walked over and sat together beneath the cool shadow. "Young brother, have you ever heard of the Demon King Birdswa?" "A Demon King? I know one personally. But Birdswa? Never heard of him." He shook his head. Patiently, the chief explained, "Zwa is the name of a monstrous avian spirit dwelling on Xianyang Mountain. Though dubbed a Demon King, he holds no true title, nor the power to match it. His strength falls short of a genuine Demon King's, but only just. Yet whether true or false, neither kind, is one our humble village dares provoke. This platform, surely isn't built for that monstrous bird. Precisely. The chief nodded firmly, then revealed a deeper truth. Beyond birds Xiangyang mountain shelters a true demon king. We call him Tiger King, a black tiger spirit who has cultivated for untold centuries. Though ferocious by nature, he is reclusive and reserved. He abhors commotion and dwells quietly atop the mountain, rarely descending, indifferent to fame, glory, or hollow prestige. Birds by contrast, is consumed by vanity. He revels in tyranny, boasting incessantly that he alone rules Xiangyang mountain. To secure his protection, the village must surrender 10 boys and girls each year, offered as tribute for his consumption. Protection, in truth extortion, isn't it? Gui Nan'an found the tale eerily familiar, reminiscent of certain episodes from Journey to the West. He could not fathom why some demons fixated so obsessively on devouring children, especially prepubescent boys and girls. We have no choice. The chief frowned with quiet despair. Refusal would doom the entire village. We are but a small, defenseless hamlet, no match for such a force. I see. Gui Nan'an nodded instinctively, then added, when does this bird's war arrive? Tomorrow. So soon. Hence the urgency, to prepare everything today. A thought struck Gui Nan'an, and he asked, Chief, yesterday you welcomed us so warmly. Was it solely because we travel with a demon king? Or was there another reason? Ah well. Realizing he'd been seen through, the chief offered an awkward, sheepish smile. Since you've already guessed, I'll speak plainly. I did harbor such hopes, but the final decision rests entirely with you. This matter is delicate. I'll consult my foster father shortly. Then I thank you, young brother. Before that, I'd like to ask you something, Chief. Speak freely. Have you ever heard of soul transmigration, or any legend, art, or secret technique capable of sending a person from one time to another? Transmigration. I'm afraid I don't grasp your meaning. Never mind. It was merely idle curiosity. That evening they returned home, around 3 in the afternoon. The veterinarian's mental state had finally stabilized considerably. Cradling his greatly improved head, he sank onto a wooden chair downstairs and muttered, damn, that wine's afterburn is brutal. Should have sipped slower. My chest still feels heavy and tight. As if sipping slower would change anything substantial. Gui Nan'an took a sip of coarse tea and said, I've learned something. Care to hear it? What is it? Black Sand, cracking walnuts beside him, looked up curiously. Each year the village hosts a ritual. During its duration, 10 boys and 10 girls are offered as sacrifice to their so-called guardian deity. Of course that title demands quotation marks. In any case, the guardian arrives tomorrow, a monstrous avian spirit whose strength verges on that of a demon king. Gui Nan'an turned to the veterinarian. The chief asked me to inquire, would you consider slaying that beast? The topic piqued the veterinarian's interest. Yet his concern lay not with morality, but with practicality, verging on a demon king's strength. Did the chief say so? Yes, all of this came directly from him. But the chief himself is weak. If he judges the creature nearly a demon king, doesn't that imply a vast gulf between them? A true pseudo-demon king would never betray such disparity so easily. So will you go? Of course. Why wouldn't I? An experimental demon core delivered to my doorstep. Rare, irreplaceable, and utterly unique. Even half a demon king's power makes it worthwhile. The next day the ritual commenced. 10 children now stood bound to pillars atop the platform, dressed in white robes, sobbing uncontrollably. Their mouths remained unbound, not out of mercy, but because the monstrous bird had explicitly commanded, I relish the sound of infants weeping. Do not silence them. No crowd gathered below. Few wished to witness the horror of a monster devouring children alive. Across the vast sacrificial platform, only the wails of the children echoed, raw, desperate, unceasing. Only the white cat trio concealed in the shadows heard those cries. And from his vantage, Gui Nan'an spotted a familiar figure. It was the little fox. Bound to a pillar on stage, she was one of the 10 children. Yet unlike the others, she did not cry. Instead, she seemed strangely serene, as if having accepted her fate, and simply watched Blanky, the bird scuttling across the ground, scratching at the earth for food. As if the horrors about to unfold held no relevance to her at all. That child's luck is truly wretched, Gui Nan'an thought, recognizing her features. And in that very moment a piercing shriek tore from the heavens. Awe. Harsh, distorted like a crow's caw, twisted beyond recognition. All looked up, to behold a monstrous black bird the size of a compact automobile soaring above them. Thick black chi coiled around its form, an enormous black eagle. With a thunderous descent the colossal bird landed upon the platform, tilting its head, surveying the 10 bound children with cold, calculating eyes, as if deliberating which to consume first. Wawa. And in response the children's cries swelled, louder, sharper, more desolate than before. Ha ha ha. This year's batch is quite fine indeed, each one tender-skinned and delicate. The grotesque bird emitted a hoarse, masculine voice like that of a deranged old man from a horror film. He paced back and forth across the stage like an elderly man strolling with his hands clasped behind his back, until his gaze finally settled upon the little fox. His enormous avian head stared unblinkingly at her. In that instant the little fox faltered, her composure crumbling at last. She had believed she understood fear, she had believed herself beyond it. Yet the moment those ravenous, terrifying eyes locked onto her, her psychological defenses collapsed utterly, not even lasting 2 seconds. At heart she was still just a child, and the terror inspired by monstrous beings ran far deeper than she had ever imagined. Plop! At last the little fox wept, silently without a sound, yet 2 scalding tears streamed down her cheeks. Gaga gaga! The grotesque bird burst into malicious cackles at the sight, brimming with smug satisfaction. Yes, that's exactly right. Children taste best when they're crying. As he spoke, his massive beak snapped downward. By past experience, this strike would sever the victim's head clean off. But at that very moment, shum! A black talisman slapped onto his left wing. Boom! It detonated instantly. Ouch! The colossal bird shrieked in agony, staggering wildly, nearly collapsing face first onto the ground. Who dares ambush His Majesty? Who? Enraged, he whirled around, and immediately spotted Gui Nan'an holding a black talisman, standing calmly in the empty space beneath the stage. Filthy Taoist, you seek death. Furious, the grotesque bird lunged forward. Only then did the little fox on the stage regain her senses, and stare down in astonishment at Gui Nan'an below. The other children remained oblivious to what had transpired, only wailing uncontrollably. With a shriek, the grotesque bird dove from the stage toward Gui Nan'an. Yet midair, Gui Nan'an hurled a handful of black talismans straight at him. Kaboom! 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 Explosive talismans erupted in rapid succession, unleashing violent shockwaves through the air, and every single one struck true. A blood-curdling shriek tore from the bird's throat as he crashed violently to the ground. You wretch! I'll devour you alive. Yet his reflexes were swift and his injuries only superficial. No wonder he ranked among the mightiest demons, just shy of a demon sovereign. His flamboyance stemmed not from arrogance, but from genuine formidable power. There he lay. Then like a hunting feline, he sprang from the ground, hurtling toward Gui Nan'an. But at that very instant, crockum! A figure streaked down from the sky. Before the grotesque bird could react, the figure slammed directly onto him. A thunderous impact shook the earth, and a deep crater formed where he landed. Within it lay the beastly veterinarian, now fully transformed, his right claw clamped mercilessly over the grotesque bird's skull, his body pinning the demon beneath him. Who are you? The blow had left the grotesque bird dazed and breathless, his voice strained and weak. Your grandfather. The veterinarian's reply was icy, devoid of emotion. In the next instant his right hand clenched, splutch, and the grotesque bird's skull imploded. Thus ended his life. Damn it. Thought he'd be stronger, the veterinarian muttered under his breath, mildly disappointed. The demon's strength had fallen far short of his expectations. Yet such brevity was stark reality. Lethal combat was never prolonged. It was swift, decisive, and final. There were no drawn-out cinematic battles, no protracted displays of fiery valor. In real life, whether human or demon, a fight intended to end another's life, to extinguish it utterly, was always brief, brutal, and unforgiving. That perhaps was the essential distinction between ancient martial arts and modern sport combat. For ancient martial arts were techniques of slaughter, not today's regulated contests bound by prohibitions and disqualifications. Hence debates comparing martial arts to foreign disciplines like Taekwondo or Muay Thai held little meaning. With one savage slash, the veterinarian ripped open the grotesque bird's abdomen and tore out his heart. Then slicing the organ open, he retrieved a black demonic core, roughly the size and shape of a billiard ball, resembling a walnut. Not bad, worth the effort at least. He tossed the heart aside carelessly, then reverted to human form and tucked the demonic core into the pocket of his oversized trousers, a garment specially procured by Gui Nan'an for precisely this purpose. It was designed to withstand transformation without tearing. Though shirts remained hopeless, explosive wardrobe failure had long since become an accepted inevitability. The veterinarian strode home, clutching his prize. Meanwhile, Gui Nan'an and He Sha remained behind to untie the children still bound upon the stage. From a distance, the village chief had witnessed the entire ordeal. Now he hurried over, leading the children's parents toward the scene. He Sha freed the little fox first, and the moment her bonds fell away, the other parents surged onto the wooden platform. They gathered their children into tearful, trembling embraces, then rushed to Gui Nan'an and He Sha, offering profuse thanks. Some even dropped to their knees in gratitude. In that moment, no longer did villagers regard Gui Nan'an with disdain or whisper behind his back as they once had on the streets. Yet Gui Nan'an cared little for their opinions. His attention remained fixed on the little fox, while other children sobbed into their parents' arms. She stood alone, half hidden behind a distant pillar, watching the reunion silently from afar. Brother Gui, what shall we do with the grotesque bird's corpse? He Sha asked beside him. Gui Nan'an glanced at the carcass and replied, Let the villagers dispose of it themselves. We have no research facility, and collecting it would serve no purpose. As he spoke, the little fox, seeing the two men conversing, bowed deeply toward them. Countless others were already expressing gratitude nearby, so she felt compelled to offer thanks as well, yet dared not join the crowd, remaining instead at a respectful distance. When Gui Nan'an and He Sha weren't looking, she quietly bowed again, believing her gesture had gone unseen. But she was mistaken. Though engaged in conversation, Gui Nan'an's peripheral vision kept drifting toward her. For some reason, this child unsettled him, stirred an unfamiliar unease. Why? Perhaps because she reminded him of his master, the man who had taken him in as a child. Gui Nan'an couldn't articulate why, but instinctively he wondered what emotions had filled his master's heart the day he found him and brought him home.